through one administration. Chapter 1. 8 years before the administration, rendered important by the series of events and incidents which form the present story, there had come to Washington, on a farewell visit to a distant relative with whom he was rather a favorite, a young officer who was on the point of leaving the civilized world for a faraway western military station. The name of the young officer was Philip Tredennies. His relative and entertainer was a certain well-known entomologist, whom it will be safe to call Professor Herrick. At the Smithsonian and in all scientific circles, Professor Herrick's name was a familiar one. He was considered an enviable as well as an able man. He had established himself in Washington because he found men there whose tastes and pursuits were congenial with his own, and because the softness of the climate suited him. He was rich enough to be free from all anxiety and to enjoy the delightful liberty of pursuing his scientific labors, because they were his pleasure, and not because he was dependent upon their results. He had a quiet and charming home, an excellent matter-of-fact wife, and one daughter who was being educated in a northern city, and who was said to be as bright and attractive as one could wish a young creature to be. Of this daughter Tredennies had known very little, except that she enjoyed an existence and came home at long intervals for the holidays, when it did not happen pg that she was sent to the sea or the mountains with her mother instead. The professor himself seemed to know but little of her. He was a quiet and intensely studious person, taking small interest in the ordinary world and appearing always slightly surprised when his wife spoke to him. Still, his manner toward her was as gentle and painstaking as if she had been the rarest possible beetle, and the only one of her species to be found in any known collection, though perhaps the interest she awakened in him was not so great as it might have been under such exceptionally favorable circumstances. She was not a brilliant or far-seeing woman, and her opinions of entomology, and indeed of science in general, were vague, and obscured by objections to small boxes, glass cases, long pins, and chloroform, and specimens of all orders. So observing this, Tredennies felt it not at all unnatural that he should not hear much of his daughter from the professor. Why his relative liked him, the young man was not at all sure, though at times he had felt the only solution of the mystery to be that he liked him because his tendency was towards silence and books and research of all kinds. He thought he was certain that the professor did like him. He had invited him to visit him in Washington and had taken him to the Smithsonian and rambled from room to room with him, bestowing upon him tomes of information in the simplest and most natural manner, filled with the quietest interest himself, and entirely prepared to find his feelings shared by his charge. He had given into his hands the most treasured volumes in his library, and had even seemed pleased to have him seated near him when he sat at work. At all events, it was an established fact that a friendly feeling existed between them, and that if it had been his habit to refer to his daughter, he would have spoken of her to Tredennies. But Tredennies heard nothing of her until he had been some days in pg Washington, and then it was Mrs. Herrick who spoke of her. "Nathan," she said one evening at dinner, "Bertha will be home on Tuesday." The professor laid his spoon down as if he had rather unexpectedly discovered that he had had enough soup. "Bertha," he said, "indeed, next Tuesday. Well, of course, we must be ready for her. Do you want any money, my dear? But of course, you will want money when she comes, if she has finished school, as I think you said she had." "I shall want money to pay her bills," answered Mrs. Herrick. "She will bring them with her. Her aunt has had her things made in New York." "Yes," said the professor, "I dare say they will be more satisfactory. What kind of things, for instance, Catherine?" "Dresses," replied Mrs. Herrick, "and things of that sort. You know she is to come out this season." "To come out," remarked the professor, carefully giving the matter his undivided attention. "I hope she will enjoy it. What sort of a ceremony is it? And after a young person has come out, does she ever go in, and is there any particular pageant attached to such a contingency?" "When she comes out," answered Mrs. Herrick, taking a purely practical view of the affair, "she begins to go to parties, to balls and receptions and lunches, which she does not do when she is going to schools. It isn't considered proper, and it wouldn't give her any time for her studies. Bertha hasn't been allowed to go out at all. Her Aunt Maria has been very particular about it, and she will enjoy things all the more because they are quite new to her. I dare say she will be very gay this winter. Washington is a very good place for a girl to come out in. After dinner, when they retired to the library together, it occurred to Trelawney that the professor was PG4 bestowing some thought upon his paternal position, and his first observation proved that this was the case. "It is a most wonderful thing that a few brief years should make such changes," he said. "It seems impossible that so short a time should change a small and exceedingly red infant into a young person returned from school in the most complete condition and ready to come out. She was not interesting as an infant. I tried to find her so, but failed, though it was insisted that she was an unusually intelligent baby, and I have not seen much of her of late years. When she was growing, it was thought that the climate of Washington was not good for her. I am really a little curious about her. My views of girls are extremely undefined. I have always been a bookworm. I have not known girls. They have not come within my radius. I remember one I once knew years ago, but that is all. It was when I was a younger man. I think she was a year or so older than Bertha. She was very interesting as a study. She used to bewilder me." He walked over to the table and began to turn over some papers. "She had gray eyes," he said in a rather lower voice, "gray eyes." He was so quiet for some time that Trelawney thought he had forgotten what he had been talking about, but after a pause of at least 3 minutes, he spoke again. "I would not be at all sorry," he said, "if Bertha was a little like her. I suppose," he added, referring seriously to Trelawney, "I suppose they are all more or less alike." "I think," faltered Trelawney, "perhaps so." He did not feel himself an authority. The professor stood still a moment, regarding the fire abstractly. "She had gray eyes," he said again, "gray eyes," and immediately afterward returned to his table, seated himself, and fell to work. The next week Bertha arrived, and to her distant PG5 relative her arrival was a revelation. She descended upon the quiet household, with her trunks, her delight in their contents, her anticipation of her first season, her fresh and rather surprised exultation in her own small powers and charms, which were just revealing themselves to her like a young whirlwind. Her mother awakened to a most maternal interest in the gaieties into which she was to be drawn. The very servants were absorbed in the all-pervading excitement, which at length penetrated to the professor's study itself and aroused him from his entomological reveries. After she had been in the house a week, he began to examine the girl through his spectacles with great care and deliberation, and having cheerfully submitted to this inspection through several meals, one day at dinner, its object expressed herself with charming directness concerning it. "I do hope you'll like me, Papa," she said, "when you have classified me." "Classified you?" said the professor in some bewilderment. "Yes," answered Bertha. "You know, I always feel as if you might turn me over gently with your finger at any moment and watch me carefully while I struggled until you knew all about me, and then chloroform me and stick a pin through me with a label on it. I shouldn't like the chloroform and the pin, but I should take an interest in the label. Couldn't I have the label without the pin, Papa?" "I don't know," said the professor, examining her more carefully than ever. "I am afraid not." After that it became his custom to encourage her to reveal herself in conversation, which it was very easy to do, as she was a recklessly candid young person, given to the most delightfully illogical partisanship, an endless variety of romantic fancies, and a vivid representation of all facts in which she felt interest. It must be confessed that, for the sake of hearing her talk, the PG6 professor somewhat neglected, for the time being, both Coleoptera and Lepidoptera, and drifting into the sitting room upon many sunny mornings, allowed himself to be surrounded by innocent frivolities in the way of personal adornments. And it must also be added that he fell into the habit of talking of the girl to Trelawney, as they sat together by the study fire at night. "She is an attractive girl," he said once seriously. "I find myself quite absorbed in her at times. She is chaotic, illogical, unpractical. Oftener than not she does not know anything of what she is talking about, but her very absurdities have a kind of cleverness in them. And wit, there is wit in her nonsense, though she is scarcely conscious of it. I cannot help thinking of her future and what its needs will develop in her. It all depends upon the needs. You never know what will be developed, but you know it depends upon the needs. I hope there will be no painful needs, said Trelawney, looking at the fire. She is very happy. I never saw anyone so happy. Yes, she's very happy, admitted the professor. At present she is not much more than a joyous, perfectly healthy young animal. She sings and laughs because she can't help it, and she adorns herself from instinct. She'll be different in a year or two. She'll be less happy, but more interesting. More interesting, said Trelawney in a low voice. Yes, more interesting, answered the professor, looking at the fire himself, with an air of abstractedly following a train of thought. She will have made discoveries about herself. It is a pity she can't make them without being less happy, but then none of us are happy. He paused, rubbed his forehead a second, and then turned suddenly on Trelawney. Are you happy? He demanded. Trelawney started and hesitated. Why yes and no, he answered unsteadily. He would PG-7 have said yes unreservedly a short time ago, but within the last few days he had been less sure of himself, and now, being confronted with the question unexpectedly, he found that he must answer with a reservation, though he could not at all have given a reason for the feeling that he must do so. Perhaps it is not my way to look at life brightly, he added. It is her way, said the professor. She believes in everything in a persistent, childish fashion that is touching to older persons like myself. If you contest her points of belief with her, she is simply obstinate. You can't move her. Why should anyone try? Said Trelawney warmly. There is no need to try, responded the professor. She will find out for herself. Why should she? Said Trelawney warmer still. I hope she won't. The professor took off his spectacles and began to polish them carefully with a corner of his large white handkerchief. She is going to be a clever woman, he said. For her sake I am sorry to see it. She is going to be the kind of clever woman who has 9 chances out of 10 of being a desperate pain to herself, while she is a pleasure to her friends. She hasn't the nature to find safety in cleverness. She has a conscience and emotions, and they will go against her. Against her, cried Trelawney. She will make mistakes and suffer for them instead of letting others suffer. She won't be a saint, but she might be a martyr. It always struck me that it took faults and follies to make a martyr. He bent forward and poked the fire as carefully as he had rubbed his spectacles. Then he turned to Trelawney again, slowly this time, instead of suddenly. You resent it all, I suppose, he said. Of course you do. It makes you angry, I've no doubt. It would PG-8 have made me angry, I dare say, at your age, to hear an elderly scientist dissect a pretty young creature and take the bloom off her life for her. It's natural. I don't like to think of her as being anything but happy and good, said Trelawney, with some secret resentment. She'll not be bad, said the professor critically. It isn't in her. She might be happy, perhaps, if one thing happened to her. What one thing? Asked Trelawney. If she married a fine fellow whom she was deeply and passionately in love with, which happens to very few women. In the shadow of his corner, Trelawney felt the hot blood mount steadily to his forehead and was glad of the dim light, for the professor was still regarding him fixedly, though as if in abstraction. She will be likely to marry the man she loves, sir, he said, in a voice neither clear nor steady. Yes, said the professor, unless she makes the mistake of merely marrying the man who loves her. She will meet him often enough, and if he chances some day to be a fascinating fellow, her fate will be sealed. That goes along with the rest of her strengths and weaknesses. And he gave the fire a vigorous poke, which cast a glow of light upon them both. Then, leaving his chair, he stood for a moment polishing his glasses, staring absently at Trelawney before he put them on, and wandered back to his table and his specimens. Trelawney's own acquaintance with his young relative was not a very intimate one. Too many interests presented themselves on every side to allow of her devoting herself specially to anyone, and her father's favorite scarcely took the form of an interest. She had not the leisure to discover that he was fully worth the discovering. She regarded him simply as a large and rather serious young man, who, without seeming stupid, listened PG-9 rather than talked, and yet was not actually a brilliant listener, since he only listened with an air of observing quietly, and keeping the result of his observations to himself. "I dare say it will suit him to be out among the Indians," she said to her mother upon one occasion, "and I should think it would suit the Indians. He won't find them frivolous and given up to vanity. I believe he thinks I am frivolous. It struck me that he did the other day when I was talking about that new dress being made. Do you think I talk about my clothes too much, Mama? Well, at all events, with much frankness, I don't talk about them half as much as I think about them. I am always thinking about them just now. It seems as if I should die if they weren't becoming after they were made. But don't you suppose it's natural, Mama, and that I shall get over it in time?" She was brushing out her hair before the glass and turned round, brush in hand, with an expression of rather alarmed interest, and repeated the question. "Don't you think I shall get over it?" she said. "It seems just now as if everything had begun all at once, and anything might happen, and I had rather lost my breath a little in the rush of it. And I do so want to have a good time, and I care about everything connected with it, clothes and people and parties and everything, but I don't want to be any more frivolous than I need be. I mean, I don't want to be a stupid." She gave the pretty red-brown mane, empowering her a little shake back, and fixed her large, clear eyes on her mother's. "I suppose all girls are frivolous just at first," she said, "don't you?" "I don't call it frivolous," said her mother, who was a simple, excellent creature, not troubled with intellectual pangs, and who, while she admired her, frequently found her daughter as far beyond her mild, limited PG-10 comprehension as her husband was, and she was not at all disposed to complain thereat either. The one fact she was best able to grasp at this moment was that the girl looked her best, and that the circumstance might be utilized as a hint for the future. "That way of wearing your hair is very becoming to you, Bertha," she said. "I wish there was some way of managing it so as to get the same effect." "But I can't wear it down after I'm out," said Bertha reflectively. "I've got beyond that, as I suppose I shall get beyond the frivolity." And she turned to the glass and looked at herself quite simply, and with a soft little air of seriousness which was very bewitching. She regarded herself in this manner for several seconds, and then began slowly to dress her hair, plaiting it into soft, thick plaits, which she fastened closely and simply at the nape of her pretty neck. "I believe I'll try not to be quite so frivolous," she said. Perhaps she was making an effort at the accomplishment of this desirable end when she came down to dinner, an hour or so later. Trelawney thought he had never seen her so lovely. He was standing alone in the firelight, looking doubtfully at something he held in his hand, and she entered so quietly that he started on becoming conscious of her presence. She wore a dress he had not seen before, a pale gray, soft in material and very simply made, with a little lace kerchief knotted at her throat. She came forward and laid her hand on the back of a chair. "Papa has not come in," she began, then stopped suddenly with a quick, graceful little turn of her head. "Oh, where is the heliotrope?" she exclaimed. For the room was full of the subtle fragrance of it. He made a rather headlong step forward. "Page 11. "It is here," he said. "I have been out, and I saw a lot of it in a florist's window. I don't know whether it's a flower to wear and that sort of thing, but I always liked the odor of it, so I brought this home." And he held it out to her. She took it and buried her face in it delightedly. It was a sumptuous handful and had been cut with unsparing lavishness. He had, in fact, stood by and seen it done. "Ah, I like it so," she cried. "I do like it, it's lovely." Then she lifted her face, hesitating a second as a new thought occurred to her. She looked up at him with pretty uncertainty, the color rising in her cheeks simply because she was uncertain. I don't know," she said. "You didn't, they are not for you," Trelawney ended for her hurriedly. "Yes, I don't know why, but I thought of you when I saw them. It's an idea, I suppose. They are for you if you'll have them." "Ah," she said, "it was so kind of you. I'm so glad to have them. I have always liked them." She almost hid her bright face in them again, while he stood and watched her, wondering why he felt suddenly tremulous and unreasonably happy. At last she looked up at him again. "I wish this was my coming-out night," she said. "I would wear these. You have given me my first bouquet, I am glad of that. If I am here on the night of your first party, he answered, I will give you another, if you will let me. If you are here, she said, are you going away? And there was an innocent, unconsciously expressed touch of disappointment in her tone, which was a sharp pleasure to him, though he was in too chaotic a mental condition to call it either pleasure or pain. Page 12. I may be ordered away at any moment, he said. He could never exactly remember afterward how it came about, that in a few moments more he was sitting in the professor's armchair, and she had taken a seat on a hassock near him, with some of his heliotrope in the knot of her hair, some fastened against her pale grey dress, and some loosely clasped in the hand which rested on her lap. He did not know how it happened, but she was there, and the scent of the heliotrope floated about her in the warmth of the fire, and she was talking in the bright, fanciful way which entertained the professor, and he knew that this brief moment he came for the first time within the charmed circle of her girlish life and pleasures, and though he was conscious that his nearness moved her no more than the professor's would have done, he was content. There was a softness in her manner which was new to him and which had the effect of giving him courage. It was a result partly of the pleasure he had given her and partly of the good resolution she had made, of which he knew nothing. He only saw the result and enjoyed it. She even showed a pretty interest in his future. She is what the Italians call simpatica, had been one of her father's observations concerning her, and Tredenis thought of it as he listened and watched her. It was her gift to say well all she had to say. Her simplest speech produced its little effect, because all her heart was with her hearer. Just now she thought only of Tredenis, and that she wished to show her interest in him. So she sat with her flowers upon her knee and talked, and it was an enchanted hour for Tredenis, who felt like a creature slowly awakening to the light of day. I suppose we may not see you again for several years, she said. I do not like to think of that, and I am sure Papa won't, but, and she turned, smiling into his eyes, her chin resting in the hollow of her palm, her elbow on her knee. When we do see you, of PG-13 course, you will be a most distinguished person, entirely covered with stars and ribbons and scalps. And you, he said, I wonder what will have happened to you. Oh, a great many things, of course, she answered, but only the unimportant things that happen to all girls, though they will be important enough to me. I dare say I shall have had a lovely time and have been very happy. And she turned her little smile upon the fire and brooded for a few seconds, still in her pretty attitude. It was such a pretty attitude, and her look was so sweet that both together wrought upon Tredenis strongly, and he felt himself awakening a little more. I wish, he said, breaking the brief silence in a low voice, I wish that I could ensure the happiness for you. She turned with a slight start and some vague trouble in her face. Oh, she said, don't you think I shall be sure to be happy? There seems to be no reason why I should not. Oh, I hope I shall be happy. I don't know what I should do if I wasn't happy. I can't imagine it. Everybody is not happy, he said, his voice almost tremulous. But she faltered, but I have always been happy. She stopped, her eyes appealing to him piteously. I suppose, after all, that is a poor reason, she added, but it almost seems like one. I wish it were one, he said. Don't look like that. It hurts me, if any sacrifice of mine, any suffering. She stirred a little, moved in some vague way by the intensity of his tone, and as she did so, the odor of the heliotrope floated toward him. Bertha, he said, Bertha. He did not know what he would have said, and the words were never spoken, for at that moment the PG-14 enchanted hour was ended. It was the professor himself who broke in upon it, the professor who opened the door and entered, hungry and absent-minded, the firelight striking upon his spectacles, and seeming to enlarge them tremendously as he turned his head from side to side, inhaling the air of the room with evident delight. Flowers, eh? He said. What kind of flowers? The air seems full of them. Bertha rose and went to him, Tredenis watching her girlish pale grey figure as it moved across the room, with a pained and bewildered sense of having lost something which he might never regain. They are heliotropes, she said. Philip brought them to me. It is my first bouquet, so I shall keep it until I am an old woman. A week later, Trelawney left Washington. It so chanced that he took his departure on the night rendered eventful by the first party. In the excitement attendant upon the preparations for this festivity and for his own journey, he saw even less of Bertha than usual. When she appeared at the table, she was in such bright, high spirits that the professor found her, for some private reason of his own, more absorbing than ever. His spectacles followed her with an air of deep interest. He professed an untrained anxiety concerning the dress she was to wear, appearing to regard it as a scientific object worthy of attention. "She's very happy," he would say to Trelawney again and again. "She's very happy." And having said it, he invariably rubbed his forehead abstractedly and pushed his spectacles a trifle awry, without appearing conscious of it. When the carriage Trelawney had ordered came to the door, at 10 o'clock, the coupe, which was to convey Bertha to the scene of her first triumphs, had just driven up. A few seconds later, Bertha turned from her mirror PG-15 and took up her bouquet of white rosebuds and heliotrope, as a servant knocked at the door. "The carriage is here, miss," he said, "and Mr. Trelawney is going away and says would you come and let him say goodbye." In a few seconds more, Trelawney, who was standing in the hall, looked up from the carpet and saw her coming down the staircase with a little run, her white dress a cloud about her, her eyes shining like stars, the rose and heliotrope bouquet he had sent her in her hand. "Thank you for it," she said, as soon as she reached him. "I shall keep this too and see what I have done." And she pushed a leaf aside and showed him a faded sprig of heliotrope hidden among the fresh flowers. "I thought I would like to have a little piece of it among the rest," she said, and she gave him her hand with a smile both soft and bright. "And you really kept it," he said. "Oh yes," she answered simply. "You know I am going to keep it as long as I live. I wish we could keep you. I wish you were going with us." "I am going in a different direction," he said, "and suddenly I have not a minute to spare. Goodbye." A little shadow fell on the brightness of her face. "I wish there was no such word as goodbye," she said. There was a silence of a few seconds in which her hand lay in his, and their eyes rested on each other. Then Mrs. Herrick and the professor appeared. "I believe," said Trelawney, "if you are going now, I will let you set out on your journey first. I should like to see the last of you." "But it isn't the last of me," said Bertha. "It is the first of me, the very first, and my heart is beating quite fast." And she put her hand to the side of her slender white bodice, laughing a gay, sweet laugh with a thrill of PG-16 excitement in it. And then they went out to the carriage, and when Mrs. Herrick had been assisted in, Bertha stood for a moment on the pavement, a bright, pure white figure, her flowers in her hand, the hall light shining upon her. "Papa," she called to the professor, who stood on the threshold, "I never asked you if you liked it, the dress, you know." "Yes, child," said the professor. "Yes, child, I like it." And his voice shook a little, and he said nothing more. And then Bertha got into the carriage, and it drove away into the darkness. And almost immediately after Trelawney found himself in his carriage, which drove away into the darkness, too, only, as he laid his head against the cushions and closed his eyes, he saw, just as he had seen a moment before, a bright, pure white figure standing upon the pavement, the night behind it, the great bouquet of white roses in its hand, and the light from the house streaming upon the radiant girl's face. PG-17. Chapter 2. The 8 years that followed were full of events for Trelawney. After the first two, his name began to be well known in military circles as that of a man bold, cool, and remarkable for a just clear-sightedness which set him somewhat apart from most men of his class and age. Stationed, as he was in the midst of a hostile Indian country, full of perilous adventure, a twofold career opened itself before him. His nerve, courage, and physical endurance rendered him invaluable in time of danger, while his tendency to constant study of the problems surrounding him gave him in time of peace the distinction of being a thinking man, whose logically deduced and clearly stated opinions were continually of use to those whose positions were more responsible than his own. He never fell into the ordinary idle routine of a frontier camp life. In his plain, soldierly quarters he worked hard, lived simply, and read much. During the first year he was rather desolate and unhappy. The weeks he had spent with the Herricks had been by no means the best preparation for his frontier experience, since they had revealed to him the possibilities of existence such as he had given no thought to before. His youth had been rather rigorous and lonely, and his misfortune of reserve had prevented his forming any intimate friendships. His boyhood had been spent at boarding school, his early manhood at West Point, and after that his life had settled itself into the usual wandering, homeless groove which must be the lot of an unmarried military man. The warm atmosphere of a long-established home, its agreeably unobtrusive routine which made the changes of morning, noon, and night all something pleasant to anticipate, the presence of PG-18, the women who could not be separated in one's mind from the household itself. All these things were a sort of revelation to him. He had enjoyed them and would have felt some slight sadness in leaving them, even if he had not left something else also. It was a mere shadow he had left, but it was a shadow whose memory haunted him through many a long and lonely hour, and was all the more a trouble through its very vagueness. He was not the man likely to become the victim of a hopeless passion in 3 weeks. His was a nature to awaken slowly, but to awaken to such strength of feeling and to such power to suffer, at last, as would leave no alternative between happiness and stolidly borne despair. If fate decreed that the despair and not the happiness was to be his portion, it would be borne silently and with stern patience, but it would be despair nevertheless. As it was, he had been gradually aroused to a vague tenderness of feeling for the brightness and sweetness which had been before him day after day. Sometimes, during this first year of his loneliness, he wondered why he had not gone farther and reached the point of giving some expression to what he had felt. But he never did so without being convinced by his, after reflections, that such an effort would only have told against him. It wasn't the time, he said aloud to himself as he sat in his lonely room one night. It wasn't the time. He had been thinking of how she looked as she came to him that night, in her simple pale grey dress, with the little lace kerchief tied round her throat. That, and his memory of the bright figure at the carriage door, were pictures which had a habit of starting up before him now and again, though chiefly at such times as he was alone and rather feeling his isolation. He remembered his own feeling at her girlish pleasure in his gift, the tone of her voice, her attitude as she sat afterward on the low seat near him, her chin resting in her hollowed palm, her smiling eyes uplifted PG-19 to his. Her pretty, unstudied attitudes had often struck him, and this one lingered in his fancy as somehow belonging naturally to a man's dreams of a fireside. "If the room and fireside were your own," he said abstractedly, "you'd like." He stopped and, rising to his feet, suddenly began to pace the room. "But it wasn't the time," he said. "She would not have understood. I scarcely understood myself, and if we should ever meet again, in all probability the time will have gone by." After such thoughts, he always betook himself to his books again with quite a fierce vigor, and in the rebound accomplished a great deal. He gave a great deal of studious attention to the Indian question, and, in his determination to achieve practical knowledge, undertook more than one dangerous adventure. With those among the tribes whom it was possible to approach openly, he made friends, studying their languages and establishing a reputation among them for honor and good faith, which was a useful element in matters of negotiation and treaty. So it came about that his name was frequently mentioned in the department, and drifted into the newspapers, his opinions being quoted as opinions carrying weight, and, in an indirect way, the Herricks heard of him oftener than he heard of them, since there had been no regular exchange of letters between them, the professor being the poorest of correspondents. Occasionally, when he fell upon a newspaper paragraph commenting upon Trelawney's work and explaining some of his theories, he was roused to writing him a letter of approval or argument, and at the close of such epistles he usually mentioned his daughter in a fashion peculiarly his own. "Bertha is happier than ever," he said, the first winter. "Bertha is well and is said to dance in the most astonishingly attractive manner, an astonishing PG-20 number of times every evening. This I gather not only from her mother, but from certain elaborately ornamented cards they call programs, which I sometimes find and study in private." This came the second winter. The third, he said, "It dawns upon Bertha that she is certainly cleverer than the majority of her acquaintance. This at once charms and surprises her. She is careful not to obtrude the fact upon public notice, but it has been observed, and I find she has quite a little reputation in society as an unusually bright and ready young creature, with a habit of being delightfully equal to any occasion. I gradually discover her to be full of subtleties, of which she is entirely unconscious. Trelawney read this a number of times and found food for reflection in it. He thought it over frequently during the winter, and out of his pondering upon it grew a plan which began to unfold itself in his mind, rather vaguely at first, but afterward more definitely. This plan was his intention to obtain leave of absence, and having obtained it, to make his way at once to Washington. He had thought at first of applying for it in the spring, but fate was against him. Difficulties which broke out between the settlers and certain hostile tribes called him into active service, and it was not until the severities of the next winter aided in quelling the disturbance by driving the Indians into shelter that he found himself free again. It was late on New Year's Eve that he went to his quarters to write his application for furlough. He had been hard at work all day and came in cold and tired, and pleased to find the room made cheerful by a great fire of logs, whose leaping flames brightened and warmed every corner. The mail had come in during his absence, and 2 or 3 letters lay upon the table with the Eastern papers, but he pushed them aside without opening them. "I will look at them afterward," he said. "This shall PG-21 be done first, before the clock strikes 12, when the new year comes in." He paused, pen in hand, accidentally catching a glimpse of his face in the by no means flattering shaving glass which hung on the wall opposite. He saw himself brown with exposure, bearing marks of thought and responsibility his age did not warrant, and wearing even at this moment the rather stern and rigid expression which he had always felt vaguely to be his misfortune. Recognizing it, his face relaxed into a half-smile. "What a severe-looking fellow," he said. "That must be improved upon. No one could stand that. It is against a man at the outset." And the smile remained upon his face for at least 10 seconds, at all events, until he had drawn his paper before him and begun to write. His task was soon completed. The letter written, he folded it, placed it in its envelope, and directed it, looking as immovable as ever, and yet conscious of being inwardly more moved than he had ever been before. "Perhaps," he said half aloud, "this is the time, and it is well I waited." And then he turned to the letters and papers awaiting him. The papers he merely glanced over and laid aside. The letters he opened and read. There were 4 of them, 3 of them business epistles, soon disposed of. The sight of the handwriting upon the 4th made his heart bound suddenly. It was the clear, space-saving calligraphy of Professor Herrick, who labeled his envelopes as economically as if they had been entomological specimens. "It's curious that it should have come now," Trelawney said, as he tore it open. It was a characteristic letter, written, it appeared, with the object of convincing Trelawney that he had been guilty of a slight error in one of his statements concerning the sign language of a certain tribe. It PG-22 devoted 5 pages of closely written paper to proofs and researches into the subject, and scientific reasons for the truth of all assertions made. It was clear, and by no means uninteresting. The professor never was uninteresting, and he was generally correct. Trelawney read his arguments carefully and with respect, even with an occasional thrill, as he remembered how his communications usually terminated. But this was an exception to the general rule. At the bottom of the 5th page he signed himself, "Your sincere friend, Nathan Herrick," and he had said nothing about Bertha. "Not a word," said Trelawney. "He never did so before. What does it mean, not a word?" And he had scarcely finished speaking before he saw that on the back of the last page a postscript was written. A brief one, 3 words, without comment, these: "Bertha is married." For a few moments, Trelawney sat still and stared at them. The glass across the room reflected very little change in his face. The immovable look became a trifle more immovable, if anything. There was scarcely the stirring of a muscle. At length he moved slowly, folding the letter carefully and returning it to its envelope in exactly the folds it had lain in when he took it out. After that, he rose and began to pace the floor with a slow and heavy tread. Once he stopped and spoke, looking down at the boards beneath his feet. "Bertha is married," he said, in a low, hard voice. and the clock beginning to strike at the moment, he listened until it ended its stroke of 12 and then spoke again. "The new year," he said, "and Bertha is married." And he walked to the table where his letter of application lay, and taking it up, tore it in two and tossed it into the fire. Page 23. 4 years elapsed before he saw Washington, and in the 4 years he worked harder than before, added to his reputation year by year, and led the unsettled and wandering existence which his profession entailed. At rare intervals he heard from the professor, and once or twice, in the course of his wanderings, he met with Washingtonians who knew the family and gave him news of them. He heard of the death of Mrs. Herrick and something of Bertha's life from the professor, and on one occasion, while in Chicago, he encountered at the house of an acquaintance a pretty and charming woman who had lived in Washington before her marriage, and in the course of conversation, the fact that she had known the Herricks revealed itself. She appeared not only to have known, but to have liked them, and really brightened and warmed when they were mentioned. "I was very fond of Bertha," she said, "and we knew each other as well as girls can know each other in the rush of a Washington winter. I was one of her bridesmaids when she was married. Did you know her well?" And she regarded him with an additional touch of interest in her very lovely eyes. "Not very well," Tredennies answered. "We are distantly related to each other, and I spent several weeks in her father's house just after her return from school, but I did not know her so well as I knew the professor." "And you did not meet Mr. Amory?" "There was no Mr. Amory then," was Tredennies's reply. "Of course not," said Mrs. Sylvester. "I might have known that if I had thought for a moment. He only appeared upon the scene the winter before they were married. She met him at a ball at the Mexican minister's, and his fate was sealed." Tredennies was silent a moment, then he asked a question. Page 24. "Did you know him well?" he said. She reflected an instant, and then replied, smiling. "He was too much in love for one's acquaintance with him to progress to any great extent. His condition was something like David Copperfield's when he said that he was saturated with Dora. He was saturated with Bertha." "They must be very happy," remarked Tredennies, and he did not know that he spoke in a hard and unresponsive tone, and that his face was more stern than was at all necessary. "Naturally," responded Mrs. Sylvester calmly. "They have money, their children are charming, and their social position is unassailable. Bertha is very clever, and Mr. Amory admires her and is very indulgent, but he could scarcely help that. She is that kind of person." "She," repeated Tredennies. Mrs. Sylvester smiled again. "Bertha," she replied, "people are always indulgent with her. She is one of those fortunate persons who are born without any tendency to demand, and who consequently have everything given to them without the trouble of having a struggle. She has a pretty, soft sort of way, and people stand aside before it. Before I knew her well, I used to think it was simply cleverness." "Wasn't it?" said Tredennies. "Not quite. It escapes that by being constitutional amiability and grace, but if it wasn't constitutional amiability and grace, it would be cleverness, and you would resent it. As it is, you like her for it. She is pretty and charming, and has her little world at her feet, and yet her manner is such that you find yourself wondering if she even suspects it." "Does she?" asked Tredennies. Mrs. Sylvester turned her attention to the other side of the room. Page 25. "There is Mr. Sylvester," she said serenely. "He is coming to us. You must know each other." And then Mr. Sylvester sauntered up. He was a very handsome man, with a rather languid air, which remotely suggested that if he took off his manners and folded them away, he would reveal the unadorned fact that he was bored. But even he bestirred himself a little when Tredennies' relationship to the Herricks was mentioned. "What," he said, "you are Mrs. Amory's cousin?" "Only third or fourth," responded Tredennies. "By Jove, you're in luck," his new acquaintance returned. "Third or fourth is near enough. I wouldn't object to sixth myself. Do you see her often?" "I have not seen her for 7 years." Mr. Sylvester bestowed a critical glance upon him. "What's the matter with you?" he inquired languidly. There's something radically wrong about a man who neglects his opportunities in that way. He paused and smiled, showing his white teeth through his mustache. Oh, she's a clever little dev. He pulled himself up with remarkable adroitness. She's very clever, he said. She's delightfully clever. She must be, commented Trelawney unenthusiastically. I never hear her mentioned without its being added that she is very clever. You would be likely to find the thing out for yourself when you met her, even if you hadn't heard it, said Mr. Sylvester. When Trelawney returned to his room that night, he sat down to read, deliberately choosing a complicated work which demanded the undivided attention of the peruser. He sat before it for half an hour, with bent brow and unyielding demeanor, but at the end of that time he pushed it aside, left his seat, and began to pace the floor, and so walked with a gloomy face until it was long past midnight when he put out the light and went to bed. Page 26. Chapter 3. 2 years later, he found himself, one evening in March, driving along Pennsylvania Avenue in a musty hack, which might have been the very one which had borne him to the depot the night he had seen the last of Bertha and her white roses. But the streets were gayer now than they had been then. He had arrived only a day or so after the occurrence of an event of no less national importance than the inauguration of a newly elected president, and there still remained traces of the festivities attendant upon this ceremony, in the shape of unremoved decorations fluttering from windows, draping doors, and swaying in lines. Across the streets, groups of people, wearing a rather fatigued air of having remained after the feast for the purpose of more extended sightseeing, gave the sidewalks a well-filled look, and here and there among them was to be seen a belated uniform which had figured effectively in the procession to the Capitol 2 days before. Having taken note of these things, Trelawney leaned back upon his musty cushions with a half-sigh of weariness. I come in with the administration, he said. I wonder if I shall go out with it and what will have happened in the interval. He was thinking of his past and what it had paid him. He had set out in his early manhood with the fixed intention of making for himself a place in the world in which he might feel a reasonable amount of pride. He had attained every object he had aimed at, with the knowledge that he had given for every such object its due value in labor, persistent effort, and steadiness of purpose. No man of his age stood higher in his profession than he. Pg 27 did very few as high. He had earned distinction, honor, and not a little applause. He had found himself a lion on more than one occasion, and though he had not particularly enjoyed the experience, had not undervalued it as an experience. The world had used him well, and if he had been given to forming intimacies, he might have had many friends. His natural tendency to silence and reserve had worked against him in this, but as it was, he had no enemies and many well-wishers. It was not his habit to bemoan even in secret his rather isolated life. There were times when he told himself that no other would suit him so well, but there were also times when he recognized that it was isolated, and the recognition was one which at such moments he roused all the force of his nature to shut out of his mind as soon as possible. He had perhaps never fully known the influence his one vague dream had had upon his life. When it ended, he made a steady effort to adjust himself to the new condition of existing without it, and had learned much of the strength of its power over him by the strength of the endeavor it had cost him. His inward thought was that if there had been a little more to remember, the memory might have been less sad. As it was, the forgetting was a slow, vague pain, which he felt indefinitely long after he thought that it had died away. He put the old drifting fancies out of his mind, and having no leaning towards self-indulgence, believed at last that they were done with because they returned but seldom. But he never heard of Bertha, either through the professor or through others, without being conscious for days afterward of an unrest he called by no name. He rested under the influence of this feeling as he was driven through the lighted streets toward his hotel, and his recollection of his last drive through these same streets made it stronger. 8 years, he said. She has been to many parties since then. Let us hope she has enjoyed them all. Page 28. He made his first visit to the professor the same evening, after he had established himself in his room and dined. The professor was always at home in the evening, and irregular as their correspondence had been, Trelawney felt that he was sure of a welcome from him. He was not mistaken in this. He found his welcome. The professor was seated in his dressing gown, before his study table, as if he had not stirred during the 8 years. He had even the appearance of being upon the point of impaling the same corpulent beetle upon the same attenuated pin, and of engaging in the occupation with the same scientific interest Tredenes remembered so well. On hearing his visitor's name announced, he started slightly, laid his beetle aside with care, and rising from his seat, came forward with warm pleasure in his face. "What?" he exclaimed. "What, you Tredenes? Well, well, I'm very glad, my dear fellow, I'm very glad." He shook his hand affectionately, at the same time holding him by the shoulder, as if to make more sure of him. "I am very glad myself," said Tredenes. "It is a great pleasure to see you again." "And it took you 8 years to get round to us," said the professor, looking at him thoughtfully and turning him round a trifle more to the light. "8 years, that's a slice out of a man's life too." "But you are no older, Professor," said Tredenes. "I am older, but not you." The professor nodded acquiescence. "Yes, yes, I know all about that," he said. "You're an old fellow now. I was an old fellow myself 40 years ago. There, sit down and tell me all about it. That is the chair you sat in when you were here last. You sat in it the night we talked about Bertha." Page 29. Chapter 4. "How is Bertha?" Tredenes asked. The professor sat down in his chair and took up the poker quite carefully. "She is at a party tonight," he said, poking the fire, "though it is late in the season for parties. She generally is at a party, oftener than not she is at 2 or 3 parties." "Then she must be well," suggested Tredenes. "Oh, she is well," the professor answered, "and she gets a good deal out of life. She will always get a good deal out of it, in one way or another." "That is a good thing," remarked Tredenes. "Very," responded the professor, "if it's all in the one way and not in the other." He changed the subject almost immediately and began to discuss Tredenes' own affairs. His kindly interest in his career touched the younger man's heart. It seemed that he had taken an interest in him from the first, and silent as he had been, had never lost sight of him. "It used to strike me that you would be likely to make something of your life," he said, in his quiet, half-abstracted way. "You looked like it. I used to say to myself that if you were my son, I should look forward to being proud of you. I wish you had been my son, my boy." "If I had been," answered Tredenes earnestly, "I should have felt it a reason for aiming high." The professor smiled faintly. "Well," he said, "you aimed high without that incentive, and the best of it is that you have not failed. You are a strong fellow. I like a strong fellow," he added slowly. Page 30. He spoke of Bertha occasionally again in the course of their after-conversation, but not as it had been his habit to speak of her in her girlhood. His references to her were mostly statements of facts connected with her children, her mode of life, or her household. She lived near him, her home was an attractive one, and her children were handsome, healthy, and bright. "Amory is a bright fellow and a handsome fellow," he said. "He is not very robust, but he is an attractive creature, sensitive, poetic temperament, fanciful. He is fanciful about Bertha and given to admiring her." When he went away, at the end of the evening, Tredenes carried with him the old vague sense of discomfort. The professor had been interesting and conversational, and had given him the warmest of welcomes, but he had missed something from their talk which he had expected to find. He was not aware of how he had counted upon it until he missed it, and the sense of loss which he experienced was a trouble to him. He had certainly not been conscious of holding Bertha foremost in his mind when he had turned his steps toward her father's house. He had thought of how his old friend would look, of what he would say, and had wondered if he should find him changed. He had not asked himself if he should see Bertha or hear of her, and yet what he had missed in her father's friendly talk had been the old kindly, interested discussion of her. And once out in the night air and the deserted streets, he knew that he was sadder for his visit than he had fancied he should be. The bright, happy, girlish figure seemed to have passed out of the professor's life also, out of the home it had adorned, even out of the world itself. His night's sleep was not a very peaceful one, but the next morning when he rose, the light of day and the stir of life around him seemed to have dispelled the reality of his last night's fancies. His mind had resolved itself into a condition with which he was familiar, and he was aroused to interest and pleasure in page 31 his surroundings. His memory was once more the ghost of a memory which he had long accustomed himself to living without. During the morning his time was fully occupied by his preparations for his new duties, but in the afternoon he was at liberty, and remembering a message he was commissioned to deliver to the sister of a brother officer, he found his way to the lady's house. It was a house in a fashionable street, and its mistress was a fashionable little person who appeared delighted to see him and to treat him with great cordiality. "I am so glad you were so good as to call today," she said. "Mr. Gardner heard that you had arrived, but did not know where you were, or he would have seen you this morning. What a pity that you were not in time for the inauguration. The ball was more than usually successful. I do hope you will let us see you tonight." "Tonight," repeated Trelawney. "Yes, we want you so much," she continued. "We give a little party, only a little one, and we shall be so glad. There will be several people here who will be delighted to meet you. The gentleman who is spoken of as likely to be the new Secretary of the Interior, for instance. He will be charmed. Mr. Gardner has told me what interesting things you have been doing and what adventures you have had. I shall feel quite sure that my party will be a success if you will consent to be my lion." "I am afraid my consenting wouldn't establish the fact," said Trelawney. "You would want a mane and a roar and claws, but you are very kind to ask me to your party." The end of the matter was that, after some exchange of civilities, he gave a half-promise to appear, mentally reserving the privilege of sending regrets if he did not feel equal to the effort when night arrived. He was not fond of parties, and so, having delivered the PG-32 message with which he had been commissioned, he made his adieus and retired. When night came, he was rather surprised to find lurking in his mind some slight inclination to abide by his promise. Accordingly, after having taken a deliberate, late dinner, read the papers, and written a letter or so, he dressed himself and issued forth. On arriving at his destination, he found the little party a large one. The street was crowded with carriages, the house was brilliantly lighted, an awning extended from the door to the edge of the pavement, and each carriage, depositing its brilliant burden within the protection of the striped tunnel, drove rapidly away to give place to another. Obeying the injunctions of the servant at the door, Trelawney mounted to the second story and divested himself of his overcoat, with the assistance of a smart mulatto who took it in charge. The room in which he found himself was rather inconveniently crowded with men, young, middle-aged, elderly, some of them wearing a depressed air of wishing themselves at home, some bearing themselves stolidly, and others either quietly resigned or appearing to enjoy themselves greatly. It was not always the younger ones who formed this last class, Trelawney observed. In one corner, a brisk gentleman, with well-brushed, grey beard, laughed delightedly over a story just related to him with much sprightliness by a companion a decade older than himself, while near them an unsmiling youth of 20 regarded their ecstasies without the movement of a muscle. Trelawney's attention was attracted for a moment toward two men who stood near him, evidently awaiting the appearance of someone at the door of the ladies' cloakroom, which they could see from where they stood. One of them leaned, in a nicely managed labor-saving attitude, against the doorpost. He was a rather tall, blond young man, with a face eminently calculated to PG-33 express either a great deal or absolutely nothing at all, as he chose to permit it, and his unobtrusive evening dress had an air of very agreeable fitness and neatness, and quite distinguished itself by seeming to belong to him. It was his laugh which called Trelawney's attention to him. He laughed in response to some remark of his companion's, a noncommittal but naturally sounding baritone laugh, which was not without its attractiveness. "Yes, I was there," he said. "And sang." "No, thank you." "And she was there, of course." "She," repeated his friend, his countenance at this moment expressing nothing whatever, and doing it very well. "Oh, Mrs. Amory," responded the other, who was young enough and in sufficiently high spirits to be led into forgetting to combine good taste with his hilarity. "You might say Mrs. Amory, if you don't object," replied his companion quietly. It would be more civil. Then Trelawney passed out and heard no more. He made his way down the stairs, which were crowded with guests going down and coming up, and presented himself at the door of the first of the double parlors, where he saw his hostess standing with her husband. Here he was received with the greatest warmth, Mrs. Gardner brightening visibly when she caught sight of him. "Now," she said, "this is really good of you. I was almost afraid to let you go away this afternoon. Mr. Gardner, Colonel Trelawney is really here," she added with frank cordiality. After that, Trelawney found himself swallowed, as in a maelstrom. He was introduced right and left, hearing a name here and seeing a face there, and always conscious of attaching the wrong names to the faces as he struggled PG-34 to retain some impression of both in his memory. Mrs. Gardner bore him onward, filled with the most amiable and hospitable delight in the sensation he awakened, as she led him toward the prominent official in perspective before referred to, who leaned against a mantelpiece and beguiled his time by making himself quite agreeable to a very pretty young debutante who was recounting her experience at the inaugural ball. Here Trelawney was allowed to free himself from the maelstrom and let it whirl past him, as he stood a little aside and conversed with his new acquaintance, who showed deep interest in and much appreciation of all he had to say, and evidently would have been glad to prolong the interview beyond the moment, when some polite exigency called him away in the midst of an animated discussion of the rights of Indian agents and settlers. When he had gone, Trelawney still remained standing where he had left him, enjoying his temporary seclusion and the opportunity of looking on with the cool speculation of an outsider. He had been looking on thus for some moments, at the passing to and fro, at the well-bred elbowing through the crush, at the groups gathering themselves here and there to exchange greetings, and then breaking apart and drifting away, when he suddenly became aware of a faint fragrance in the atmosphere about him which impressed itself upon him with a curious insistence. On his first vague recognition of its presence, he could not have told what it was, or why it roused in him something nearer pain than pleasure. It awakened in him a queer sense of impatience with the glare of light, the confusion of movement and voices, and the gay measure of the music in the next room. And almost the instant he felt this impatience, a flash of recognition broke upon him, and he knew what the perfume was, and that it seemed out of place in the glare and confusion simply because his one distinct memory of it associated itself only with the night when he had sat in the PG-35 firelight with Bertha, and she had held the heliotrope in her hand. With this memory in his mind, and with a half-smile at his own momentary resentment of the conditions surrounding him, he turned toward the spot near from which he fancied the odor of the flowers came, thinking that it had floated from some floral decoration of the deep window. And so, turning, he saw, surrounded by what seemed to be the gayest group in the room, Bertha herself. She was exquisitely dressed, and stood in the prettiest possible pose, supporting herself lightly against the side of the window. She had a bouquet in her hand and a brilliant smile on her lips, and Trelawney knew in an instant that she had seen and recognized him. She did not move. She simply retained her pretty pose, smiling and waiting for him to come to her, and though she said nothing to her companions, something in her smile evidently revealed the situation to them, for almost immediately the circle divided itself, and room was made for him to advance within it. Often afterward Trelawney tried to remember how he moved toward her, and what he said when he found himself quite near her, holding the gloved hand she gave him so lightly, but his recollections were always of the vaguest. There scarcely seemed to have been any first words. He was at her side, she gave him her hand, and then, in the most natural manner, the group about her seemed to melt away, and they were left together, and he, glancing half unconsciously down at her bouquet, saw that it was made of heliotrope and Myrtle Neal roses. She was so greatly and yet so little changed that he felt, as he looked at her, like a man in a dream. He tried to analyze the change and could not, and the effort to do so was a pain to him. The color in her cheeks was less bright than he remembered it, but her eyes were brighter. He thought also that they looked larger, and soon recognized that this was not only because her PG-36 face was less girlishly full, but arose from a certain alertness of expression which had established itself in them. And yet, despite their clear brightness, when she lifted them to his own, his sense of loss was for the instant terrible. Her slight, rounded figure was even prettier than ever, more erect, better born, and with a delicate consciousness and utilizing of its own graces. But it was less easy to connect it mentally with the little gray gown and lace kerchief than he could ever have believed possible. Her very smile and voice had changed. The smile was sometimes a very brilliant one, and sometimes soft and slow, as if a hidden meaning lay behind it. The voice was low-pitched, charmingly modulated, and expressed far more than the words it gave to a listener, but Trelawney knew that he must learn to know them both, and that to do so would take time and effort. He never felt this so strongly as when she sat down on the cushioned window seat and made a little gesture toward the place at her side. "Sit down," she said, with a soft smile this time, a smile at once sweet and careless. "Sit down and tell me if you are glad to be stationed in Washington, and let me tell you that Papa is delighted at the prospect of your being near him again." "Thank you," answered Trelawney, "and as to the being here, I think I like the idea of the change well enough." "You will find it a great change, I dare say," she went on, "though, of course, you have not devoted yourself to the Indians entirely during your absence. But Washington is unlike any other American city. I think it is unlike any other city in the universe. It is an absorbingly interesting place when you get used to it." "You are fortunate in finding it so," said Trelawney. She said lightly, "Oh, I do not think I could resign myself to living anywhere else, though when you reflect, of course you know that is a national PG-37 quality. All good Americans adore the city they confer distinction on by living in, and asperse the characters of all other places. Englishmen believe in London and Frenchmen in Paris, but in America, a New Yorker vaunts himself upon New York, a Bostonian glories in Boston, and a Washingtonian delights in the capital of his country, and so on until you reach New Orleans." "That is true enough," said Trelawney, "though I had not thought of it before." "Oh, it is true," she answered with an airy laugh. Then she added, with a change of tone, "You have been away for a long time." "8 years," he replied. He thought she gave a slight start, but immediately she turned upon him with one of the brilliant smiles. "We have had time to grow since then," she said, "not older, of course, but infinitely wiser and better." He did not find it easy to comprehend very clearly either her smile or her manner. He felt that there might be something hidden behind both, though certainly nothing could have been brighter or more inconsequent than her tone. He did not smile, but regarded her for a moment with a look of steady interest, of which he was scarcely conscious. She bore it for an instant, and then turned her eyes carelessly aside with a laugh. "I do not think you are changed at all," she said. "Why?" he asked, still watching her and trying to adjust himself to her words. "You looked at me then," she said, "just as you used to when you were with us before, and I said something frivolous. I am afraid I was often frivolous in those days. I confess I suspected myself of it, and one day I even made a resolution." She did start then, as if some memory had suddenly returned to her. She lifted her bouquet to her face and let it slowly drop upon her knee again as she turned and looked at him. "I remember now," she said, "that I made that PG-38 resolution the day you brought me the heliotrope." And now it seemed for the instant to be her turn to regard him with interest. "I don't know what the resolution was," he said rather grimly, "but I hope it was a good one. Did you keep it?" "No," she answered undisturbedly, "but I kept the heliotrope. You know I said I would. It is laid away in one of my bureau drawers." "And the first party," he asked, "was it a success?" "Oh yes," she replied, "it was a great success. I am happy to say that all my parties are successes inasmuch as I enjoy them." "Is this a success?" he inquired. She raised her bouquet to her face again and glanced over it at the crowded room. "It is an immense success," she said. "Such things always are in Washington. Do you see that little woman on the sofa? Notice what bright eyes she has, and how quickly they move from one person to another, like a bird's. She is our Washington correspondent for half a dozen Western papers, and does the social column, in one of our principal dailies, and tomorrow you will read in it that one of the most brilliant receptions of the season was held last night at the charming home of Mrs. Winter Gardner on K Street. You will also learn that Mrs. Richard Amory was lovely in white brocade and pearls, and that, noticeable among even the stateliest masculine forms, was the imposing figure of Colonel Trelawney, the hero of Indian adventure, and she had been speaking in the quietest possible manner, looking at the scene before her and not at him, but here she stopped and bent toward him a little. "Have you," she said softly, "such a thing as a scalp about you?" He was by no means prepared for the inquiry, but PG-39, he sustained himself under it in his usual immovable manner. He put his hand up to his breast and then dropped it. "I am afraid not," he said, "not in this suit. I forgot in dressing that I might need them, but I might go back to the hotel," he added suggestively. "Oh no, thanks," she said, returning to her former position. "I was only thinking how pleased she would be if you could show her a little one and tell her the history of it. It would be so useful to her." "I am very sorry," said Trelawney. "You would be more sorry," she went on, "if you knew what an industrious little person she is, and with what difficulty she earns her $10 a column. She goes to receptions and literary and art clubs, and to the White House and the Capitol, and knows everybody and just what adjectives they like, and how many, and is never ill-natured at all, though it really seems to me that such an existence offers a premium to spitefulness. I am convinced that it would make me spiteful, but she never loses control over her temper or her adjectives. If I weighed 200 pounds, for instance, she would refer to my avoirdupois as matronly embonpoint, and if I were a skeleton, she would say I had a slight and reed-like figure, which is rather clever, you know, as well as being Christian charity. And she will inform the world tomorrow that your dress, glancing down at it, was white, and that my hair was brown, as usual," she ended for him, "and that I carried a bouquet of heliotrope and roses." "I hope you like it," he said. "Oh, very much indeed, thank you," was her response, "and if I did not somebody else would, or it is plain that she would not get her $10 a column. It has struck me that she doesn't do it for amusement or with the deliberate intention of annoying people. For my part, I admire and envy her. There is no PG-40 collection so valuable as a collection of adjectives. Everything depends on adjectives. You can begin a friendship or end it with one, or an enmity, either." "Will you tell me," said Trelawney, "what adjective you would apply to the blond young man on the other side of the room, who has just picked up a lady's handkerchief?" She looked across the room at the person indicated and did not reply at once. There was a faintly reflective smile in her eyes, though it could scarcely be said to touch her lips. The man was the one who had attracted Trelawney's attention at the door of the cloakroom, and since coming downstairs, he had regarded him with some interest upon each occasion when he had caught sight of him as he moved from room to room, evidently at once paying unobtrusive but unswerving attention to the social exigencies of his position, and finding a decent amount of quiet entertainment in the results of his efforts. "I wish you would tell me," said Bertha, after her little pause, "what adjective you would apply to him." "I am afraid," said Trelawney, "that our acquaintance is too limited at present to allow of my grasping the subject, as I don't chance to know him at all." Bertha interposed, still watching the object of discussion with the faintly reflective smile. "I have known him for 6 years," she said, "and I have not found his adjective yet. He is a cousin of Mr. Amory's. Suppose," she said, turning with perfect seriousness and making a slight movement as if she would rise, "suppose we go and ask Miss Jessup." Trelawney offered her his arm. "Let us hope that Miss Jessup can tell us," he said. His imperturbable readiness seemed to please her. Her little laugh had a genuine sound in it. She sat down again. "I am afraid she could not," she said. "See, he is coming to speak to me, and we might ask him." Page 41. But she did not ask him when he presented himself before her, as he did almost immediately. He had come to remind her that dancing was going on in one of the rooms, and that she had promised him the waltz the musicians had just struck into with a flourish. "Perhaps you will remember that you said the third waltz," he said, "and this is the third waltz." Bertha rose. "I remember," she said, "and I think I am ready for it. But before you take me away, you must know Colonel Trelawney's." "Of course you do know Colonel Trelawney's, but you must know him better." "Colonel Trelawney's, this is Mr. Arbuthnot." The pair bowed as civility demanded. Of the two, it must be confessed that Trelawney's recognition of the ceremony was the less cordial. Just for the moment he was conscious of feeling secretly repelled by the young man's well-carried, conventional figure and calm, blonde countenance. The figure seemed so correct a copy of a score of others. The blonde countenance expressed so little beyond a carefully trained tendency to good manners, entirely unbiased by any human emotion. "By the time our waltz is finished," said Bertha, as she took his arm, "I hope that Mr. Amory will be here. He promised me that he would come in toward the end of the evening. He will be very glad to find you here." And then, with a little bow to Trelawney's, she went away. She did not speak to her companion until they reached the room where the dancers were congregated. Then, as they took their place among the waltzers, she broke the silence. "If I don't dance well," she said, "take into consideration the fact that I have just been conversing with a man I knew 8 years ago." "You will be sure to dance well," said Arbuthnot, as they began. "But I don't mind acknowledging an objection to persons I knew 8 years ago. I never PG-42 could find any sufficient reason for their turning up. And as to your friend, it strikes me it shows a great lack of taste in the Indians to have consented to part with him. It appeared to me that he possessed a manner calculated to endear him to aboriginal society beyond measure." Bertha laughed, a laugh whose faintness might have arisen from her rapid motion. "He's rather rigorous-looking," she said, "but he always was. Still, I remember I was beginning to like him quite well when he went west. Papa is very fond of him. He turns out to be a persistent, heroic kind of being with a purpose in life and the rest of it." "His size is heroic enough," said Arbuthnot. "He would look better on a pedestal in a public square than in a parlor." Bertha made no reply, but, after having made the round of the room twice, she stopped. "I am not dancing well," she said. "I do not think I am in a dancing mood. I will sit down." Arbuthnot glanced at her and then looked away. "Do you want to be quiet?" he asked. "I want to be quieter than this," she answered. "For a few minutes, I believe I am tired." "You have been going out too much," he said, as he led her into a small side room which had been given up to a large, ornate punch bowl, to do reverence to which occasional devotees wandered in and out. "I have been going out a great deal," she answered. She leaned back in the luxurious little chair he had given her and looked across the hall into the room where the waltz was at its height, and having looked, she laughed. "Do you see that girl in the white dress, which doesn't fit?" she said. "The plump girl who bags at the waist and is oblivious to it, and everything else but her waltz and her partner." "Yes," he responded, "but I hope you are not PG-43 laughing at her. There is no need of it. She's having a fascinating time." "Yes," she returned, "she is having a lively time, but I am not laughing at her, but at what she reminds me of. Do you know, I was just that age when Colonel Trelawney saw me last. I was not that size or that shape, and my dresses used to fit, but I was just that age and just as oblivious, and danced with just that spirit of enjoyment." "You dance with just as much enjoyment now," said Arbuthnot, "and you are quite as oblivious at times, though it may suit your fancy just at the present moment to regard yourself as a shattered wreck, confronted with the ruins of your lost youth and innocence. I revel in that kind of thing myself at intervals, but it does not last." "Oh," she said, opening her fan with a smile and looking down at the cupids and butterflies adorning it, "of course it won't last, and I must confess that I am not ordinarily given to it. But that man, do you know, it was a curious sort of sensation that came over me when I first saw him. I was standing near a window, talking to half a dozen people, and really enjoying myself very much. You know, I nearly always enjoy myself, and suddenly something seemed to make me look up, and there he stood. It would not be a bad idea for him to conceal his pedestal about him and mount it when it became necessary for him to remain stationary," said Arbuthnot flippantly, and yet with a momentary gravity in his eyes somewhat at variance with his speech. She went on as if he had not spoken. "It was certainly a curious feeling," she continued. everything came to me in a flash. I suppose I am rather a light and frivolous person, not sufficiently given to reflecting on the passage of time, and suddenly there he stood, and I remembered that 8 years had gone by, and that everything was changed. Page 44. A great many things can happen in 8 years, commented Arbuthnot. A great many things have happened to me, she said. Everything has happened to me. No, said Arbuthnot in a low, rather reflective tone, and looking as he spoke not at her, but at the girl whose white dress did not fit, and who at that moment whirled rather breathlessly by the door. No, not everything. I have grown from a child to a woman, she said. I have married, I have arrived at maternal dignity. I don't see that there is anything else that could happen, at least anything comfortable. No, he admitted, I don't think there is anything comfortable. Well, it is very certain I don't want to try anything uncomfortable, she said. Happy the people whose annals are tiresome. Montesquieu says that, and it always struck me as meaning something. I hope it does not mean that you consider your annals tiresome, said Arbuthnot. How that girl does dance. This is the 5th time she has passed the door. I hope her partner likes it as much as she does, remarked Bertha. And as to the annals, I have not found them tiresome at all, thank you. As we happen to have come to retrospect, I think I may say that I have rather enjoyed myself, on the whole. I have had no tremendous emotions. On which you may congratulate yourself, Arbuthnot put in. I do, she responded. I know I should not have liked them. I have left such things to you, for instance. She said this with a little air of civil mocking, which was by no means unbecoming, and to which her companion was well used. Thank you, he replied amiably. You showed consideration, of course, but that's your way. Page 45. I may not have lived exactly the kind of life I used to think I should live when I was a schoolgirl, she went on, smiling, but who does, and who would want to when she attained years of discretion, and I may not be exactly the kind of person I meant to be, but I think I may congratulate you on that, and Richard. You would never have been the radiant creatures you are if I had ripened to that state of perfection. You could not have borne up under it. She rose from her seat and took his arm. No, she said, I am not the kind of person I meant to be, and Colonel Trelawney's has reminded me of the fact and elevated my spirits. Let us go and find him and invite him to dinner tomorrow. He deserves it. As they passed the door of the dancing room, she paused a moment to look in, and as she did so caught sight of the girl in the white dress once more. She is not tired yet, she said, but her partner is, and so am I. If Richard has come, I think I shall go home. Page 46. Chapter 5. Trelawney's dined with them the next day, and many days afterward. On meeting him, Richard Amory had taken one of his rather numerous enthusiastic fancies to him, and in pursuit and indulgence of this fancy, could not see enough of him. These fanciful friendships were the delights of his life, and he never denied himself one, though occasionally they wore themselves out in time to give place to others. Trelawney's found him as the professor had described him, a bright fellow and a handsome fellow. He had thought that, when he came forward to introduce himself, as he had done at the gardener's reception, he had never seen a brighter or more attractive human being. Had a dark, delicate, eager face, soft, waving hair, tossed lightly back from a forehead whose beauty was almost feminine, a slight, lithe figure and an air of youth and alertness which would have been attraction enough in itself. He was interested in everything, each subject touched upon seeming to awaken him to enthusiasm. The Indians, the settlers, the agencies, the fort life, equally interested in each, and equally ready to confront, in the most delightfully sanguine mood, the problems each suggested. It is worth a great deal to have an opportunity to judge of these things from the inside, he said. There are 1,000 questions I want to ask, but we shall see you often, of course. We must see you often. It will be the greatest pleasure to us. His first entrance into their house, the following evening, was something which always set itself apart in Trelawney's memory. A gay burst of laughter greeted him as the parlor page 47 door was thrown open. Laughter so gay that the first announcement of his name was drowned by it, and as he paused for a moment, he had the opportunity to take in fully the picture before him. The room was a pretty and luxurious one. its prettiness and luxury wearing the air of being the result of natural growth, and suggesting no oppressiveness of upholstery. Its comforts were evidently the outcome of the fancies and desires of those who lounged, or read, or talked in it, and its knickknacks and follies were all indicative of some charming whim carried out with a delightful freedom from reason, which was their own excuse. In the open fireplace, a bright wood fire burned, and upon the white wolfskin before it Richard Amory lay at unconventional full length, with his hands clasped lightly under his head, evidently enjoying to the utmost the ease of his position, the glow of the fire, and the jest of the moment, while near him, in an easy chair, sat Arbuthnot. Both of them looked at Bertha, who stood with one hand resting on the low mantel. "I have been waiting for a long time," Trelawney heard her say, and then, as the servant announced his name again, she stopped speaking and came forward to meet him, while Richard sprang lightly to his feet. "I will tell you at the outset," she said, "that it is not one of the time-honored customs of Washington for people to receive their guests with this ingenuous and untrammeled freedom, but she has been telling us a story," put in Richard, shaking hands with him, "and she told it so well that we forgot the time, and she must tell it again." "It is not worth telling again," she said, as they returned to the fire, "and besides, I told it to you in the strictest confidence, and if that is not reason enough, I don't mind confessing that it is a story which doesn't exhibit me in an amiable light. It shows a temper and viciousness that you count among your home comforts, PG-48, and don't feel it decent to display for the benefit of anyone but your immediate relatives." Trelawney looked down at her curiously. His first glance at her had shown him that tonight she was even farther removed from his past than she had seemed before. Her rich dress showed flashes of bright color, her eyes were alight with some touch of excitement, and her little wrists were covered with pretty barbarities of bangles and charms which jingled as she moved. "I should like to hear the story," he said. "It is a very good story," commented Arbuthnot, laughing. "I think I would tell it over again." "Oh yes," said Richard, "Colonel Trelawney must hear it." Bertha looked across at Trelawney, and as she did so he saw in her eyes what he had seen the night before and had not understood, but which dawned upon him now, a slight smiling defiance of his thoughts, whatsoever they might be. "You won't like it," she said, "but you shall hear it if you wish. It is about a great lady." "That will add to the interest," said Trelawney. "You have great ladies in Washington." "It is infinitely to our credit that they are only occasional incidents," she answered, "and that they don't often last long. When one considers the number of quiet, domesticated women who find themselves launched suddenly, by some wave of chance, into the whirl of public life, one naturally wonders that we are not afflicted with some very great ladies indeed. But it must be confessed, we have far less to complain of in that respect than might be expected." "But this particular great lady," said Trelawney, "is one of the occasional incidents. Someone said that our society was led by bewildered Europeans and astonished Americans, Americans astonished to find themselves suddenly bearing the responsibility of the highest positions, and Europeans bewildered by being PG-49 called upon to adjust themselves to startling novelties in manners and customs. This great lady is one of the astonished Americans, and privately she is very much astonished indeed." Arbuthnot laughed. "You will observe," he commented, "that Mrs. Amory's remarks are entirely unbiased by any feminine prejudices." "You will observe," said Bertha, "that Mr. Arbuthnot's remarks are entirely unbiased by any prejudice in favor of my reliability of statement. But," she added, with a delusive air of amiable candor, "I am sure you cannot deny that I was very civil to her." "I have not a doubt of it," responded Arbuthnot, "and I don't mind adding that I should like to have been there to see." "Colonel Trelawney shall judge," she said, "whether it would have been really worthwhile. I will make the story brief. Last season the great lady gave me cause to remember her. We had not met, and to please a friend I called upon her. We found her in her drawing-room, engaged in entertaining two newly arrived attaches. They seemed to interest her. I regret to say that we did not. She did not hear our names when the servant announced them, and the insignificance of our general bearing was against us. I think it must have been that, for we were comparatively well dressed. At least, Miss Jessup's description of our costumes in the Wabash Times gave that impression the following week. Perhaps we looked timid and unaccustomed to the luxurious trophies from many climes, Miss Jessup again, surrounding us, the ingenuous modesty of extreme youth which you may have observed. Repeatedly, replied Arbuthnot. Thank you, but I suppose it told against me on this occasion. Our respectable attire and air of general worthiness availed nothing. The great lady rose, stared at us, gave us her finger ends, called us by names which PG-50 did not belong to us, and sat down again, turning her back upon us with much frankness, and resuming her conversation with the attaches, not interrupting it to address 6 words to us during the 3 minutes we remained. That is the first half of the story. It promises well for the second half, said Trelawney. The second is my half, said Bertha. Later she discovered our real names, and the fact that, shall I say that Miss Jessup knew them, and thought them worthy of mention in the Wabash Times, that would perhaps be a good way of putting it. Then she called, but did not see me as I was out. We did not meet again until this afternoon. I was making the cabinet calls, and had the pleasure of encountering her at the house of the Secretary of War. Perhaps Miss Jessup had sent her a copy of the Wabash Times yesterday, with the society column marked, I don't know, but she was pleased to approach me. I received her advances with the mild consideration of one who sees a mistake made, but is prevented by an amiable delicacy from correcting it, and observing this, she was led into the indiscretion of saying, with graceful leniency, that she feared I did not know her. I think it is really there that my half begins. I smiled with flattering incredulity and said, that would be very strange in a Washingtonian. When you called, she began. I looked at her with a blush, as of slight embarrassment, which seemed to disturb her. You have not forgotten that you called, she remarked chillingly. It would have been impossible for me to forget anything so agreeable, I said, as though in delicately eager apology. I am most unlucky, it was some more fortunate person. But she said, I returned the visit. I received your card, I replied, smiling ingenuously PG-51 into her eyes, and it reminded me of my delinquency. Of course I knew it was a mistake. And after I had smiled into her eyes for a second or so longer, she began to understand, and I think by this time it is quite clear to her. There must be a moral to that, commented Trelawney. There is, she responded with serene readiness. A useful one. It is this. It is always safe, in Washington, to be civil to the respectably clad. If the exigencies of public position demand that you receive, not the people you wish to see, or the people who wish to see you, but the respectably clad, it is well to deal in glittering generalities of good manners, and even, if you choose to go so far, good feeling. There are numbers of socially besieged women in Washington who actually put the good feeling first, but the government cannot insist on that, you know, so it remains a matter of taste. If you could draw the line, began Richard. There is no line, said Bertha, so you can't draw it, and it was not myself I avenged this afternoon, but the respectably clad. And before she became an astonished American, put in Arbuthnot, this mistaken person was possibly. Bertha interposed, with a pretty gesture which set all the bangles jingling. Ah, she said, but we have so little to do with that I have not even the pleasure of using it in my arguments against her. The only thing to be reasonably required of her now is that she should be sufficiently well-mannered during her career. She might assume her deportment with her position and dispose of it at a sacrifice afterward. Imagine what a field in the way of advertisement, for instance, for sale, a neatly fitting suit of good manners, used through one administration, somewhat worn through active service, but still equal to much wear and tear. PG-52. That which struck Trelawney more forcibly than all else was her habit of treating everything lightly, and he observed that it was a habit Arbuthnot shared with her. The intimacy existing between the two seemed an unusual one, and appeared to have established itself through slow and gradual growth. It had no ephemeral air, and bore somehow the impress of their having shared their experiences in common for some time. Beneath the very derision which marked their treatment of each other was a suggestion of unmistakable good fellowship and quick appreciation of each other's moods. When Bertha made a fanciful speech, Arbuthnot's laugh rang out even before Richard's, which certainly was ready enough in response. And when Arbuthnot vouchsafed a semi-serious remark, Bertha gave him an undivided attention which expressed her belief that what he said would be worth listening to. Amory's province it seemed to be to delight in both of them, to admire their readiness, to applaud their jests, and to encourage them to display their powers. That he admired Arbuthnot immensely was no less evident than that no gift or grace of Bertha's was lost upon him. His light-hearted, inconsequent enjoyment of the pleasure of the moment impressed Trelawney singularly. He was so ready to be moved by any passing zephyr of sentiment or emotion, and so entirely and sweet-temperedly free from any fatiguing effect when the breeze had once swept over him. "All that I have to complain of in you two people," he said gaily in the course of the evening, "is that you have no sentiment, none whatever." "We are full of it," said Arbuthnot, "both of us, but we conceal it, and we feel that it makes us interesting. Nothing is more interesting than repressed emotion. The appearance of sardonic coldness and stoicism which has deceived you is but a hollow mockery. Beneath it, I secrete a maelstrom of impassioned feeling and a mausoleum of blighted hopes." Page 53. "There is a fashion in emotions as in everything else," said Bertha, "and sentiment is out. So is stateliness. Who would submit to stateliness in these days? It was the highest aim of our great-grandmothers to be stately, but stateliness went out with ruffles and the minuet, and a certain kind of Roman nose you find in all portraits taken in the reigns of the Georges. Now we are sprightly. It is imperative that we should be sprightly. I hope you are prepared to be sprightly, Colonel Trelawney." He was very conscious of not looking so. In fact, the idea was growing upon him that upon the whole his grave face and large figure were rather out of place among all this airy badinage. His predominant feeling was that his unfortunate tendency to seriousness and silence was not a Washingtonian quality, and augured poorly for his future. Here were people who could treat lightly not only their subjects, but themselves and each other. The firelit room, with its trifles and knickknacks and oddities, the graceful, easy figure of Richard Amory lounging idly in his chair, Bertha, with her bright dress and fantastic little ornaments flashing and jingling, Arbuthnot smiling faintly and touching his mustache with a long, fair hand, each and all suggested to him in some whimsical, vague fashion that he was too large and not pliable enough for his surroundings, and that if he moved, he might upset something or tread upon some sparkling, not too substantial theory. "I am afraid I am not as well prepared as I might be," he answered. "Do you always find it easy?" She returned. "Oh, perfectly. It is only Mr. Arbuthnot who finds it difficult, being a prey to his feelings. In his moments of deep mental anguish, the sprightliness which society demands of him is a thing from which his soul recoils." Shortly after dinner, Arbuthnot went away. He had a final call to make upon some friends who were going PG 54 away, after having taken an active part in the inaugural ceremonies and ball. It appeared that they had come from the West, with the laudable intention of making the most of these festivities, and that he had felt it his duty to do his utmost for their entertainment. "I hope they enjoyed themselves," said Bertha, as he stood making his adieus. "Well," was his reply, "it strikes me they did. I took them to the Treasury and the Patent Office and the Army and Navy Department, and up into the dome of the Capitol, and into the Senate and the House, and they heard the inaugural address, and danced at the ball, and saw the ex-president and bought photographs of the new one, and tired themselves out, and are going home a party of total wrecks, but without a thing on their consciences, so I think they must have enjoyed themselves. I hope so. I didn't. I don't grudge them anything, but it is the 90th time I have been through the Treasury, and the 20th time I have climbed to the dome, and the exercise has lost its freshness." After he had left the room, he returned, drawing from the pocket of his rather dandified light overcoat 3 small packages, which he laid on a side table. "This is for Janie, and this for Jack, and this for Marjorie," he said. "I told them they would find them there in the morning." "Thank you," answered Bertha, as if the proceeding was one to which she was well accustomed. When he was fairly gone, Richard Amory broke into a half-laugh. "What a queer fellow he is," he said. Bertha returned to her place by the fire, taking from the mantel a little screen of peacock feathers and shading her face with it. "Do you know," she said, "that he rarely leaves the house without one of us making that remark, and yet it always has an elusive air of being entirely new. Page 55. Wells, remarked Richard, he is a queer fellow, and there's no denying it. Imagine a fellow like that coolly rambling about with neat packages of bonbons in his fastidious overcoat pocket, to be bestowed on children without any particular claim on him. Why does he do it? It doesn't exactly arise from enthusiasm awakened by their infant charms, said Bertha, and he never professed that it did. But he must care for them a little, returned Richard. The fact is that you don't know what he cares for, said Bertha, and it is rather one of his fascinations. I suppose that is really what we mean by saying he is a queer fellow. At all events, said Richard amiably, he is a nice fellow, and one can manage to subsist on that. All I complain of is that he hasn't any object. A man ought to have an object 2 or 3 if he likes. He doesn't like, said Bertha, for he certainly hasn't an object, though after all, that belongs to his mode of life. I should like, said Trelawney, to know something of the mode of life of a man who hasn't an object. You will gain a good deal of information on the subject if you remain long in Washington, answered Bertha. We generally have either too many objects or none at all. If it is not your object to get into the White House, or the Cabinet, or somewhere else, it is probably your fate to be installed in a department. And, as you cannot hope to retain your position through any particular circumspectness or fitness for it, you have not any object left you. The fact is, said Richard, it would have been a great deal better for Larry if he had stayed where he was and fought it out. The fact is, said Bertha, it would be a great deal better for 9 out of 10 of the rest if they stayed where they were. And when Larry came, he did not come PG 56 under specially exhilarating circumstances, and just then I suppose it seemed to him that the rest of his life was not worth much to him. It has struck me, said Richard reflectively, that he had a blow of some sort about that time, something apart from the loss of his fortune. I am not sure, but that I once heard some wandering rumor of there being a young woman somewhere. Oh, said Bertha, in a low, rather hurried voice, he had a blow. There is no mistake about that. He had a blow, and there was a good deal in him that did not survive it. And yet he doesn't strike you as being that sort of fellow, said Richard, still in reflection. You wouldn't think of him as being a fellow with a grief. Bertha broke into delighted laughter. A grief, she exclaimed. That is very good. I wish he had heard it. A grief. I wonder what he would do with it in his moments of recreation. At receptions, for instance, and musicales and Germans. He might conceal it in his opera hat, but I am afraid it would be in the way. Poor Larry, griefs are as much out of fashion as stateliness, and he not only couldn't indulge in one if he would, but he wouldn't if he could. Well, how would you put it, said Richard, if you did not call it a grief? Bertha laughed again. If I put it at all, she answered, I would say that he had once been very uncomfortable, but had discreetly devoted himself to getting over it, and had succeeded decently well. And last, but not least, I would add that it would be decidedly difficult to make him uncomfortable again. Trelawney found it impossible to avoid watching her with grave interest each time she spoke or moved. He was watching her now with a sort of aside sensibility to her bright drapery, her flashing, tinkling wrists, and her screen of peacock feathers. Page 57. She is very light, he was saying inwardly. She turned to him with a smile. Would he strike you as a fellow with a grief? She inquired. No, he answered, I cannot say he would. No, she said, that is certain enough. If you went away and never saw him again, you would remember just this of him, if you remembered him at all, that his clothes fitted him well, that he had an agreeable laugh, that he had a civil air of giving you his attention when you spoke, and nothing else. And that is not all there is of him, Trelawney asked. She looked down at her feather screen, still smiling slightly. No, she answered rather slowly, not quite all, but even I don't quite know how much more there is, and Richard, who has known him at intervals all his life, lapses into speaking of him as a fellow with a grief. Richard rose from his chair. Oh, he said, with much cheerfulness, there is no denying that you two are the outgrowth of an effete civilization. You are always arriving at logical deductions concerning each other, and you have a tendency to the derision of all the softer emotions. You are a couple of world-worn creatures, and it is left to me to represent the youth and ardor of the family." "That is true," said Bertha in her soft, mocking voice. "We are battered and worldly wise, and we have no object." "But I have," said Richard, "and if Colonel Trelawney will come upstairs with me, I will show him what a few of them are, if he takes an interest in such things." "What?" said Bertha, "the laboratory or the library, or—" "All of them," he answered, "including the new PG-58 collection." And he turned upon Trelawney the brightest imaginable smile. Trelawney left his chair in response to it. "I am interested in all collections, more or less," he said. "So am I," said Bertha, "more or less." And they went out of the room with this little jibe in their ears. Before the conclusion of his visit to the domains upstairs, Trelawney had learned a great deal of Richard Amory. He had found that he had a taste for mechanics, a taste for science, a taste for literature. He had a geological cabinet, an entomological collection, a collection of coins, of old books, of old engravings, all in different stages of incompleteness. He had, even in his small workroom, the unfinished models of an invention or two, each of which he was ready to explain with an enthusiasm which flamed up as the demands of the moment required, in the most delightful and inspiring manner. "I shall finish them all one of these days," he said blithely. "I am always interested in one or the other, and they give me an object. And as I said downstairs, what a man wants is an object. That is what Larry stands in need of. Give him an object, and he would not indulge in that cold-blooded introspection and retrospection. Bertha has told him so herself." "They are very good friends," said Trelawney. "Oh yes, they are fond of each other in their way. It is their way to jeer a good deal, but they would stand by each other, I fancy, if the time came when it was needful." He referred, in the course of the conversation, to his profession, and his reference to it caused Trelawney to class it in his mind, in some way or other, with the unfinished models and incomplete collections. "I can't say I like the law," he said, "but it was a sort of final resource. I tried medicine for a while, took a course of lectures, but it didn't suit me. And PG-59, then 2 or 3 other things turned up, but I didn't seem to suit them. And so it ended in my choosing law, or letting it choose me. I don't know that I am exactly a success at it. It's well we don't depend on it. Bertha," he broke off rather suddenly and began again at once, "I have plans which, if they are as successful as they promise to be, will change the aspect of affairs." And he laughed exultantly. On their way downstairs, they came upon an open door, which had been closed as they went up. It opened into a large, cheerful room, with gay pictures on the walls, and a high brass fender guarding the glowing fire, before which a figure sat in a low rocking chair, holding a child in its arms. "That is the nursery," said Richard. "Bertha, what is the matter with Janie?" It was Bertha who sat in the rocking chair, and as she turned her face quietly toward them, Trelawney felt himself betrayed into a slight start. Neither her eyes nor her color were as bright as they had been downstairs. She had taken off her ornaments, and they lay in a small glittering heap upon the stand at her side. The child's head rested upon her breast, and her bare arm and hand held its body in an easy position with a light, close, accustomed touch. She spoke in a soft, lowered voice. "Janie is nervous tonight," she answered. "She cannot go to sleep, and I am trying to quiet her. Will you excuse me if I do not come down? She really needs me." PG-60. Chapter 6. When Trelawney found himself standing out in the street, half an hour later, it was this picture which remained in his mind, and no other. If an effort had been required to retain the impression upon his mental retina, he would have made the effort with the deliberate intention of excluding all else, but no effort was needed. "I suppose it is sentiment," he said, taking his cigar out of his mouth and looking up at the starlit sky. "I have no doubt it is sentiment. A man who has lived mooning alone as long as I have drifts in that direction naturally, I suppose, and I am a rigid old-fashioned fellow. I don't fit in with the rest of it. But with her child in her arms and her gewgaws laid on the table, I seem to see something I knew. I'll think of that and not of the other." It was just at this moment that he caught sight of a figure approaching him from a distance of a few yards. It was the figure of a man, wrapped in a cloak, and walking with bent head at a leisurely pace, which argued that he was deep in meditation. As it drew nearer, Tredenis recognized something familiar in its outlines, and before it had taken half a dozen steps forward, the head was raised suddenly, almost as if attracted by something in his gaze, and he recognized the professor, who, seeing him, came toward him at once and laid a friendly hand on his shoulder. "You are coming away from the house, are you?" he said. "I might have known I should have the chance of meeting you when I came out to take my ramble before going to bed. I do it every night. I find I sleep better for it. Perhaps Bertha told you." Page 61. "No," answered Tredenis, "I had not been told of it." The professor gave him a little impetus forward, with the hand he still kept on his shoulder. "Walk on with me," he said. "What I like is the deserted look of things and the silence. There is nothing more silent and deserted than such a street as this at night. There is a quiet and emptiness about it which impress themselves on you more than the stillness of a desert. Perhaps it is the sleep around you in the houses, the people who have lost their hold on the world and life for the time being. They are far enough away by this time, most of them, and we are no more certain where they are than we shall be after they have lain down for the last time. How did you find Bertha?" His voice changed as he asked the question, dropping its key somewhat, and quiet though its tone was, Tredenis thought he recognized a faint suggestion of consciousness in it. "She looked very well," he answered, "and was very bright." "She is generally that," said the professor. "Who was there?" "A Mr. Arbuthnot." "Arbuthnot, yes, to be sure, he generally is there. He is a relative of Richard's. They are fond of him. I was to have been there myself, but I had a previous engagement, and I suppose they made light of each other as usual." "You mean," began Tredenis. "Arbuthnot and Bertha, they always do it, and Richard looks on and enjoys it. He is a queer fellow." "Mr. Amory?" Tredenis questioned uncertainly. No, Arbuthnot. He is a queer fellow, Arbuthnot." Tredenis laughed. "That is what they said in the house," he responded. Page 62. "Well, it's true," said the professor reflectively, "and there is no denying it." "They said that too," said Tredenis, and Mrs. Amory added that it was a habit they had. "I don't know," said the professor, still keeping his hand on Tredenis' shoulder and seeming to study the pavement as he walked. "I don't know what the man has done with his past, and I don't know what he is going to do with his future. I don't think he knows about the future himself." "It struck me," said Tredenis, "I don't know why, that he did not care." "That's it," said the professor, "he doesn't care." They walked a few steps in silence, and then he went on. "He never will care," he said, "unless something happens to rouse him." "I am obliged to confess," said Tredenis, "that I am afraid I am prepared to underrate him, and it seemed to me that there wasn't much in him to rouse." "Oh, you'll underrate him," returned the professor, "at first, and you may never get over it, but there are also 10 chances to 1 that you do. I did." "You began by underrating him." "I don't overrate him now," said the professor. "I don't know that I am particularly fond of him, though there have been moments, just moments, when I have been threatened with it, but I have come to the conclusion that there is something in him to rouse, and that it wouldn't be the wisest thing in the world to rouse it." "Do you mean," said Tredenis slowly, "that it would take a woman to rouse it?" "Yes," answered the professor just as slowly, "it would take a woman, and there are circumstances under which it would be better for the woman if she let what she might rouse lie and sleep." "For instance," said Tredenis, with a fierce leap of every pulse in his body. Page 63. "If," said the professor, deliberately, "if she were not free to give what his feeling for her demanded." He paused to turn Tredenis round. "Confound him," he said, with a curiously irritable seriousness. "If he once reached a white heat, that fellow with his objectless follies and his dress coat and his white necktie and his opera hat under his arm, if he once forgot them and himself, it would be her fate to remember him as long as her life should last." "Her fate," said Tredenis. "I said it would have to be a woman," said the professor. "I should not like it to be a woman I felt an interest in. We have reached the end of the block. Let us walk back again." When he spoke again, It was of Richard Armory, not of Arbuthnot. You went upstairs into the museum, as Bertha calls it, he said. Yes, answered Trelawney, and into the workroom. And saw the models, and the collections, and the books. Yes. He has a good many enthusiasms, Richard, said the professor. They might form a collection of themselves. He won't tire of life easily. He is a fine contrast to the other. They were nearing the house again by this time, and he glanced up at its front. There is a light in the nursery window, he said. It must be one of Janie's restless nights. Yes, said Trelawney. Mrs. Amory was with her when we came downstairs, and she told us that the child was nervous and needed her. She has wonderful patience with them, said the professor, and a sort of genius for understanding their vague young needs and desires. She never does them an injustice for want of thought and never fails them. PG 64, I have seen her spend half an hour half kneeling, half sitting on the nursery floor by one of them with her arm round it, questioning it, and helping it to tell its own story in a way that was very motherly. There is a great deal of the maternal instinct in her. Trelawney made no reply, but there rose before his mental vision the picture before the nursery fire, and he saw again the soft, close clasp of the fair hand and arm. It's curious how seldom we speak of paternal instinct, the professor went on. It is always maternal instinct. Well, it is a great thing, and it is a great safeguard where life is not satisfactory, and as one grows older one sees a good deal of that. It is pitiful sometimes, when one finds it, as one so often does, in young things who haven't got over their desperate mental insistence on their right to be happy. He checked himself with a faint laugh. I'm prosing, my boy, he said. I always do it when I take my saunter at night. It is a sort of safeguard against doing it in the day, and I find I am specially given to it when I talk of Bertha. It is the paternal instinct, if there is such a thing. You remember how we talked of her when she came home from school. Do you find her much changed? She has changed from a girl, a child, almost to a woman, said Trelawney. Yes, said the professor, from a child to a woman. And yet, when you look back upon it, 8 years is a very short time. Sometimes it seems only yesterday that she startled me at the dinner table by saying that she expected me to classify and label her. There have been times, said Trelawney, when it seemed only yesterday to me, but tonight it is something far away. The professor looked up at him quickly. Is it, he said, well, rather vaguely, it is a habit they have fallen into, that of making light of things. It is a kind of fashion nowadays. She did PG 65 not treat things lightly then, did she? How she believed all that she believed, how frankly she impugned your veracity in argument, without being at all conscious of the incivility. How bright her eyes and lips were when she asked me if she could not have the label without the pin. I wish. He stopped suddenly, once more. We have reached the end of the block again, my boy, he said, and I have walked long enough and talked long enough. We must say good night to each other. They were standing beneath a street lamp, and having looked up at Trelawney to say this, he drew back a pace to look again, in whimsically gentle admiration of his stalwart proportions. What a soldierly fellow you are, he said, and how you stand out among the rest of us. And then, with an odd change of manner, he drew nearer and laid his hand on his shoulder once more. I'll say again, he said, what I have said before. I wish you had been a son of mine, my boy. And as he said it, there fell upon the quiet of the street the sound of approaching footsteps ringing on the pavement, and turning instinctively toward them, each saw an easily recognized masculine figure, which, reaching the house in which the Amorys lived, paused for a moment beneath the lighted window, and flung forth to the night, airily, and by no means unmusically, a few bars of one of the popular airs from a gay French opera, and then, crossing the street, applied a latchkey to the door of the opposite house, and entering, closed it. The fellow has a pleasant voice, said the professor. It is a voice you like to hear, and that is one of his whims. I thought I recognized the figure, said Trelawney. It is Arbuthnot, said the professor, Arbuthnot. And then they parted. Page 66. Chapter 7. To Trelawney, the next 3 months were full of event. It was mostly quiet event, and yet, as day followed day, he was conscious that, in each 24 hours, he lived through some new mental experience which left its mark upon him. The first 2 weeks seemed to make his old, regular, routine-governed life a thing of the far past, from which he was entirely separated by a gulf which it would be impossible to recross. He awakened to a recognition of this at the end of the second week, and told himself that the feeling was due to the complete novelty of his surroundings and their natural influences upon him. He found himself placed among people whose lives, ambitions, and interests were all new to him, and of a kind with which he had never before been thrown into close contact for a length of time sufficient to allow of analysis. In his first visit to Washington, he had regarded its peculiarities merely as an amateur and a visitor. Now he saw and studied them from a different standpoint. The public buildings were no longer mere edifices in his eyes, but developed into tremendous communities, regulated by a tremendous system for which there could be no medium or indefinite standing, but which must either be a tremendous credit or a tremendous discredit to itself and the power it represented. The human side of the place grew and impressed itself upon him. He began to feel the full significance of the stream of humanity which ebbed and flowed to and from these buildings at stated hours in the day. After a few afternoon walks on the avenue, he could recognize many a face that passed him and comprehend something of what it typified. He could single out the young woman who PG 67 supported her family upon her salary, and the young woman who bought her ribbons with it, the widow whose pay fed half a dozen children, and the husband whose earnings were appropriated by a wife of fashionable aspirations. The man of broken career, whose wasted ambitions and frustrated purposes were buried in the monotonous routine of a government clerkship, and who asked and hoped for no greater boon than to be permitted to hold his place through as much of the future as remained to him. It was an orderly and respectably dressed crowd, as a rule, but there was many a sad face to be seen in it, and many an anxious and disappointed one. It never failed to interest Tredennies, and he took his afternoon walk so often at the same hour that the passers-by began to know his tall, soldierly figure and sun-browned face, and rather expected to encounter them. And when the newspapers had referred to him on a dozen occasions or so, there were not a few who recognized him, and pointed him out to each other as something of a celebrity and a hero, and so worth seeing. This general knowledge which people seemed to have of one another was one thing which struck him as peculiarly local. It was the rule, and not the exception, that in walking out he met persons he knew or knew of, and he found it at no time difficult to discover the names and positions of those who attracted his attention. Almost all noticeable and numerous unnoticeable persons were to be distinguished in some way from their fellows. The dark, sinewy man he observed standing on the steps of a certain family hotel was a noted New England senator. His companion was the head of an important department. The man who stood near was the private secretary of the president, or the editor of one of the dailies, or a man with a much-discussed claim against the government. The handsome woman whose carriage drew up before a fashionable millinery establishment was the wife of a foreign diplomat, or of a well-known PG 68 politician, or of a member of the cabinet. The woman who crossed her path as she got out was a celebrated female suffragist, or female physician, or lawyer, or perhaps that much-talked-of will-o'-the-wisp, a female lobbyist, and 8 persons out of every 10 passing them knew their names and not a little of their private history. So much was crowded within a comparatively limited radius that it was not easy for any person or thing worthy of note to be lost or hidden from the public eye. By the most natural gradations, Tredennies found the whole tenor of his existence changed in this atmosphere. His fixed habits of life gave way before the influences surrounding him. One of the most subtle of these influences was that of his intimacy with the members of the Amory household, which grew as he had not at all anticipated that it would. He had thought of the acquaintance in the first place as one not likely to ripen into anything beyond its rather conventional significance. Perhaps, on the whole, he had been content to let it rest as it was, feeling only half-consciously that he should be in a quieter frame of mind and less liable to vague pangs and disappointments. It is all different, he had said to himself, and it is all over. It is better that it should remain as it is. But after his first visit, Richard did not choose to lose sight of him. It was his fancy to seek him out and make much of and take possession of him, with an amiability and frank persistence in the chase which were at once complimentary and engaging. "Look here," he would say, having followed him up to reproach him. "You don't suppose we intend to be treated in this manner? We won't hear of it. We want you. Your stalwart solidity is what we have been needing to give us weight and balance. Only yesterday Bertha was holding you up to Arbuthnot as a model PG-69 of steadfastness of purpose. We thought we were going to see you every other day at least, and you have not been near us for a week. Bertha wonders what we have been guilty of." And then he would be carried up to luncheon or dinner or to spend the evening, and each visit resulted in another and another, until it gradually became the most natural thing in the world that he should drop in at odd hours, because it seemed that he was always expected, and he appeared to have a place among them. "Do you know what we shall do with you if you remain here a year?" Bertha had said to him at the outset. "We shall domesticate you. We not only domesticated Mr. Arbuthnot, but we appropriated him. We feel that we have invested largely in him, and that he ought to respect our rights and pay interest. Sometimes I wonder how he likes it, and just now it occurs to me to wonder how you would like it." "The question is," Trelawney answered, "how you would like it." He was always conscious of a silent distaste for being compared to Mr. Arbuthnot, and he was also always conscious of the youthful weakness of the feeling. "It is the kind of thing which belongs to a younger man," he used to say to himself. "It is errant folly, and yet I am not fond of the fellow." But as Bertha had predicted, he became in a manner domesticated in the household. Perhaps the truth was that his natural tendency was toward the comfort and easy communion of home life. He was a little surprised to find himself develop a strong fancy for children. He had never been averse to them, but he had known nothing of them, and had never suspected himself of any definite disposition to fondness for them. After he had watched Bertha's during a few visits, he began to like them, and to be oddly interested in their sayings and doings. He discovered Jack to be a decidedly sturdy PG-70 and masculine little fellow, with rather more than his share of physical strength and beauty, and making amicable advances toward him, was met halfway with a fearless readiness which was very attractive. Then he made friends with Janie, and found himself still more interested. Her childish femininity was even better worth studying than Jack's miniature manhood. She was a small, gentle creature, with clinging hands and much faith, but also with a delightful sense of infantile dignity, and the friendship which established itself between them was a very absorbing sentiment. It was not long before it became an understood thing among the juvenile portion of the establishment that Trelawney's was to be counted among the spoils. His incoming was greeted with rapture. His outgoing was regarded as a species of calamity only to be borne because it was unavoidable. He could tell stories of Indians and bears, and on more than one occasion was decoyed into the nursery and found to be not entirely without resources in the matter of building forts with blocks and defending them against aboriginal warriors with tin soldiers. His own sense of enjoyment of the discovery of these accomplishments in himself filled him with a whimsical pleasure. He began to carry toys in his pockets and became a connoisseur of such dainties as were considered harmless to the juvenile constitution. And after having been reproved by Janie on 2 or 3 occasions for the severity of his air, he began also to have a care that the expression of his countenance should be less serious and more likely to win the approval of innocent small creatures, who considered gravity uncalled for and mysterious. At first he had seemed to learn but little of Bertha herself, notwithstanding that a day seldom passed without their meeting, and there were times when he fancied he had determined that there was but little to learn. The gaieties of the season over, she announced her intention of resting, and her manner of accomplishing this end was to inaugurate a series of small PG-71 festivities, with a result of occupying each day until midnight. She gave small, informal dinners, suppers, and teas to the favored few who would be most likely to enjoy and find them exhilarating, and when she did not give a dinner or tea, her evenings were bestowed upon Arbuthnot and half a dozen of the inner circle, whose habit it was to drop in and talk politics, literature, or entertaining nonsense. At such times, it was not at all unusual for the professor to ramble in at about 9 o'clock and profess to partake of the cup of tea Bertha offered him, and which he invariably left more than half full upon the small table by his chair. His old tender interest in her had not lessened in degree, Trelawney noticed, after seeing them together on 2 or 3 occasions, but it had altered in kind. Sometimes the look of curious speculation returned to his eyes, but oftener they expressed a patient, kindly watchfulness. It was not long before Trelawney began to observe that this quietly watchful look generally showed itself when Arbuthnot was present. The first time that he felt the full force of the truth of this was one evening when there had been only 2 or 3 callers, who had remained but a short time, going away early and leaving no one in the parlors but himself, the professor, and Arbuthnot. Arbuthnot had come in later than usual and had appeared to be in an unusual mood. He was pale when he entered and had no jesting speech to make. He took his seat by Bertha and replied to her remarks with but little of his customary animation, now and then lapsing into silence as if he had forgotten his surroundings. Bertha seemed inclined to let his humor pass without notice, as if it was not exactly a new experience, but Richard commented upon it. "Something has gone wrong," he said. "What is it, Larry?" "Nothing has gone wrong," Arbuthnot answered with a short, cheerless laugh. "I have seen a ghost, that is all." Page 72. "A ghost," said Bertha in a low voice, and then sat silent, guarding her face from the fire with her favorite peacock feather screen. The professor began to stir his tea round and round, which exercise was his customary assistance to reflection or debate. He glanced at the peacock feather screen and then at Arbuthnot. "A ghost is always an interesting scientific conundrum," he observed. "What form did it take?" Arbuthnot laughed his short, cheerless laugh again. "It took the form of a sanguine young man from the West," he said, "who has just come into a $1,200 clerkship and feels that unending vistas of fortune lie before him. He was in such good spirits about it that I rather lost my hold on myself and said things I might as well have left unsaid." "What did you say?" Richard asked. "I told him that if he had money enough left to buy a return ticket home, he had better buy one, and that, if he had not, I would lend it to him. I told him that at his age, it wasn't a bad idea for a man to devote his time to establishing himself in some career he could depend on, and that, in default of having the energy to do that, he might reflect on the alternative of blowing his brains out as a preparation for a peaceful old age. And I told him that I had seen young fellows like himself before, and that the end had been for them what it would be for him." "Well," said Richard, as he had stopped. "It wasn't any use," he answered. "I knew it would not be when I began. I simply made a spectacle of myself in a quiet way to no purpose, and as a result I am uncomfortable. It was all nonsense, but he reminded me." "Of what?" said Richard, since he had paused again. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Trelawney saw him glance at the peacock feather screen and as quickly glance away. Page 73. "Of a young fellow of his age I used to know," he answered. "What was his story?" inquired Richard with his usual desire for information. "Where is he now?" "Dead," said Arbuthnot, and singularly enough, he half laughed again as he tossed his cigar into the grate and went to the piano. He began to sing in a rather low voice, and while he sang the rest listened. When he referred to his musical efforts, it was his habit to treat them as but trivial performances, but he allowed them to lose none of their effectiveness through lack of care and culture. He knew wherein his power lay and used it well. Tonight, for some reason, this power was at its strongest, and as he sang song after song, even Trelawney was compelled to acknowledge that, if it was his object to produce an emotional effect, he was in a fair way to succeed. Richard threw himself upon a sofa and gave himself up to him with characteristic readiness to be moved. The professor stirred his tea slowly and mechanically, and Bertha sat still in the shadow of her screen. But it was she who moved first. In the midst of one of the songs, she left her seat, slowly crossed the room to the piano, and stood near it, leaning against the dark wall, her slight white figure thrown into strong relief, her hands, one of them still holding the peacock feather screen, fallen at her sides, her eyes resting on Arbuthnot's averted face. It seemed to Trelawney that she had moved in obedience to some impulse of whose power she was scarcely conscious. He saw that she also was pale and looked worn with fatigue, and he was filled, as he had been more than once before, with secret resentment of the fact that no one but himself appeared to notice that she had changed even within the last month. Arbuthnot continued playing. It was evident that she had not intended to distract his attention when she PG-74 approached him, and he did not look at or speak to her. As she stood listening, it seemed as if she had forgotten everything but the influence his voice exerted over her for the time being, and that she allowed it to carry her whither it would. Something in the soft, absorbed expression of her face reminded Trelawney vaguely of the look she had worn when she turned to brood over his words on the night when he had felt nearest to her. He was thinking this when a movement from the professor attracted his attention, a jingling of the teaspoon, a little crash, an exclamation of dismay and confusion, and the little stand had mysteriously been overturned, and the professor was ruefully bending down to pick up the fragments of his small cup and saucer. "My dear child," he said to Bertha, who had started forward to his rescue, "what a stupid old vandal I am, and what an insecure little table to betray me with, and in the midst of Schubert's serenade, too, which Mr. Arbuthnot was giving us in his most effective manner. Suppose you take me up into the nursery as an example to the children while you dry my coat." He went out of the room with her, his hand upon her shoulder, and Arbuthnot left the piano and returned to the fire. The spell had been broken with the cup and saucer, and the serenade remained unfinished. He produced a fresh cigar, which luxury was one of many accorded him in the household, lighted it, and rather to Trelawney's surprise, resumed his conversation as if there had been no pause in it. "The fellow will be an annoyance to me every day of his life," he said, faint lines showing themselves upon his forehead in spite of the half-smile which was meant to deprive them of their significance. "I know that, confound him, he is in my room, and I shall have the benefit of every change in him, and it will be a grind. There's no denying that it will be a grind." PG-75. "I should like to know," said Trelawney, "what the changes will be." "The changes will depend upon the kind of fellow he chances to be," said Arbuthnot. "There are two varieties. If there is a good deal in him, he will begin by being hopeful and working hard. He will think that he may make himself of value in his position and create a sort of career for himself. He will do more than is required of him and neglect nothing. He will keep his eyes open and make friends of the men about him. He will do that for a few months, and then, suddenly, and for no fault whatever, one of these friends will be dropped out. Knowing the man to be as faithful as himself, it will be a shock to him, and he will get anxious and worry over it. He will see him stranded without resources, struggling to regain his place or get another, treated with amiable tolerance when he is not buffeted, snubbed, and put off. He will see him hanging about day after day, growing shabbier, more careworn, more desperate, until he disappears and is heard of no more, and everybody is rather relieved than not. He may have been a family man, with a wife and half a dozen children, all living decently on his salary. Somebody else wanted his place and got it, not because of superior fitness for it, but because the opposing influence was stronger than his. The new man will go through the same experience when his turn comes, that is all. Well, my friend will see this and be anxious, and ask questions, and find out that his chances are just the same, no more and no less. He will try not to believe it, being young enough to be betrayed into the folly, and he will work harder than ever, and get over his blow a little, until he sees the same thing happen again and again. Then he will begin to lose some of his good spirits. He will be a trifle irritable at times, and lines will show themselves on his face, and he won't be so young. When he writes to the girl he is in love with, "I saw a letter addressed to some young woman PG-76 out west, lying on his desk today," she will notice a change in him, and the change will reveal itself more in each letter, but he will hang on and grind away, and each election will be a nightmare to him, but he will grind away. And then, at last. He stopped and made a light, rather graceful gesture with his fingers. "What then?" demanded Trelawney, with manifest impatience. "There will be a new administration, and if he struggles through, it will be worse for him than if he were dropped, as in that case he throws away another 4 years of his life and all the chances for a future they might hold if he were free to avail himself of them." Trelawney stood up, looking very large under the influence of the feeling which disturbed him. Arbuthnot himself was not entirely unimpressed by his quick movement and the energy it expressed. "You treat the matter coolly," he exclaimed as he rose. Arbuthnot turned his attention to his cigar. "Yes," he replied, "I treat it coolly. If I treated it warmly or hotly, the effect produced would be about the same. My influence upon civil service is just what it might be expected to be, and no more. Its weight is easily carried." "I beg your pardon," said Trelawney, feeling the justice and adroitness of the speech. "Not at all," Arbuthnot answered. "It is not necessary. It makes you lose your hold on yourself to be brought face to face with the thing. It is quite natural. It has had the same effect on me, and I am a cold-blooded fellow and a frivolous fellow into the bargain." "I have never thought of the matter before," said Trelawney disturbedly. "I feel as if my indifference is something to be ashamed of." "If you give your attention as a duty to such subjects," PG 77 was Arbuthnot's response, "you will be kept actively employed. If you take my advice, you will let them alone." "The trouble is," said Trelawney, "that everyone seems to let them alone." Richard regarded him, from his place on the sofa cushions, delightedly. "Here's an example for you, Larry," he said. "Profit by him. Everything is an object to him. Everything is worthwhile. He is an example to us all. Let us all profit by him." "Oh, he began right," laughed Arbuthnot. "He began where you began," returned Richard. "I," was the airy answer. "I never began at all. That is my little difficulty. I am the other one. I told you there was another one. I represent him." Trelawney regarded him steadily. For the first time in the course of their acquaintance, he began to suspect him. His manner was too light altogether, and the odd shade which had fallen upon his eyes before during the evening showed itself again. "Let us hear about the other one," he said. "He is easily disposed of," was the answer. "There was nothing of him at the outset. He came to his place without an object. He liked the idea of living in Washington and of spending his salary. We will say he was a rather well-looking young fellow, and could dance and sing a little and talk decently well. He had no responsibilities and never thought of the future. His salary clothed him and allowed him little luxuries and ordinary pleasures. He spent it when he had it and made debt when it was gone. Being presentable, he was invited out and made himself useful and entertaining in a small way. When he thought of the possibilities of his career being brought suddenly to a close, he was uncomfortable, so he preferred not to think of it. It is not a pleasant thing to reflect that a man has about 10 years in which to begin life, and that PG 78 after that he is ending it. But it is true. What he does from 20 to 30, he will be likely to find he must abide by from 30 to 70, if he lives that long. This man, like the better one, has thrown away the years in which he might have been preparing himself to end decently. When they are gone, he has nothing to show for them, and less than nothing. He is the feather upon the current, and when all is over for him, he is whirled out of sight and forgotten with the rest. And perhaps, if he had felt there was anything to be gained by his being a steady, respectable fellow, he might have settled down into one. He got up suddenly, with a gesture as if he would shake himself free of his mood. "Here," he said, "I'm going. It is quite time. It's all nonsense talking it over. It is the old story. I have made myself uncomfortable for nothing. Confound you, Dick. Why did you let me begin? Say good night to the professor and Mrs. Amory for me." "Come back," called Richard. "Bertha will want to hear the rest of the serenade when she comes down." "The serenade," he said derisively. "No, thank you. You have had enough of me, and I have had too much of myself." He passed into the hall just as the professor descended from the nursery and through the open door. Trelawney heard what they said to each other. "You did not finish the serenade," said the professor. "No," was the reply, "and I am afraid you were resigned to it, Professor." "You were singing it very well, and with great effect," the professor responded amicably. "You are very kind to say so," Arbuthnot answered. "Good night, sir." "Good night," replied the professor as he entered the parlor. PG 79. As he did so, Trelawney heard the sound of feet upon the stairs and caught a glimpse of Bertha's white figure as she came down. "You are not going," he heard her say. "Yes." She had reached the last step by this time and stood with her hand resting upon the balustrade, and she was paler than she had been before. She began, I wanted to talk to you. What is it, Larry? Tredennies had never heard her call him by his first name before, and he felt, with a keenness which startled him, the soft naturalness with which it fell from her lips. Arbuthnot's voice itself had altered when he answered her. It is nothing, he said, but that I am not exactly in a presentable humor, and I want to go and conceal myself. It is the best thing I can do. Good night. He held out his hand, touched hers lightly, and then turned away, and the door opened and closed after him, and Bertha came into the parlor, moving slowly as if she felt tired. Page 80. Chapter 8. When Tredennies rose to take his leave, the professor rose also. I will go with you, he said, and if you will, you shall give me a few minutes of your time before going home. I have some new books to show you. They went out together, but until they reached the other house and entered the library, very little was said. The catastrophe of the broken teacup, or something of greater moment, seemed to occupy the professor's thoughts. By the time they took their accustomed chairs, he appeared to have forgotten the new books. His thoughtful face wore so sadly perplexed a look that he even seemed older than usual. Tredennies awaited his first words in silence. His quiet fondness for him had become a very warm and tender feeling during the past months. It had been his pleasure to try to be of use to him. He had studied his needs and endeavored to supply them. He had managed to share hours with him which might otherwise have been lonely. He had brought to him the stir of the outside working world when he seemed to require its stimulant. He had placed his own vigor and endurance at his disposal without seeming to do so, and his efforts at making his rather lonely life a brighter and more attractive thing had not been in vain. It was to him the professor turned in his moments of fatigue and necessity, and it was to him he turned now. I am going to do a curious thing, he said. I am going to do a curious thing, but I think it is the best thing and the simplest. The simplest thing is always the best, said PG 81 Tredennies, more because there was a pause than because he felt an answer was needed. Yes, yes, said the professor seriously. I think so, and it is easier to be simple with you, my boy, than with another man. It is your way to be direct and serious. You always had the habit. It never was your way to trifle. It is rather the fashion to trifle nowadays, you know, but I have always liked it in you that you were not a trifler. No, answered Tredennies, I have not trifled much. It may have been against me. Sometimes I have thought it was. I cannot count it among my merits, at any rate. I am a grim fellow by nature. No, said the professor, not a grim fellow, a silent fellow and rather unyielding with yourself, but... He stopped and looked up at him with a simple affection which made the young man's heart beat, as a woman's glance might have done. I think you know I love you, he said. I have begun to depend on you and count you among my luxuries. I am an old man, and my luxuries are worth a great deal to me. No kindly, thoughtful act of yours has been unregarded, and I have liked your fancy for me almost as a girl likes the attentions of her first lover. Sometimes it has pleased me to be half sentimental over them, and half sentimental over you. Tredennies flushed with pleasure and warm feeling. He rose impulsively and crossed the hearth. I never say things well, he said, but I should like to try to put into words something of what I feel. You once said you wished I was your son, and I have been glad to remember it. I have no ties. Let your wish be a sort of tie between us. It is a tie I should be proud of and glad to honor and make an object in my life. Give me what affection you can. I wish for it and need it. If I had been your son, you would have counted on me. Give me the pleasure and comfort of knowing you PG 82 count on me now. It has somehow seemed my lot to have no place in the lives of others. Give me this, if I am worth it. I shall be better for it and happier. The professor gave him a quiet, half-wistful glance. I gave it to you long ago, he said, at length. The wish has been a tie between us from the first. And he said it, even with a touch of solemnity. If it had not been, he added afterward, I should not have come to you with my trouble tonight, feeling so sure that you would understand it. He made a gesture with his hand. Go and walk up and down the room there, as I am used to seeing you, he said, and I will tell you about it. Trelawney did as he bade him, went to the other side of the room, and began his measured march. "We talked of Bertha in this very room years ago," he began. "It seems to be our lot to talk of Bertha. I am going to speak of her again." Trelawney continued his measured tramp without speaking. The professor rested his forehead upon his hand and sat so, looking downward. He went on in a quiet voice, and with a quiet, absorbed manner, the manner of a man who, having the habit of close and careful study, was giving his whole attention simply and carefully to his subject. "I shall have to go back to that night and repeat something I said then," he went on. "It was that her only hope for happiness would lie in her marriage with a man she loved deeply." "I remember it," Trelawney answered. "And I added that the chances were that, instead, she would marry the man who loved her." "I remember that too." The professor sighed heavily and wearily. "The chances were too many," he said. "She married the man who loved her." Page 83. Trelawney had marched one length of the room before he continued. "He did love her," the professor said after his pause, tempestuously, overwhelmingly. "Overwhelmingly is a good word to use. He overwhelmed her in the end. At first she liked him, but when the nature of his feeling for her began to express itself, it is my impression that she felt a secret fear of and dislike to it. She tried to avoid him, but he absolutely refused to allow it. He followed her and was picturesquely wretched before her eyes. There is no denying he was picturesque. That was his strong point. He was picturesque and pathetic and poetic. She was only a girl, and she was tremendously at a disadvantage before him. When she treated him badly, he bore it with tender patience, and he devoted himself to her with a faithfulness which might have touched a heart harder and more experienced than hers was, poor child. Of course his picturesque unhappiness and his poetic magnanimity told. I knew they would, and they did. Reaction set in, and she began to feel the fascination of making him happy. He stopped and suddenly lifted his head. "My boy," he said, "one of the most damnable things in life is a fascination like that in the mind of a generous, ignorant creature." He dropped his head again. "That is strong language," he said, "and I don't often use strong language. I don't consider it gentlemanly, but I felt strongly at the moment, and the word is expressive." Well, the time came when, in a moment when her mood being softer and more sympathetic than usual, and she herself, as a consequence, at a greater disadvantage than ever, she committed herself, and then it was all over. The trouble is that the experience of a woman of 40 is what a girl needs when she chooses her husband at 20, and as the two things are incompatible, the chances are always against her. Bertha had the faults and follies that I told you go to make a PG 84 martyr. When she had made her mistake, she was strong and weak enough to abide by it. It is mostly imagination in matters of this kind. It was imagination in hers. She was young enough to believe in everything. She believed that if she broke her engagement, she would break Amory's heart and ruin his life for him. There was no danger of either catastrophe, but they were realities to her, and they terrified her. Then she had never been touched by any deeper feeling than the anxious tenderness he awakened in her. She had not been given to sentiments, and I am afraid, had regarded them rather contemptuously in others. She had no conception of a feeling stronger than herself, and held curiously obstinate and lofty views of the conduct of women who did not hold their emotions neatly in check. Her girlish bigotry was touching to me sometimes, because it was so thorough, and revealed such ignorance. I wish I could hear something of it now. Trelawney had reached the end of the room. He turned sharply, but recovered himself and said nothing. Lately, the professor added slowly, she has been more silent on such subjects than she used to be. He lifted his head from his hand and looked at Trelawney again. Philip, he said, I wish to heaven chance had sent you to us that year. Trelawney stopped in his walk, a dark and rigid figure in the shadow. Had sent me, he said in a strained voice. Me, what could I have done? I don't know, answered the professor, but I solemnly believe, my boy, that if you had come, you would have averted an evil. Then, said Trelawney, I wish to God I had. I say it, said the professor, with all the more certainty, remembering, as I do, one day when she wished for you herself. She, said Trelawney, Bertha, Bertha. Page 85. Yes, Bertha herself. It was a few weeks before her marriage, and she had not been exactly herself for a week or more. One evening I came into the parlor and found the room full of the odor of flowers. Amory had been with her and had left her a bouquet of heliotrope. She had some on her knee as she sat on a low seat before the fire. When I seated myself near her, she looked up at me suddenly and said, in a rather unsteady voice, "Papa, I have been thinking about Philip Tredennies. I have not thought of him for a long time. I should like to see him. I wish he could come back." She half laughed at herself as she said it, but her laugh was nervous, and when I said to her, "Why, were you great friends? I did not know that," she tried to laugh again and answered, "Yes, no, not exactly. But it seems to me that he was a strong sort of person, and sensible, and you might rely on his decisions. It is only a fancy, I suppose, but it just came into my mind that I should like to see him again. There is no doubt in my mind that she felt a need of your obstinate strength, which she did not comprehend wholly herself. I wish you had come. I wish from my soul you had." "I might have come if I had known," said Tredennies in a low tone. "There was nothing to have stood in my way." And he turned and began his walk again. The professor sighed, as he had sighed before, heavily and drearily. "But you did not," he said, "and she married Amory." "I should like to know," asked Tredennies, "if you think she is unhappy now. Do not tell me if you do not wish." The professor's reply was very simple and direct. "She has never been given to taking sentimental views of herself," he said, "and she is self-controlled and fond of her children, but she has never been happy for PG 86 an hour since her marriage. I think the first year was very bitter to her. Amory has always been very fond of her. He is fond of her now, but her illusions concerning his passion for her soon died. She found out in 2 months that he would not have perished if she had discarded him. She had been his one object at first, but she was only one of a dozen others after they were married. He was amiable and delightful, but he was not always considerate. The picturesqueness of his attitude toward her was lost. He did not require her care and sympathy, and the sacrifices she made for him were very simple and natural matters in his eyes. In the beginning she was, perhaps, bewildered and desperate, but girl as she was too proud and just not to see that her youth and ignorance had led her into a folly and that the result was its natural punishment. Once she said to me, "The worst punishments in life are the punishments for ignorance, the worst, the worst." And I knew what she meant, though she said no more. When her first child was born, she went down to the door of death, and her physicians said there seemed to be a lack of effort. And yet, I tell you, she might have been the happiest young mother in the world. When she has been near happiness at all, it has been in her quiet moments with her children. If it had not been for her children, she might have been a harder and more heartless creature than she can ever be now. If she had been something less and slighter than fate made her, she might have been either a dull nurse and housekeeper or a vapid woman of society. In either case, she would have been happier than she is today. What a long story it is, and I did not think it would be so long when I began. "I want to hear it all," broke in Tredennies. "Every word. I have not understood the changes I saw in her. I want to understand." "That brings me to the point of it all," was the reply. "If she had been a laborer's wife, she might PG 87 have been too hard worked to be restless, but she has had leisure and social duties, and she has set herself deliberately the desperate task of making them her pleasures. She has found an exhilaration in them which has given her no time for regrets. She is a woman, young, attractive, and spirited. She was too full of spirit to permit herself to be subdued by her disappointment. As she cannot retrieve her mistake, she will make the best of it. She has reasoned herself into a belief that she is satisfied with what fortune has given her, and so long as that belief remains unshaken, she will be as happy as 9 women out of 10 are. Women are not happy, as a rule, Philip. They are not happy. I have learned that." "But so long as her belief remains unshaken," said Tredennies. The professor interrupted him, gravely, sadly. "That is the point," he said. "My fear is that it is shaken now." Tredennies stopped in the middle of the room, stood quite still. "She has had friends and admirers," said the professor, "scores of them, perhaps all the more because she has cared less for them than they for her. She has a pretty trick of making the best of people, and it wins the public heart. She has friends, acquaintances, and even harmless devotees, but among them all there is only one man who gauges her, and that man is the one who very naturally presents himself to your mind as a fair dandy, with a ready tongue and good manners." "Arbuthnot," exclaimed Traidenis, "Arbuthnot." The professor smiled faintly. "What?" he said. "You recognize him at once. Well, my one vanity is my pride in my private knowledge of the thought of others. I am very proud of it, in a senile way. I have been studying and classifying all my life, and now I sit and look on and treat human beings as I have treated insects. If it had not been so, PG 88 I should not have known so much of Bertha. Yes, Arbuthnot. Among all the men she knows and has known, diplomates, literati, politicians, honest men, I have found only one to disturb me, and that one Lawrence Arbuthnot." Traidenis stood still, looking down at the floor, with folded arms. He began, "I have thought." The professor started. "What?" he exclaimed. "You have thought? If you have thought, it must be plainer than I feared." "No," said Traidenis hurriedly. "Do not let that trouble you. What I have thought is so trivial and vague that it should not weigh at all. It has only been because I remembered her girlhood, and I thought her changed, and did not understand." "Ah," said the professor, letting his face fall upon both his hands. "That is not his trouble. He understands, and that is his strength. He has had his evil hour, that composed, well-dressed fellow, and he did not come out of it without scars. He covers them well with his light overcoat and the rose in his buttonhole, but they are there, and they have made him wise. He has been silent, but he has looked on too, as I have, and he has seen what others were blind to. She has never suspected him, but his knowledge has given him power. When her mauvaise court de Jura has come upon her, he has known what to say and what to avoid saying, and while she has not comprehended his motives, she has been grateful to him. She has liked his songs and his readiness, and his unsentimental air, and she has unconsciously learned to rely on him. Her first sincere liking for him arose from her discovery of his inconsistent and incongruous knack with the children. She had thought of him as a rather clever, selfish, well-mannered creature, and once in a juvenile crisis, he surprised her by developing natural gifts, somewhat cold-blooded, but still amazingly effective. PG 89, the children began to be fond of him, and his path was smoothed. She began to be fond of him herself, genuinely and simply, and if it had ended there, she would have been safer than before. But it did not end there, I suppose. The cup and saucer were not broken too soon this evening. They were not broken soon enough. "It was not an accident," exclaimed Traidenis. "No, it was not an accident. I have heard his serenade before. There is the danger. He means no harm, but his serenade, and the moments when what is past gets the better of him, and the little touches of passion his overcoat won't always cover, and the bits of sincerity he struggles against, and she ponders over, are good for neither him nor her. I have heard his serenade before, but tonight, when she got up and followed him as if he had called her, and she had only half heard his voice and yet must obey it, and when she stood there against the wall, with her pale face and her soft eyes fixed on him, it was time for some common thing to happen to bring her back to life, and the cup and saucer were offered as the sacrifice." He said it whimsically and yet sadly. "Poor child," he added, "poor child, I dare say it was hard enough." He paused a moment, and then rose, went to Traidenis's side, and laid his hand on his shoulder. "There," he said, "there is the confession, and I can make my appeal to you with fewer words." "Your appeal," Traidenis repeated. "I can ask you for your help." "If there is any help I can give which is worth the asking and giving," said Traidenis slowly, "you know it will be yours." "Yes, I know it will be mine, and so I ask it easily. And what I ask is this: let us walk slowly while we talk, and I will keep my hand on your shoulder. I like to feel your support. What I would say is this: PG 90, if you had been my son, you would have watched over her and stood between her and any pain which could threaten her. You know that what I fear for her now is only the desperate, hopeless misery such an experience as this would be sure to bring her if it were allowed to ripen. For her there is nothing else to fear. No, I know I need not have said that to you." "No," answered Traidenis, "there was no need to say it. She does not know herself. I know her, and know what such an experience holds for her. Better that her life should be barren to the end than that she should bear what she must bear if her heart is once awakened." "Better," said Traidenis. He felt the tremulous hand, weigh heavily upon him. "I am an old man," he was answered. "I have lived my life nearly to its close, and I say 1,000 times better, I married a woman I did not love, and I loved a woman I could not marry." "And you wish to ask me," said Trelawney, breaking the short silence which followed. "I ask you to defend her against this pain. If I were a younger and stronger man, I might do for her what I ask of you, but I cannot often be with her. You are with her day after day. She likes you." "I have fancied," Trelawney said, "that she did not like me." "It is only fancy. She sees in you the strength she vaguely longed for when she was at the turning point of her life. Let her feel that it is always near her, and that she may rely upon it now. You are fond of her children, talk to her of them. When you see her inclined to be silent and unlike herself, bring them to her mind. When that fellow is there, manage that she shall think of them. Her tenderness for them is your stronghold and mine. Tonight, why did I take her to the nursery? Because they lay asleep there, and when PG-91 she saw them, she stopped to cover them more warmly, and touch them with her hand, and bend to kiss them, and forgot her serenade. She loves them better than she loves anything else on earth, better than she could love anything else, perhaps. That's her woman's way. God made it so. That is the one help and safeguard he gave to women out of the whole bitter universe. Bring her back to her children at her saddest and weariest, and when the fight is hardest, and they will beat the rest back. It is nature. You will do what I ask, I know." "I shall be more at ease," he said next, "that I have asked this of you. When you are with her, I shall feel that she is safe. I trust her in your hands. I will try to be worthy of the trust. It is rather a strange one to repose in a man of your age, but I give it to you with the rest. It goes with the tie you wished for. It is a relief to me to share it with a strong fellow who can bear it well." They talked a little longer, walking across the floor 2 or 3 times together, and then Trelawney went away. He was in a strange frame of mind. It was almost as if he had received a blow which had partially stunned him. When he reached the street, he stood for a moment looking up at the starlit sky. "A strong fellow," he said. "Am I such a strong fellow, and I am to stand between you and your lover? That is a strange thing, Bertha, a strange thing." And rousing himself suddenly, he strode down the street, and the professor, who had gone to his room, heard his military tread ringing steady and measured upon the pavement, and felt a vague comfort in the sound. Page 92. Chapter 9. During the next few weeks, Bertha did not appear as well as usual. The changes Trelawney had seen in her became more marked. She lost color and roundness, and now and then was forced to show signs of fatigue which were not habitual with her. She made no alteration in her mode of life, however. When Trelawney called in the evening, the parlor was always full, and she was always vivaciously occupied with her guests. Chief among her attractions was counted her pet pretense of being interested in politics. It was not a very serious pretense, but being managed deftly and with a sense of its dramatic value, animated many an hour which might otherwise have been dull, in view of the social material which occasionally fell into her hands. "What should I do," Trelawney heard her say once, "if I knew nothing of politics? There are times when they are my only salvation. What should I have done last night with the new member from Arkansas if I had not remembered that he was interested in the passage of the currency bill? He is an excellent, solid, sensible creature. We are frivolous, aimless beings compared with him. It is such men as he who do everything worth doing and being done, but he is purely a politician, and he has spent his life in a small provincial town where he has been a most important person, and he cares as much for the doings of society and discussions of new novels and pictures as I do for the linseed oil market, if there is a linseed oil market." When I began to ask him modest questions about his bill, his face brightened at once, and he became a self-respecting and well-informed person, at ease with himself and with me, and quite forgot his coat and his PG-93 large boots, which had been slowly and painfully dawning upon him a few moments before when he contrasted them with Mr. Arbuthnot's silk attire. My very mistakes were a pleasure to him, as they gave him an opportunity to say several things very well worth remembering. He could not have told whether I was well or ill-dressed, but he detected my flimsiness in argument in a moment, and gave me more information in half an hour than you scoffers could have given me in a week, and with much modesty of demeanor. He mentioned to Senator Vaughan in the course of the evening, that I was a most intelligent woman. Arbuthnot and Richard burst into the laughter, which was always her applause upon such occasions. "You," commented Arbuthnot, "you are Herodia's daughter, dancing for the head of John the Baptist. You are always dancing in a quiet and effective way for somebody's head. Whose would you like next? How does mine strike you?" "Thank you," said Bertha. "Would you really give it to me if I danced for you in my ablest manner, and how do you think it would look on a charger?" There was more than one hard-worked politician who, after a day of exciting debate or wearisome battling with windmills, found relief and entertainment in the pretty parlors. Some of those who came had known Bertha in her girlhood and were friends of her father, and with these it was the fashion to encourage her to political argument and affect the deepest confidence in her statements, with a view to drawing forth all her resources. These resources were varied and numerous, and marked by a charming feminine daring and superiority to ordinary logic, which were the delights of the senatorial mind. "Why should I endeavor to convince you by being logical?" she said. "You have logic, at least we hope so, all day and sometimes all night in the Senate and the House, and even then you are not PG 94 convinced of things. It is not logic which governs you, but a majority. And that is what one should aspire to, after all, not to be in the right, but to be in the majority. And I am sure one's arguments are much more untrammeled and brilliant for being illogical. And if I convince you without logic, I win a victory worth having. It is like the triumph of an ugly woman who is called a beauty. If I am pretty and you say so, it is simply as if you said, 'White is white, blackness is dark.' But if I am not pretty, and am ingenious enough to persuade you that I am, there is a triumph to be proud of." It was nonsense, but it was often sparkling nonsense, whose very lightness was its charm, and the rooms were rarely ever so gay and full of laughter as when there was among the guests a sprinkling of men no longer young, who had come there to forget that they were jaded, or secretly anxious, or bitterly disappointed. "It pleases me to dance before some of them," Bertha said to Arbuthnot. "I like to think I make them forget things for a little while. If I can do nothing greater and wiser, let me employ my one small accomplishment to the best advantage, and do my harmless best to be both graceful and agile. No one can persuade me that it can be a pleasant thing to engage in a hand-to-hand conflict from 3 to 8 months in the year, and to sit day after day placidly endeavoring to confront men who differ with you on every point, and who count the fact among their virtues and glory in it, and watch you and listen to you, with the single object of seizing an opportunity to prove in public that you are an imbecile or a falsifier, or a happy combination of both. When I reflect upon my own feelings," she added, with delightful naivete, "when people are stupid and ill-mannered enough to differ with me, I am filled with the deepest sympathy for the entire political body. There is nothing so perfectly exasperating as to know PG 95 people are differing with you, and I know there is nothing so wearing to the mind." An exciting debate in the Senate was occupying public attention at this time, and to her other duties and entertainments, she added that of following it in its course. She spent an hour or so at the Capitol every day, read the newspapers, and collected evidence and information with an unflagging industry which would have been worthy of admiration if it had been inspired by any serious intention. But she made no pretense of seriousness of intention. She returned home from such visits with derisive little arguments jotted down in her notebook and little sketches of senatorial profiles adorning its pages, and entertained a select audience with them in the evening, an audience which not infrequently included the political dignitaries themselves. Her manner would have been a mystery to Tredennies if he had not remembered the professor's words of warning, and even with their memory in his mind, he was often at a loss. There was a restless eagerness to be amused in all she did, and he felt that, after all, she was privately less successful in her efforts than she seemed. He was, at least, relieved to find that he had but little to do in the role assigned him. When Arbuthnot appeared again, he had entirely recovered his equilibrium, and was unemotional, self-possessed, occasionally flippant, plainly cherishing, at no time, any intention of regarding himself seriously. He did not sing his serenade again, and when he sang at all, committed himself to no outreaching warmth of feeling. He rarely spoke to Bertha alone, and the old tendency to airy derision of each other's weaknesses reasserted itself. Only once Trelawney heard him address her with any degree of seriousness, and this was in reference to her visits to the Senate. There had been an all-night session, and it had been her whim to take part in it to the extent of sitting up until after midnight, and she had returned home more tired than she was willing to confess. Arbuthnot PG-96, who, with Richard, Trelawney, and a newspaper friend, had been her companions in the dissipation, remonstrated with her after the little supper they had on their arrival at the house. Bertha had left the table and was half reclining against a pile of cushions on the sofa, and Arbuthnot followed her and spoke in a somewhat lowered voice. "You are making a mistake in doing such things," he said. "Why will you keep it up? It's all nonsense. You don't care for it really. It is only one of your caprices. You have not a particle of serious interest in it." "I have as much serious interest in it as I have in anything else," she answered. "More, indeed. Do you suppose I was not interested when Senator Ayres got up tonight to be immeasurably superior by the hour? It elevated my mental plane and gave me food for reflection. It filled me with a burning desire to be immeasurably superior, too." "Is he always immeasurably superior? Could he keep it up, do you suppose, in the bosom of his family, when he is putting salt on his eggs at breakfast, for instance, and thinks no one is looking? When he tries on a new hat, does he do it with a lofty air of scorn, and does he fall asleep and have the nightmare with coldly contemptuous condescension? I don't mind mentioning to you that it is one of my favorite moods to be immeasurably superior. It is such a good way when you cannot get what you want. It disposes of your antagonists so simply and makes you feel so deserving. But I never could keep it up. But that may be owing to weakness of character and the fact that I am only an unworthy imitator and lack the vigor to convince myself of my own genuineness. Oh, I assure you, I was very much interested indeed." "Well," said Arbuthnot, "I might have expected you would say something of this kind. It is your little way of evading matters. You have a knack at it." Bertha looked down at the footstool on which her PG-97 small shoe rested, and then up at him with a quiet face. "Yes, it is my little way," she answered. "I suppose I might count it among my few small accomplishments, but don't you think it is as good a way as any, particularly if it is the only way you have?" "It is as good a way as any," replied Arbuthnot, with the calmness of a sensible person addressing an attractive but obstinate child. "But you know it will not prevent my saying again what I said at first. You are very foolish to tire yourself out for nothing, and you will regret it when it is too late." "Yes," answered Bertha, "if I regret it, I shall naturally regret it when it is too late. Did you ever hear of anyone's regretting a thing too early or just in time? That is what regret means, that one is too late." Arbuthnot sat down near her. "If you want to talk in that style," he remarked, in the most impartial manner, "I am entirely in the mood to listen, now I have expressed my opinion. It isn't worth much as my opinion, but it is worth something as the truth, and I am not afraid you will forget it. But in the meantime, until Mrs. Dacre is in the mood to be escorted home, you can pander to my lower nature by showing me the sketches you made of Senator Ayres and the Speaker, and the gentleman from Iowa who was afraid to fall asleep." The next morning, calling with a newspaper she had wanted, Trelawney's, being handed into the room in which Bertha usually spent her mornings at home, found her lying upon a sofa, and, as she did not hear him enter, he had the opportunity to stand for a few seconds and look at her. While he did so, she opened her eyes languidly and saw him, and the thought which held his mind for the moment sprang to his lips and uttered itself. "I do not think you know," he said, "how pale you are." Page 98. "I do not want to know," she answered, with a rather tired little smile, "if it is unbecoming, and I am sure it is, but I will ask you to excuse my getting up." He entirely passed over the first part of her reply. As she had noticed, he had a habit of passing in silence many of her speeches, though she had not been able to decide why he did so. "You said," he went on, "that when the season was over you intended to rest. Have you been doing it lately?" "Yes," she answered, with entirely unembarrassed readiness. "I have been very quiet indeed." At this he was silent for a moment again, and during the pause she lay and looked at him with an expression of curious interest, trying to make up her mind whether he did not reply, because he felt himself not sufficiently ready of speech to meet her upon her own ground, or whether his silence was a negative sign of disapprobation. "I am never tired when anything is going on," she said at last. "That is the worst of it," he replied. "Oh no, the best of it," she said, and then she looked away from him across the room and added, in a tone altogether different, "One does not want too much time on one's hands." Once or twice before he had seen this slight, unconscious change fall upon her, and without comprehending, had been sharply moved by it, but she always recovered herself quickly, and she did so now. "I tried it once," she said, "and it did not agree with me, and since then I have occupied myself. As Richard says, one must have an object, and mine is to occupy myself." "You accomplish your end at least," he remarked. "Yes," she answered, "I congratulate myself upon that. Upon the whole, I do not know anyone who is more fortunate than I am. No other life would suit me PG-99 half so well as the one I led. I am fond of gaiety and change and freedom, and I have all three. Richard is amiable, the children are like him, and there is nothing to interfere with my having my own way and amusing myself as I please. I should be thoroughly unhappy if I could not have my own way. To have it invariably is one of my laudable ambitions, and as I always get it, you see, I have reason for being charmed with my lot." "You are very fortunate," he said. "I am more than fortunate," she answered. Then she broke into a little laugh. "It is rather odd," she said, "that just before you came in I was lying thinking of the time you were in Washington before, and there came back to me something I said to you the night you gave me the heliotrope." "Was it," said Trelawney, "what you said to me about being happy?" "What?" she said. "You remember it? I scarcely thought that you would remember it." "Yes," said Trelawney, "I remember it." "I could not bear the thought of not being happy," she went on. "It had never occurred to me that such a thing was a possibility until you said something which suggested it to me. I recollect how it startled me. It was such a new idea." She stopped and lay for a moment silent. "And this morning," suggested Trelawney. "This morning," she answered, rather slowly, though smiling as she spoke. "This morning, as I said, I decided that I had been very fortunate." "Then," he said, "you have been happy." "If I had not been," she answered, "it would have been very curious. I have never been interfered with in the least." "That is happiness, indeed," said Trelawney. Just now he was reflecting upon the fact that all their conversations took the same turn and ended in the same PG-100 way. It mattered little how they began. In all cases, she showed the same aptitude for making her subject an entirely inconsequent source of amusement. Experience was teaching him that he need expect nothing else. And even as he was thinking this, he heard her laugh faintly again. "Shall I tell you what I see in your face?" she said, "what I see oftener than anything else." "I should be glad to know," he replied. "I see that you are thinking that I am very much changed, and that it is not for the better." He paused a moment before he answered her, and when he did so, he spoke with his eyes fixed on the floor, and slowly. "You are not the Bertha I used to know," he said, "but that I should have allowed myself to expect it shows simply that I am a dull, unprogressive fellow." "It shows that you are very amiable and sanguine," she said. "I should have been even more fortunate than it has been my fate to be if I had not changed in 10 years. Think of the good fortune of having stood still so long, of having grown no older, no wiser. No," in a lower voice, "I am not the Bertha you used to know." But the next instant, almost as soon as she had uttered the words, she lifted her eyes with the daring little smile in them. "But I am very well preserved," she said. "I am really very well preserved. I am scarcely wrinkled at all, and I manage to conceal the ravages of time. And, considering my years, I am quite active. I danced every dance at the Ashworth's ball, with the kindly assistance of Mr. Arbuthnot and his friends. There were debutantes in the room who did not dance half as often. The young are not what they were in my generation, though probably the expiring energies of advanced age are flaming in the socket, and—" She stopped suddenly, letting her hands drop at her PG-101 sides. "No," she said again, I am not the Bertha you used to know, and this morning I am tired enough to be obliged to admit it." Tredennies took a quick step toward her. The hot blood showed itself under his dark skin. What he had repressed in the last months got the better of him so far that he had no time to reflect that his stern, almost denunciatory, air could scarcely be ranked among ordinary conventionalities, and that an ordinarily conventional expression of interest might have been more reasonably expected from him than a display of emotion, denunciatory or otherwise. "Can you expect anything else?" he said. "Is your life a natural one? Is it a natural and healthy thing that every hour of it should contain its own excitement, and that you should not know what simple, normal rest means? Who could be blind to the change which has taken place in you during the last few weeks? Last night you were so tired and unstrung that your hand trembled when you lifted your glass to your lips. Arbuthnot told you then it was a mistake. I tell you now that it is worse. It is madness and crime." He had not thought of what effect he would produce. His words were his indignant masculine protest against her pallor and weakness, and the pain he had borne in silence for so long. It seemed, however, that he had startled her singularly. She rose from her reclining posture slowly and sat upright, and her hands trembled more than they had done the night before. "Why," she faltered, "why are you so angry?" "That," he returned bitterly, "means that I have no right to be angry, of course. Well, I am willing to admit it. I have no right. I am taking a liberty. I don't even suggest that you are making a mistake. As Mr. Arbuthnot did, I am rough with you and say something worse." "Yes," she admitted, "you are very rough with me." And she sat a few moments, looking down at the floor, PG 102, her little hands trembling on her lap. But presently she moved again. She pushed one of the cushions up in the sofa arm and laid her cheek against it, with a half-sigh of weariness relieved and a half-smile. "Go on," she said. "After all, since I have reflected, I think I don't dislike it. New things always please me, for a little while, and this is new. No one ever spoke to me so before. I wonder whether it was because I did not really deserve it, or because people were afraid." Tredennies stopped in the walk he had begun and wheeled sharply about, fronting her with his disproportionately stern gaze. "Do you want to know why I do it?" he demanded. "I think, since I have reflected, that it is for the sake of the other Bertha." There was a slight pause. "Of the other Bertha," she said after it, in a low, unsteady tone. "Of the Bertha who thought it an impossibility that she should be anything but happy." He had not been prepared for her replies before, but he was startled by what she did now. She left her seat with a sudden, almost impassioned action. The cushion fell upon the floor. She put her hand upon the mantel as if to support herself. "Why did you say that?" she exclaimed. "I do not like it. I do not like to be reminded that it is so long since I was worth liking. I suppose that is what it means. Why should you seem to accuse me when you say you speak for the sake of the other Bertha? Am I so bad? You have lived a quiet life because you liked it best. I did not chance to like it best, and so I have been gay. I go out a great deal and am fond of the world, but do I neglect my children and treat my husband badly? Richard is very happy, and Jack and Janie and Meg enjoy themselves and are very fond of me. If I was careless of them and ill-tempered to Richard and made my home unhappy, PG 103, you might accuse me. It is the most mysterious thing to me, but I always feel as if I was defending myself against you, even when you only look at me and do not speak at all. It is a curious position. I do not understand it, and I do not like it." Her sudden change of mood was a revelation to Tredennies. He began to realize what he had dimly felt from the first, that her mental attitude toward him was one of half-conscious defiance of his very thought of her. He had not known why he had felt at times that his mere presence prompted her to present her worldly, mocking little philosophies in their most incontrovertible and daring form, and that it was her whim to make the worst of herself and her theories for his benefit. He accused himself angrily in secret of overestimating his importance in her eyes, and had reiterated impatiently that there was no reason why she should be at all specially aware of his existence when he was near her, and it had been one of his grievances against himself that, in spite of this, every time they met he had felt the same thing, and had resented and been puzzled by it. But he had never before seen her look as she looked now. One of his private sources of wonder had been the perfect self-control which restrained her from exhibiting anything approaching a shadow of real feeling upon any subject. He had seen her under circumstances which would have betrayed 9 women out of 10 into some slight display of irritation, and she had always maintained the airy serenity of demeanor which deprived all persons and incidents of any weight whatever when they assumed the form of obstacles, and her practicable little smile and calm impartiality of manner had never failed her. He had heard her confess that it was her chief weakness to pride herself upon her quiet adroitness in avoiding all things unpleasant or emotional, and upon her faithfulness to her resolve not to permit herself to be disturbed. "I have seen people who enjoyed their emotions," she PG 104 had said, "but I never enjoyed mine, even when I was very young. I definitely disliked them. I am too self-conscious to give myself up to them simply. If I had one, I should think about it and analyze it and its effects upon me. I should be saying all the time, now I am hot, now I am cold. And when it was over, I should be tired, not only of the feeling itself, but of taking my own temperature." And now she stood before him for the instant a new creature, weaker and stronger than he had dreamed it possible she could be, her eyes bright with some strange feeling, a spot of color burning on each pale cheek. He was so bewildered and impressed that he was slow to speak, and when he began, felt himself at so severe a disadvantage that his consciousness of it gave his voice a rigid sound. "I do not think," he began, "that I know what to say." Bertha stopped him. "There is no need that you should say anything," she interrupted. "You cannot say anything which will disapprove of me more than your expression does, and it is not you who should defend yourself, but you were always severe. I remember I felt that when I was only a child, and knew that you saw all that was frivolous in me. I was frivolous then as I am now. I suppose I have a light nature, but I do not like to be reminded of it. After all, no one is harmed but myself, and it would be charity in you to let me go my flippant way and not despise me too much." "Bertha," he answered, "it is not for me to say that I do not despise you." He stood with his arms folded and looked down at her steadily. It was very easy for her to place him at a disadvantage. He knew nothing of feminine ways and means, and his very masculine strength and largeness were against him. If she gave him a wound he could not strike back, or would not, and in her last PG 105 speech she had given him more wounds than one, and they were rankling in his great breast fiercely. And yet despite this, it was not she who came off entirely victor. After meeting his gaze with undeniable steadiness for a few seconds, she turned away. "I told you," she remarked with a persistence which was its own betrayer, "that it was not necessary for you to say anything." The next moment, an impatient laugh broke from her. She held up her unsteady hand that he might see it. "Look," she said, "why should I quarrel with you when you are right after all? It is certainly time that I should rest when I am so absurdly unstrung as this. And my very mood itself is a proof that something should be done with me. For a minute or so, I have actually been out of temper, or something humiliatingly like it. And I pride myself upon my temper, you know, and upon the fact that I never lose it, or have not any to lose. I must be worn out when a few perfectly truthful speeches will make me bad-tempered. Not that I object to it on moral grounds, but it wounds my vanity to lose control of myself. And now I have reached my vanity, I am quite safe. I will leave for Fortress Monroe tomorrow." "It would be better if you went to a quieter place," he said. "Thank you," she answered. "I think it will be quiet enough if I take the children and avoid the ballroom and am very decorous." There seemed but little more for him to say. She changed the subject by taking from the table the paper he had brought her and beginning to discuss its contents. "Richard asked me to read the editorial and the letter from the Washington correspondent," she said. "He is more interested in the matter than I ever knew him to be in anything of the kind before. He is actually making it one of his objects, and flatters me by PG 106, wanting to know my opinions and wishing me to share his enthusiasm." She sat down to the table, with the paper open before her and her hands lying clasped upon it. "Have you read it?" she asked. "Is it very clever? Can I understand it? Richard is so amiably sure I can." "It is well done," replied Tredennies, "and you will certainly understand it." "I am glad of that," she said, and sat still a moment with eyes lowered. Then she spoke rather suddenly. "Richard is very good to me," she said. "I ought to be very grateful to him. It is just like him to feel that what I think of such things is worth hearing. That is his affectionate, generous way. Of what value could my shallow little fancies be? And yet I think he really believes they should carry weight. It is the most delightful flattery in the world. It is your good fortune, said Traidenis, to be able to say things well and with effect. What, she said, with a half-smile, are you going to flatter me too? No, he answered grimly, I am not going to flatter you. You would find it a very good way, she answered. We should get along much better, I assure you. Perhaps that is really what I have been resenting so long, that you show no facility for making amiable speeches. I am afraid my facility lies in the opposite direction, he returned. I have recovered my equilibrium sufficiently not to admit that, she said. When he went away, as he did shortly after, she followed him to the door of the room. Was I very bad-tempered? She said softly. If I was, suppose you forgive me before you go away for the sake of the other Bertha. Page 107. He took the hand she offered him and looked down at it as it lay upon his big brown palm. It was feverish and still a little unsteady, though her manner was calm enough. There is nothing to forgive, he answered. If there was, this Bertha, he checked himself and ended abruptly. I don't share your gift, he said. I said my say as bluntly and offensively as possible, I suppose, and you had a right to be angry. It was all the worse done because I was in earnest. So was I for a moment, she said. That was the trouble. And that was the end of it, though even when he dropped her hand and turned away, he was aware of her slender figure standing in the doorway, and of a faint, inexplicable shadow in the eyes that followed him. He went back to his quarters, bitterly out of humor with himself. A nice fellow I am to talk to women, he said. I have not lived the life to fit me for it. Military command makes a man authoritative. What right had I to seem to assume control over her? She's not used to that kind of thing, even from those who might be supposed to have the right to do it. Someone ought to have the right, though that has gone out of fashion too, I suppose. Something like a groan burst from him as he laid his forehead upon his hands, resting his elbows on the table before him. If a man loved her well enough, he said, he might do it and never hurt her, but if she loved him perhaps there would be no need of it. He had passed through many such brief spasms of resentful misery of late, and he was beginning to acknowledge to himself that each one was stronger than the last. He had contended his ground with steady persistence and with stubborn condemnation of his own weakness, but he had lost it, inch by inch, until there pg 108 were times when he felt his foothold more insecure than he could have believed possible a year ago. Why should I think of myself as a man who has lost something? He was wont to say to himself, bitterly and impatiently. I had won nothing and might never have won it. I had what would have been opportunity enough for a quicker temperament. It is nothing but sentiment. And even as he said it, there would come back to him some tone of Bertha's voice, some pretty natural turn of her head or figure as she sat or stood in the parlor with her small court around her. And slight as the memory might be, the sudden leap of his pulses had more power than his argument. It was these trifles and their habit of haunting him which were harder to combat than all the rest. His life had been so little affected by femininity that hers had a peculiarly persistent influence upon him. He noted in her things he might have seen in scores of other women, but half fancied belonged specially to herself. The sweep and fall of her dress, the perfume she used, the soft ruffles of lace she was given to wearing. Each of her little whims of adornment had its distinct effect, and seemed, in some mysterious way, to have been made her own, and to be shared with no other being. Other women wore flowers, but what flowers had ever haunted him as he had been haunted by the knot of heliotrope and violets he had seen her tuck carelessly into the belt of her dress one day? He had remembered them with a start again and again, and each time they had bloomed and breathed their soft scent afresh. It is all sentiment, he persisted. There would be nothing new in it to that fellow Arbuthnot, for instance, but it is new to me, and I can't get rid of it somehow. He had heard in his past stories of men who cherished as treasures for a lifetime a ribbon or a flower, and had passed them by an undisturbed composure as incidents pg 109 belonging only to the realms of wild romance. but he had never in the course of his existence felt anything so keen as the inconsequent thrill which was the result of his drawing suddenly from his pocket one night, on his return to his quarters after a romp with the children, a small, soft, long-wristed glove, which it had been Master Jack's pleasure to hide there. He had carried it sternly back the next morning and returned it to Bertha, but the act cost him an effort. It had been like a living presence in his room the night before, and he had slept less well because of it. He had used his very susceptibility to these influences as an argument against his feeling. "There is nothing substantial in it," he had said, "nothing but what a man should find it easy to live down. It is the folly of a boy, intoxicated by the color of a girl's cheek and the curl of her hair. An old fellow, who any day may find a sprinkling of gray in his scalp-lock, should know better than to ponder over a pretty gown and a bunch of flowers, and yet how one remembers them." And today it was the little things, as usual, almost as much as the great ones. The memory of the small, bright room, with its air of belonging to Bertha and being furnished by Bertha and strewed with appendages of Bertha. The slight figure, in its white morning dress, lying upon the sofa or standing between the folding doors. The soft, full knot of her hair as he saw it when she turned her head proudly away from him. What trifles they were! And yet if the room had been another, and the pretty dress not white, and the soft hair coiled differently, everything might have had another effect, and he might have been in another mood, or so he fancied. But he gave himself little leisure for the indulgence of his fancies, and he made his usual effort to crush them down and undervalue them. His groan was followed by a bitter laugh. Page 110. "It is the old story," he said. "I please myself by fancying that what would please me would make her happier. Arbuthnot would know better. Control would not suit her, even the gentlest. She has had her own way too long. She is a small, slight creature, but it has been her lot to rule all her life, in a small, slight creature's way. It is the natural sentimentality of an obstinate, big-boned fellow to fancy she would thrive under it. She would know better herself. She would laugh the thought to scorn and be wise in doing it." Page 111. Chapter 10. As he was saying it, Bertha had gone back to her sofa and sat there with the faint, troubled smile still on her face. "He was angry," she said, "and so was I. It made him look very large, but I was not at all afraid of him. No, positively I was not afraid of him, and I am glad of that. It is bad enough to remember that I was emotional and said things I did not mean to say. It is not like me to say things I don't mean to say. I must be more tired out than I knew. Ah, there is no denying that he was in the right. I will go away and stay some time. It will be better in every way." For some minutes she sat motionless, her hands clasped lightly upon her knee, her eyes fixed on a patch of sunlight on the carpet. She did not move, indeed, until she heard the sound of her husband's foot upon the steps and his latchkey in the door. He entered the room immediately afterward, looking rather warm and a trifle exhilarated, and all the handsomer in consequence. "Ah, Bertha, you are here," he said. "I am glad you are not out. How warm it is. Fancy having such weather early in May, and 3 days ago we had fires. What a climate! There is something appropriate in it. It is purely Washingtonian and as uncertain as senators. There's a scientific problem for the Signal Service Bureau to settle. Does the unreliability of the climate affect the senatorial mind, or does the unreliability of the senatorial mind affect the climate?" "It sounds like a conundrum," said Bertha, "and the Signal Service Bureau would give it up. You have been PG 112 walking too fast, you foolish boy, and have overheated yourself. Come and lie down on the sofa and rest." She picked up the cushion, which had fallen, and put it in place for him. There was always a pretty touch of maternal care for him in her manner. He accepted her invitation with delighted readiness, and when he had thrown himself at luxurious full length upon the sofa, she took a seat upon its edge near him, having first brought from the mantel a large Japanese fan, with which she stirred the air gently. "Why were you glad that I had not gone out?" she said. "Did you want me?" "Oh," he answered, "I always want you. You are the kind of little person one naturally wants, and it is a sort of relief to find you on the spot. How nice this Grand Pasha business is, lying on cushions and being fanned, and how pretty and cool you look in your white frills. White is very becoming to you, Bertha." Bertha glanced down at the frills. "Is it?" she said. Yes, I think it is, and this is a pretty gown, Richard. Well, you said it was a sort of relief to find me on the spot. Did you say it because I am not always here when you want me? Do you think I go out too much? Does it ever seem to you that I neglect you a little and am not quite as domesticated as I should be? Should you be happier if I lived a quieter life and cared less for society? There was a touch of unusual earnestness in her voice, and her eyes were almost childishly eager as she turned them upon him. Happier, he exclaimed gaily. My dear child, I could not easily be happier than I am. How could I accuse you of neglecting me? You satisfy me exactly in everything. Whose home is more charming, and whose children are better cared for than mine. It is not necessary for you to cook my dinner, but you are PG 113, the most delightful sauce to it in the world when you sit at the head of the table. What more could a man want? I don't know, she said slowly, but I could not bear to think that I was not what I should be in my own home. It has always seemed to me that there could be no bad taste and bad breeding so inexcusable as the bad taste and bad breeding of a woman who is disagreeable and negligent in her own house. One has no need to put it on moral grounds, even the bad taste of it is enough. I don't think I could ever be disagreeable, or that you could think me so, but it struck me. Don't let it strike you again, he interrupted amiably. It has struck me that there were never two people so well suited to each other as our married life has proved us to be. I don't mind admitting now that once or twice during the first year I thought that you were a little restless or unhappy, but it was when you were not well, and it was quite natural, and it all passed away, and I don't think it would occur to anyone in these days to ask whether you are happy or not. Bertha was playing with his watch chain, and she separated one charm upon it from another carefully as she answered him in a soft, natural voice. There is a legend, you know, she said, that the first year of one's marriage is always uncomfortable. Oh, mine was not uncomfortable, he returned. It was delightful, as all the other years have been, but just occasionally, you know, there was a vague something which never troubles me now. I must have behaved badly in some way, said Bertha, smiling, or it would not have troubled you then. And she stooped and kissed him on the forehead. I have a horrible conviction, she said after it, that I was a vixen. Was I a vixen? Perhaps I was a vixen, PG 114, and never suspected it, and no one suspected it but you. Poor boy, why didn't you return me to Papa with thanks? Well, as you have kept me so long, you must make the best of me. And it is very nice and polite in you to pretend that I am satisfactory and don't make you wretched and your hearth a wilderness by being a hollow worldling. You are exactly what I want, he responded. I am a hollow worldling myself. If I were a bricklayer, my idea of domestic bliss might be to spend my evenings at home and watch you mending stockings or knitting or doing something of that sort. But even then, I am afraid I should tire of it and secretly long for something more frivolous. For something as frivolous as I am, she said, with a nervous little laugh. Quite as frivolous, Richard, really, but I know you will say so. You are always good to me and spoil me. No, I am not, he answered. It is simply true that you always please me. It is true I am a rather easy-natured fellow, but I know plenty of good-natured fellows whose wives are terribly unsatisfactory. You are clever and pretty and don't make mistakes, and you are never exacting nor really out of humor, and it is impossible for me to tire of you. Really, she said quickly, is that last true? Entirely true. Well, she commented, the color rising in her cheek, that is a good deal for one's husband to say. That is a triumph. It amounts to a certificate of character. Well, he admitted after a second's reflection, upon the whole it is. I know more husbands than one, but no matter. I was going to add that long ago, before I met you, you know, my vague visions of matrimonial venture were always clouded by a secret conviction that, when I had really passed the Rubicon and had time for reflection, things might begin to assume a rather serious aspect. Page 115. And I, said Bertha, a little thoughtfully, have never assumed a serious aspect. Never, he replied exultingly. You have been a perfect success. There is but one Bertha. And her husband is her prophet, she added. You are very good to me, Richard, and it is entirely useless for you to deny it, because I shall insist upon it with wild horses, if necessary, which figure of speech I hope strikes you as being strong enough. She was herself again, neither eager nor in earnest, ready to amuse him and to be amused, waving her fan for his benefit, touching up his cushions to make him more comfortable, and seeming to enjoy her seat on the edge of his sofa very much indeed. "Do you know," she said, at length, "what I have thought of doing? I have thought quite seriously of going in a day or so to Fortress Monroe with the children." She felt that he started slightly and wondered why. "Are you surprised?" she asked. "Would you rather I would not go?" "No," he answered, "if you think it would be better for you. You are tired, and the weather is very warm, but have you set any particular day?" "No," she said, "I should not do that without speaking to you first." "Well," he returned, "then suppose you do not go this week. I have half invited Senator Plainfield and Macpherson and Ashley to dinner for Thursday." "Is it because you want them to talk about the bill?" she said. "How interested you are in it, Richard. Why is it? Railroads never struck me as being particularly fascinating material. It seems to me that amateur enthusiasm would be more readily awakened by something more romantic and a little intangible. A tremendous claim, for instance, which would make some poor, struggling creatures fabulously rich. I am always interested in claims. The wilder they are, the better. PG 116, and it invariably delights me when the people get them through, to the utter consternation of the government. It has faintly dawned upon me, on 2 or 3 such occasions, that I have no political morality, and I am afraid it is a feminine failing. It is not a masculine one, of course, so it must be feminine. I wish you had chosen a claim, Richard, instead of a railroad. I am sure it would have been far more absorbing." "The railroad is quite absorbing enough," he answered, "and there is money enough involved in it. Just think of those Westoria lands and what they will be worth if the road is carried through them. And as to romance, what could be more romantic than the story attached to them?" "But I don't know the story," said Bertha. "What is it?" "It is a very effective story," he replied, "and it was the story which first called my attention to the subject. There was a poor, visionary fellow whose name was Wester, to whom a large tract of this land came suddenly as an inheritance from a distant relative. He was not practical enough to make much use of it, and he lived in the house upon it in a desolate, shiftless way for several years, when he had the ill fortune to discover coal on the place. I say it was ill fortune, because the discovery drove him wild. He worked, and starved, and planned, and scraped together all the money he could to buy more land, keeping his secret closely for some time. When he could do no more, he came to Washington, and began to work for a railroad which would make his wealth available. His energy was a kind of frenzy, they say. He neither ate, slept, nor rested, and really managed to get the matter into active movement. He managed to awaken a kind of enthusiasm, and for a short time was a good deal talked of and noticed. He was a big, raw-boned young Westerner, and created a sensation by his very uncouthness in its connection with the wildly fabulous stories told about page 117, his wealth. He had among his acquaintances a man of immense influence, and at this man's house he met the inevitable young woman. She amused herself, and he fell madly in love, and became more frenzied than ever. It was said that she intended to marry him if he was successful, and that she made his poor, helpless life such an anguish to him that he lost his balance entirely. There came a time when he was entirely penniless, and his prospects were so unpromising, and his despair so great, that he went to his boarding house one day with the intention of killing himself. And just as he finished loading his pistol, a letter was handed in to him, and when he opened it, he found it contained the information that another distant relative, affected by the rumors concerning him, had left him $20,000. He laid his pistol in a drawer and left the house to begin again. He had an interview with his lady-love and one with his man of influence, and at the end of a few weeks had bought more land and parted in some mysterious way with the rest of his money, and was on the very eve of success. Poor fellow. "Poor fellow," said Bertha. "Oh, don't say that anything went wrong." "It would not be half so dramatic a story if everything had gone right," said Richard, with fine artistic appreciation. "You could never guess what happened. Everything he did seemed to work to a miracle. Every train was laid, and every match applied. On the day that was to decide his fate, he did not go near the Capitol, but wandered out and took his place on one of the seats in the park, which faced the house at which the young woman was visiting, and sat there, a lank, unshorn, haggard figure, either staring at her window or leaning forward with his head upon his hands. People actually heard of his being there and went to look at him and came away without having dared to address him. The young woman looked out from behind her blind and was furious, and even sent word to him to go PG 118 away. But he would not go, and only glared at this man who was sent to him with the message. He sat there until night, and then staggered across and rang at the bell, and inquired for the man of influence, and was told. What do you suppose he was told? "Oh," cried Bertha desperately, "I don't know." He was told that he was occupied. "Occupied," echoed Bertha. Richard clasped his hands comfortably and gracefully behind his head. "That's the climax of the story," he said. He was occupied in being married to the young woman of whom he had been greatly enamored for some time, and who had discreetly decided to marry him because he had proved to her that the other man's bill could not possibly pass. It could not pass because he had the energy and influence to prevent its doing so, and he prevented its passing because he knew he would lose the young woman otherwise. At least that is the story, and I like the version. "I don't like it," said Bertha. "It makes me feel desperate." What it made the poor fellow feel, Richard went on, nobody ever found out, as he said nothing at all about it. On hearing the truth, he sat down on the steps for a few minutes, and then got up and went away. He went to his boarding house and had an interview with his landlady, who was a kind-hearted creature, and when she saw him began to cry because his bill had not passed. But when she spoke of it, she found he knew nothing of it. He had never asked about it, and he said to her, "Oh, that doesn't matter. It isn't of any consequence particularly. I'm only troubled about your bill. I haven't money enough to pay it. I've only enough to take me home, and you'll have to let me give you the things I have in my room for pay. I only want one thing out of there. If you'll let me go and get it, I won't take anything else." So she let him go and stood PG 119 outside his door and cried, while he went in and took something out of a drawer. "Richard," cried Bertha. "Yes," said Richard. He actually found a use for it after all, but not in Washington. He went as far as he could by rail, and then he tramped the rest of the way to Westoria. They say it must have taken him several days, and that his shoes were worn to shreds, and his feet cut and bruised by the walk. When he reached the house, it had been shut up so long that the honeysuckle which climbed about it had grown across the door, and he could not have got in without breaking or pushing it aside. People fancied that at first he thought of going in, but that when he saw the vine it stopped him, slight barrier as it was. They thought he had intended to go in because he had evidently gone to the door, and before he turned away had broken off a spray of the flowers which was just beginning to bloom. He held it crushed in his hand when they found him, 2 or 3 days later. He had carried it back to the edge of the porch and had sat down and finished everything with the only thing he had brought back from Washington, the pistol. How does that strike you as the romance of a railroad? Bertha clenched her hand and struck her knee a fierce little blow. "Richard," she said, "if that had happened in my day, I should have turned lobbyist, and every thought and power and gift I would have been brought to bear to secure the passage of that bill." Richard laughed, a pleased but slightly nervous laugh. "Suppose you bring them to bear now," he suggested. "There would not be any reason for my doing it now," she answered, "but I shall certainly be interested." Richard laughed again. Page 120. "By Jove," he said, "the poor devils who own it would think there was reason enough." "Who owns it?" "Several people who speculated in it because the railroad was talked of again and on a more substantial footing. It fell to Wester's only living relation, who was an ignorant old woman, and sold it without having any idea of its real value. Her impression was that, if she kept it, it would bring her ill luck. There is no denying that it looks just now like a magnificent speculation." "And that poor fellow," said Bertha, "that poor fellow." "That poor fellow," Richard interposed. "Yes, but his little drama is over, you know, and perhaps there are others going on quite as interesting, if we only knew them. It is very like you, Bertha, and it is very adorable," touching her shoulder caressingly with his hand, "to lose sight entirely of the speculation and care only for the poor fellow. You insist upon having your little drama under all circumstances." "Yes," she admitted. "I confess that I like my little drama, and I have not a doubt that, as I said before, I could not have lived in the midst of that without turning lobbyist, which is certainly not my vocation." "Not your vocation," said Richard, You would make the most successful little lobbyist in the world." Bertha turned upon him an incredulous and rather bewildered smile. "I," she exclaimed. "I." "Yes, you." "Well," she replied, after a second's pause given to inspection of him, "this is open derision." "It is perfectly true," was his response, "and it is true for good reasons. Your strength would lie in the very fact that you would be entirely unlike your co-laborers in the field. You have a finished little air of ingenuousness which would be your fortune." Pg 121. She shook her head with a pretty gesture. "No," she said, "I am very clever, and of course you cannot help observing it, but I am not clever enough for that." He gave her a glance at once curious and admiring. "By Jove," he exclaimed, "it is my belief you are clever enough for anything." "Richard," she said, "shall I tell you a secret?" "Yes." "And you will bury it in the innermost recesses of your soul and never divulge it." "Certainly." "And brace yourself for a shock when I reveal it to you." "Yes." "Well, here it is. My cleverness is like what you and 2 or 3 other most charming people are good enough to call my prettiness. It is a delusion and a snare." "Come," he said, "you are attempting to deceive me." "No," she answered, "I am attempting to undeceive you. I am not really pretty or clever at all, and it has been the object of my life to prevent its being detected." She opened her eyes in the most charmingly ingenuous manner and nodded her head. "I discovered it myself," she said, "long ago, comparatively early in life, and resolved to conceal it, and nothing but the confidence I repose in you would have induced me to mention it." "Well," he replied, "you have concealed it pretty well under the circumstances." "Ah," she said, "but you don't know what a burden it is to carry about, and what subterfuges I have to resort to when I seem on the very verge of being found out. There is Larry, for instance. I am almost sure that Larry suspects me, especially when I am tired or chance to wear an unbecoming gown. You know how particular PG 122 I am about my gowns. Well, that is my secret. I haven't an attraction really, but my gowns and my spirits and my speciousness. The solitary thing I do feel I have reason to pride myself on is that I am bold enough to adapt my gowns in such a way as to persuade you that I am physically responsible for the color and shape of them. You fancy you are pleased with me when you are simply pleased with some color of which I exist on the reflection or glow. In 9 cases out of 10, it is merely a matter of pale blue or pink, and silk or crepe or cashmere, and in the 10th, it is nothing but spirits and speciousness." "Oh," he said, "there is no denying that you would make a wonderful lobbyist." "Well," she answered, rising and going to the table to lay her fan down, "when you invest largely in Westoria lands and require my services in that capacity, I will try to distinguish myself. I think I should like to begin with the Westoria lands if I begin at all. But in the meantime, I must go upstairs and talk to the seamstress about Janie's new white dresses. You are cool enough now to enjoy your lunch when the bell rings, and you shall have some iced tea if you would like it." "I would like it very well, and, by the by, did Trelawney's bring the Clarion, as he said he would?" "Yes, it is here," and she handed it to him from the table. "You can read it while I am upstairs." "Have you read it?" he said, opening it and turning to the editorial. "Not yet. I shall read it this afternoon." "Yes, do. The facts are put very forcibly, and you will decide not to go to Fortress Monroe just yet." She hesitated a moment, but he did not observe it. "I must be here when your friends dine with you, of course," she said, "and a week, or even a little more, does not make so much difference. After all, it may be quite cool again tomorrow." And she went out of the room and left him to his paper. Page 123. Chapter 11. It was 2 weeks after this that Arbuthnot, sauntering down the avenue in a leisurely manner, on his way from his office, and having a fancy to stroll through Lafayette Park, which was looking its best in its spring bravery and bloom, on entering the iron gateway found his attention attracted by the large figure of Colonel Trelawney's, who was approaching him from the opposite direction, walking slowly and appearing deeply abstracted. It cannot be said that Mr. Arbuthnot felt any special delight in the prospective encounter. He had not felt that he had advanced greatly in Colonel Trelawney's good opinion, and had, it must be confessed, resigned himself to that unfortunate condition of affairs without making any particular effort to remedy it, his private impression being that the result would scarcely be likely to pay for the exertion, taking into consideration the fact that he was constitutionally averse to exertion. Why, he had said to Bertha, should I waste my vital energies in endeavoring to persuade a man that I am what he wants, when perhaps I am not? There are scores of people who will naturally please him better than I do, and there are people enough who please me better than he does. Let him take his choice, and it is easy enough to see that I am not his choice. What is he thinking of now, I wonder? He said, a vague plan for turning into another walk flitting through his mind. Are his friends, the Paiutes, on the warpath and actively engaged in dissecting agents, or is he simply out of humor? He is not thinking of where he is going. He will walk over that nursemaid and obliterate the twins. Yes, I thought so. Page 124. The colonel had verified his prophecy, and aroused from his reverie by the devastation he had caused, he came to a standstill with a perplexed and distressed countenance. I beg your pardon, Arbuthnot heard him say in his great, deep voice. I hope I did not hurt you. I had forgotten where I was. And he stooped and set the nearest twin on its feet on the grass, and then did the same thing for the other, upon which both stood and stared at him, and not being hurt at all, having merely rolled over on the sod, were in sufficiently good spirits to regard with interest the fact that he was fumbling in his coat pocket for something. The article in question was a package of bonbons, which he produced and gave to the nearest toddler. Here's, he said, I bought these for another little girl, but I can get some more. They are all right, he added, turning to the mulatto girl, whose admiration of his martial bearing revealed itself in a most lenient grin. They won't hurt them. They can eat them all without being harmed. And then he turned away, and in doing so caught sight of Arbuthnot, and somewhat to the surprise of the latter, advanced toward him at once, with the evident intention of joining him. It is rather a curious thing that I should meet you here, he said. I was thinking of you when I met with the catastrophe you saw just now. Do you often go home this way? Not very often, Arbuthnot replied. Sometimes, when things look as they do now, with a gesture indicating the brilliant verdure. Everything looks very fresh and luxuriant, said Trelawney. The season is unusually far advanced, I suppose. It is sometimes a great deal too warm to be pleasant. It will be decidedly warmer every day, said Arbuthnot. We shall have a trying summer. The PG 125 president is going out to the soldiers' home next week, which is earlier than usual. There are only 2 or 3 of the senators' families left in the city. The exodus began weeks ago. Such weather as we have had the last few days, said the colonel, with his slight frown, must be very exhausting to those who are not strong and who have gone through a gay winter. The best thing such people can do, responded Arbuthnot dryly, is to make their way to the mountains or the sea as soon as possible. Most of them do. Trelawney's reply was characteristically abrupt. Mrs. Amory does not, he said. No, answered Arbuthnot, and he looked at the end of his cigar as if he saw nothing else. Why doesn't she? Demanded Trelawney. She ought to, said Arbuthnot, with calm adroitness. Ought to, Trelawney repeated. She should have gone months ago. She is actually ill. Why in heaven's name does she stay? She told me 2 weeks since that she was going to Fortress Monroe or some such place. She had better go to a New England farmhouse and wear a muslin gown and swing in a hammock, said Arbuthnot. You see that as well, do you? Said the colonel. Why don't you tell her so? And having said it, seemed to pull himself up suddenly, as if he felt he had been unconsciously impetuous. Arbuthnot laughed. His smile had died completely away, however, when he gave his side glance at his companion's face a moment later. She was quite serious in her intention of going away 2 weeks ago, he said. She told me so. Nothing but Richard's dinner party prevented her departure in the first place. He spoke in an entirely noncommittal tone, but PG 126, there was a touch of interest in his quiet glance at Trelawney. You dined there with Plainfield and the rest, didn't you? He added. Yes. I didn't. Richard was kind enough to invite me, but I should only have been in the way. He paused an instant, and then added, without any change of tone or manner, "I know nothing of the Westoria lands." "Was it necessary that you should?" said Trelawney. "I did not." "Oh," Arbuthnot answered, "I knew they would discuss them, and the bill, as it pleases Amory to be interested in them just now." "I remember that the matter was referred to several times," said Trelawney. "Even Mrs. Amory seemed to know a good deal of it." "A good deal," said Arbuthnot, "in favor of the bill." "Yes," Trelawney answered. "She had been reading up, it appeared. She said some very good things about it in a laughing way. Why does she waste her time and strength on such folly?" he added hotly. Why is she allowed to do it?" "The New England farm would be better for her just now," said Arbuthnot, again adroitly. "Why should Amory waste his time upon it?" the colonel went on, "though that is his affair, of course, and not mine." They had reached the gate by this time, but they did not pass through it. Finding themselves near it, they turned, as if by mutual consent, and yet without speaking of doing so, into the walk nearest them. It was after taking a few steps in silence down this path that Colonel Trelawney spoke again, abruptly. "When I was thinking of you just before we met," he said, "I was thinking of you in connection with the Amorys." Page 127. He knew the statement had a blunt enough sound, and his recognition of it irritated him, but he was beginning to be accustomed to his own bluntness of statement, and at any rate, this led him to the point he meant to reach. Arbuthnot's reply was characteristic. It was not blunt at all, and had an air of simple directness, which was the result not only of a most creditable tact and farsightedness, but of more private good feeling and sincerity than he was usually credited with. "I am always glad to be thought of in connection with the Amorys," he said, "and I am glad that it is perfectly natural that I should be connected with them in the minds of their friends. There has been a very close connection between us for several years, and I hope they have found as much pleasure in it as I have." Trelawney recognized the tact, even if he was not aware of the good feeling and farsightedness. The obstacles had been removed from his path, and the conversation had received an air of unconstrained naturalness, which would make it easier for him to go on. "Then," he said, "there will be no need to explain what I mean by saying that I was thinking specially of your interest in Mrs. Amory herself, and your influence over her." "I wish my influence over her was as strong as my interest in her," was his companion's reply. "My interest in her is a sincere enough feeling, and a deep one. There is every reason why it should be." "I," began the colonel, and then he stopped. "Your interest in her," Arbuthnot went on, seeming to enjoy his cigar very much, "is even a more natural feeling than mine, though I scarcely think it can be stronger. It is not a matter of relationship so much. As a rule, relationship does not amount to a great deal, but the fact that you knew her as a girl and feel toward the professor as you do must give her a distinct place in your mind." Page 128. "It is a feeling," said Trelawney, "which disturbs me when I see that she is in actual danger through her own want of care for herself. Are women always so reckless? Is it a Washington fashion? Why should she forget that her children need her care if she does not choose to think of herself? Is that a Washington fashion too?" "You were thinking," said Arbuthnot, "and flattering me in doing it, that what I might say to her on the necessity of leaving the city might have some little effect." "Yes," Trelawney answered, "and if not upon herself, upon Amory, he is always ready to listen to you." Arbuthnot was silent for some moments. He was following a certain train of thought closely and rapidly, but his expression did not betray him at all. "She would have gone 2 weeks ago," he said quietly next, "if it had not been for Richard's engagements with Plainfield and the rest. He has had them at his house 2 or 3 times since then, and they have made little parties to Mount Vernon and Arlington and Great Falls. Plainfield is a ladies' man, and he finds Mrs. Amory very charming." "What!" exclaimed Trelawney with intolerant haughtiness, "that coarse fellow?" "He isn't a nice fellow," said Arbuthnot, "but he won't show his worst side to her any more than he can help. He is a very powerful fellow, they say." Here he stopped. They had reached their gateway again. "I'll do what I can," he said. "It won't be much, perhaps, but I will do what I can. I fully appreciate the confidence you showed in speaking to me. I fully appreciate the manner in which you listened to what I had to say, said Trelawney. And somewhat to Arbuthnot's surprise, he held out his hand to him. Page 129. Chapter 12. Instead of making his way home at once, Arbuthnot turned up the side of the street on which the Amory's house stood. As he reached the house, the door was opened, and a man came out and walked down the steps. He was a man with a large frame, a darkly florid complexion, and heavily handsome features. As he passed Arbuthnot, he gave him a glance and a rather grudging bow, which expressed candidly exactly the amount of pleasure he derived from encountering him. Bertha was in the parlor alone. When Arbuthnot entered, he found her standing in the middle of the room, looking down at the roses on her gaily painted fan and evidently not seeing them. "Well," he began by way of greeting, "I hope you have been enjoying yourself with your senators." She looked up and made a quick, eager little movement toward him, as if she was more glad to see him than usual. "Ah," she exclaimed, "I believe I was wishing you would come." "Thank you," he said, "but the compliment would be greater if you were sure of it." "I think I am sure of it now you are here," she answered, "though I don't know at all why I wanted you, unless it was to tell you that I have not been enjoying myself in the least with my senators." "I am delighted to hear it," he replied. "Nothing could please me better. They are always too numerous, and lately one is continually meeting them on the steps and being scowled at." She shut her fan quickly with a slight frown. Page 130. "Why scowled at?" she said. "That would be absurd enough." "Absurd or not," he laughed, "it is true." But notwithstanding his laugh, there was no change in her face he did not see. They had seated themselves by this time, and Bertha was looking at her fan again, and opening and shutting it slowly. "They are not my senators," she said. "They are Richard's, and I am getting a little tired of them, though I should not like to tell him so. When it is warm, as it is today, I am very tired of them." "I should not think it at all improbable," remarked Arbuthnot dryly. "It has struck me that it would be necessary for the mercury to be several degrees below zero before you would find the one who went out just now, for instance, especially exhilarating." "He is not exhilarating at all," she said. "Richard likes him," she added a moment afterward. "I don't know exactly why, but he really seems to admire him. They are quite intimate. I think the acquaintance began through some law business he gave him in connection with the Westoria lands. I have tried to like him on Richard's account. You must remember," she said with a smile, "I first tried to like you on Richard's account." "I hope you succeeded better than you will with Plainfield," he said. "I might succeed with him if I persevered long enough," she answered. "The difficulty lies in the perseverance. Richard says I would make a good lobbyist, but I am sure I should not. I could not be persistently amiable and entertaining to people who tired me." "Don't deplore your deficiencies until it becomes necessary for you to enter the profession," said Arbuthnot. "I don't like to hear you speak of it," he added with a touch of sharpness. Page 131. "I don't deplore them," said Bertha, "and it is only one of my little jokes. But if the fortunes of the Westoria lands depended on me, I am afraid they would be a dismal failure." "As they don't depend on you," he remarked, "doesn't it occur to you that you might as well leave them to Senator Plainfield? I must confess it has presented itself to me in that light." "It is rather odd," she said, in a tone of reflection, "that though I have nothing whatever to do with them, they actually seem to have detained me in town for the last 2 weeks." "It is quite time you went away," said Arbuthnot. "I know that," she answered, "and I feel it more every day." She raised her eyes suddenly to his. "Lawrence," she said, "I am not well. Don't tell Richard, but I think I am not well at all. I am restless and nervous and morbid. I am actually morbid. Things trouble me which never troubled me before. Sometimes I lose all respect for myself. You know, I always was rather proud of my self-control. I am not quite as proud of it as I used to be. About 2 weeks ago, I positively lost my temper." He did not laugh, as she had been half afraid he would. His manner was rather quiet. On the contrary, it was as if what she said struck him as being worth listening to with some degree of serious attention, though his reply was not exactly serious. "I hope you had sufficient reason," he said. "No," she answered. "I had no reason at all, which makes it all the more humiliating. I think I have been rather irritable for a month or two. I have allowed myself to be disturbed by things which were really of no consequence, and I have taken offense at things and resented trifles, and it was the merest trifle which made me lose my temper. Yes, actually lose my temper, and say what I did not intend to say, in the PG 132 most open and abject manner. What could be more abject than to say things you did not intend to say? You know I never was given to that kind of thing." "No," he responded, "it cannot be said that you were." "It was so revolting to me after it was over," she went on, "that it seemed to make me more weak-minded than ever. When you once give way to your emotions, it is all going downhill. You do it again and again. I never did it before, but I have been on the verge of doing it 2 or 3 times since." "Don't go any farther than the verge," he said. "I don't intend to," she answered. "I don't like even the verge. I resent it with all my strength. I should like to invent some kind of horrible torture to pay myself for what I did." He was watching her very closely, but she was not aware of it. She had arrested his attention completely enough by this time, and the fact made itself evident in his intent and rather startled expression. "I hope it was nothing very serious," he said. "It was serious enough for me," she replied. "Nobody else was hurt, but it was serious enough for me, the mere knowing that for a few minutes I had lost my hold on myself. I didn't like it, I didn't like it." There was an intensity in her manner, in her voice, in her face, in her very figure itself, which was curiously disproportionate to her words. She leaned forward a little and laid her small, clenched hand upon her knee. "In all my life," she said slowly, "in all my life, I have never had a feeling which was as strong as myself. I have been that fortunate. I have been angry, but never so angry that I could not seem perfectly still and calm. I have been happy, but never so happy that I could not have hidden it if I chose. I have been unhappy for a moment or so, but never so unhappy that I had the horrible anguish of being found out. I am not capable of strong, real emotions. I am too PG 133 shallow and light. I have been light all my life, and I will be light until the end." "Only the children could make me suffer, really," she said after it. "Only the children, and all women are like that. Through Janie or Jack or Meg, my heart could be torn in two, if they were in pain or badly treated or taken from me. That is nothing but common nature, but nothing else could hurt me so that I should cry out. Nothing and nobody, not even Richard." She stopped herself and opened her fan again. "There," she exclaimed. "Why did I say so much then, and say it so vehemently, as if it was of consequence? Nothing is of consequence, nothing, nothing." And she laughed and rose and began to take up and set down again some trifles on the mantel. Arbuthnot still watched her. "No," he said, "you are quite right. Nothing is of consequence really, and the sooner one learns that, the better for one's peace of mind. The worst pain you could have to bear could not last you more than a few score years, and you would get used to it in that time. The greatest happiness you could yearn for would not last any longer, and you would get tired of it in time, too." "Tired of it," she echoed. "One could tire of anything in 60 years and 10. How tired one must be of oneself before it is over, how tired, how tired." And she threw up her hands in a sudden, desperate gesture. "No," he answered, in a tone whose level coolness was a forcible contrast to her own. "Not necessarily, if one doesn't expect too much. If we take things for what they are worth, and don't let ourselves be deceived by them, there is plenty of rational entertainment to be had by the way. We mayn't like it quite as well as what we set out with expecting, but we can manage to subsist upon it. I hope I am logical. I know I am not eloquent." He said it bitterly. "No," she returned, without looking at him. "You PG 134 are not eloquent, perhaps, but you are speaking the truth, and I like to hear it. I want to hear it. It is good for me. It is always good for people to hear the truth, the bare, unvarnished, unadorned truth. Go on." "If I go on," he said, still bitterly, "I shall begin to drag myself in, and I don't care to do it. It is natural that I should feel the temptation. I never knew the man yet who could talk in this strain and not drag himself in." "Drag yourself in as much as you like," she said, even fiercely, "and be an example to me." I should be example enough if I said all I could, he replied. Am I a happy man? She turned, and for a moment they looked into each other's eyes. His were stern, hard, and miserable. No, she cried out, you are not. No one is happy in the world. And she dropped her face upon her hands as she leaned upon the mantel. I might have been happier if I had begun right, I suppose, he said. Begun, she repeated. Does anyone ever begin right? One ought to begin at the end and go backward, and then one might make something of it all. I didn't make much of it, he said. I was not as wise as you. I began with emotions and follies and fires and the rest of it, and the enjoyment I derived from them was scarcely what I anticipated it would be. The emotions didn't last, and the follies didn't pay, and the fires burnt out, and that was the worst of all. And they always do, and that is worse still. It is in the nature of things. Look at that grate, pointing to it. It looked different a week ago when we had a rainy night and sat around it. We could have burned ourselves at it then if we had been feeble-minded enough to try it. We couldn't do it now, and yet a few days ago it was hot enough. The fire has burned out, and even the ashes are gone. Pg 135. She stooped down, picked up her fan, and reseated herself upon the sofa. She did not look quite like herself. Her face was very pale, but for the 2 red spots Trelawney had seen on her cheeks when her display of feeling had startled him. But all at once a change had taken place in her manner. There was a sort of deadly stillness in it. We are a long way from my temper, she said. A long way. Yes, he replied, about as far as we could get in the space of time allowed us, and we have been a trifle emotional. And it was my fault, she continued. Isn't it time I went somewhere cool and bracing? I think you must admit it is. Yes, he said, it is time. Take my advice and go. I'll go, she said steadily, the day after tomorrow, and I'll not go to Fortress Monroe. I'll go into the mountains of Virginia, to a farmhouse I know of, where one has forests and silence and nature and nothing else. I'll take the children and live out of doors with them and read to them and talk to them and sew for them when I want anything to do. I always was happy and natural when I was sewing and doing things for them. I like it. Living in that simple, natural way and having the children with me will rest and cure me if anything will on earth. The children always, the children. She stopped and sat perfectly still. Her voice had broken, and she had turned her face a little away. Arbuthnot got up. He stood a moment, as he always did before going, but he did not look directly at her, though he did not seem to avoid her in his glance. It is the best thing you can do, he said, the very best thing. You will be thoroughly rested when you come home, and that is what you need. I will go PG 136 now. I hear Richard, and I want to speak to him alone. And by the time the door opened and Richard stood on the threshold, he had reached him and turned him around, throwing his arm boyishly over his shoulder. You are just in time, he said. Take me into the museum or the library. I want to have a confidential chat with you. And they went out together. PG 137. Chapter 13. The following day Richard presented himself to Trelawney in the morning, looking a little disturbed and scarcely in such excellent spirits as usual. Bertha and the children are going away tomorrow, he said, and if you have no other engagement, you are to come and dine with us this evening and say goodbye. I have no other engagement, Trelawney answered. I shall be glad to come. They are really going to Fortress Monroe tomorrow. Richard threw himself into a chair with a rather discontented air. They are not going to Fortress Monroe at all, he said. They are going to bury themselves in the mountains of Virginia. It is a queer fancy of Bertha's. I think she is making a mistake. She won't like it, really, when she tries it. If she needs rest, said Trelawney, certainly the mountains of Virginia. The mountains of Virginia, interrupted Richard, were not made for Bertha. She will tire of them in a week. I wish she would not go, he said, with the faintest possible touch of petulance. You will miss her very much, of course, said Trelawney. Oh yes, I shall miss her. I always miss her, and I shall miss her specially just now. Just now, said Trelawney. Oh, said Richard, straightening himself somewhat and clearing his slightly knitted brow, I was only thinking of 2 or 3 plans which had half-formed themselves in my mind. I was looking at it from a PG 138 selfish point of view, which I had no right to do. I suppose things might wait until she comes back." "Are you going with her?" said Trelawney. "I," exclaimed Richard. "No, I could not do that. My business would not allow of it. I have more than usual on hand just now. I shall run down to see them once a week, if possible. I must confess, with a laugh, that I could not make up my mind to 3 months of it. Bertha knows that." Taking all things into consideration, he bore the prospect of his approaching loneliness very well. He soon began to speak of other matters, and before he took his departure had quite recovered his usual gaiety. As he talked, Trelawney regarded him with some curiosity. "He has a fortunate temperament," he was thinking. "He would have been happy if she had remained, but he is not unhappy because she goes. There are men who would take it less lightly, though after all, he is the one to be envied." Trelawney did not feel that he himself was greatly to be envied. He had said that she ought to go, and had been anxious and unhappy because she had not gone. But now that she was going, he was scarcely happier. There were things he should miss every day. As he remembered them, he knew he had not allowed himself to admit what their value had been to him. The very fact that they had not been better friends made it harder. From the first, he had been aware that a barrier stood between them, and in the interview which had revealed to him something of its nature, he had received some sharp wounds. There was truth in what she said. He had often pondered since, though she put it in a woman's way. "I have resented what she has said and done often enough, and have contrasted it bitterly with what I remembered, God knows why. I had no right to do it, and it was all folly, but I did it, and made myself PG 139 wretched through it, and she saw the folly and not the wretchedness." But now that her presence would no longer color and animate the familiar rooms, he realized what their emptiness would be. He could not endure the thought of what it would be to go into them for the first time and sit alone with Richard, no bright figure moving before them, or sitting in its chair by the table, or the window, or the hearth. The absence of the very things which had angered and disturbed him would leave a blank. It would actually be a wretchedness to see no longer that she often chose to be flippant and mocked for mere mocking's sake. "What," he said savagely, "am I beginning to care for her very faults? Then it is best that she should go." But his savageness was not against Bertha, but against himself and his weakness. When he arrived at the house in the evening, he found Bertha in the parlor, with Jack and Janey, who were to be allowed to share the farewell dinner. As she advanced to meet him with a child on either side, he was struck by certain changes which he observed in her dress and manner. She wore a dark, simple gown, her hair was dressed a trifle more closely and plainly than usual, and there was no color about her. When she gave him her hand, and stood with the other resting on Jack's shoulder, her eyes uplifted to his own, he was bewildered by a feeling that he was suddenly brought face to face with a creature quite strange to him. He could not have said that she was actually cold and reserved, but there was that in the quiet of her manner which suggested both reserve and coldness. "I have allowed the children to stay downstairs," she said, "and they are to dine with us if they will be good. They wished very much to see as much of you as possible, as it will be some time before they return, and I think they will be quiet." Page 140. "If you will seat one on each side of me," said Trelawney, "I will keep them quiet." "You are very kind," she answered, "but I should scarcely like to do that." And then she returned to her seat by the window, and he sat opposite her on the end of a sofa, with Janey leaning against his knee. "You are not going to Fortress Monroe," he said. "No," she replied, "I am going to the Virginia mountains." "I should think that would be better," he said, putting an arm around Janey. "I thought so," she answered. "Upon reflection, I am not as strong as I should be, and I think I dislike ill health even more than most people do." She held Jack's hand and spoke in a quiet tone of common things, of her plans for the summer, of the children, of Richard, and Trelawney listened like a man in a dream, missing the color and vivacity from her manner, as he had known he should miss her presence from the rooms when she was gone. "Tell Uncle Philip something of what we are going to do," she said to Jack. "Tell him about the hammocks, and the spades we are to dig with, and the books. We are to live out of doors and enjoy ourselves immensely," she added, with a faint smile. "Mama is going to play with us every day," said Jack triumphantly, "and we are going to lie in our hammocks while she reads to us and tells us stories." "And there will be no parties and no company," added Janie, "only we are to be the company." "And Jack is to take care of me," said Bertha, "because I am growing old and he is so big." Jack regarded her dubiously. "You haven't any wrinkles," he said. "Yes, I have, Jack," she answered, "but they don't show." And a little laugh broke from her, and she let PG 141 her cheek rest against his dark love locks for a moment in a light caress. Glancing up at the Colonel's face at this juncture, Janie found cause in it for serious dissatisfaction. She raised her hand and drew a small forefinger across his forehead. "Uncle Philip," she said, "you are bad again. The black marks have come back, and you are quite ugly, and you promised you would try not to let them come any more." "I beg your pardon, Janie," he answered, and then turned to Bertha. "She does not like my black face," he said, "and no wonder. I am rather an unfortunate fellow to have my faults branded upon me so plainly that even a child can see them." There was a touch of bitterness in the words and in his manner of uttering them. Bertha answered him in a soft, level voice. "You are severe upon yourself," she said. "It is much safer to be severe upon other people." It was rather cruel, but she did not object to being cruel. There come to most women moments when to be cruel is their only refuge against themselves and others, and such a moment had come to her. In looking back upon the evening, when it was over, the feeling that it had been unreal was stronger in Tredenese's mind than any other. It was all unreal from beginning to end. The half-hour before dinner, when Arbuthnot and Richard and the professor came in, and Bertha stood near her father's chair and talked to him, and Tredenese, holding Janie on his knee and trying to answer her remarks lucidly, was aware only of the presence of the dark, slender figure near him and the strange quiet of the low voice, the dinner itself, during which Richard was in the most attractive mood, and the professor was rather silent, and Arbuthnot's vivacity was a little fitful at first, and afterwards seemed to recover itself and rise to the occasion. PG 142, while Bertha, with Jack on one hand and Janie on the other, cared for their wants and answered Richard's sallies and aided him in them, and yet was not herself at all, but a new being. "And you think," said the professor, later in the evening, when they had returned to the parlors, "you think that you will like the quiet of the mountains." "I think it will be good for me," she answered, "and the children will like it." "She will not like it at all," said Richard. "She will abhor it in 10 days, and she will rush off to Fortress Monroe and dance every night to make up for her temporary mental aberration." "No, she will not," said Arbuthnot. "She has made preparations to enjoy her seclusion in its dramatic aspects. She is going to retire from the world in the character of a graceful anchorite, and she has already begun to dress the part. She is going to be simple and serious and a trifle severe, and it even now expresses itself in the lines and color of her gown." She turned toward him, with the sudden gleam of some new expression in her eyes. "How well you understand me," she said. "No one else would have understood me so well. I never can deceive you, at least. Yes, you are quite right. I am going to enjoy the thing dramatically. I don't want to go, but as I feel it discreet, I intend to amuse myself and make the best of it. I am going to play at being maternal and amiable and even domesticated. I have a costume for it, as I have one for bathing and dining and making calls. This," she said, touching her dress, "is part of it. Upstairs I have a little mob cap and an apron and a work basket to carry on my arm. They are not unbecoming either. Shall I run up into the nursery and put them on and show them to you? Then you can be sure that I comprehend the part." "Have you a mob cap and an apron?" asked Richard. "Have you really?" Page 143. "Yes, really," she answered. "Don't you remember that I told you that it was my dresses that were of consequence and not myself? Shall I go and put them on?" Her tone was soft no longer. It was a little hard, and so was the look which half hid itself behind the brightness of the eyes she turned toward him. "Yes," he answered, "put them on and let us see them." She turned round and went out of the room, and Arbuthnot followed her with a rather anxious glance. The professor stirred his tea as usual, and Trelawney turned his attention to Janey, while Richard laughed. "I have no doubt she has all three," he said, "and they will be well worth seeing." They were worth seeing. In a few minutes she returned, the little work-basket on her arm, the mob cap upon her head, the apron around her waist, and a plain square of white muslin crossed upon her bosom. She stopped in the doorway and made a courtesy. "There ought to be a curtain, and somebody ought to ring it up," she said. "Enter the domestic virtues." And she came and stood before them, her eyes shining still and her head erect, but perhaps through the rather severe black and white of her costume, seeming to have a shade less color than before. "I did not make them for this occasion," she said. "They have appeared before. You don't remember them, Richard, but I had them when Jack was a baby and a novelty. I tried being maternal then." "Why, yes," said Richard. "To be sure I remember them, and very becoming they were too." "Oh, yes," she answered. "I knew they were becoming." She turned and fronted Trelawney. "I hope they are becoming now," she said, and made her little courtesy again. "They are very becoming," he answered, looking at PG 140 for her steadily. "I like them better than the silks and brocades." "Thank you," she said. "I thought you would, or I would not have put them on. Jack and Janey, come and stand on each side of me while I sit down. I have always congratulated myself that you were becoming. This is what we shall be constrained to do when we are in Virginia, only we shall not have the incentive of being looked at." "We will make up a party," said Richard, "and come down once a week to look at you. Plainfield would enjoy it, I am sure." "Thank you," said Bertha, "and I will always bring out the work-basket with a lace collar for Meg in it. Lace collars are more becoming than small aprons or stocking mending. Do you remember the little shirt Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was making for her boy, and which was always produced when she was in virtuous company? Poor Rawdon was quite a big boy, and very much too large for it, by the time it was finished. I wonder if Meg will be grown up before she gets her collar." She produced a needle, threaded it, and took a few stitches, bending her head over her task with a serious air. "Does it look as if I had done it before?" she said. "I hope it does. I really have, you know. Once I sewed on a button for Richard." But she did not sew many minutes. Soon she laid her work down in the basket. "There," she said, "that is enough. I have made my impression, and that is all I care for, or I should have made my impression if you had been strangers. If you had not known me, you would have had time to say to one another, 'What a simple, affectionate little creature she must be.' After all, there is nothing which becomes a woman so well as to sit at her work in that quiet, natural way, with her children about PG 145 her. Come, Jack and Janey, it is time for you to say good night, and let me make a pretty exit with you in my mob cap and apron." She took them away and remained upstairs with them until they were in bed. When she came back, she did not bring the work-basket, but she had not taken off the cap and handkerchief. She held an open letter in her hand and went to Richard and sat down by him. Her manner had changed again entirely. It was as if she had left upstairs something more than the work-basket. "Richard," she said, "I did not tell you I had had a letter from Agnes Sylvester." "From Agnes Sylvester?" he exclaimed. "Why, no, you didn't, but it is good news. Lawrence, you must remember Agnes Sylvester." "Perfectly," was the answer. "She was not the kind of person you forget." "She was a beautiful creature," said Richard, "and I always regretted that we lost sight of her as we did after her marriage. Where is she now, Bertha?" "When she wrote she was at Castlehammer. She went abroad, you know, immediately after her husband's death." "He was not the nicest fellow in the world, that Sylvester," said Richard. "He was not the man for a woman like that to marry. I wonder if she did not find out that she had made a mistake." "If she did," said Bertha, "she bore it very well, and it has been all over for more than 2 years." She turned suddenly to Trelawney. "Did not you once tell me—" she began. "Yes," he replied. "I met her in Chicago, and Mr. Sylvester was with her." "It must have been 2 or 3 weeks before his death," said Bertha. "He died quite suddenly, and they were in Chicago at the time. Do you remember how she looked, and if you liked her? But of course you liked her." Page 146. "I saw her only for a short time," he answered. We talked principally of you. She was very handsome and had a sweet voice and large, calm eyes. Bertha was silent a moment. Yes, she said next, she has beautiful eyes. They are large and clear like a child's, but they are not childish eyes. She sees a great deal with them. I think there was never anything more effective than a way she has of looking at you quietly and directly for a few seconds, without saying anything at all. You wonder what she is thinking of, said Arbuthnot, and you hope she is thinking of yourself, and are inclined to believe she is, when there are 10 chances to 1 that she is not at all. But she generally is, said Bertha. The trouble is that perhaps she is not thinking exactly what you would like best, though she will never tell you so, and you would not discover it from her manner. She had an adorable manner, it is soft and well-bred, but she never wastes herself. I remember, said Trelawney, that I thought her very attractive. Bertha turned more directly toward him. She is exactly what you would like, she said. Exactly. When I said just now that her way of looking at people was effective, I used the worst possible word and did her an injustice. She is never effective in that way. To be effective, it seems to me, you must apply yourself. Agnes Sylvester never applies herself. Trifles do not amuse her as they amuse me. I entertain myself with my whims and with all sorts of people. She has no whims and cares only for the people she is fond of. If she were here tonight, she would look calmly at my mob cap and apron and wonder what I meant by them and what mental process I had gone through to reach the point of finding it worth while to wear them. Page 147. Oh, said Arbuthnot, I should not think she was slow at following mental processes. No, answered Bertha, I did not mean that. She would reason clearly enough, after she had looked at me a few moments and asked herself the question. But in talking of her, I am forgetting to tell you that she is coming home and will spend next winter in Washington. Congratulate yourself, Lawrence, said Richard. We may all congratulate ourselves. It will be something more to live for. As to congratulating myself, said Arbuthnot, I should have no objection to devoting the remainder of the evening to it, but I am afraid. Of what? Demanded Bertha. Oh, he answered, she will see through me with her calm eyes, and as you say, she never wastes herself. No, said Bertha, she never wastes herself, and after all, it is Colonel Trelawney who has most reason to congratulate himself. He has not thrown away his time. I am obliged to admit that she once said to me of you, why does he throw away his time? Does he never think at all? Yes, it is Colonel Trelawney who must be congratulated. It was chiefly of Agnes Sylvester they talked during the rest of the evening. She is a person who says very little of herself, was Bertha's comment, but there is a great deal to say of her. And so there seemed to be. There were anecdotes to be related of her, the charm of her beauty and manner was to be analyzed, and all of her attributes were found worth touching upon. It was Trelawney who took his departure first. When he rose to go, Bertha, who was talking to Arbuthnot, did not at first observe his movement, and when he approached her, she turned with an involuntary start. Page 148. You are going now, she said. Yes, he answered. I wish you a pleasant summer and all the rest you require. She stood up and gave him her hand. Thank you, she replied. I shall be sure to have the rest. It scarcely seemed more than the ordinary conventional parting for the night. To Trelawney, it seemed something less. There were only a few words more, and he dropped her hand and went out of the room. He had certainly felt that this was the last, and only a powerful effort of will held in check a feeling whose strength he would have been loath to acknowledge. Such things are always a wrench, he said mentally. I never bore them well. And he had barely said it when he heard Bertha cross the parlor quickly and pass through the door. He had bent to take up a paper he had left on the hat stand, and when he turned, she was close to him. Something in her look was so unusual that he recognized it with an inward start. Her eyes were a little dilated, and her breath came with soft quickness, as if she had moved rapidly and impulsively. She put out both her hands with a simple, sudden gesture, and with an action as simple and unpremeditated, he took them and held them in his own. I came, she said, to say goodbye again. All at once I seemed to realize that it would be months before we saw you again, And so many things happen, and she stopped a second, but went on after it. When I come back, she said, I shall be well and strong and like a new person. Say goodbye to this person. And a smile came and went as she said it. A moment ago, he answered, I was telling myself that goodbyes were hard upon me. They are not easy, she said. This at least was not easy for him. Her hands were PG 149 trembling in his clasp. The thought came to him that perhaps some agitation she wished to hide had driven her from the room within, and she had come to him for momentary refuge because he was near. She looked up at him for a second with a touch of desperation in her eyes, and then he saw her get over it, and she spoke. Jack and Janie will miss you very much, she said. You have been very kind to them. I think it is your way to be good to everyone. My opportunities of being good have been limited, he said. If one should present itself, and he held her hands a little closer, you won't let me miss my chance, will you? There is no reason for my saying so much, of course, but you will try to remember that I am here and always ready to come when I am called. Yes, she said, I think you would come if I called you, and I thank you very much, and goodbye, goodbye. And she drew her hands away and stood with them hanging clasped before her, as if she meant to steady them, and so she stood until he was gone. He was breathing quickly himself when he reached the street. Yes, he said, the professor was right. It is Arbuthnot, it is Arbuthnot. Page 150. Chapter 14. When he passed the house the next day, they were gone. The nursery windows were thrown open, and he fancied that the place wore a deserted look. The very streets seemed empty, and the glare of sunshine, whose heat increased with every hour, added to the air of desolateness he imagined. It is imagination, he said, and the feeling will die away all the more quickly because I recognize the unreality of it. By tomorrow or the day after I shall have got over it. And yet a week later, when he dropped in upon the professor one sultry evening to spend an hour with him, his old friend found cause for anxious inspection of him. What, he said, the hot weather begins to tell on you already. You are not acclimatized yet, that's it. You must spare yourself as much as possible. It doesn't promise well that you look fagged so soon. I should say you had not slept well. I don't sleep well, Tredennies answered. You are working too hard, said the professor. That is it, perhaps. I am not working hard enough, replied Tredennies with a slight knitting of the brows. I wish I had more to do. Leisure does not agree with me. One must occupy oneself, said the professor. He spoke half absently, and yet with a touch of significance in his tone, which, combined with the fact that he had heard the words before, caused Tredennies to glance at him quickly. He smiled slightly in answer to the glance. Bertha, he said. Oh yes, I am quoting Bertha. PG 151, your manner is not as light as hers, but it reminded me of her in some way, perhaps because I had a letter from her today and she was in my thoughts. I hope she is well, said Tredennies, and does not find her farmhouse too dull. She does not complain of it, the professor answered, and she says nothing of her own health, but tells me she is a little anxious about Janie, who does not seem quite herself. Tredennies looked out into the darkening street. They were sitting by the opened window. She was not well when she went away, he said, a trifle abstractedly. Janie, asked the professor, as if the idea was new to him. I did not know that. Tredennies roused himself. I was thinking of Bertha, he said. Oh, of Bertha, said the professor, and then he lapsed into a reverie himself for a few moments, and seemed to watch the trees on the street without seeing them. No, she was not well, he said at length, but I think she will be better when she comes back. The rest and quiet, began Tredennies. I think she had determined to be better, said the professor. Determined, repeated Tredennies. She has a strong will, returned the professor, though it is a thing she is never suspected of. She does not suspect herself of it, and yet she has relied upon its strength from the first, and is relying upon it now. I am convinced that she went away with the determination to conquer a restlessness whose significance she is just awakening to, and she deliberately chose nature and the society of her children as the best means of cure. Do you think, asked Trelawney in a low voice, that she will get over it? Page 152. The professor turned to look at him. I don't know, he answered, with a slight tone of surprise. Why did you fancy I would? You seem to understand her, said Trelawney. The professor sighed. I have studied her so long, he replied, that I imagine I know what she is doing, but you can't safely go beyond that with women. You can't say what they are going to do with any degree of certainty. They are absorbingly interesting as a study, but they are not to be relied on, and they rarely complement your intelligence by doing what you expect of them. She has not done what I expected. She has lived longer than I thought she would without finding herself out. A year ago she believed that she had proved to herself that such an emotion as this was impossible to her. It was a very innocent belief, and she was entirely sincere in it and congratulated herself upon it. He turned to Trelawney again with a sudden movement and a curious look of pain in his face. I am afraid it's a great mistake, he said. What? Trelawney asked. This feeling, he said, in a tremulous and troubled voice. I don't mean in her alone, but in anyone everywhere. I am not sure that it ever brings happiness really in the end. I am afraid there always is an end. If there wasn't, it might be different, but I am afraid there is. There are those of us who try to believe there is none, but I am afraid those are happiest who lose all but their ideal. There are many who lose even that, and fate has done her worst by them. He checked himself and sank back in his chair. Ah, he said, smiling half sadly, I am an old man, and it is an old man's fancy that the best thing in life is death. And fate did not do her worst by me, she left me my ideal. She had grey eyes, he added, and a bright face like Bertha's. PG 153 Perhaps, after all, if I had won what I wanted, I should not feel so old tonight, and so tired. Her face was very bright. He had not been wholly well for some days, and tonight seemed fatigued by the heat and languor in the air. But he was somewhat more hopeful when he spoke of Bertha than he had been. I have confidence in the strength of her will, he said, and I like her pride and courage. She does not give way to her emotions. She resents them fiercely and refuses to acknowledge their powers over her. She insists to herself that her restlessness is nervousness and her sadness morbid. She said as much to me, said Trelawney. Did she? Exclaimed the professor. That is a good sign. It shows that she has confidence in you and that it is a feeling strong enough to induce her to use you as a defense against her own weakness. She would never have spoken if she had not believed that you were a sort of stronghold. It is the old feeling of her girlhood ruling her again. Thank heaven for that. There was a ring at the front door bell as he spoke, and a moment or so later it was answered by a servant. Buoyant feet were heard in the hall, and paused a second on the threshold. Are you here, Professor? Someone inquired, and may I come in? Professor Herrick turned his head. Come in, Richard, he said. Come in by all means. And Amory entered and advanced toward them. The slight depression of manner Trelawney had fancied he had seen in him on the last two occasions of their meeting had disappeared altogether. He seemed even in gayer spirits than usual. I have come to tell you, he said to the professor, that I am going away for a short time. It is a matter of business connected with the Westoria lands. I may be away a week or two. Page 154. Isn't it rather a long journey? Asked the professor. Oh yes, he replied, with no air of being daunted by the prospect, and a tiresome one, but it is important that I should make it, and I shall not be alone. Who is to be your companion? Plainfield, and he's rather an entertaining fellow in his way. Plainfield. Oh, it won't be so bad on the whole. It is Plainfield who is interested in the lands, if I remember rightly, suggested the professor. Oh, Plainfield, Richard replied carelessly. Well, more or less. He is given to interesting himself in things, and by Jove, he added with a laugh, this promises to be a good thing to be interested in. I shouldn't mind if I... My dear Richard, interposed the professor, allow me to advise you not to do so. You'll really find it best. Such things rarely end well. Richard laughed again. My dear professor, he answered with much good humor, you may rely upon me. I haven't any money of my own. And if you had money, said the professor. I think I should risk it. I really do. Though why I should say risk, I hardly know. There is scarcely enough risk to make it exciting. He was very sanguine, and once or twice became quite brilliant on the subject. The great railroad, which was to give the lands an enormous value, was almost an established fact. Everything was being laid in train. A man influenced here, a touch given there, a vigorous move made in this direction, an interest awakened in that, and the thing was done. There isn't a doubt of the termination, he said, not a doubt. It's a brilliant sort of thing that is its own impetus, one might say, and the right men are at work for it, and the right wham. Page 155. Were you going to say women? Asked Trelawney, when he pulled himself up somewhat abruptly. Well, yes, Richard said blithely. After all, why not? I must confess to finding the fact lend color and vivacity to the thing. And the delightful cleverness the clever ones show is a marvelous power for or against a thing, though I think the feminine tendency is to work for a thing, not against it. I should like to know, said Trelawney, how they begin it. For a moment he thought he did not know why he asked the question, but the self-delusion did not last long. He felt an instant later that he did know and wished that he did not. In 9 cases out of 10, Richard replied, giving himself up at once to an enjoyable analysis of the subject. In 9 cases out of 10, it is my impression they begin with almost entire lack of serious intention, and rarely, if ever, even in the end, admit to themselves that they have done what they are accused of. Given a clever and pretty woman whose husband or other male relative needs her assistance, why should she be less clever and pretty in the society of one political dignitary than in that of another, whose admiration of her charms may not be of such importance? I suppose that is the beginning, and then come the sense of power and the fascination of excitement. What woman does not like both? What woman is better and more charming than Bertha? And Bertha does not hesitate to admit, in her own delightful way, that there must have been a fascination in the lives of those historical charmers before whom prime ministers trembled, and who could make and unmake a cabinet with a smile. What was the thought that leaped into Trelawney's mind? Do we begin to compare Bertha with a king's favorite? But he did not say it aloud. It was not for him to defend her against her husband's lightness, and were they not her own words, after all? And so he, pg 156, could only sit silent in the shadow of his darkening corner and knit his heavy brows with hot resentment in his heart, while Richard went on. There are some few who make a profession of it, he said, but they do not carry the most power. The woman who is ambitious for her husband, or eager for her son, or who wishes to escape from herself and find refuge in some absorbing excitement, necessarily is more powerful than the more sordid element. If I were going in for that kind of thing, he went on, settling himself in his favorite graceful, lounging posture and throwing his arm lightly behind his head, if I were going in for it and might make a deliberate choice, I think I should choose a woman who had something to forget, a woman who had reached an emotional crisis, who was young, and yet who could not take refuge in girlish forgetfulness, and who, in spite of her youth, had lived beyond trusting in the future, a woman who represented beauty and wit and despair. The despair would be the strongest lever of all. There isn't a doubt of it that such a woman, taken at such a turning point in her existence, could move the world, if you like, the world itself. And he arranged himself a trifle more comfortably and half-laughed again. But, suggested the professor, you are not going in for that sort of thing, my dear Richard. Oh, no, no, answered Richard. But if I were, I must confess it would have a fascination for me which would not permit of my regarding it in cold blood. I am like Bertha, you know, I like my little drama. And speaking of Bertha, said the professor, if anything should happen while you are away. Now really, said Richard, that shows what a careless fellow I am. Do you know, it never once occurred to me that anything could happen. We have such an admirable record to look back upon, Bertha and I, though I think I usually refer the fact to Bertha's tact and executive ability. Nothing ever has happened, and pg 157, I feel that we have established a precedent. But if anything should happen, you had better telegraph to Merrittsville. In any ordinary event, however, I feel quite safe in leaving Bertha in your hands and Trelawney's, he said, smiling at the large shadow in the corner. one is always sure, in the midst of the ruling frivolity, that Traidenis is to be relied on. He went away soon after, and Traidenis, bidding the professor good night, left the house with him. As they passed down the steps, Richard put his arm through his companion's with caressing friendliness. "Wouldn't do you any harm to take a run up into Virginia yourself, once in a while," he said. "You have been losing ground since the heat set in, and we can't submit to that. We need your muscular development in its highest form as an example to our modern deterioration. Kill two birds with one stone when you have a day's leisure. Go and see Bertha and the children, and lay in a new supply of that delightful robustness we envy and admire." "I should be glad to see Bertha," said Traidenis. "She would be glad to see you," Richard answered. "And while I am away, it will be a relief to me to feel that she has you to call upon in case of need. The professor, dear old fellow, is not as strong as he was, and you, as I said before, one naturally takes the liberty of relying upon your silent substantiality." "Thank you," said Traidenis, "if it is a matter of avoirdupois." Richard turned quickly to look at him. "Ah, no," he said, "not that, though being human we respect the avoirdupois. It's something else, you know. Upon my word, I can't exactly say what, but something which makes a man feel instinctively that he can shift his responsibilities upon you and they will be in good hands. Perhaps it is not an enviable quality in oneself, after all. Here am I, you see, shifting Bertha and the children off on your shoulders." Page 158. "If I can be of any use to Bertha and the children, why not?" said Traidenis tersely. "Oh, but one might also say, why?" returned Richard. "We haven't any claim on you really, and yet we do it, or rather I do it, which speaks all the more strongly for your generosity and trustworthiness." "And you will be away," Traidenis began. 2 or 3 weeks. It might be more, but I think not. We separate here, I think, as I am going to drop in on Plainfield. Good night and thanks." "Good night," responded Traidenis, and they shook hands and parted. Page 159. Chapter 15. During the hot days and nights of the next few weeks, Traidenis found life rather a dreary affair. Gradually, the familiar faces he met on the avenue became fewer and fewer. The houses he knew one after another assumed their air of summer desertion, offering as their only evidences of life an occasional colored servant sunning him or herself on the steps. The crowds of nursery maids with their charges thinned out in the parks, and the freshness of the leaves was lost under a coating of dust, while the countenances of those for whom there was no prospect of relief expressed either a languid sense of injury or the patience of despair. "But after all," Traidenis said on 2 or 3 occasions as he sat in one of the parks in the evening, "after all, I suppose most of them have an object," adding the last 2 words with a faint smile. He was obliged to confess to himself that of late he found that the work which he had regarded as his object had ceased to satisfy him. He gave his attention to it with stern persistence, and refused to spare himself when he found his attention wandering. He even undertook additional labor, writing in his moments of leisure several notable articles upon various important questions of the day, and yet he had time left to hang heavily on his hands and fill him with weariness. And at last there came an evening when, after sitting in one of the parks until the lamps were lighted, he rose suddenly from his seat and spoke as if to the silence and shadow about him. "Why should I try to hide the truth from myself?" he said. "It is too late for that. I may as well face it like a man and bear it like one. Many a brave PG 160 fellow has carried a bullet in his body down to his grave and seldom winced. This is something like that, I suppose, only that pain," and he drew a sharp, hard breath and walked away down the deserted path without ending the sentence. He made a struggle after this to resist one poor temptation which beset him daily, the temptation to pass through the street in which stood the familiar house, with its drawn blinds and closed doors. Sometimes, when he rose in the morning, he was so filled with an unreasoning yearning for a sight of its blankness that he was overwhelmed by it, and went out before he breakfasted. "It is weakness and self-indulgence," he would say, "but it is a very little thing, and it can hurt no one. It is only a little thing after all." And he found a piteous pleasure, at which at first he tried to smile, but at which before long he ceased even to try to smile, in the slow walk down the street, on which he could see this window or that, and remember some day when he had caught a glimpse of Bertha through it, or some night he had spent in the room within when she had been gayer than usual or quieter, when she had given him some new wound, perhaps, or when she had half-healed an old one in some mood of relenting he had not understood. There is no reason why I should understand any woman, was his simple thought. And why should I understand her unless she chose to let me? She is like no other woman. He was quite sure of this. In his thoughts of her, he found every word and act of hers worth remembering, and even repeating mentally again and again for the sake of the magnetic grace which belonged only to herself, and it never once occurred to him that his own deep sympathy and tender fancy might brighten all she did. She speaks, he thought, how the dullest of them stir and listen. When she moves across a room, how natural it is to turn and look at her, and be PG 161 interested in what she is going to do. What life I have seen her put in some poor, awkward wretch by only seating herself near him and speaking to him of some common thing. One does not know what her gift is, and whether it is well for her or ill that it was given her, but one sees it in the simplest thing she does. It was hard to avoid giving himself up to such thoughts as these, and when he most needed refuge from them, he always sought it in the society of the professor. So there were few evenings when he did not spend an hour or so with him, and their friendship grew and waxed strong until there could scarcely have been a closer bond between them. About 2 weeks after Richard Amory's departure, making his call later than usual one evening, he met, coming down the steps, Mr. Arbuthnot, who stopped, with his usual civility, to shake hands with him. "It is some weeks since we have crossed each other's paths, Colonel," he said, scrutinizing him rather closely, "and in the meantime, I am afraid you have not been well." "Amory called my attention to the fact a short time ago," responded Tredennies, "and so did the professor. So perhaps there is some truth in it. I hadn't noticed it myself." "You will presently, I assure you," said Arbuthnot, still regarding him with an air of interest. "Perhaps Washington doesn't agree with you. I have heard of people who couldn't stand it. They usually called it malaria, but I think there was generally something." He checked himself somewhat abruptly, which was a rather unusual demonstration on his part, as it was his habit to weigh his speech with laudable care and deliberation. "You are going to see the professor?" he inquired. "Yes," answered Tredennies. The idea was presenting itself to his mind that there was a suggestion of something unusual in the questioner's PG 162 manner, that it was not so entirely serene as was customary, that there was even a hint of some inward excitement strong enough to be repressed only by an effort. And the consciousness of this impressed itself upon him even while a flow of light talk went on, and Arbuthnot smiled at him from his upper step. "I have been to see the professor, too," he was saying, "and I felt it was something of an audacity. His invitations to me have always been of the most general nature, but I thought I would take the liberty of pretending that I fancied he regarded them seriously. He was very good to me, and exhibited wonderful presence of mind in not revealing that he was surprised to see me. I tried not to stay long enough to tire him, and he was sufficiently amiable to ask me to come again. He evidently appreciated the desolation of my circumstances." "You are finding it dull," said Tredennies. "Dull," repeated Arbuthnot. "Yes, I think you might call it dull. The people who kindly condescend to notice me in the winter have gone away, and my dress coat is packed in camphor. I have ceased to be useful, and even if fate had permitted me to be ornamental, where should I air my charms? There seems really no reason why I should exist, until next winter, when I may be useful again, and receive in return my modicum of entertainment. To be merely a superior young man in a department is not remunerative in summer, as one ceases to glean the results of one's superiority. At present I might as well be inferior, and neither dance, nor talk, nor sing, and be utterly incapacitated by nature for either carrying wraps or picking up handkerchiefs. And you cannot disport yourself at the watering places of the rich and great on a salary of $100 a month, and you could only get your sordid month's leave, if such a thing were possible." "I have been dull myself," said Tredennies hesitantly. "If it should ever occur to you to drop in and see a PG 163 fellow sufferer," said Arbuthnot, "it would relieve the monotony of my lot, at least, and might awaken in me some generous emotions." Tredennies looked up at him. "It never has occurred to you so far, I see," was Arbuthnot's light reply to the look. "But if it should, don't resist the impulse. I can assure you it is a laudable one, and my humble apartment has the advantage of comparative coolness." When Trelawney entered the library, he found the professor sitting in his usual summer seat, near the window. A newspaper lay open on his knee, but he was not reading it. He seemed, indeed, to have fallen into a reverie of a rather puzzling kind. "Did you meet anyone as you came in?" he asked of Trelawney as soon as they had exchanged greetings. "I met Mr. Arbuthnot," Trelawney answered, and stopped a few moments on the steps to talk to him. "He has been entertaining me for the last hour," said the professor, taking off his glasses and beginning to polish them. "Now, will you tell me," he asked, with his quiet air of reflective inquiry into an interesting subject, "will you tell me why he comes to entertain me?" "He gave me the impression," answered Trelawney, "that his object in coming was that you might entertain him, and he added that you were very good to him, and he appeared to have enjoyed his call very much." "That is his way," responded the professor impartially, "and a most agreeable way it is. To be born with such a way as a natural heritage is to be a social millionaire, and the worst of it is that it may be a gift entirely apart from all morals and substantial virtues. Bertha has it. I don't know where she got it, not from me, and not from her poor mother. I say it may be apart from all morals and substantial virtues. I don't say it always is. I haven't at all made up my mind what attributes go along with it in Arbuthnot's PG 164 case. I should like to decide, but it would be an agreeable way in a criminal of the deepest dye. It is certainly agreeable that he should in some subtle manner be able to place me in the picturesque attitude of a dignified and entertaining host. I didn't entertain him at all," he added simply. "I sat and listened to him." "He is frequently well worth listening to," commented Trelawney. "He was well worth listening to this evening," said the professor, "and yet he was light enough. He had 2 or 3 English periodicals under his arm. One of them was Punch, and I found myself laughing quite heartily over it. And then there was something about a new comic opera, and he seemed to know the libretto by heart and ran over an air or so on the piano. And he had been reading a new book, and was rather clever about it, in his way, of course, but still it was cleverness. And then he went to the piano again and sang a captivating little love song very well, and after it got up and said good night, and on the whole I regretted it. I liked his pictures, I liked his opera, I liked his talk of the book, and I liked his little love song. And how should he know that an old dry bones would like a tender little ballad and be touched by it, and pleased because his sentiment was discovered and pandered to? Oh, it is the old story. It's his way, it's the way. "I am beginning to think," said Trelawney slowly, "that his way might be called sympathy and good feeling and fine tact, if one wanted to be specially fair to him." The professor looked up rather quickly. "I thought you did not like him," he said. Trelawney paused a moment, looking down at the carpet as if deliberating. "I don't think I do," he said at length, "but it's no fault of his. The fault lies in me. I haven't the way, and I am at a disadvantage with him. He is never at a PG 165 loss, and I am. He is ready-witted and self-possessed. I am slow and rigid, and I suppose it is human that I should try to imagine at times that I am at a disadvantage only because my virtues are more solid than his. They are not more solid. They are only more clumsy and less available." "You don't spare yourself," said the professor. "Why should I spare myself?" said Trelawney, knitting his brows. "After all, he never spares himself. He knows better. He would be just to me. Why should I let him place me at a disadvantage again by being unjust to him? And why should we insist that the only good qualities are those which are unornamental? It is a popular fallacy. We like to believe it. It is very easy to suspect a man of being shallow because we are sure we are deep and he is unlike us. This Arbuthnot, interposed the professor with a smile. "It is curious enough to hear you entering upon a defense of this Arbuthnot. You don't like him, Philip, you don't like him." "I don't like myself," said Trelawney, "when I am compared with him, and I don't like the tendency I discover in myself, the tendency to disparage him. I should like to be fair to him, and I find it difficult." "Upon my word," said the professor, "it is rather fine in you to make the effort, but," giving him one of the old admiring looks, "you are always rather fine, Philip." "It would be finer, sir," said Trelawney, coloring, "if it were not an effort." No, said the professor quietly, it would not be half so fine. And he put out his hand and let it rest upon the arm of the chair in which Trelawney sat, and so it rested as long as their talk went on. In the meantime, Arbuthnot walked rather slowly down the street, quite conscious of finding it necessary to make something of an effort to compose himself. It pg 166 was his recognition of this necessity which had caused him to change his first intention of returning to his bachelor apartment after having made his call upon Professor Herrick, and he felt the necessity all the more strongly after his brief encounter with Colonel Trelawney. I will go into the park and think it over, he said to himself. I'll give myself time. He turned into Lafayette Park, found a quiet seat, and took out a very excellent cigar. He was not entirely surprised to see that, as he held the match to it, his hand was not as steady as usual. Trelawney had thought him a little pale. The subject of his reflections, as he smoked his cigar, was a comparatively trivial incident, taken by itself, but he had not taken it by itself, because in a flash it had connected itself with a score of others, which at the times of their occurring had borne no significance whatever to him. His visit to the professor had not been made without reasons, but they had been such reasons as, simply stated to the majority of his ordinary acquaintance, would have been received with open amazement or polite discredit, and this principally because they were such very simple reasons indeed. If such persons had been told that, finding himself without any vestige of entertainment, he had wandered in upon the professor as a last resource, or that he had wished to ask of him some trivial favor, or that he had made his call without any reason whatever, they would have felt such a state of affairs probable enough, but being informed that while sitting in the easiest of chairs, in the coolest possible negligee, reading an agreeable piece of light literature, and smoking a cigar before his open window, he had caught sight of the professor at his window, sitting with his head resting on his hand, and being struck vaguely by some air of desolateness and lassitude in the solitary old figure, had calmly laid aside book and cigar. pg 167 had put himself into conventional attire, and had walked across the street with no other intention than that of making the best of gifts of entertainment. It was certainly not his habit to overvalue those to whom the explanation had been made, would have taken the liberty of feeling it somewhat insufficient, and would, in 9 cases out of 10, privately have provided themselves with a more complicated one, cautiously ensuring themselves against imposture by rejecting at the outset the simple and unvarnished truth. Upon the whole, the visit had been a success. On entering, it is true, he found himself called upon to admire the rapidity with which the professor recovered from his surprise at seeing him. But, as he had not been deluded by any hope that his first appearance would awaken unmistakable delight, he managed to make the best of the situation. His opening remarks upon the subject of the weather were not altogether infelicitous, and then he produced his late number of punch, and the professor laughed, and the ice being broken, conversation flourished, and there was no further difficulty. He discovered, somewhat to his surprise, that he was in better conversational trim than usual. It is a delusive condition to be in, he explained to the professor, but experience has taught me not to be taken in by it and expect future development. It won't continue, as you no doubt suspect. It is the result of entire social stagnation for several weeks. I am merely letting off all my fireworks at once, inspired to the improvidence by your presence. I am a poor creature, as you know, but even a poor creature is likely to suffer from an idea a day. The mental accumulations of this summer, carefully economized, will support me in penury during the entire ensuing season. I only conjure you not to betray me when you hear me repeat the same things by installments at Mrs. Amory's evenings. And saying it, he saw the professor's face change in some subtle way as he looked at him. What there was pg 168 in this look and change to make him conscious of an inward start he could not have told. It was the merest lifting of the lids, combined with an almost imperceptible movement of the muscles about the mouth, and yet he found it difficult to avoid pausing for a moment. But he accomplished the feat and felt he had reason to be rather proud of it. Though what there is to startle him in my mention of Mrs. Amory's evenings, he reflected, it would require an intellect to explain. Being somewhat given to finding entertainment in quiet speculation upon passing events, he would doubtless have given some attention to the incident, even if it had remained a solitary, unexplained, and mystifying trifle. But it was not left to stand alone in his mind. It was not 15 minutes before, in drawing his handkerchief from his breast pocket, he accidentally drew forth with it a letter, which fell upon the newspaper lying upon the professor's lap, and for a moment rested there with the address upward. And the instant he glanced from the pretty feminine envelope to the professor's face, Arbuthnot recognized the fact that something altogether unexpected had occurred again. As he had looked from the envelope to the professor, so the professor looked from the envelope to him. Then he picked the letter up and returned it. "It is a letter," Arbuthnot began, "a letter," and paused ignominiously. "Yes," said the professor, as if he had lost something of his own gentle self-possession. "I see it is a letter." It was not a happy remark, nor did Arbuthnot feel his own next effort a particularly successful one. "It is a letter from Mrs. Amory," he said. "She is kind enough to write to me occasionally." "Yes," responded the professor. "I saw that it was from Bertha. Her hand is easily recognized." "It is an unusual hand," said Arbuthnot, "and her letters are very like herself. When it occurs to her to page 169 remember me, which doesn't happen as frequently as I could wish, I consider myself fortunate. She writes as she talks, and very few people do that." He ended with a greater degree of composure than he had begun with, but to his surprise, he felt that his pulses had quickened, and that there had risen to his face a touch of warmth suggestive of some increase of color, and he did not enjoy the sensation. He began to open the letter. "Shall I?" he said, and then suddenly stopped. He knew why he had stopped, but the professor did not, and to make the pause and return the letter to its envelope and its place in his pocket without an explanation required something like hardihood. "She is well and seems to be taking advantage of the opportunity to rest," he said, and picked up his punch again, returning to his half-finished comment upon its cartoon as if no interruption had taken place. As he sat on his seat in the park, apparently given up to undivided enjoyment of his cigar, his mind was filled with a tumult of thought. He had not been under the influence of such mental excitement for years. Suddenly, he found himself confronting a revelation perfectly astounding to him. "And so I am the man," he said at last. "I am the man." He took his cigar out of his mouth and looked at the end of it with an air of deliberate reflection, as is the masculine habit. "It doesn't say much for me," he added, "that I never once suspected it, not once." Then he replaced his cigar with something like a sigh. "We are a blind lot," he said. He did not feel the situation a pleasant one. There were circumstances under which he would have resented it with a vigor and happy ingenuity of resource which would have stood him in good stead. But there was no page 170 resentment in his present mood. From the moment the truth had dawned upon him, he had treated it without even the most indirect reference to his own very natural feelings, and there had been more sacrifice of himself and his own peculiarities in his action when he had returned the letter to his pocket than even he himself realized. It was not the letter to show him, was his thought. "She does not know how much she tells me. He would have understood it as I do." He went over a good deal of ground mentally as he sat in the deepening dusk, and he thought clearly and dispassionately, as was his habit when he allowed himself to think at all. By the time he had arrived at his conclusions, it was quite dark. Then he threw the end of his last cigar away and arose, and there was no denying that he was pale still and wore a curiously intense expression. "If there is one thing neither man nor devil can put a stop to," he said, "it is an experience such as that. It will go on to one of two ends. It will kill her or she will kill it. The wider of the mark they shoot, the easier for her. And as for me," he added, with a rather faint and dreary smile, "perhaps it suits me well enough to be merely an alleviating circumstance. It's all I'm good for. Let them think as they please." And he brushed an atom of cigar ash from his sleeve with his rather too finely feminine hand and walked away. Page 171. Chapter 16. He paid the professor another visit a few days later, and afterwards another and another. "What?" said the professor at the end of his second visit. "Is it 10 o'clock? I assure you it is usually much later than this when it strikes 10. "Thank you," said Arbuthnot. "I never heard that civility accomplished so dexterously before. It is perfectly easy to explain the preternatural adroitness of speech on which Mrs. Amory prides herself. But don't be too kind to me, Professor, and weaken my resolution not to present myself unless I have just appropriated an idea from somewhere. If I should appear some day au natural, not having taken the precaution to attire myself in the mature reflections of my acquaintance, I shouldn't pay you for the wear and tear of seeing me, I'll confess beforehand." "I once told you," said the professor to Tredenes after the fourth visit, "that I was not fond of him, but there had been times when I had been threatened with it. This is one of the times. Ah," with a sigh of fatigue, "I understand the attraction, I understand it." The following week Tredenes arrived at the house one evening to find it in some confusion. The coupe of a prominent medical man stood before the pavement, and the servant who opened the door looked agitated. "The professor, sir," he said, "has had a fall. We hope he ain't much hurt, and Mr. Arbuthnot and the doctor are with him." "Ask if I may go upstairs," said Tredenes, and as he asked it, Arbuthnot appeared on the landing above, and seeing who was below, came down at once. "There is no real cause for alarm," he said, "though PG 172 he has had a shock. He had been out, and the heat must have been too much for him. As he was coming up the steps he felt giddy and lost his footing and fell. Dr. Malcolm is with him and says he needs nothing but entire quiet. I am glad you have come. Did you receive my message?" "No," answered Tredenes, "I have not been to my room." "Come into the library," said Arbuthnot. "I have something to say to you." He led the way into the room, and Tredenes followed him, wondering. When they got inside, Arbuthnot turned and closed the door. "I suppose," he said, "you know no more certainly than I do where Mr. Amory is to be found." And as he spoke, he took a telegram from his pocket. "What is the matter?" demanded Tredenes. "What has?" "This came almost immediately after the professor's accident," said Arbuthnot. "It is from Mrs. Amory, asking him to come to her. Janie is very ill." "What?" exclaimed Tredenes. "And she alone, and probably without any physician she relies on." "Someone must go to her," said Arbuthnot, "and the professor must know nothing of it. If we knew of any woman friend of hers, we might appeal to her, but everybody is out of town." He paused a second, his eyes fixed on Tredenes's changing face. "If you will remain with the professor," he said, "I will go myself and take Dr. Wentworth with me." "You," said Tredenes. "I shall be better than nothing," replied Arbuthnot quietly. "I can do what I am told to do, and she mustn't be left alone. If her mother had been alive, she would have gone. If her father had been well, he would have gone. If her husband had been here." "But he is not here," said Tredenes, with a PG 173 bitterness not strictly just. "Heaven only knows where he is." "It would be rather hazardous to trust to a telegram reaching him at Merrittsville," said Arbuthnot. "We are not going to leave her alone even until we have tried Merrittsville. What must be done now. I will go and see Dr. Wentworth at once, and we can leave in an hour if I find him. You can tell the professor I was called away." He made a step toward the door, and as he did so Tredenes turned suddenly. "Wait a moment," he said. Arbuthnot came back. "What is it?" he asked. There was a curious pause, which, though it lasted scarcely longer than a second, was still a pause. "If I go," said Tredenes, "it will be easier to explain my absence to the professor." And then there was a pause again, and each man looked at the other, and each was a trifle pale. It was Arbuthnot who spoke first. "I think," he said, without moving a muscle, "that you had better let me go." "Why?" said Tredenes, and the unnatural quality of his voice startled himself. "Because," said Arbuthnot, as calmly as before, "you will be conferring a favor on me if you do. I want an excuse for getting out of town, and I want an opportunity to be of some slight service to Mrs. Amory." Before the dignity of the stalwart figure towering above his slighter proportions, he knew he appeared to no advantage as he said the words. But to have made the best of himself, he must have relinquished his point at the outset, and this he had no intention of doing, though he was not enjoying himself. A certain cold-blooded pertinacity which he had acquired after many battles with himself was very useful to him at the moment. Page 174. The worst thing that could happen to her just now, he had said to himself 10 minutes before, would be that he should go to her in her trouble. And upon this conviction, he took his stand. In placing himself in the breach, he knew that he had no means of defense whatever, that any reasons for his course he might offer must appear, by their flimsiness, to betray in him entire inadequacy to the situation in which he seemed to stand, and that he must present himself in the character of a victim to his own bold but shallow devices, and simply brazen the matter out. And when one reflects upon human weakness, it is certainly not to his discredit that he had calmly resigned himself to this before entering the room. There was no triviality in Tredennis's mood, and he made no pretense of any. The half-darkness of the room, which had been shaded from the sun during the day, added to the significance of every line in his face. As he stood, with folded arms, the shadows seemed to make him look larger, to mark his pallor, and deepen the intensity of his expression. "Give me a better reason," he said. Arbuthnot paused. What he saw in the man moved him strongly. In the light of that past of his, which was a mystery to his friends, he often saw with terrible clearness much he was not suspected of seeing at all, and here he recognized what awakened in him both pity and respect. "I have no better one," he answered. "I tell you I miss the exhilaration of Mrs. Amory's society and want to see her, and hope she will not be sorry to see me." And having said it, he paused again before making his coup d'etat. Then he spoke deliberately, looking Tredennis in the eyes. "That you should think anything detrimental to Mrs. Amory, even in the most shadowy way, is out of the question," he said. "Think of me what you please." "I shall think nothing that is detrimental to any man, pg 175, who is her friend," said Tredennis, and there was passion in the words, though he had tried to repress it. "Her friendship would be a good defense for a man against any wrong that was in him," said Arbuthnot, and this time the sudden stir of feeling in him was not altogether concealed. "Let me have my way," he ended. "It will do no harm." "It will do no good," said Tredennis. "No," answered Arbuthnot, recovering his impervious air, "it will do no good, but one has to be sanguine to expect good. Perhaps I need pity," he added. "Suppose you are generous and show it me." He could not help seeing the dramatic side of the situation, and with half-conscious irony abandoning himself to it. All at once, he seemed to have deserted the well-regulated and decently arranged commonplaces of his ordinary life, and to be taking part in a theatrical performance of rather fine and subtle quality, and he waited with intense interest to see what Tredennis would do. What he did was characteristic of him. He had unconsciously taken 2 or 3 hurried steps across the room, and he turned and stood still. "It is I who must go," he said. "You are sure of that?" said Arbuthnot. "We have never found it easy to understand each other," Tredennis answered, "though perhaps you have understood me better than I have understood you. You are quicker and more subtle than I am. I only seem able to see one thing at a time and do one thing. I only see one thing now. It is better that I should go." "You mean," said Arbuthnot, "better for me?" Tredennis looked down at the floor. "Yes," he answered. A second or so of silence followed, in which Arbuthnot simply stood and looked at him. The utter uselessness of the effort he had made was borne in upon him in a manner which overpowered him. Page 176. "Then," he remarked at length, "if you are considering me, there seems nothing more to be said. Will you go and tell the professor that you are called away, or shall I?" "I will go myself," replied Tredennis. He turned to leave the room, and Arbuthnot walked slowly toward the window. The next moment, Tredennis turned from the door and followed him. "If I have ever done you injustice," he said, "the time is past for it, and I ask your pardon." "Perhaps it is not justice I need," said Arbuthnot, "but mercy, and I don't think you have ever been unjust to me. It wouldn't have been easy." "In my place," said Trelawney, with a visible effort, "you would find it easier than I do to say what you wished." "You mean that you pity me," Arbuthnot interposed. "As I said before, perhaps I need pity. Sometimes I think I do." And the slight touch of dreariness in his tone echoed in Trelawney's ear long after he had left him and gone on his way. Page 177. Chapter 17. It was 10 o'clock and bright moonlight when Trelawney reached his destination, the train having brought him to a wayside station 2 miles distant, where he had hired a horse and struck out into the county road. In those good old days, when the dwelling of every Virginia gentleman was his mansion, the substantial pile of red brick before whose gateway he dismounted had been a mansion too, and had not been disposed to trifle with its title, but had insisted upon it with a dignified squareness which scorned all architectural devices to attract attention. Its first owner had chosen its site with a view to the young shade trees upon it, and while he had lived upon his property had been almost as proud of his trees as of his mansion. And when, long afterward, changes had taken place, and the objects of his pride fell into degenerate hands, as the glories of the mansion faded, its old friends, the trees, grew and flourished, and seemed to close kindly in about it, as if to soften and shadow its decay. On each side of the drive, which led down to the gateway, grew an irregular line of these trees, here and there shading the way from side to side, and again leaving a space for the moonlight to stream upon. As he tied his horse, Trelawney glanced up this driveway toward the house. "There is a light burning in one of the rooms," he said. "It must be there that—" He broke off in the midst of a sentence, his attention suddenly attracted by a figure which flitted across one of the patches of moonlight. He knew it at once, though he had had no thought of seeing it before entering the house. It was Bertha, in PG 178, a white dress, and with 2 large dogs following her, leaping and panting, when she spoke in a hushed voice, as if to quiet them. She came down toward the gate with a light, hurried tread, and when she was within a few feet of it, spoke. "Doctor," she said, "oh, how glad I am, how glad!" And, as she said it, came out into the broad moonlight again and found herself face to face with Trelawney. She fell back from him as if a blow had been struck her, fell back trembling and as white as the moonlight itself. "What?" she cried. "Is it you?" He looked at her, bewildered by the shock his presence seemed to her. "I did not think I should frighten you," he said. "I came tonight because the professor was not well enough to make the journey. Dr. Wentworth will be here in the morning. He would have come with me, but he had an important case to attend." "I did not think you would come," she said breathlessly, and put out her hand, groping for the support of the swinging gate, which she caught and held. "There was no one else," he answered. He felt as if he were part of some strange dream. The stillness, the moonlight, the heavy shadows of the great trees, all added to the unreality of the moment. But most unreal of all was Bertha herself, clinging with one trembling hand to the gate and looking up at him with dilated eyes. "I did not think you would come," she said again, "and it startled me," and she paused with a poor little effort at a smile, which the next instant died away. Don't look at me," she said, and turning away from him, laid her face on the hand clinging to the gate. He looked down at her slight white figure and bent head, and a great tremor passed over him. The next instant, she felt him standing close at her side. PG 179. "You must not do that," he said, and put out his hand and touched her shoulder. His voice was almost a whisper. He was scarcely conscious of what his words were. He had scarcely any consciousness of his touch. The feeling which swept over him needed no sense of touch or sound. The one thing which overpowered him was his sudden sense of a nearness to her which was not physical nearness at all. "Perhaps I was wrong to come," he went on, "but I could not leave you alone. I could not leave you alone. I knew that you were suffering, and I could not bear that." She did not speak or lift her head. "Has it been desolate?" he asked. "Yes," she answered in a hushed voice. "I was afraid so," he said. "You have been alone so long, I thought of it almost every hour of the day. You are not used to being alone. Perhaps it was a mistake. Why do you tremble so?" "I don't know," she answered. "My poor child," he said, "my poor child." And then there was a pause which seemed to hold a lifetime of utter silence. It was Bertha who ended it. She stirred a little and then lifted her face. She looked as he remembered her looking when he had first known her, only that she was paler and there was a wearied softness in her eyes. She made no attempt at hiding the traces of tears in them, and she spoke as simply as a child. "I thought it was the doctor when I heard the horse's feet," she said, "and I was afraid the dogs would bark and waken Janie. She has just fallen asleep, and she has slept so little. She has been very ill." "You have not slept," he said. "No," she replied. "This is the first time I have left her." He took her hand and drew it gently through his arm. Page 180. "I will take you up to the house," he said, "so that you can hear every sound, but you must stay outside for a little while. The fresh air will do you good, and we can walk up and down while I tell you the reason the professor did not come." All the ordinary conventional barriers had fallen away from between them. He did not know why or how, and he did not ask. Suddenly, he found himself once again side by side with the Bertha he had fancied lost forever. All that had bewildered him was gone. The brilliant little figure, with its tinkling ornaments, the unemotional little smile, the light laugh, were only parts of a feverish dream. It was Bertha whose hand rested on his arm, whose fair young face was pale with watching over her child, whose soft voice was tremulous and tender with innocent, natural tears. She spoke very little. When they had walked to and fro before the house for a short time, she said, "Let us go and sit down on the steps of the porch." And they went and sat there together, he upon a lower step, and she a few steps above, her hands clasped on her knee, her face turned half away from him. She rarely looked at him, he noticed, even when he spoke to her or she spoke to him. Her eyes rested oftener than not upon some faraway point under the trees. "You are no better than you were when you went away," he said, looking at her cheek where the moonlight whitened it. "No," she answered. "I did not think to find you looking like this," he said. "Perhaps," she said, still with her eyes fixed on the faraway shadows, "perhaps I have not had time enough. You must give me time." "You have had 2 months," he returned. "2 months," she said, "is not so long as it seems." And between the words, there came a curious little catch of the breath. Page 181. "It has seemed long to you?" he asked. "Yes." She turned her face slowly and looked at him. "Has it seemed long to you?" she said. "Yes," he replied, "long and dreary." She swayed a little toward him with a sort of unconscious movement. Her eyes were fixed upon his face with a wistful questioning. He had seen her look at her children so. "Was it very hot?" she said. "Were you tired? Why did you not go away?" "I did not want to go away," he answered. "But you ought to have gone away," she said. "You were not used to the heat, and let the light fall on your face so that I can see it." He came a little nearer to her, and as she looked at him, the wistfulness in her eyes changed to something else. "Oh," she cried, "it has done you harm. Your face is quite changed. Why didn't I see it before? What have you been doing?" "Nothing," he answered. He did not stir or want to stir, but sat almost breathlessly still, watching her, the sudden soft anxiousness in her eyes setting every pulse in his body throbbing. "Oh," she said, "you are ill, you are ill. How could you be so careless? Why did not Papa?" She faltered, her voice fell and broke. She even drew back a little, though her eyes still rested upon his. "You were angry with me when you thought I did not take care of myself," she said, "and you have been as bad as I was and worse. You had not so many temptations." And she turned away, and he found himself looking only at her cheek again and the soft side curve of her mouth. "There is less reason why I should take care of myself," he said. Page 182. "You mean," she asked, without moving, "that there are fewer people who would miss you?" "I do not know of anyone who would miss me." Her hands stirred slightly as they lay in her lap. "That is underrating your friends," she said slowly, but altering her tone. "It is true, I have the children and Richard." "Where is Richard?" he asked. "I don't know." "When you heard from him last," he began. He is a bad correspondent, she said. He always finds so much to fill his time when he is away. There is an understanding between us that he shall write very few letters. I am responsible for it myself, because I know it spoils everything for him when he has an unwritten letter on his conscience. I haven't heard from him first yet since he went west. She arose from her seat on the step. I will go in now, she said. I must speak to Mrs. Lucas about giving you a room, and then I will go to Janie. She is sleeping very well. He arose, too, and stood below her, looking up. You must promise not to think of me, he said. I did not come here to be considered. Do you think an old soldier who has slept under the open sky many a night cannot provide for himself? Have you slept so often? She asked, the very triviality of the question giving it a strange sweetness to his ears. Yes, he answered, and often with no surety of wakening with my scalp on. Oh, she exclaimed, and made an involuntary movement toward him. He barely restrained his impulse to put out his hands, but hers fell at her sides the next instant. I am a great coward, she said. It fills me with PG 183 terror to hear of things like that. Is it at all likely that you will be ordered back? I don't know, he replied, his uplifted eyes devouring all the sweetness of her face. Would that? The very madness of the question forming itself on his lips was his own check. I don't want to think of it, he said. Then he added, as I stand here I look up at you. I never looked up at you before. Nor I down at you, she returned. You are always so high above me, it seems strange to look down at you. It was all so simple and inconsequent, but every word seemed full of the mystery and emotion of the hour. When he tried afterward to recall what they had said, he was bewildered by the slightness of what had been uttered, even though the thrill of it had not yet passed away. He went up the steps and stood beside her. Yes, he said, speaking as gently as he might have spoken to a child. You make me feel what a heavy-limbed, clumsy fellow I am. All women make me feel it, but you more than all the rest. You look almost like a child. But I am not very little, she said. It is only because I am standing near you. I always think of you as a small creature, he said. I used to think long ago that someone should care for you. You were very good long ago, she answered softly, and you are very good now to have come to try to help me. Will you come in? No, he said, not now. It might only excite the child tonight if she saw me, and so long as she is quiet I will not run the risk of disturbing her. I will tell you what I am going to do. I am not going to leave you alone. I shall walk up and down beneath your window, and if you need me you will know I am there, and you have only to speak in your lowest voice. If PG 184 she should be worse, my horse is at the gate, and I can go for the doctor at once. She looked up at him with a kind of wonder. Do you mean that you intend to stand sentinel all night? She said. I have stood sentinel before, was his reply. I came to stand sentinel. All that I can do is to be ready if I am wanted. But I cannot let you stay up all night, she began. You said it had been desolate, he answered. Won't it be less desolate to know that someone is near you? Oh yes, she said, but... Go upstairs, he said, and promise me that, if she still sleeps, you will lie down and let your nurse watch her. The gentle authority of his manner seemed to impress her curiously. She hesitated, as if she scarcely understood it. I don't know, she faltered. You will be better for it tomorrow, he persisted, and so will she. I never did such a thing before, she said slowly. I shall be beneath the open window, he said, and I have the ears of an Indian. I shall know if she stirs. She drew a soft, troubled breath. Well, she said, I will go. And without another word, she turned away. He stood and watched her as she moved slowly across the wide porch. At the door she stopped and turned toward him. But she said, faint lines showing themselves on her forehead, I shall be remembering that you are not asleep. You must not remember me at all, he answered. And then he stood still and watched her again until she had entered the house and noiselessly ascended the staircase, which was a few yards from the open door, PG 185, and then, when he could see her white figure in the darkness no more, he went out to his place beneath the window and strode silently to and fro, keeping watch and listening until after the moon had gone down and the birds were beginning to stir in the trees. Page 186. Chapter 18. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bertha came down the stairs again. Her simple white gown was a fresh one, and there was a tinge of color in her cheeks. "She slept nearly all night," she said to Trelawney when he joined her, "and so did I. I am sure she is better." Then she put out her hand for him to take. "It is all because you are here," she said. "When I wakened for a moment, once or twice, and heard your footsteps, it seemed to give me courage and make everything quieter. Are you very tired?" "No," he answered, "I am not tired at all." "I am afraid you would not tell me if you were," she said. "You must come with me now and let me give you some breakfast." She led him into a room at the side of the hall. When the house had been a mansion, it had been considered a very imposing apartment, and with the assistance of a few Washingtonian luxuries, which she had dexterously grafted upon its bareness, it was by no means unpicturesque even now. "I think I should know that you had lived here," he said, as he glanced around. "Have I made it so personal?" she replied. "I did not mean to do that. It was so bare at first, and as I had nothing to do, it amused me to arrange it. Richard sent me the rugs and odds and ends, and I found the spindle-legged furniture in the neighborhood. I'm afraid it won't be safe for you to sit down too suddenly in the chairs or to lean heavily on the table. I think you had better choose that leathern armchair and abide by it. It is quite substantial." He took the seat and gave himself up to the pleasure, page 187, of watching her as she moved to and fro between the table and an antique sideboard, from whose recesses she produced some pretty cups and saucers. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "I am going to set the table for your breakfast," she said, "because Maria is busy with the children and the other nurse is with Janie, and the woman of the house is making your coffee and rolls." "You are going to set the table," he exclaimed. "It doesn't require preternatural intelligence," she answered. "It is rather a simple thing on the whole." It seemed a very simple thing as she did it, and a very pretty thing. As he leaned against the leathern back of his chair, beginning vaguely to realize by a dawning sense of weariness that he had been up all night, he felt that he had not awakened from his dream yet, or that the visions of the past months were too far away and too unreal to move him. The early morning sunlight made its way through the vines embowering the window and cast lace-like shadows of their swaying leaves upon the floor and upon Bertha's dress when she passed near. The softness of the light mellowed everything and intensified the touches of color in the fans and ornaments on the walls and mantel, and in the bits of drapery thrown here and there as if by accident. And in the midst of this color and mellowed light, Bertha moved before him, a slender, quiet figure, making the picture complete. It was her quietness which impressed itself upon him more than all else. After the first moments, when she had uttered her cry on seeing him and had given way in her momentary agitation, he had noticed that a curious change fell upon her. When she lifted her face from the gate, all emotion seemed to have died out of it. Her voice was quiet. One of the things he remembered of their talk was that they had both spoken in voices so low as to be scarcely above a whisper. When the breakfast was brought in, she took a seat at page 180, ate the table to pour out his coffee and attend to his wants. She ate very little herself, but he rarely looked up without finding her eyes resting upon him with wistful interest. "At least," she said once, "I must see that you have a good breakfast. The kindest thing you can do this morning is to be hungry. Please be hungry if you can." The consciousness that she was caring for him was a wonderful and touching thing to him. The little housewifely acts with which most men are familiar were bewilderingly new to him. He had never been on sufficiently intimate social terms with women to receive many of these pretty services at their hands. His unsophisticated reverence for everything feminine had worked against him, with the reserve which was one of its results. It had been his habit to feel that there was no reason why he should be singled out for the bestowal of favors, and he had perhaps ignored many through the sheer ignorance of simple and somewhat exaggerated humility. To find himself sitting at the table alone with Bertha, in her new mood, Bertha quiet and beautiful, was a moving experience to him. It was as if they two must have sat there every day for years, and had the prospect of sitting so together indefinitely. It was the very simplicity and naturalness of it all which stirred him most. Her old vivid gaiety was missing. She did not laugh once, but her smile was very sweet. They talked principally of the children and of the common things about them, but there was never a word which did not seem a thing to be cherished and remembered. After a while the children were brought down, and she took Meg upon her knee, and Jack leaned against her while she told Trelawney what they had been doing, and the sun creeping through the vines touched her hair and the child's and made a picture of them. When she went upstairs, she took Meg with her, holding her little hand PG 189 and talking to her in pretty maternal fashion. And after the two had vanished, Trelawney found it necessary to pull himself together with a strong effort, that he might prove himself equal to the conversational demands made upon him by Master Jack, who had remained behind. "I will go and see Janie again," she had said, "and then, perhaps, you will pay her a visit." When he went up a quarter of an hour later, he found his small favorite touchingly glad to see him. The fever from which she had been suffering for several days had left her languid and perishable-looking, but she roused wonderfully at the sight of him, and when he seated himself at her bedside, regarded him with adoring admiration, finally expressing her innocent conviction that he had grown very much since their last meeting. "But it doesn't matter," she hastened to assure him, "because I don't mind it, and Mama doesn't either." When in the course of the morning Dr. Wentworth arrived, he discovered him still sitting by the bedside. Only Janie had crept close to him and fallen asleep, clasping both her small hands about his large one and laying her face upon his palm. "What," said the doctor, "can you do that sort of thing?" "I don't know," answered Trelawney slowly. "I never did it before." He looked down at the small, frail creature, and the color showed itself under his bronzed skin. "I think she's rather fond of me or something," he added with naivete, "and I like it." "She likes it, that's evident," said the doctor. He turned away to have an interview with Bertha, whom he took to the window at the opposite end of the room, and after it was over, they came back together. "She is not so ill as she was yesterday," he said, "and she was not so ill then as you thought her." He turned and looked at Bertha herself. "She doesn't need PG 190 as much care now as you do," he said. "That's my impression. What have you been doing with yourself?" "Taking care of her," she answered, "since she began to complain of not feeling well." He was a bluff, kindly fellow, with a bluff, kindly way, and he shook a big forefinger at her. "You have been carrying her up and down in your arms," he said. "Don't deny it." "No," she answered, "I won't deny it." "Of course," he said, "I know you carrying her up and down in your arms and singing to her and telling her stories and holding her on your knee when you weren't doing anything worse. You'd do it if she were 3 times the size." She blushed guiltily and looked at Janie. "Good heaven," he said, "you women will drive me mad. Don't let me hear any more about fashionable mothers who kill their children. I find my difficulty in fashionable children who kill their mothers, and in little simpletons who break down under the sheer weight of their maternal nonsense. Who was it who nearly died of the measles?" But, she faltered deprecatingly, "I don't think I ever had the measles." "They weren't your measles," he said with amiable sternness. "They were Jack's and Janie's and Meg's, and so much the worse." But she interposed, with a very pretty eagerness, "They got through them beautifully, and there wasn't a cold among them." "There wouldn't have been a cold among them if you'd let a couple of sensible nurses take care of them. Do you suppose I'm not equal to bringing 3 children through the measles? It's all nonsense and sentiment and self-indulgence. You like to do it, and you do it, and as a natural consequence, you die of somebody else's measles, or come as near it as possible." PG 191. She blushed as guiltily as before and looked at Janie again. "I think she is very much better," she said. "Yes," he answered, "she is better, and I want to see you better. Who is going to help you to take care of her?" "I came to try to do that," said Trelawney. Bertha turned to look at him. "You," she exclaimed. "Oh no, you are very good, but now the worst is over, I couldn't." "Should I be in the way?" he asked. She drew back a little. For a moment she had changed again and returned to the ordinary conventional atmosphere. No, she said, you know that you would not be in the way, but I should scarcely be likely to encroach upon your time in such a manner. The doctor laughed. He is exactly what you need, he said, and he would be of more use to you than a dozen nurses. He won't stand any of your maternal weakness, and he will see that my orders are carried out. He'll domineer over you, and you'll be afraid of him. You had better let him stay, but you must settle it between you after I am gone. Bertha went downstairs with him to receive a few final directions, and when she returned, Tredenis had gently released himself from Janey and had gone to the window, where he stood evidently awaiting her. Do you know, he said, with his disproportionately stern air when she joined him, do you know why I came here? You came, she answered, because I alarmed you unnecessarily, and it seemed that someone must come, and you were kind enough to assume the responsibility. I came because there was no one else, he began. She stopped him with a question she had not asked before, and he felt that she asked it inadvertently. Where was Lawrence Arbuthnot? She said. Page 192. That is true, he replied grimly. Lawrence Arbuthnot would have been better. No, she said, he would not have been better. She looked up at him with a curious mixture of questioning and defiance in her eyes. I don't know why it is that I always manage to make you angry, she said. I must be very stupid. I always know you will be angry before you have done with me. When we were downstairs, he put in hotly, we were two honest human beings without any barriers of conventional pretense between us, and you allowed me to think you meant to take what I had to offer, and then suddenly all is changed, and the barrier is between us again, because you choose to place it there, and profess that you must regard me, in your pretty civil way, as a creature to be considered and treated with form and ceremony. Thank you for calling it a pretty way, she said. And yet there was a tone in her low voice which softened his wrath somehow, a rather helpless tone which suggested that she had said the words only because she had no other resource and still must utter her faint protest. It is for me, he went on, to come to you with a civil pretense instead of an honest intention. I am not sufficiently used to conventionalities to make myself bearable. I am always blundering and stumbling. No one can feel that more bitterly than I do, but you have no right to ignore my claim to do what I can when I might be of use. I might be of use, because the child is fond of me, and in my awkward fashion I can quiet and amuse her as you say no one but yourself can. Will you tell me, she asked frigidly, what right I have to permit you to make of yourself a nursemaid to my child? Call it what you like, he answered. Speak of it as you like. What right does it need? I came because. Page 193. His recollection of her desolateness checked him. It was not for him to remind her again by his recklessness of speech that her husband had not felt it necessary to provide against contingencies, but she filled up the sentence. Yes, you are right, she said. As you said before, there was no one else, no one. It chanced to be so, he said, and why should I not be allowed to fill up the breach for the time being? Because it is almost absurd, she said, inconsequently. Don't you see that? No, he answered, obstinately. Their eyes met and rested upon each other. You don't care, she said. No. I knew you wouldn't, she said. You never care for anything. That is what I like in you and dread. Dread, he said, and in the instant he saw that she had changed again. Her cheeks had flushed, and there was upon her lips a smile, half bitter, half sweet. I knew you would not go, she said, as well as I knew that it was only civil in me to suggest that you should. You are generous enough to care for me in a way I am not quite used to, and you always have your own way. Have it now, have it as long as you are here. Until you go away, I shall do everything you tell me to do and never once oppose you again, and perhaps I shall enjoy the novelty. There was a chair near her, and she put her hand against it as if to steady herself, and the color in her face died out as quickly as it had risen. I did not want you to go, she said. You did not want me to go. No, she answered, in a manner more baffling than all the rest. More than anything in the world I wanted you to stay. There, Janey is awakening. And she went to the bed and kneeled down beside it, and drew the child into her arms against her bosom. Page 194. Chapter 19. From that day until they separated, there was no change in her. It was scarcely 2 weeks before their paths diverged again, but in looking back upon it afterward, it always seemed to Tredennies that some vaguely extending length of time must have elapsed between the night when he dismounted at the gate in the moonlight, and the morning when he turned to look his last at Bertha, standing in the sun. Each morning when she gave him his breakfast in the old-fashioned room, and he watched her as she moved about, or poured out his coffee, or talked to Meg or Jack, who breakfasted with them. Each afternoon, when Janie was brought down to lie on the sofa, and she sat beside her singing pretty, foolish songs to her, and telling her stories. Each evening when the child fell asleep in her arms as she sang, each brief hour later on when the air had cooled, and she went out to sit on the porch or walk under the trees, seemed an experience of indefinite length, not to be marked by hours, nor by sunrise and sunset, but by emotions. Her gentle interest in his comfort continued just what it had been the first day he had been so moved by it, and his care for her she accepted with a gratitude which might have been sweet to any man. Having long since established his rank in Janie's affections, it was easy for him to make himself useful in his masculine fashion. During her convalescence, his strong arms became the child's favorite resting place. When she was tired of her couch, he could carry her up and down the room without wearying. She liked his long, steady strides, and the sound of his deep voice, and his unconscious air of command disposed of many a difficulty. When Bertha herself was the nurse, he pg 195 watched her faithfully, and when he saw in her any signs of fatigue, he took her place at once, and from the first she made no protest against his quietly persistent determination to lighten her burdens. Perhaps through the fact that they were so lightened, or through her relief from her previous anxiety, she seemed to grow stronger as the child did. Her color became brighter and steadier, and her look of lassitude and weariness left her. One morning, having been beguiled out of doors by Jack and Meg, Tredennies heard her laugh in a tone that made him rise from his chair by Janie and go to the open window. He reached it just in time to see her run like a deer across the sun-dappled grass, after a bright ball Meg had thrown to her, with an infantile aimlessness which precluded all possibility of its being caught. She made a graceful dart at it, picked it up, and came back under the trees, tossing it in the air and catching it again with a deft turn of hand and wrist. She was flushed with the exercise, and for the moment almost radiant. She held her dress closely about her figure, her face was upturned and her eyes were uplifted, and she was as unconscious as Meg herself. When she saw him, she threw the ball to the children and came forward to the window. "Does Janie want me?" she asked. "No, she is asleep." "Do you want me?" "I want to see you go on with your game." "It is not my game," she answered, smiling. "It is Jack's and Meg's. Suppose you come and join them. It will fill them with rapture, and I shall like to look on." When he came out, she sat down under a tree leaning against the trunk and watched him, her eyes following the swift flight of the ball high into the blue above them, as he flung it upward among the delighted clamor of the children. He had always excelled in sports and pg 196 feats of strength, and in this simple feat of throwing the ball his physical force and grace displayed themselves to decided advantage. The ball went up, as an arrow flies from the bow, hurtling through the air, until it was little more than a black speck to the eye. When it came back to earth, he picked it up and threw it again, and each time it seemed to reach a greater height than the last. "That is very fine," she said. "I like to see you do it." "Why?" he asked, pausing. "I like the force you put into it," she answered. "It scarcely seems like play." "I did not know that," he said, "but I am afraid I am always in earnest. That is my misfortune." "It is a great misfortune," she said. "Don't be in earnest," with a gesture as if she would sweep the suggestion away with her hand. "Go on with your game. Let us be like children and play. Our holiday will be over soon enough, and we shall have to return to Washington and effete civilization." "Is it a holiday?" he asked her. "Yes," she answered. "Now that Janie is getting better, I am deliberately taking a holiday. Nothing rests me so much as forgetting things." "Are you forgetting things?" he asked. Yes, she replied, looking away, everything. Then the children demanded his attention, and he returned to his ball throwing. If she was taking a holiday with deliberate intention, she did it well. In a few days, Janie was well enough to be carried out and laid on one of the two hammocks swung beneath the trees, and then far the greater part of the day was spent in the open air. To Tredennies, it seemed that Bertha made the most of every hour, whether she swung in her hammock with her face upturned to the trees, or sat reading, or talking as she worked with the decorous little basket, at which she had jeered, upon her knee. Page 197. He was often reminded, in these days, of what the professor had said of her tenderness for her children. It revealed itself in 100 trifling ways, in her touch, in her voice, in her almost unconscious habit of caring for them, and more than all, in a certain pretty, inconvenient fashion they had of getting close to her and clinging about her at all sorts of inopportune moments. Once when she had run to comfort Meg, who had fallen down, and had come back to the hammock, carrying her in her arms, he was betrayed into speaking. "I did not think," he began, and then he checked himself guiltily. "You did not think," she repeated. He began to recognize his indiscretion. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I was going to make a blunder." She sat down in the hammock with the child in her arms. "You were going to say that you did not think I cared so much for my children," she said gently. "Do you suppose I did not know that? Well, perhaps it was not a blunder. Perhaps it is only one of my pretenses." "Don't speak like that," he implored. The next instant, he saw that tears had risen in her eyes. "No," she said, "I will not. Why should I? It is not true. I love them very much. However bad you are, I think you must love your children. Of course, my saying that I loved them might go for nothing, but don't you see," she went on with a pathetic thrill in her voice, "that they love me? They would not love me if I did not care for them." "I know that," he returned remorsefully. "It was only one of my blunders, as I said, but you have so bewildered me sometimes. When I first returned, I could not understand you. It was as if I found myself face to face with a creature I had never seen before." Page 198. "You did," she said. "That was it. Perhaps I never was the creature you fancied me." "Don't say that," he replied. "Since I have been here, I have seen you as I used to dream of you when I sat by the fire in my quarters in the long winter nights." "Did you ever think of me like that?" she said slowly and with surprise in her face. He had not thought of what he was revealing, and he did not think of it now. "I never forgot you," he said, "never." "It seems very strange to hear that now," she said. "I never dreamed of your thinking of me afterwards. You seem to take so little notice of me." "It is my good fortune," he said, with a touch of bitterness, "that I never seem to take notice of anything. I suppose," she went on, "that you remembered me because you were lonely at first, and there was no one else to think of." "Perhaps that was it," he answered. "After all," she said, "it was natural, only I never thought." "It was as natural that you should forget as that I should remember," he said. Her face had been slightly averted, and she turned it toward him. "But I did not forget," she said. "You did not." "No, at first, it is true, I scarcely seemed to have time for anything, but to be happy and enjoy the days as they went by. Oh, what bright days they were, and how far away they seem. Perhaps, if I had known that they would come to an end really, I might have tried to make them pass more slowly." "They went slowly for me," he said. "I was glad when they were over." "Were you so very lonely?" she asked. "Yes." Page 199. "Would it have pleased you if I had written to you when Papa did?" "Did you ever think of doing it?" he asked. The expression dawning in her eyes was a curious one. There was a suggestion of dread in it. "Once," she replied, "I began a letter to you. It was on a dull day when I was restless and unhappy for the first time in my life, and suddenly I thought of you, and I felt as if I should like to speak to you again, and I began the letter." "But you did not finish it." "No, I only wrote a few lines, and then stopped. I said to myself that it was not likely that you had remembered me in the way I had remembered you, so I laid my letter aside. I saw it only a few days ago among some old papers in my trunk." "You have it yet?" "I did not know that I had it until I saw it the other day. It seems strange that it should have lain hidden all these years and then have come to light. I laid it away thinking I might find courage to finish it sometime. There are only a few lines, but they prove that my memory was not so bad as you thought." He had been lying on the grass a few feet away from her. As she talked, he had looked not at her, but at the bits of blue sky showing through the interlacing greenness of the trees above him. Now he suddenly half rose and leaned upon his elbow. "Will you give it to me?" he said. "Do you want it? It is only a yellow scrap of paper." "I think it belongs to me," he said. "I have a right to it." She got up without a word and went toward the house, leading Meg by the hand. Trelawney watched her retreating figure in silence until she went in at the door. His face set and his lips pressed together, then he flung himself backward and lay at full length again, seeing only the bright green of the leaves and the bits PG 200 of intense blue between. It was well that he was alone. His sense of impotent anguish was more than he had strength to bear, and it wrung a cry from him. "My God," he said, "my God." He was still lying so when Bertha returned. She had not been away many minutes, and she came back alone with the unfinished letter in her hand. He took it from her without comment and looked at it. The faint odor of heliotrope he knew so well floated up to him as he bent over the paper. As she had said, there were only a few lines, and she had evidently been dissatisfied with them and irresolute about them, for several words were erased as if with girlish impatience. At the head of the page was written first, "Dear Philip," and then "Dear Captain Trelawney," and there were 2 or 3 different opening sentences. As he read each one through the erasures, he thought he understood the innocent, unconscious appeal in it, and he seemed to see the girl face bending above it, changing from eagerness to uncertainty, and from uncertainty to the timidity which had made her despair. "I wish you had finished it," he said. "I wish I had," she answered, and then she added vaguely, "if it would have pleased you." He folded it and put it in his breast pocket and laid down once more, and it was not referred to again. It seemed to Trelawney, at least, that there never before had been such a day as the one which followed. After a night of rain, the intense heat subsided, leaving freshness of verdure, skies of the deepest, clearest blue, and a balmy, luxurious sweetness in the air, deliciously pungent with the odors of cedar and pine. When he came down in the morning and entered the breakfast room, he found it empty. The sunlight streamed through the latticework of vines, and the cloth was laid, with the pretty blue cups and saucers in waiting, but Bertha was not there, and fancying she had risen later than usual, he went out into the open air. Page 201. The next morning he was to return to Washington. There was no absolute need of his remaining longer. The child had so far recovered that, at the doctor's suggestion, in a few days she was to be removed to the seaside. Nevertheless, it had cost him a struggle to arrive at his decision, and it had required resolution to announce it to Bertha. It would have been far easier to let the days slip by as they would, and when he told her of his intended departure, and she received the news with little more than a few words of regret at it, and gratitude for the services he had rendered, he felt it rather hard to bear. If it had been Arbuthnot, he thought, she would not have borne it so calmly, and then he reproached himself bitterly for his inconsistency. "Did I come here to make her regret me when I left her?" he said. "What a fool a man can make of himself if he gives way to his folly." As he descended the steps of the porch he saw her, and he had scarcely caught sight of her before she turned and came toward him. He recognized at once that she had made a change in her dress, that it was no longer such as she had worn while in attendance upon Janey, and that it had a delicate holiday air about it, notwithstanding its simplicity. "Was there ever such a day before?" she said as she came to him. "I thought not, as I looked out of my window," he replied. "It is your last," she said, "and I should like you to remember it as being pleasanter than all the rest, though," she added thoughtfully, "the rest have been pleasant." Then she looked up at him with a smile. "Do you see my gala attire?" she said. "It was Janey who suggested it. She thinks I have not been doing myself justice since you have been here." "That," he said, regarding her seriously, is a very PG 202 beautiful gown, but with an entirely respectful sense of inadequacy of expression. You always wear beautiful gowns, I believe. Did Mr. Arbuthnot tell you so, she said, or was it Miss Jessup? They breakfasted together in the sunny room, and after breakfast they rambled out together. It was she who led, and he who followed, with a curious, dreamy pleasure in all he did, and in every beauty around him, even in the unreal passiveness of his very mood itself. He had never been so keenly conscious of things before. Everything impressed itself upon him. The blue of the sky, the indolent sway of the leaves, the warmth of the air, and the sweet odors in it, the broken song of the birds, the very sound of Bertha's light tread as they walked. I am going to give the day to you, she had said, and you shall see the children's favorite camping ground on the hill. Before Janie was ill, we used to go there almost every day. Behind the house was a wood-covered hill, and halfway up was the favored spot. It was a sort of bower formed by the clambering of a great vine from one tree to another, making a canopy, under which, through a break in the trees, could be seen the most perfect view of the country below and the bend of the river. The ground was carpeted with moss, and there was a moss-covered rock to lean against, which was still ornamented with the acorn cups and saucers with which the children had entertained their family of dolls on their last visit. See, said Bertha, taking one of them up when she sat down. When we were here last we had a tea party, and it was poor Janie's headache which brought it to a close. At the height of the festivities, she laid down her best doll and came to me to cry, and we were obliged to carry her home. Poor child, said Trelawney. He saw only her face, PG 203, upturned under the shadow of the white hat, a pretty hat with small, soft, downy plumes upon it, and a general air of belonging to the great world. Sit down, said Bertha, or you may lie down if you like, and look at the river and not speak to me at all. He lay down, stretching his great length upon the soft moss and clasping his hands beneath his head. Bertha clasped her hands about her knee and leaned slightly forward, looking at the view as if she had never seen it before. Is this a dream? Trelawney said, languidly at last. I think it must be. Yes, she answered, that is why the air is so warm and fragrant, and the sky so blue, and the scent of the pines so delicious. It is all different when one is awake. That is why I am making the most of every second, and am determined to enjoy it to the very utmost. That is what I am doing, he said. It is not a good plan, as a rule, she began, and then checked herself. No, she said, I won't say that. It is a worldly and Washingtonian sentiment. I will save it until next winter. Don't save it at all, he said. It is an unnatural sentiment. It isn't true, and you do not really believe it. It is safer, she said. He lay still a moment, looking down the hillside through the trees at the broad sweep of the river bend and the purple hills beyond. Bertha, he said, at last, sometimes I hate the man who has taught you all this. She plucked at the red-tipped moss at her side for a second or so before she replied. She showed no surprise or hurry when she spoke. Lawrence Arbuthnot, she said, sometimes I hate him too, but it is only for a moment, when he tells me the simple, deadly truth, and I know it is the truth and wish I did not. Page 204. She threw the little handful of moss down the hill as if she threw something away with it. But this is not being happy, she said. Let us be happy. I will be happy. Janie is better, and all my anxiety is over, and it is such a lovely day, and I have put on my favorite gown to celebrate it in. Look at the color of the hills over there. Listen to those doves in the pines. How warm and soft the wind is, and how the scent of my carnations fills the air. Ah, what a bright world it is, after all. She broke into singing softly and half under breath, a snatch of a gay little song. Trelawney had never heard her sing it before and thought it wonderfully sweet, but she sang no more than a line or two and then turned to him with a smile in her eyes. Now, she said, it is your turn. Talk to me. Tell me about your life in the West. Tell me all you did the first year, and begin just where you left me the night you bade me goodbye at the carriage door. I am afraid it would not be a very interesting story, he said. It would interest me, she answered. There are campfires in it, and scalps, and Indians, and probably warpaths. And her voice falling a little, I want to discover why it was that you always seemed to be so much alone, and sat and thought in that dreary way by the fire in your quarters. It seems to me that you have been a great deal alone." "I have been a great deal alone," he said. "That is true." "It must have been so even when you were a child," she went on. "I heard you tell Janie once that when you were her age you belonged to no one. I don't like to think of that. It touches the maternal side of me. It makes me think of Jack. Suppose Jack belonged to no one, and you were not so old as Jack. I wonder if you were at all like him, and how you looked. I wish there was a picture of you I could see." Page 205. He had never regarded himself as an object likely to interest in any degree, and had lost many of the consolations and excitements of the more personal kind thereby. And to find that she had even given a sympathetic thought to the faraway childhood whose desolateness he himself had never quite analyzed, at once touched and bewildered him. "I have not been without friends," he said, "but I am sure no one ever gave much special thought to me. Perhaps it is because men are scarcely likely to give such thoughts to men, and I have not known women. My parents died before I was a year old, and I don't think anyone was ever particularly fond of me. People did not dislike me, but they passed me over. I never wondered at it, but I saw it. I knew there was something a little wrong with me, but I could not understand what it was. I know now I was silent and could not express what I thought and felt." "Oh," she cried, "and was there no one to help you?" There was no thought of him as a full-grown person in the exclamation. It was a womanish outcry for the child, whose desolate childhood seemed for the moment to be an existence which had never ended. "I know about children," she said, "and what suffering there is for them if they are left alone. They can say so little, and we can say so much. Haven't I seen them try to explain things when they were at a disadvantage and overpowered by the sheer strength of some full-grown creature? Haven't I seen them make their impotent little struggle for words and fail, and look up with their helpless eyes and see the uselessness of it, and break down into their poor little shrieks of wrath and grief? The happiest of them go through it sometimes, and those who are left alone, why didn't some woman see and understand? Some woman ought to have seen and cared for you." Tredennies found himself absorbed in contemplation of page 206 her. He was not sure that there were not tears in her eyes, and yet he could hardly believe it possible. "That is all true," he said. "You understand it better than I did. I understood the feeling no better than I understood the reason for it." "I understand it because I have children," she answered, "and because I have watched them and loved them and would give my heart's blood for them. To have children makes one like a tiger at times. The passion one can feel through the wrongs of a child is something awful. One can feel it for any child, for all children, but for one's own." He ended with a sharply drawn breath. The sudden uncontrollable fierceness which seemed to have made her in a second, in her soft white gown and lace, and her pretty hat with its air of good society, a small wild creature whom no law of man could touch, affected him like an electric shock. Perhaps the thrill it gave him revealed itself in his look, and she saw it, for she seemed to become conscious of herself and her mood with a start. She made a quick, uneasy movement, an effort to recover herself. "I beg your pardon," she said with a half-laugh, "but I couldn't help it. It was," and she paused a second for reflection, "it was the primeval savage in me." And she turned and clasped her hands about her knee again, resuming her attitude of attention, even while the folds of lace on her bosom were still stirred by her quick breathing. But though she might resume her attitude, it was not so easy to resume the calmness of her mood. Having been stirred once, it was less difficult to be stirred again. When he began, at last, to tell the story of his life on the frontier, if his vanity had been concerned, he would have felt that she made a good listener. But his vanity had nothing to do with his obedience to her wish. He made as plain a story as his material would allow, and also made persistent, though scarcely page 207 successful, efforts to avoid figuring as a hero. He was, indeed, rather abashed to find, on recurring to facts, that he had done so much to bring himself to the front. He even found himself at last taking refuge in the subterfuge of speaking of himself in the third person as one of the party, when recounting a specially thrilling adventure in which he discovered that he had unblushingly distinguished himself. It was an exciting story of the capture of some white women by the Indians at a critical juncture, when but few men could be spared from the fort, and the fact that the deadly determination of one of the party, that no harm should befall them, was not once referred to in words, and only expressed itself in daring and endurance, for which every one but himself was supposed to be responsible, did not detract from its force. This one of the party, who seemed to have sworn a silent oath that he would neither eat, nor sleep, nor rest, until he had accomplished his end of rescuing the captives, and who had been upon the track almost as soon as the news had reached the fort, and who had followed it night and day with his hastily gathered and altogether insufficient little band, and at last had overtaken the captors, and through sheer courage and desperate valor had overpowered them, and brought back their prisoners unharmed. This one of the party, silent and would-be insignificant, was, in spite of himself, a figure to stir the blood. "It was you who did that," she said when he had finished. "I was only one of the company," he answered, abashed, "and obeyed orders. Of course a man obeys orders." Page 208. Chapter 20. When he took her hand to assist her to rise, he felt it tremble in his own. "It was not a pleasant story," he said. "I ought not to have told it to you." They scarcely spoke at all as they descended. He did not understand his own unreasoning happiness. What reason was there for it, after all? If he had argued the matter, he was in the mood to have said that what he gained in the strange sweetness of the flying moments could only hurt himself, and was enough in itself to repay him for any sense of pain and loss which might follow. But he did not argue at all. In Lawrence Arbuthnot's place, he would scarcely have given himself the latitude he was giving himself now. "It is safe enough for me," was the sharp-edged thought which had cut through all others once or twice. "It is safe enough for me to be as happy as I may." But he forgot this as they went down the hill, side by side. For the time being he only felt, and each glance he turned upon Bertha's downcast face gave him cause to realize what intensity his feelings had reached, and wakened him to that sudden starting of pulse and heart which is almost a pain. When they reached the house, Bertha went in search of Janey. She remained with her for about half an hour, and then came out to the hammock with her work-basket. The carnations at her waist were crushed a little, and something of the first freshness of her holiday air was gone. She held a letter in her hand, which she had evidently been reading. She had not returned it to its envelope, and it was still half open. "It is from Richard," she said, after she had taken Pg 209 her seat in the hammock. "It was brought in from the post office at Lowville about an hour ago." "From Richard," he said. "He is coming home, I suppose." "No," she answered, looking down at the closely written sheets. "He is not coming yet. He was wise enough not to take a serious view of Janey's case. He is very encouraging and expresses his usual confidence in my management." There was nothing like bitterness in her voice, and it struck him that he had never seen so little expression of any kind in her face. She opened the letter and looked over the first page of it. "He has a great many interesting things to say," she went on, "and he is very enthusiastic." "About what?" Trelawney asked. She looked up. "About the Westoria lands," she answered. "He finds all sorts of complications of good fortune connected with them. I don't understand them all, by any means. I am not good at business. But it seems as though the persons who own the Westoria lands will be able to command the resources of the entire surrounding country if the railroad is carried through. Of course, it all depends upon the railroad." "And the railroad," suggested Trelawney, "depends upon—" "I don't know," she replied. "On several people, I suppose. I wish it depended on me." "Why?" said Trelawney. She smiled slightly and rather languidly. "I should like to feel that anything so important depended on me," she said. "I should like the sense of power. I am very fond of power." "I once heard it said that you had a great deal of it," Trelawney said, "far more than most women." She smiled again, a trifle less languidly. "That is Lawrence Arbuthnot," she observed. "I always recognize his remarks when I hear them. He Pg 210 did not mean a compliment exactly, either, though it sounds rather like one. He has a theory that I affect people strongly, and he chooses to call that power, but it is too trivial. It is only a matter of pleasing or displeasing, and I am obliged to exert myself. It does not enable me to bestow things and be a potentate. I think that to be a potentate might console one for a great many things, and for the lack of a great many. If you can't take, it must distract your attention to be able to give. I do not like to hear you speak as if the chief thing to be desired was the ability to distract oneself, Tredennies said. She paused a second. Then she said, I will not speak so now. Today I will do nothing you do not like. Then she added, as it is your last day, I wish to retrieve myself. What have you to retrieve? He asked. Myself, she answered, as I said. She spread the letter upon her lap and gave her attention to it. Isn't it rather like Richard, she said, that when he begins to write, he invariably writes a letter like that? Theoretically, he detests correspondence, but when he once begins, his letter always interests him and even awakens him to a kind of enthusiasm, so that instead of being brief, he tells one everything. He has written 12 pages here, and it is all delightful. That is a wonderful thing to do, remarked Tredennies, but it does not surprise me in Richard. No, she replied, Richard can always interest himself, or rather he does not interest himself. It is that he is interested without making an effort. That is his strong point. She replaced the letter in the envelope and laid it in the basket, from which she took a strip of lacework, beginning to employ herself with it in a manner more suggestive of graceful leisure than of industrious page 211 intention. It seemed to accentuate the fact that they had nothing to do but let the day drift by in luxurious idleness. But Tredennies could not help seeing that for a while the tone of her mood, so to speak, was lowered, and yet, curiously enough, nothing of his own dreamy exaltation died away. The subtle shadow which seemed to have touched her for a moment only intensified his feeling of tenderness. In fact, there were few things which would not have so intensified it. His mental condition was one which must advance by steady, silent steps of development to its climax. He was not by nature a reckless man, but he was by no means unconscious that there was something very like recklessness in his humor this last day. As for the day itself, it also advanced by steady steps to its climax, unfolding its beauties like a perfect flower. The fresh, rain-washed morning drifted into a warm, languorous noon, followed by an afternoon so long and golden that it seemed to hold within itself the flower and sun, shade and perfume of a whole summer. Tredennies had never known so long an afternoon, he thought, and yet it was only lengthened by the strange delight each hour brought with it, and was all too short when it was over. It seemed full of minute details, which presented themselves to his mind at the time as discoveries. Bertha worked upon her lace, and he watched her, waiting for the moment when she would look up at him, and then look down again with a quick or slow droop of the lids, which impressed itself upon him as a charm in itself. There was a little ring she wore which made itself a memory to him, a simple turquoise, which set upon the whiteness of her hand like a blue flower. He saw, with a new sense of recognition, every fold and line of her thin white drapery, the slight, girlish roundness of her figure, the dashes of brightness in the color of her hair, the smallness of the gold thimble on her finger, her grace when she rose or PG 212 sat down, or rested a little against the red cushions in her hammock, touching the ground now and then with her slender slipper and swaying lightly to and fro. Do you know, he said to her once, as he watched her do this, do you know, with absorbed hesitation, that I feel as if I had never really seen you until today, until this afternoon. You seem somehow to look different. I am not sure, she answered, that I have ever seen you before, but it is not because you look different. Why is it, he asked, quite ready to relinquish any idea of his own in the pursuit of one of hers. She looked down a moment. Today, she said, I don't think you have anything against me. You think, he returned, that I have usually something against you. Yes, she answered. Will you tell me what you think it is? I do not need to tell you, she said. You know so well, and it would rather hurt me to put it into words. Hurt you, he repeated. I should be harder than I am, she returned, if it had not hurt me to know it myself, though I would not tell you that at any other time than now. I dare say I shall repent it tomorrow, she said. No, he answered, you won't repent it, don't repent it. He felt the vehemence of his speech too late to check it. When he ended, she was silent, and it was as if suddenly a light veil had fallen upon her face, and he felt that too, and tried to be calmer. No, he repeated, you must not repent. It is I who must repent that I have given you even a little pain. It is hard on me to know that I have done that. The afternoon stretched its golden length to a sunset PG 213, which cast deep, velvet shadows upon the grass and filled the air with an enchanted mellow radiance. Everything took a tinge of gold, the green of the pines and the broad-leaved chestnut trees, the gray and brown of their trunks, the red of the old house, the honeysuckle and Virginia creeper clambering about it, the birds flying homeward to their nests. When the rich clearness and depth of color reached its greatest beauty, Bertha folded her strip of lace and laid it in the little basket. We ought simply to sit and watch this, she said. I don't think we ought even to speak. It will be all over in a few minutes, and we shall never see it again. No, said Trelawney with a sad prescience, nor anything at all like it. Ah, was Bertha's rejoinder. To me, it has always seemed that it is not the best of such hours that one does see others like them. I have seen the sun set like this before. I have not, he said. As he stood silent in the stillness and glow, a faint, rather bitter, smile touched his lips and faded out. He found himself, he fancied, face to face with Lawrence Arbuthnot again. He was sharing the sunset with him. There were 10 chances against 1 that he had shared the day with him also. Bertha sat in the deepening, enchanted light with a soft, dreamy look. He thought it meant that she remembered something, but he felt that the memory was one to which she yielded herself without reluctance, or that she was happy in it. At last, she lifted her eyes to his, and their expression was very sweet in its entire gentleness and submission to the spell of the moment. See, she said, the sun has slipped behind the pines already. We have only a few seconds left. And then, even as they looked at the great fire, made brighter by the dark branches through which they saw it, it sank a little lower, and with an expiring flame was gone. Page 214. Bertha drew a quick breath. There was a second or so of silence, and then she stirred. It is over, she said, and it has been like watching someone die, only sadder. She took up the little work basket and rose from her seat. It seems a pity to speak of mundane things, she said, but I think we must go in to tea. When the children were taken upstairs for the night, Bertha went with them. It had been her habit to do this during their sojourn in the country, and naturally Janie had been her special care of late. I cannot often do such things when I am in Washington, she had explained once to Trelawney, and I really like it as much as they do. It is part of the holiday. As he sat on the porch in the starlight, Trelawney could hear her voice mingling with the children's. The windows were wide open. She was moving from one room to the other, and 2 or 3 times she laughed in answer to some childish speech. It was one of these laughs which at last caused Trelawney to leave his seat and go to the place under the trees where the hammocks were swung, and which was far more the place of general rendezvous than the parlor windows. From this point, he could see the corner of the brightly lighted room, near the window where it was Bertha's custom to sit in her low chair and rock Janie to sleep when she was restless. She was doing it tonight. He could see the child's head lying on her bosom and her own bent so that her cheek rested against the bright hair. In a few moments all was quiet, and she began to sing, and as she sang, swaying to and fro, Trelawney looked and listened without stirring. But though it was gay no longer, he liked to hear her song, and to his mind, the moments in which he PG 215 stood in the odorous dark, looking upward at the picture framed by the vine-hung window, were among the tenderest of the day. It was his fate to be full of a homely sentiment, which found its pleasure in unsophisticated primary virtues and affections. Any deep passion he might be moved by would necessarily have its foundation in such elements. He was slow at the subtle analysis, whose final result is frequently to rob such simplicities of their value. His tendency was to reverence for age, tenderness to womanhood and childhood, faithfulness to all things. There was something boyish and quixotic in his readiness to kindle in defense of any womanly weakness or pain. Nothing he had ever said or done had so keenly touched and delighted Professor Herrick as his fiery denunciation, one night, of a man who was the hero of a scandalous story. There had been no qualifications of his sweeping assertion that in such cases it must be the man who had earned the right to bear the blame. It is always the man who is in the wrong, he had cried, flushing fiercely. Coward and devil, it is in the nature of things that he should be. Let him stand at the front and take what follows, if he has ever been a man for an hour. And the professor had flushed also, the fainter flush of age, and had given some silent moments to reflection afterwards as he sat gazing at the fire. It was these primitive beliefs and sentiments which stirred within him now. He would not have lost one low note of the little song for the world, and he had left his seat only that he might see what he saw now, her arm about her child, her cheek pressed against its hair. It was not long before her little burden fell asleep, he saw, but she did not rise as soon as this happened. She sat longer, and her song went on, finally dying away into brooding silence, which reigned for some time before she moved. At length she lifted her face gently. She looked PG 216 down at the child a few seconds, and slowly changed the position in which she lay, with an indescribably tender and cautious movement. Then she rose, and after standing an instant, holding her in her folding arms, crossed the room and passed out of sight. Tredennies turned and began mechanically to arrange the cushions in the hammock. He felt sure she would come tonight and talk to him for a little while at least. It was not very long before he recognized her white figure in the doorway and went toward it. "They are all asleep," she said, in a voice whose hushed tone seemed to belong half to the slumber she had left and half to the stillness of the hour. "Will you come out to the hammock," he said, "or will you sit here?" She came forward and descended the steps. "I will sit in the hammock," she replied. "I like the trees above me." They went down the path together, and reaching the hammock, she took her usual seat among its cushions, and he his upon a rough, rustic bench near her. "I was thinking before you came," he said, "of what you said this afternoon of my having something against you. I won't deny that there has been something in my thoughts of you that often has been miserable, and you were right in saying it was not in them today. It has not been in them for several days. What I was thinking just now was that it could never be in them again." She did not stir. "Don't you see," he went on, "I can't go back. If there had been nothing but today, I could not go back beyond today. It would always be a factor in my arguments about you. I should always say to myself when things seemed to go wrong, there was no mistake about that day, she was real then, and I should trust you against everything. Today, and in the other days too, I have seen you as you are, and PG 217, because of that I should trust you in spite of everything." "Oh," she cried, "don't trust me too much." There was anguish in the sound, and he recognized it. "I can't trust you too much," he answered, with obstinacy. "No honest human being can trust another honest human being too much." "Am I an honest human being?" she said. "I shall believe you one until the end," he returned. "That is saying a great deal," was her reply. "Listen," he said, "you know I am not like Arbuthnot and the rest. If I were to try to be like them, I should only fail. But though you never told me that I could be of any use to you, and you never will, I shall know if the time should come, and I shall wait for it. Have we not all of us something that belongs to ourselves, and not to the world? It may be a pleasure or a pain, it does not matter which." "No," she put in, "it does not matter which." "It does not matter to those on the outside," he went on. "It only matters to us, and I think we all have it to bear. Even I." "What?" she said. "You too?" "Yes," he answered, "I too, but it does not matter if no one is hurt but ourselves." "There are so many things that do not matter," she said. "To say that only means that there is no help." "That is true," was his reply, "and I did not intend to speak of myself, but of you." "No," she said, "don't speak of me, don't speak of me." "Why not?" he asked. "Because I tell you that you are trusting me too much." "Go on," he said. She had covered her face with her hands, and held PG 218 them so for a little while, then she let them fall slowly to her lap. "If I tell you the truth," she said, "it will not be my fault if you still trust me too much. I don't want it to be my fault. The worst of me is that I am neither bad nor good, and that I cannot live without excitement. I am always changing and trying experiments. When one experiment fails, I try another. They all fail after a while, or I get tired of them." "Poor child," he said. She stirred slightly. One of the flowers fell from her belt upon her lap, and she let it lie there. "It does not matter," she answered. "All that matters is that you should know the truth about me, that I am not to be depended upon, and that, above all, you need not be surprised at any change you see in me." "When we meet again in Washington," he suggested. She hesitated a moment and then made her response. "When we meet again in Washington, or at any time." "Are you warning me?" he inquired. "Yes," was her reply, and he recognized that in spite of her effort it was faintly given. "I am warning you." He looked down at the grass and then at her. The determined squareness of chin, which was one of the chief characteristics of his face, struck her as being more marked than she had ever seen it. "It is unnecessary," he said. "I won't profit by it." He rose abruptly from his seat, and there was meaning in the movement, and in his eyes looking down upon her deep and dark in the faint light. "You cannot change me," he said, "and you would have to change me before your warning would carry weight. Change yourself as you like, try as many experiments as you like. You cannot change the last 10 days. Even as the words were uttered, the day was ended for them as they had never once thought of its ending. There fell upon the quiet the sound of horses' feet, PG 219, approaching at a rapid pace and coming to a stop before the gate. The dogs came bounding and baying from the house, and above their deep-mouthed barking, a voice made itself heard, calling to someone to come out, a voice they both knew. Tredennies turned toward it with a sharp movement. "Do you hear that?" he exclaimed. "Yes," said Bertha, and suddenly her manner was calm almost to coldness. "It is Lawrence Arbuthnot, and Papa is with him. Let us go and meet them." And in a few seconds they were at the gate, and the professor was explaining their unexpected appearance. "It is all Mr. Arbuthnot's fault, my dear," he said. "He knew that I wished to see you, and having an idea that I was not strong enough to make the journey alone, he suddenly affected to have business in this vicinity. It was entirely untrue, and I was not in the least deceived, but I humored him, as I begin to find it best to do, and allowed him to bring me to you." Arbuthnot had dismounted and was fastening his horse to the gate, and he replied by one of the gayest and most discriminatingly pitched of the invaluable laughs. "It is no use," he said. "The professor does not believe in me. He refuses to recognize in me anything but hollow mockery." Bertha went to him. There was something hurried in her movement. It was as if she was strangely, almost feverishly, glad to see him. She went to his horse's head and laid her hand on the creature's neck. "That takes me back to Washington," she said. "To Washington. It was like you to come, and I am glad, but you should have come a little sooner." And as she stood there, faintly smiling up at him, her hand was trembling like a leaf. Page 220. Chapter 21. It was New Year's Day, and His Excellency, the President, had had several months in which to endeavor to adjust himself to the exigencies of his position, though whether he had accomplished this with a result of entire satisfaction to himself and all parties concerned and unconcerned, had perhaps unfortunately not been a matter of record. According to a time-honored custom, he had been placed at the slight disadvantage of being called upon to receive, from time to time, the opinions of the nation concerning himself without the opportunity of expressing, with any degree of publicity, his own opinions regarding the nation. No bold spirit having as yet suggested that such a line of procedure might at least be embellished with the advantage of entire novelty. Apart from the possibility of its calling forth such originality and force of statement as would present to the national mind questions never before discussed, and perhaps not wholly unimportant. All had, however, been done which could be done by a nation justly distinguished for its patriotic consideration for, and courtesy toward, the fortunate persons elevated to the position of representing its dignity at home and abroad. Nothing which could add to that dignity had been neglected. No effort which could place it in its proper light and remove all difficulty from the pathway of the figure endeavoring creditably to support it had been spared. The character of the successful candidate for presidential office having been, during the campaign, effectually disposed of, his morals having been impugned, his honor rent to tatters, his intellectual capacity pronounced far below the lowest average, united good feeling was the result, and PG 221, there seemed little more to attain. His past had been exhausted. Every event of his political career and domestic life had been held up to public derision, laudation, and criticism. It had been successfully proved that his education had been entirely neglected and that his advantages had been marvelous, that he had read Greek at the tender age of 4 years, and that he had not learned to read at all until he attained his majority, that his wife had taught him his letters, and that he had taught his wife to spell, that he was a liar, a forger, and a thief, that he was a model of virtue, probity, and honor, each and all of which incontrovertible facts had been public property and a source of national pride and delight. After the election, however, the fact that he had had a past at all had ceased to be of any moment whatever. A future of 4 years lay before him and must be utilized. After that, the deluge. The opposing party sneered, vilified, and vaunted themselves in the truth of their predictions concerning his incapacity. The non-opposing party advised, lauded, cautioned, mildly discouraged, and in a most human revulsion of feeling showed their unprejudiced frankness by openly condemning on frequent occasions. The head of the nation having appointed an official from among his immediate supporters, there arose a clamor of adverse criticism upon a course which lowered the gifts of his sacred office to the grade of mere payment for value received. Having made a choice from without the circle, he called down upon himself frantic accusations of ingratitude to those to whom he owed all. There lay before him the agreeable alternatives of being a renegade or a monument of bribery and corruption, and if occasionally these alternatives lost for a moment their attractiveness, and the head of the nation gave way to a sense of perplexity, and was guilty of forming in secret a vague wish that the head of the nation was on some other individual's shoulders, or even went to the length of PG 222, wishing that the head upon his own shoulders was his own property, and not a football for the vivacious strength of the nation to expend itself upon. If this occurred, though it is by no means likely, it certainly revealed a weakness of character and inadequacy to the situation which the nation could not have failed to condemn. The very reasonable prophecy made by the party whose candidate had not been elected, that the government must inevitably go to destruction and the country to perdition, had, through some singular oversight on the part of the powers threatened, not been fulfilled. After waiting in breathless suspense for the occurrence of these catastrophes, and finding that they had apparently been postponed until the next election, the government had drawn a sigh of relief, and the country had gained courage to bestir itself cheerfully, with a view to such perquisites as might be obtained by active effort, and a strong sense of general personal worthiness and fitness for any position. There had descended upon the newly elected ruler an avalanche of seekers for office, a respectable number of whom laid in his hands the future salvation of their souls and bodies, and generously left to him the result. He found himself suddenly established as the guardian of the widow, the orphan, and the friendless, and required to repair fortunes or provide them, as the case might be, at a moment's notice. His sympathies were appealed to, his interests, his generosity, as an altogether omnipotent power in whose hands all things lay, and whose word was naturally law upon all occasions, great or small, and any failure on his part to respond to the entirely reasonable requests preferred was very properly laid to a tendency to abandon scheming, or to the heartless indifference of the great, which decision disposed of all difficulties in the argument, apart from such trivial ones as were left to the portion of the delinquent, and were not referred to. Being called upon in his selection of his cabinet to display the judgment of Solomon, the diplomacy of PG 223 Talleyrand, and the daring of Napoleon, and above all to combine like powers in each official chosen, he might have faltered but for the assistance proffered him from all sides. This, and the fact that there was no lack of the qualifications required, supported him. Each day some monument of said qualifications, and others too numerous to mention, was presented to his notice. To propitiate the South, it was suggested that he should appoint A, to secure the North, B, to control the East, C, to sweep the West, D, and to unite the country, E. Circumstances having finally led him to decide upon G, the government appeared to be in jeopardy again. but possibly through having made use of its numerous opportunities of indulging in acrobatic efforts in the direction of losing its balance and regaining it again in an almost incredible manner. It recovered from the shock and even retained its equilibrium upon finding itself in the end saddled with a cabinet whose selection was universally acknowledged to be a failure when it was not denounced as a crime. On this particular New Year's Day, there were few traces on the social surface of the disasters which so short a time before had threatened to engulf all. Washington wore an aspect even gayer than usual. The presidential reception began the day in its most imposing manner. Lines of carriages thronged the drive before the White House, and the diplomatists, statesmen, officials, and glittering beings in naval and military uniform, who descended from them, were possibly cheered and encouraged by the comments of the lookers-on, who knew them and their glories and their shortcomings by heart. The comments were not specially loud, however. That which in an English crowd takes the form of amiable or unamiable clamor, in an American gathering of a like order resolves itself into a serene readiness of remark, which exalts or disposes of a dignity with equal impartiality and an ingenuous fearlessness of any consequence whatever, which would seem to argue that all PG 224 men are born free and some equal, though the last depends entirely upon circumstances. Each vehicle, having drawn up, deposited upon the stone steps of the broad portico a more or less picturesque or interesting personage. Now it was the starred and ribboned representative of some European court. Again, a calm-visaged Japanese or Chinese official in all the splendor of flowing robes and brilliant color. And again, a man in citizen's clothes, whose unimposing figure represented such political eminence as to create more stir among the lookers-on than all. The rest, among equipages, there drove up at length a rather elegant little coupe, from which, when its door was opened, there sprang lightly to the stone steps the graceful figure of a young man, followed by an elder one. The young fellow, who was talking with much animation, turned an exhilaratingly bright face upon the crowd about him. "On the whole, I rather like it," he said. "Oh," responded his companion, "as to that, you like everything. I never saw such a fellow." The younger man laughed quite joyously. "There is a great deal of truth in that," he said, "and I don't suppose you will deny that it is an advantage." "An advantage," repeated the other. "By Jupiter, I should think it was an advantage. Now, how long do you think this fellow will keep us waiting when we want him?" "Oh," was the answer, "he is Mrs. Amory's coachman, you know, and there isn't a doubt that he has had excellent training. She isn't fond of waiting." "No," said the other with a peculiar smile. "I should fancy she wasn't. Well, I guess we'll go in." They turned to do so, and found themselves near a tall man in uniform, who almost immediately turned also, and revealed the soldierly visage of Colonel Trelawney's. He made a quick movement forward, which seemed to express some surprise. "PG 225. What, Amory?" he exclaimed. "You here too? I was not at all sure that you had returned." "I am scarcely sure myself yet," answered Richard, as he shook hands. "It only happened last night, but Bertha has been home a week. Is it possible you haven't seen her?" "I have not seen anybody lately," said Trelawney, "and I did not know that she had returned until I read her name in the list of those who would receive." "Oh, of course she will receive," said Richard. "And Plainfield and you have met Senator Plainfield." "How do you do?" said Senator Plainfield, without any special manifestation of delight. Trelawney bowed, and Richard went on airily as they made their way in. "Plainfield and I have been sent out to do duty, and our list extends from Capitol Hill to Georgetown Heights." "And he," said Senator Plainfield, "professes to enjoy the prospect." "Why not?" said Richard. "It is a bright, bracing day, and there is something exhilarating in driving from house to house to find oneself greeted at each by a roomful of charming women, most of them pretty, some of them brilliant, all of them well-dressed and in holiday spirits. It is delightful." "Do you find it delightful?" inquired Plainfield, turning with some abruptness to Trelawney. "I am obliged to own that I don't shine in society," answered Trelawney. He knew there was nothing to resent in the question, but he was conscious of resenting something in the man himself. His big, prosperous-looking body and darkly florid face, with its heavy, handsome outlines and keen, bold eyes, had impressed him unpleasantly from the first, and on each occasion of their meeting, the impression seemed to deepen. Page 226. "Well, Amory shines," was his response, "and so does Mrs. Amory. We are to drop in and see her shine as often as we happen to be in the neighborhood through the day." They had reached the threshold of the reception room by this time, and Richard, catching the last words, turned and spoke. "Of course you will be there yourself in the course of the day," he said. "We shall possibly meet you, and by the by, you will see Mrs. Sylvester. She arrived 2 days ago." When they came out again, Richard was in more buoyant spirits than before. The lighted rooms, the brilliant dresses, the many faces he knew or did not know, the very crush itself, had acted upon him like a fine wind. He issued forth into the light of day again, girded and eager for his day's work. "There is nothing like Washington," he announced, "and especially nothing like Washington at the beginning of the season. Just at the outset, when one is meeting people for the first time since their return, they actually have the air of being glad to see one, and a man has a delightful evanescent sense of being somehow positively popular." "Does it make you feel popular?" demanded Plainfield of Trelawney in his unceremonious fashion. Trelawney presented to him an entirely immovable front. "How do you find it?" he inquired. The man laughed. "Not as Amory does," he answered. When the coupe appeared and he took his place at Richard's side, he bent forward to bestow on Trelawney, as they drove away, a glance expressive of but little favor. "I don't like that fellow," he said. "Confound him." Richard settled himself in his corner of the carriage, PG 227, folding his fur-trimmed coat about him quite luxuriously. "Oh no, not confound him," he replied. "He is a delightful fellow in his way." "Confound his way, then," responded Plainfield. "There's too much of it." Richard leaned slightly forward to look at the tall, motionless figure himself, and the faintest possible change passed over his face as he did so. "He is not exactly a malleable sort of fellow," he remarked, "and I suppose there might arise occasions when he would be a little in the way, but there is no denying that he is picturesque." "Oh," exclaimed his companion with more fervor than grace, "the devil take his picturesqueness." In the meantime, Colonel Trelawney awaited the arrival of his own carriage, which had fallen back in the line. The surging of the crowd about him, the shouts of the policemen as they called up the vehicles, the rolling of vehicles and opening and shutting of doors, united themselves in an uproar which seemed to afford him a kind of seclusion. The subject of his thoughts, as he stood in the midst of the throng, was not a new one. It was one from whose presence he had ceased to expect to free himself. But as the information in the morning paper had accelerated the pulse of emotion in him, so his brief interview with Richard Amory had quickened it again. Since the day when he had left her in Virginia, 5 months before, he had not seen Bertha at all, and had only heard from her directly once. She had been at Long Branch, Saratoga, Newport, and afterward visiting friends in the northern cities. After his return from the West, Richard had frequently been with her, and their letters to the professor had informed him that they were well and were involved in a round of gaieties. How the time had passed for Trelawney he could not himself have told. When he had returned to PG 228 Washington, he had lived and moved as a man in a dream. The familiar streets and buildings wore an unfamiliar look. It was a relief to find the places more deserted than before. His chief desire was to be, if possible, entirely alone. In the first vivid freshness of his impressions, it seemed incredible that the days he had been living through had come to an end, and that absolutely nothing remained but the strange memory of them. At times it appeared that something must happen, some impossible thing which would give reality to the past and motive to the future. If in any of his nightly walks before the closed and silent house he had suddenly seen that the shutters were opened and lights were shining within, if Bertha herself had, without warning, stood at the window and smiled upon him, he would have felt it at first only natural, even though he knew she was hundreds of miles away. This for a few weeks, and then his exaltation died a gradual death for want of sustenance, and there remained only the long, sultry days to be lived through and their work to be done. They were lived through, and their work was not neglected, but there was no one of them which dragged its slow length by without leaving marks upon him, which neither time nor change could erase in any future that might come. 5 months, he said, as he waited with the clamor about him, is longer than it seems, it is longer. And Miss Jessup, passing him at the moment and looking up, found herself so utterly at a loss for an adjective adequate to the description of his expression, that her own bright and alert little countenance fell, and existence temporarily palled upon her. It was late in the day when he reached the Amories. When he drove up, several carriages stood before the door, one of them Bertha's own, from which Richard and Plainfield had just descended. 2 or 3 men were going into the house, and 1 or 2 were leaving it. Through the open door were to be seen the lighted hall, PG 229, and glimpses of bright rooms beyond, from which came the sound of voices, laughter, and the clink of glass. Richard entered the house with tread and ease, and flung off his rather sumptuous outer garment with a laugh of relief. "We have made 50 calls so far," he said, "and have enjoyed them enormously. What have you accomplished?" "Not 50 by any means," Tredennies answered, and then the manservant took his coat, and they went into the parlors. They seemed to be full of men, young men, middle-aged men, old men. Even a half-grown boy or 2 had timorously presented themselves, with large hopes of finding dazzling entertainment in the convivialities of the day. The shutters were closed, and the rooms brilliantly alight. There were flowers in every available corner, and 3 or 4 charmingly dressed women, each forming a bright central figure in a group of black coats, gave themselves to their task of entertainment with delightful animation. For a moment Tredennies stood still. He did not see Bertha at once, though he fancied he heard her voice in the room adjoining, where through the half-drawn portieres were to be seen men standing, with coffee cups, wine glasses, or little plates in their hands, about a table bright with flowers, fruits, and all the usual glittering appurtenances. The next instant, amid a fresh burst of laughter, which she seemed to leave behind her, she appeared upon the threshold. As she paused a second between the heavy curtains, Tredennies thought suddenly of a brilliant tropical bird he had once seen somewhere, and the fancy had scarcely formed itself in his mind before she recognized him and came forward. He had never seen her so brilliantly dressed before. The wonderful combination of rich and soft reds in her costume, the flash of the little jeweled bands clasped PG 230 close about her bare throat and arms, their pendants trembling and glowing in the light, the color on her cheeks, the look in her eyes, had a curiously bewildering effect upon him. When she gave him her hand, he scarcely knew what to do with it, and could only wait for her to speak. And she spoke as if they had parted only an hour ago. "At last," she said, "and it was very nice in you to leave me until the last, because now I know you will not feel obliged to go away so soon." And she withdrew her hand and opened her fan and stood smiling up at him over its plumy border. "You see," she said, "that we have returned to our native atmosphere and may begin to breathe freely. Now we are real creatures again." "Are we?" he answered. "Is that it?" And he glanced over the crowd and then came back to her and looked her over from the glittering buckle on her slipper to the scintillating arrow in her hair. "I suppose we have," he added. "I begin to realize it." "If you need anything to assist you to realize it," she said, "cast your eye upon Mr. Arbuthnot, and I think you will find him sufficient. For me, everything crystallized itself, and all my doubts disappeared the moment I saw his opera hat and heard his first remark about the weather. It is a very fine day," she added, with a serene air of originality, "a little cold, but fine and clear. Delightful weather for those of you who are making calls. It has often struck me that it must be unpleasant to undertake so much when the weather is against you. It is colder today than it was yesterday, but it will be likely to be warmer tomorrow. It is to be hoped that we shall have an agreeable winter." "You might," he said, looking at her over the top of her fan, "induce them to mention it in the churches." "That," she answered, "is the inspiration of true genius, and it shall be attended to at once. Or here is PG 231 Senator Plainfield. Perhaps he might accomplish something by means of a bill." The senator joined them in his usual manner, which was not always an engaging manner, and was at times a little suggestive of a disposition to appropriate the community, and was also a somewhat loud-voiced manner, and florid in its decorative style. It was, on the whole, less engaging than usual upon the present occasion. The fact that he was for some reason not entirely at ease expressed itself in his appearing to be very wonderfully at ease. Indeed, metaphorically speaking, he appeared to have his hands in his pockets. "A bill," he said. "You have the floor, and I stand ready to second any motion you choose to make. I think we might put it through together. What can we do for you?" "We want an appropriation," Bertha answered. "An appropriation of fine weather, which will enable Colonel Trelawney to be as giddy a butterfly of fashion as his natural inclination would lead him to desire to be." Plainfield glanced at Trelawney with a suggestion of grudging the momentary attention. "Is he a butterfly of fashion?" he asked. "What?" exclaimed Bertha. "Is it possible that you have not detected it? It is the fatal flaw upon his almost perfect character. Can it be that you have been taking him seriously and mistakenly imagining that it was Mr. Arbuthnot who was frivolous?" "Arbuthnot," repeated the senator. "Which is Arbuthnot? How is a man to tell one from the other? There are too many of them." "What an agreeable way of saying that Colonel Trelawney is a host in himself," said Bertha. "But I have certainly not found that there were too many of him, and I assure you that you would know Mr. Arbuthnot from the other after you had exchanged remarks with him. He has just been beguiled into the next room by Mrs. Sylvester, who is going to give him some coffee." Page 232. "Mrs. Sylvester," said Trelawney. "Richard told me she was with you, and I was wondering why I did not see her." "You did not see her," said Bertha, "because I wished her to dawn upon you slowly, and having that end in view, I arranged that Mr. Arbuthnot should occupy her attention when I saw you enter." "He couldn't stand it all at once, could he?" remarked Plainfield, whose manner of giving her his attention was certainly not grudging. He kept his eyes fixed on her face, and apparently found entertainment in her most trivial speech. "It was not that, exactly," she answered. Then she spoke to Trelawney. "She is 10 times as beautiful as she was," she said, "and it would not be possible to calculate how many times more charming." "That was not necessary," responded Trelawney. He could not remove his own eyes from her face, even while he was resenting the fact that Plainfield looked at her. He himself watched her every movement and change of expression. "It was entirely unnecessary," she returned, "but it is the truth." "You are trying to prejudice him against her," said Plainfield. "She is my ideal of all that a beautiful woman ought to be," she replied, "and I should like to form myself upon her." "Oh, we don't want any of that," put in Plainfield. "You are good enough for us." She turned her attention to him. Her eyes met his with the most ingenuous candor, and yet the little smile in them was too steady not to carry suggestion with it. "Quite," she said. "Yes, quite," he answered, not so entirely at ease as before. Her little smile did not waver in the least. Page 233. "Do you know," she said, "it seems almost incredible, but I will try to believe it. Now," she said to Trelawney, "if Senator Plainfield will excuse me for a moment, I will take you into the other room. You shall speak to Mrs. Sylvester. He has already seen her. Will you come?" "I shall be very glad," he answered. He followed as she led him to the adjoining room. On its threshold she paused an instant. "Exactly as I expected," she said. "She is listening to Mr. Arbuthnot." Mr. Arbuthnot was standing at the end of the low mantel. He held a cup of coffee in his hand, but had apparently forgotten it in giving his attention to his very charming companion. This companion was, of course, Mrs. Sylvester herself. Trelawney recognized her clear, faintly tinted face and light, willowy figure at once. She wore a dress of black lace, with purple passion flowers, and she was looking at Arbuthnot with reflective eyes, almost the color of the flowers. She did not seem to be talking herself, but she was listening beautifully, with a graceful, receptive attention. Arbuthnot evidently felt it, and was improving his shining hour with a sense of enjoyment tempered by no lack of ability to avail himself of its fleeting pleasure. It is possible, however, that his rapture at seeing Trelawney may have been tempered by the natural weakness of man, but he bore himself with his usual unperturbed equanimity. "There," he remarked to Mrs. Sylvester, "is the most objectionable creature in Washington." "Objectionable," Mrs. Sylvester repeated. "Bertha is bringing him here." "Yes," responded Arbuthnot, "that is the objection to him, and it leaves him without a redeeming quality." Mrs. Sylvester gave him a charmingly interested glance, and the next instant made a slight movement forward. Page 234. "Ah," she exclaimed, "it is Colonel Trelawney's," and she held out her hand with the most graceful gesture of welcome imaginable. "It is very good of you to remember me," Trelawney said. "It was not difficult," she answered with a smile, and they fell, in the most natural manner, a step apart from the others, and she stood and looked at him as he spoke, just as she had looked at Arbuthnot a moment before. Arbuthnot began to give mild attention to his coffee. "It is quite cold," he said to Bertha. "Will you give me another cup?" "Yes," she answered, and took it from his hand to carry it to the table. He followed her and stood at her side as she poured the fresh cup out. "It is my impression," he said, with serene illiberality, "that she did not remember him at all." "Yes, she did," Bertha replied. "She remembers everybody. That is one of her gifts. She has a great many gifts." "I did not place implicit confidence in her intimation that she remembered me," he proceeded, still serenely. "I liked the statement and saw the good taste of it and the excellent reasons for its being true, but I managed to restrain the naive impulses of a trusting nature, and it doesn't strike me as being so entirely plausible that she should have remembered Trelawney's." He paused suddenly and looked at Bertha's hand, in which she held the sugar tongs and a lump of sugar. "Will you have one lump or two?" she asked. Then he looked from her hand to her face. Her hand was trembling, and her face was entirely without color. The look of strained steadiness in her uplifted eyes was a shock to him. It seemed to him that anyone who chanced to glance at her must see it. "You have been standing too long," he said. "You have tired yourself out again." Page 235. He took the cup of coffee from her. "It is too late for you to expect many calls now," he said, "and if anyone comes you can easily be found in the conservatory. I am going to take you there and let you sit down for a few seconds at least." He gave her his arm and carried the cup of coffee with him. "You will have to drink this yourself," he said. "Have you eaten anything today?" "No," she replied. "I thought not, and then you are surprised to find your hand trembling. Don't you see what nonsense it is?" "Yes." He stepped with her into the tiny conservatory at the end of the room and gave her a seat behind a substantial palm on a red stand. His eyes never left her face, though he went on talking in the most matter-of-fact tone. "Drink that coffee," he said, "and then I will bring you a glass of wine and a sandwich." She put out her hand as if to take the cup, but it fell, shaking, upon her lap. "I can't," she said. "You must," he replied. The inflexibility of his manner affected her as he had known it would. When he sat down in the low seat at her side and held out the cup, she took it. "Go and get the wine," she said, without looking at him. He went at once, neither speaking nor glancing back at her. He was glad of the opportunity of turning his face away from her, since he felt that, in spite of his determination, it was losing something of its expressionless calm. When he entered the room, Mrs. Sylvester still stood where he had left her. It was she who was speaking now, and Trelawney, who was listening, looking down upon her with an expression of much interest. Page 236. When he had procured a glass of wine and a sandwich, Arbuthnot went to her. "I have secreted Mrs. Amory in the conservatory," he said, "with a view of inducing her to take something in the form of sustenance. I can produce her at a moment's notice if she is needed." "That was consideration," she replied. "It was humanity," he answered, and went away. Bertha had finished the coffee when he returned to her. The blanched look had left her, and her voice, when she spoke, sounded more natural and steady. "It did me good," she said, and this time she looked at him, and there was something in her uplifted eyes which touched him. I knew it would, he answered. You always know, she said. There is no one who knows so well what is good for me, and she said it with great gentleness. He took refuge from himself, as he sometimes found it discreet to do, in his usual airy lightness. I am all soul myself, he remarked, as you may have observed, and I understand the temptation to scorn earthly food and endeavor to subsist wholly upon the plaudits of the multitude. You will, perhaps, permit me to remark that though the new gown, with an approving glance at it, is an immense and unqualified success, I doubt its power to sustain nature during the 6 or 8 hours of a New Year's reception. Bertha glanced down at it herself. Do you think it is pretty? She asked. I shouldn't call it pretty, he replied. I should call it something more impressive. She still looked at it. It is a flaring thing, she said. No, it isn't, he returned promptly. Not in the least. You might call it brilliant, if you insist on an adjective. It is a brilliant thing, and it is not like you in the least. Page 237. She turned toward him. No, she said, it isn't like me in the least. It looks, remarked Arbuthnot, giving it some lightly critical attention, as if you had taken a new departure. That is it exactly, she returned. You always say the right thing. I have taken a new departure. Might I ask in what direction? He inquired. Yes, she responded. I will tell you, as a fair warning, I am going to be a dazzling and worldly creature. You are, he said. Now that is entirely sensible, though I should scarcely call it a new departure. You know you tried it last winter, with the most satisfying results. When Lent came on, you had lost several pounds in weight and all your color. You had refined existence until neither rest nor food appeared necessary to you, and the future was naturally full of promise. Be gay, by all means. You'll find it pay, I assure you. Go to a lunch party at 1, and a reception at 4, a dinner in the evening, and drop in at a German or so on your way home, taking precautions at the same time against neglecting your calling list in the intervals these slight recreations allow you. Oh, I should certainly advise you to be gay. Lawrence, she said, do you think if one should do that every day, and give oneself no rest, that after a while it would kill one? He regarded her fixedly for an instant. Do you want to die? He asked at last. She sat perfectly still, and something terribly like, and yet terribly unlike, a smile crept slowly into her eyes as they met his. Then she replied, without flinching in the least, or moving her gaze. No. He held up a long, slender forefinger, and shook it at her slowly in his favorite gesture of warning. No, he said, you don't. But even if you fancied PG 238 you did, don't flatter yourself that it would happen. Shall I tell you what would occur? You would simply break down. You would lose your self-control and do things you did not wish to do. You would find it a physical impossibility to be equal to the occasion, and you would end by being pale and haggard, and discovering that your gowns were not becoming to you. How does the thing strike you? It is very brutal, she said with a little shudder, but it is true. When you make 10 remarks that are true, he returned, 9 of them are brutal. That is the charm of life. I don't think, she said, with inconsequent resentment, that you very much mind being brutal to me. A few minutes ago you said I knew what was good for you, he responded. You do, she said, that is it, and it is only like me that I should hate you because you do. You must think, with a pathetic tone of appeal for herself in her voice, that I do not mind being brutal to you, but I don't want to be. I don't want to do any of the things I am doing now. She picked up the bouquet of jacqueminot roses she had been carrying and had laid down near her. Don't talk about me, she said. Let us talk about something else. These, for instance, do you know where they came from? I could scarcely guess. Senator Plainfield sent them to me. He regarded them in silence. They match the dress, she said, and they belong to it. Yes, he answered, they match the dress. Then he was silent again. Well, she said restlessly, why don't you say something to me? There isn't anything to say, he replied. Page 239. You are thinking that I am very bad, she said. You are trying to persuade yourself that you are very bad, and are finding a fictitious excitement in it, but it is all a mistake. It won't prove the consolation you expect it to, he answered. Suppose you give it up before it gives rise to complications. We are talking of Bertha Amory again, she said. Let us talk about Agnes Sylvester. Don't you find her very beautiful? Yes, he replied. Why don't you say more than yes? She asked. You mean more? I couldn't mean more, he answered. I should think it was enough to mean that much. There are even circumstances under which it might be too much. She is lovelier than she used to be, said Bertha reflectively, and more fascinating. Yes, to that also, he responded. Anyone might love her, she went on in the same tone. Anyone. I should think so, he replied quietly. I do not see how it would be possible, she added, for anyone who was thrown with her to resist her, unless it was someone like you. She turned a faint smile upon him. I am glad, she said, that you are not susceptible. So am I, he said, with some dryness. If you were susceptible you would go too, she ended, and I don't want everyone to leave me. Everyone, he repeated. She rose as if to go, giving a light touch to the folds of her dress, and still smiling a little. Colonel Trelawney's has fallen a victim, she said, in the most natural and proper manner. I knew he would, and he has distinguished himself by at once carrying out my plans for him. Now we must go back to the parlors. I have rested long enough. They returned just in time to meet a fresh party of PG 240 callers, and Arbuthnot was of necessity thrown, for the time being, upon his own resources. These did not fail him. He found entertainment in his surroundings until a certain opportunity he had rather desired presented itself to him. He observed that Mrs. Sylvester was once more near him, and that the men occupying her attention were on the point of taking their leave. By the time they had done so, he had dexterously brought to a close his conversation with his male companion, and had unobtrusively forwarded himself, in an entirely incidental manner, as an aspirant for her notice. She received him with a quiet suggestion of pleasure in her smile. Have you enjoyed the day? He asked. Yes, she replied. I am almost sorry that it is so nearly over. It has been very agreeable. Then he found her eyes resting upon him in the quiet and rather incomprehensible way which Bertha had counted among her chiefest charms. Have you enjoyed it? She inquired. If I had not, he said, I should feel rather like a defeated candidate. One may always enjoy things if one applies oneself. She seemed to reflect upon him an instant again. You see a great deal of Bertha, she said. Yes, a great deal. Would you mind telling me why you ask? Because that remark was so entirely like her, she replied. Well, he returned, there is no denying that I have formed myself upon her, and though the fact reveals me in all my shallow imitative weakness, I can offer the apology that the means justifies the end. Upon the whole, I am glad to be detected, as it points to a measure of success in the attempt. But, she went on, she tells me that she has formed herself upon you. Page 241. Ah, he said, she meant you to repeat it to me, her design being to betray me into a display of intoxicated vanity. She is very fond of you, she remarked. I am very fond of her, he answered, quickly, and then relapsing into his usual manner, though that is not a qualification sufficiently rare to distinguish me. No, she said, it is not. Then she gave Bertha one of the glances. It was very thoughtful in you to take her into the conservatory, she said. I was startled to see how pale she looked as you left the room. She is not strong, he said, and she insists on ignoring the fact. Do you know, said Mrs. Sylvester, that was what struck me when we met for the first time in the autumn, that she was not strong. She used to be strong. If she would accept the fact she would get over it, he said, but she won't. I met her first at Newport, said Mrs. Sylvester, just after Janie's illness. For a day or so I felt that I did not know her at all, but in course of time I got over the feeling, or she changed, I scarcely know which. I suppose the strain during the little girl's illness had been very severe. There is no doubt of that, said Arbuthnot, and her anxiety had been much exaggerated. "I shall see a great deal of her this winter," she returned, "and perhaps I may persuade her to take care of herself." He spoke with a touch of eager seriousness in his manner. "I wish you would," he said. "It is what she needs, that some woman should call her attention to the mistake she is making." "I will try to do it," she responded gently. "I am fond of her too." Page 242. "And you intend remaining in Washington?" he asked. "Yes, I have had no plans for 3 years. When first it dawned on me that it would interest me to make plans again, I thought of Washington. I have found a house in Lafayette Square, and I think I shall be established in it, with the assistance of my aunt, who is to live with me, in about 3 weeks." "That sounds very agreeable," he remarked. "I shall hope to make it sufficiently so," she said. "Will you come sometimes to see if my efforts are successful?" "If you knew how unworthy I am," he responded, "even my abject gratitude for your kindness would not repay you for it." "Are you so very unworthy?" she was beginning, when her eyes appeared to be caught by some object at the other side of the room. It was not a particularly interesting object. It was merely the figure of an unprepossessing boy, whose provincial homeliness was rendered doubly impressive by his frightful embarrassment. He had arrived a few moments before, with 2 more finished youths, whose mother Bertha knew, and having been basely deserted by them at the outset, had stranded upon the treacherous shores of inexperience as soon as he had shaken hands. Mrs. Sylvester's beautiful eyes dwelt upon him a moment with sympathy and interest. "Will you excuse me," she said to Arbuthnot, "if I go and talk to that boy? Bertha is too busy to attend to him, and he seems to know no one." Arbuthnot gave the boy a glance. He would not have regretted any comparatively harmless incident which would have removed him, but his own very naturally ignoble desire not to appear to a disadvantage restrained the impulse, prompting a derisive remark. And while he objected to the boy in his most pronounced manner, he did not object in the least to what he was clever enough pg 243 to see in his companion's words and the ready sympathy they expressed. Indeed, there was a side of him which derived definite pleasure from it. "I will excuse you," he answered, "but I need you more than the boy does, and I cannot help believing that I am more worthy of you, though of course I only use the word in its relative sense. As I remarked before, I am unworthy, but as compared to the boy, he is a frightful boy," he added, seeming to take him in more fully, "but I dare say his crimes are unpremeditated. Let me go with you and find out if I know his mother. I frequently know their mothers." "If you do know his mother, I am sure it will be a great relief to him, and it will assist me," said Mrs. Sylvester. They crossed the room together, and seeing them approach, the boy blushed vermilion and moved uneasily from one foot to the other. Gradually, however, his aspect changed a little. Here were rather attractive worldlings whose bearing expressed no consciousness whatever of his crime of boyhood. He met Mrs. Sylvester's eyes and blushed less. He glanced furtively at Arbuthnot and suddenly forgot his hands and became almost unconscious of his legs. "I have been asking Mrs. Sylvester," said Arbuthnot, with civil mendacity, "if you did not come with the Bartletts. I thought I saw you come in together." "Yes," responded the boy, "I am a cousin of theirs." "Then I have heard them speak of you," Arbuthnot returned, "and I think I had the pleasure of meeting your sister several times last winter, Miss Hemingway." "Yes," said the boy, "she was here on a visit." In 2 minutes he found himself conversing almost fluently, and it was Arbuthnot who was his inspiration equally with Mrs. Sylvester. He was a modest and inoffensive youth, and overestimated the brilliance of the scenes surrounding him, and the gifts and charms of his pg 244 newfound friends, with all the ardor of his tender years. To him, Arbuthnot's pale, well-bred face and simple, immaculate attire represented luxury, fashion, and the whirling vortex of society. The kindly imagination of simplicity bestowed upon him an unlimited income and an exalted position in the diplomatic corps, at least. His ease of manner and readiness of speech seeming gifts only possible of attainment through familiarity with foreign courts and effete civilizations. When he was asked how he liked Washington, if he intended to spend the season with his relations, if he had made many calls, and if the day did not seem to be an unusually gay one, he accomplished the feat of answering each question, even adding an original remark or so of his own. The conversation seemed to assume a tone of almost feverish brilliancy in view of the social atmosphere surrounding these queries. When he was led into the adjoining room to partake of refreshments, he ate his lobster salad with an honest young appetite, much aided by the fact that Mrs. Sylvester gave him his coffee and, taking a cup herself, sat down by him on a sofa. As he watched her, Arbuthnot was thinking her manner very soft and pretty, and inspired by it, his own became all that could be desired in the way of dexterity and tact. As he exercised himself in his entertainment, his first objections to the boy gradually vanished. He plied him with refreshments and encouraged him to renewed conversational effort, deriving finally some satisfaction from finding himself able to bring to bear upon him, with successful results, his neatly arranged and classified social gifts. When the young Bartletts, who had been enjoying themselves immensely in the next room, suddenly remembered their charge and came in search of him, their frank countenances expressed some surprise at the position they found him occupying. He was relating with some spirit the story of a portrays, and Mrs. Sylvester, who sat at his side, was listening with the most perfect air of attention and PG 245 pleasure, while Arbuthnot stood near, apparently bent upon losing nothing of the history. He ended the story with some natural precipitation and rose to go, a trifle of his embarrassment returning as he found himself once more, as it were, exposed to the glare of day. He was not quite sure what conventionality demanded of him in the way of adieus, but when Mrs. Sylvester relieved him by extending her hand, nature got the better of him, and he seized it with ardor. "I've had a splendid time," he said, blushing. "This is the nicest reception I've been to yet. The house is so pretty and everything. I was thinking I shouldn't go anywhere else, but I believe I shall now." When he shook hands with Arbuthnot, he regarded him with admiration and awe. "I'm much obliged to you," he said, his vague sense of indebtedness taking form. "If you ever come to Whippleville, I'm sure my father would like to see you." And he retired with his young relatives, blushing still, and occasionally treading on their feet, but his modesty, notwithstanding, bearing with him an inoffensive air of self-respect, which would be more than likely to last him through the day, and perhaps a little beyond it. Mrs. Sylvester's eyes met Arbuthnot's when he was gone. "You were very kind to him," she said. "I am obliged to confess," he replied, "that it was nothing but the low promptings of vanity which inspired me. It dawned upon me that he was impressed by my superior ease and elegance, and I seized the opportunity of exhibiting them." "You knew just what to say to him," she added. "That," he replied, "was entirely owing to the fact that I was a boy myself in the early part of the last century." "He was an appreciative boy," she said, "and a PG 246 grateful one, but I am sure I could not have made him comfortable if you had not been so kind." And she once again bestowed upon him the subtle flattery of appearing to lose herself an instant in reflection upon him. There were no more callers after this. Later on, an unconventional little dinner was served, during which Mrs. Sylvester was placed between Arbuthnot and Trelawney's. Plainfield loomed up massive and florid at Bertha's side, and Richard devoted himself with delightful ardor to discussing French politics with the young woman who fell to his share. This young woman, whose attire was perfect and whose manner was admirable, and who was furthermore endowed with a piquant, irregular face and a captivating voice, had attracted Trelawney's attention early in the evening. She had been talking to Richard when he had seen her first, and she had been talking to Richard at intervals ever since, and evidently talking very well. "I don't know your friend," he said to Bertha after dinner, "and I did not hear her name when I was presented." "Then you have hitherto lived in vain," said Bertha, glancing at her. "That is what Richard would tell you. Her name is Helen Varian." "It is a very pretty name," remarked Trelawney's. "Ah," said Bertha, "you certainly might trust her not to have an ugly one. She has attained that state of finish in the matter of her appendages which ensures her being invariably to be relied on. I think she must even have invented her relatives or have ordered them, giving carte blanche." She watched her a moment with a smile of interest. "Do you see how her sleeves fit?" she asked. It was her sleeves which first attracted my attention. I saw them at a luncheon in New York, and they gave me new theories of life. When a woman can accomplish PG 247 sleeves like those, society need ask nothing further of her. Trelawney glanced down at her own. Have you accomplished? He suggested. In moments of rashness and folly, she answered, I have occasionally been betrayed into being proud of my sleeves, but now I realized that the feeling was simply impious. He waited with grim patience until she had finished, and then turned his back upon Miss Varian's sleeves. Will you tell me about Janie? He said. When last I saw her, which was this morning, she replied, she was as well as usual, and so were the others. Now I have no doubt they are all in bed. May I come and see them tomorrow or the day after? Yes, she answered, and at any time. I hope you will come often. Mrs. Sylvester will be with me until her house is ready for her, and, as I said before, I wish you to know her well. I shall feel it a great privilege, he responded. She leaned back a little in her chair, and regarded her with an expression of interest even greater than she had been aroused to by the contemplation of Miss Varian's sleeves. Have you found out yet, she inquired, what her greatest charm is? Is it by any chance a matter of sleeves? He asked, and he made the suggestion stolidly. No, she answered, it is not sleeves. One's difficulty is to decide what it is. A week ago I thought it was her voice. Yesterday I was sure it was her eyelashes and the soft shadow they make about her eyes. About an hour ago I was convinced it was her smile, and now I think it must be her power of fixing her attention upon you. See how it flatters Mr. Arbuthnot, and how, though he is conscious of his weakness, he PG 248 succumbs to it. It will be very pleasant occupation during the winter to watch his struggles. Will he struggle? Said Trelawney, still immovably. I don't think I would in his place. Oh no, she answered, you mustn't struggle. I will not, he returned. She went on with a smile, as if he had spoken in the most responsive manner possible. Mr. Arbuthnot's struggles will not be of the usual order, she remarked. He will not be struggling with his emotions, but with his vanity. He knows that she will not fall in love with him, and he has no intention of falling in love with her. He knows better, and he does not like affairs. But he will find that she is able to do things which will flatter him, and that it will require all his self-control to refrain from displaying his masculine delight in himself, and the good fortune, which he has the secret anguish of knowing, does not depend upon his merits, and his struggles at a decently composed demeanor, entirely untinged by weak demonstrations of pleasure or consciousness of himself, will be a very edifying spectacle. She turned her glance from Arbuthnot and Mrs. Sylvester, whom she had been watching as she spoke, and looked up at Trelawney. She did so because he had made a rather sudden movement and placed himself immediately before her. Bertha, he said, I am going away. Her jacqueminot roses had been lying upon her lap. She picked them up before she answered him. You have made too many calls, she said. You are tired. I have not made too many calls, he replied, but I am tired of this. I was afraid you were, she said, and kept her eyes fixed upon the roses. You were very fair to me, he said, and you gave me warning. I told you I should not profit by it, and PG 249 I did not. I don't know what I expected when I came here today, but it was not exactly this. You are too agile for me, I cannot keep up with you. You are not modern, she said. You must learn to adjust yourself rapidly to changes of mental attitude. No, I am not modern, he returned, and I am always behindhand. I do not enjoy myself when you tell me it is a fine day and that it was colder yesterday and will be warmer tomorrow, and I am at a loss when you analyze Mr. Arbuthnot's struggles with his vanity. I am not serious enough, she interrupted. You would prefer that I should be more serious. It would avail me but little to tell you what I should prefer, he said, obstinately. I will tell you a simple thing before I go. All this counts for nothing. She moved slightly. All this, she repeated, counts for nothing. For nothing, he repeated. You cannot change me, I told you that. You may give me some sharp wounds. I know you won't spare those, And because I am only a man, I shall show that I smart under them, but they will not move me otherwise. Be as frivolous as you like, mock at everything human if you choose, but don't expect me to believe you." She put the flowers to her face and held them there a second. "The one thing I should warn you against," she said, "would be against believing me. I don't make the mistake of believing myself." She put the flowers down. "You think I am trying to deceive you," she said. "There would have to be a reason for my doing it. What should you think would be the reason?" "So help me God," he answered, "I don't know." "Neither do I," she said. Then she glanced about her over the room, at Plainfield, rather restively professing to occupy himself with PG 250, a pretty girl, at Miss Varian, turned a trifle sidewise in her large chair so that her beautiful sleeve was displayed to the most perfect advantage, and her vivacious face was a little uplifted as she spoke to Richard, who leaned on the high back of her seat, at Arbuthnot, talking to Agnes Sylvester, and plainly at no loss of words, at the lights and flowers and ornamented tables seen through the portieres, and then she spoke again. "I tell you," she said, "it is this that is real, this. The other was only a kind of dream." She made a sudden movement and sat upright on her chair, as if she meant to shake herself free from something. "There was no other," she said. "It wasn't even a dream. There never was anything but this." She left her chair and stood up before him, smiling. "The sky was not blue," she said, "nor the hills purple. There were no chestnut trees and no carnations. Let us go and sit with the rest, and listen to Mr. Arbuthnot and admire Miss Varian's sleeves." But he stood perfectly still. "I told you I was going away," he said, "and I am going. Tomorrow I shall come and see the children, unless you tell me that you do not wish to see me again." "I shall not tell you that," she returned, "because it would be at once uncivil and untrue." "Then I shall come," he said. "That will be kind of you," she responded, and gave him her hand, and after he had made his bow over it and his adieus to the rest of the company, he left them. Bertha crossed the room and stood near the fire, putting one foot on the fender and shivering a little. "Are you cold?" asked Miss Varian. "Yes, no," she answered. "If I did not know better, I should think I was." "Allow me," said Miss Varian, "to make the cheerful suggestion that that sounds quite like malaria." Page 251. "Thank you," said Bertha. "That seems plausible, and I don't rebel against it. It has an air of dealing with glittering generalities, and yet it seems to decide matters for one. We will call it malaria." Page 252. Chapter 22. The room which Mrs. Sylvester occupied in her friend's house was a very pretty one. It had been one of Mrs. Amory's caprices at the time she had fitted it up, and she had amused herself with it for 2 or 3 months, arranging it at her leisure, reflecting upon it, and making additions to its charms every day as soon as they suggested themselves to her. "It is to be a purely feminine apartment," she had said to Richard and Arbuthnot, "and I have a sentiment about it. When it is complete, you shall go and stand outside the door and look in, but nothing would induce me to allow you to cross the threshold." When this moment had arrived, and they had been admitted to the private view from the corridor, they had evidently been somewhat impressed. "It is very pretty," Mr. Arbuthnot had remarked with amiable tolerance, "but I don't approve of it. Its object is plainly to pamper and foster those tendencies of the feminine temperament which are most prominent and least desirable. Nothing could be more apparent than its intention to pander to a taste for luxury and self-indulgence, combined in the most shameless manner with vanity and lightness of mind. It will be becoming to the frivolous creatures, and will exalt and inflate them to that extent that they will spend the greater portion of their time in it, utterly ignoring the superior opportunities for cultivating and improving their minds they might enjoy downstairs on occasions when Richard remains at home, and my own multifarious duties permit me to drop in. It strikes me as offering a premium to feminine depravity and crime." "That expresses it exactly," agreed Richard. Arbuthnot turned him round. Page 253. "Will you," he said, "kindly give your attention to the length and position of that mirror, and the peculiar advantages to be derived from the fact that the light falls upon it from that particular point, and that its effects are softened by the lace draperies and suggestions of pink and blue. The pink and blue idea is merely of a piece with all the rest, and is prompted by the artfulness of the serpent. If it had been all pink, the blondes would have suffered, and if it had been all blue, the brunettes would have felt that they were not at their best. This ineffably wily combination, however, truckles to either, and intimates that each combines the attractions of both. Take me away, Richard. It is not for the ingenuous and serious mind to view such spectacles as these. Take me away, first, however, making a mental inventory of the entirely debasing sofas and chairs and the flagrant and openly sentimental nature of the pictures, all depicting or insinuating the driveling imbecility and slavery of man. The Huguenot lovers, you observe, the Black Brunswicker, and others of like nature. Mrs. Sylvester had thought the room very pretty indeed when she had first taken possession of it, and its prettiness and comfort impressed her anew when, the excitement of the New Year's Day at last at an end, she retired to it for the night. When she found herself within the closed doors, she did not go to bed at once. Too many impressions had been crowded into the last 10 hours to have left her in an entirely reposeful condition of mind and body, and though of too calm a temperament for actual excitement, she was still not inclined to sleep. So having partly undressed and thrown on a loose wrap, she turned down the light and went to the fire. It was an open wood fire, and burned cheerily behind a brass fender. A large rug of white fur was spread upon the hearth before it. A low, broad sofa, luxurious with cushions, was drawn up at one side of it, and upon the PG 254 rug, at the other, stood a deep easy chair. It was this chair she took, and having taken it, she glanced up at an oval mirror which was among the ornaments on the opposite wall. In it she saw reflected that portion of the room which seemed to have arranged itself about her own graceful figure. The faint pinks and blues, the flowered drapery, the puffed and padded furniture, and the 101 entirely feminine devices of ornamentation. And she was faintly aware that an expression less thoughtful than the one she wore would have been more in keeping with her surroundings. "I look too serious to harmonize," she said. "If Bertha were here, she would detect the incongruity and deplore it." But she was in a thoughtful mood, which was not an uncommon experience with her, and the faint smile the words gave rise to died away as she turned to the fire again. What she thought of as she sat and looked into it, it would have been difficult to tell, but there was evidence that she was mentally well occupied in the fact that she sat entirely still and gazed at its flickering flame for nearly half an hour. She would not have moved then, perhaps, if she had not been roused from her reverie by a sound at the door, a low knock, and a voice speaking to her. "Agnes," it said, "Agnes." She knew it at once as Bertha's, and rose to reply to the summons almost as if she had expected or even waited for it. When she unlocked the door and opened it, Bertha was standing on the threshold. She had partly undressed, too. She had laid aside the red dress and put on a long white negligee bordered with white fur. There was no color about her, and it made her look cold. Perhaps she was cold, for Agnes thought she seemed to shiver a little. "May I come in?" she asked. "I know it is very inconsiderate, but I had a sort of conviction that you would not be asleep." Page 255. "I was not thinking of going to sleep yet," said Agnes. "I am glad you have come." Bertha entered, and the door being closed, crossed the room to the fire. She did not take a chair, but sat down upon the hearthrug. "This is very feminine," she said, "and we ought to be in bed, but the day would not be complete without it." Then she turned toward Agnes. "You must have a great deal to think of tonight," she said. Agnes Sylvester looked at the fire. "Yes," she answered, "I have a great deal to think of." "Are they things you like to think of?" "Some of them, not all." "It must be a curious experience," said Bertha, "to find yourself here again after so many years, with all your life changed for you." Mrs. Sylvester did not reply. "You have not been here," Bertha continued, "since you went away on your wedding journey. You were 19 or 20 then, only a girl." "I was young," said Mrs. Sylvester, "but I was rather mature for my years. I did not feel as if I was exactly a girl." Then she added, in a lower voice, I had experienced something which had ripened me. You mean, said Bertha, that you knew what love was? She had not intended to say the words, and their abrupt directness grated upon her as she spoke, but she could not have avoided uttering them. Mrs. Sylvester paused a moment. The experience I passed through, she said, did not belong to my age. It was not a girl's feelings. I think it came too soon. Page 256. You had two alternatives to choose from, said Bertha, that it should come too soon or too late. Mrs. Sylvester paused again. You do not think, she said, that it ever comes to anyone at the right time. Bertha had been sitting with her hands folded about her knee. She unclasped and clasped them with a sharply vehement movement. It is a false thing from beginning to end, she said. I do not believe in it. Ah, said Mrs. Sylvester softly, I believe it. I wish I did not. What is there to be gained by it, said Bertha, a feeling that is not to be reasoned about or controlled, a miserable, feverish emotion you cannot understand and can only resent and struggle against blindly. When you let it conquer you, how can you respect yourself or the object of it? What do women love men for? Who knows? It is like madness. All you can say is, I love him. He is life or death to me. It is so unreasoning, so unreasoning. She stopped suddenly, as if all at once she became conscious that her companion was looking at herself instead of at the fire. You love a man generally, said Mrs. Sylvester in her tenderly modulated voice. At least I have thought so, because he is the one human creature who is capable of causing you the greatest amount of suffering. I don't know of any other reason, and I have thought of it a great deal. It is a good reason, said Bertha, a good reason. Then she laughed. This is just a little tragic, isn't it? She said. What a delightfully emotional condition we must be in to have reached tragedy in less than 5 minutes, and entirely without intention. I did not come to be tragic. I came to be analytical. I want you to tell me carefully how we strike you. Page 257. We, said Mrs. Sylvester. Bertha touched herself on the breast. We, she said, I, Richard, Lawrence Arbuthnot, Colonel Trelawney's, Senator Plainfield, the 200 men callers, Washington, in short. How does Washington strike you, now that you have come to it again? Won't you give me 2 weeks to reflect upon it, said Agnes. No, I want impressions, not reflections. Is it all very much changed? I am very much changed, was the reply. And we, said Bertha, suppose you begin with Lawrence Arbuthnot. I do not think I could. He is not one of the persons I have remembered. Agnes, said Bertha, only wait with patience for one of those occasions when you feel it necessary to efface him, and then tell him that, in exactly that tone of voice, and he will in that instant secretly atone for the crimes of a lifetime. He won't wince, and he will probably reply in the most brilliant and impersonal manner, but figuratively speaking, you will have reduced him to powder and cast him to the breeze. We shall not be sufficiently intimate to render such a thing possible, said Mrs. Sylvester. One must be intimate with a man to be angry enough with him to wish to avenge oneself. Bertha smiled. You don't like him, she said. Poor Larry. On the contrary, was her friend's reply, but it would not occur to me to begin with him, as you suggested just now. With whom, then, said Bertha, would you begin? Her guest gave a moment to reflection, during which Bertha regarded her intently. If I were going to begin at all, she said rather slowly, I think it would be with Colonel Trelawney's. Page 258. There was a moment of silence, and then Bertha spoke in a somewhat cold and rigid voice. What do you like about him? She asked. I think I like everything. If you were anyone else, said Bertha, I should say that you simply like his size. I think that is generally it. Women invariably fall victims to men who are big and a little lumbering. They like to persuade themselves that they are overawed and subjected. I never understood it myself. Big men never pleased me very much. They are so apt to tread on you. I like his eyes, said Agnes, apparently reflecting aloud. They are very kind, and I like his voice. It is rather too deep, remarked Bertha, and sometimes I am a little afraid it will degenerate into a growl, though I have never heard it do so yet. Mrs. Sylvester went on. When he bends his head a little and looks down at you as you talk, she said, he is very nice. He is really thinking of you and regarding you seriously. I do not think he is given to trifling. No, returned Bertha, I do not think he is given to anything special but being massive. That is what you are thinking, that he is massive. There is no denying, said her friend, that is one of the things I like. Ah, said Bertha, you find the rest of us very flippant and trivial. That is how we strike you. A fatigued little sigh escaped her lips. After all, she said, it is true, and we have obliged ourselves to be trivial for so long that we are incapable of seriousness. Sometimes, generally toward Lent, after I have been out a great deal, I wonder if the other would not be interesting for a change, but at the same time, I know I could not be serious if I tried. Your seriousness will be deeper, said Mrs. Sylvester, when you accomplish it without trying. Page 259. She was serious herself as she spoke, but her seriousness was extremely gentle. She looked at Bertha even tenderly, and her clear eyes were very expressive. We are both changed since we met here last, she said, with simple directness, and it is only natural that what we have lived through should have affected us differently. We are of very different temperaments. You were always more vivid and intense than I, and suffering, if you had suffered. Her soft voice faltered a little, and she paused. Bertha turned and looked her unflinchingly in the face. I have not suffered, she said. Agnes spoke as simply as before. I have, she said. Bertha turned sharply away. I was afraid so, was her response. If we are to be as near to each other as I hope, Agnes continued, it would be useless for me to try to conceal from you the one thing which has made me what I am. The effort to hide it would always stand between us and our confidence in each other. It is much simpler to let you know the truth. She put her hands up to her face an instant, and Bertha broke the silence with a curiously incisive question. Was he very cruel to you? Agnes withdrew her hands, and if her shadow of a smile had not been so infinitely sad, it would have been bitter. He could not help it, she said, and when I was calm enough to reason, I knew he was not to blame for my imagination. It was all over in a few months, and he would have been quite content to bear what followed philosophically. When the worst came to the worst, he told me that he had known it could not last, because such things never did, but that he had also known that, even after the inevitable termination, I should always please him and display good taste. He had lived PG 260 through so much, and I had known so little. I only spoke openly to him once, one awful day, and after that I scarcely know what happened to me for months. I asked him to let me go away alone, and I went to the seaside. Since then the sound of the sea has been a terror to me, and yet there are times when I long to hear it. I used to tell myself that, on one of those days when I sat on the sand and looked at the sea, I died, and that I have never really lived since. Something happened to me, I don't know what. It was one brilliant morning, when the sun beat on the blue water and the white sand, and everything was a dazzling glare. I sat on the beach for hours without moving, and when I got up and walked away, I remember hearing myself saying, I have left you behind, I have left you behind, I shall never see you again. I was ill for several days afterward, and when I recovered, I seemed to have become a new creature. When my husband came, I was able to meet him so calmly that I think it was even a kind of shock to him. And that was the end, said Bertha. Yes, that was the end for me. And for him. Once or twice afterward, it interested him to try experiments with me, and when they failed, he was not pleased. Were you never afraid, said Bertha, that they would not fail? No, there is nothing so final as the ending of such a feeling. There is nothing to come after it, because it has taken everything with it, passion, bitterness, sorrow, even regret. I never wished that it might return after the day I spoke of. I have thought if, by stretching forth my hand, I could have brought it all back just as it was at first, I should not have wished to do it. It had been too much. It is a false thing, said Bertha, a false thing, and there must always be some such end to it. Page 261. Agnes Sylvester was silent again, and because of her silence, Bertha repeated her words with feverish eagerness. It must always end so, she said. You know that, you must know it. I am only one person, was the characteristic answer. And I do not know, I do not want to know, I only want quiet now, I have learned enough. Agnes, said Bertha, that is very pathetic. Yes, Agnes answered, I know it is pathetic when I allow myself to think of it. And for the first time, her voice broke a little and was all the sweeter for the break in it. But it was over in a moment, and she spoke as she had spoken before. But I did not mean to be pathetic, she said. I only wanted to tell you the entire truth so that there should be nothing between us and nothing to avoid. There can be nothing now. You know of me all that is past, and you can guess what is to come. No, I cannot do that, said Bertha. Agnes smiled. It is very easy, she responded. I shall have a pretty house, and I shall amuse myself by buying new or old things for it, and by moving the furniture. I shall give so much thought to it that after a while it will be quite celebrated in a small way, and Miss Jessup will refer to it as unique. Mrs. Merriam will be with me, and I shall have my reception day, and perhaps my evening, and I shall see as many of the charming people who come to Washington as is possible. You will be very good to me, and come to see me often, and so I hope will Mr. Arbuthnot and Colonel Trelawney's. Agnes, interposed Bertha, with an oddly hard manner. If they do, one or both of them will fall in love with you. If it is either, responded Mrs. Sylvester serenely, I hope it will be Mr. Arbuthnot, as he would have less difficulty in recovering. Page 262. You think, said Bertha, that nothing could ever touch you again, nothing. Think, was the response. My safety lies in the fact that I do not think of it at all. If I were 20, I might do so, and everything would be different. Life is very short. It is not long enough to run risks in. I shall not trifle with what is left to me. Oh, cried Bertha, how calm you are, how calm you are. Yes, she answered, I am calm now. But she put her hands up to her face again for an instant, and her eyelashes were wet when she withdrew them. It was a horribly dangerous thing, she said brokenly. There were so many temptations. The temptation to find excitement in avenging myself on others was strongest of all. I suppose it is the natural savage impulse. There were times when I longed to be cruel, and then I began to think, and there seemed so much suffering in life, and everything seemed so pitiful, and I could not bear the thought of it. And she ended with the sob of a child. It is very womanish to cry, she whispered, and I did not mean to do it, but you look at me so. And she laid her cheek against the cushioned back of her chair, and for a little while was more pathetic in her silence than she could have been in any words she might have uttered. It was true that Bertha had looked at her. There were no tears in her own eyes. Her feeling was one of obstinate resistance to all emotion in herself, but she did not resent her friends. On the contrary, she felt a strange enjoyment of it. Don't stop crying because I am here, she said. I like to see you do it. Mrs. Sylvester recovered herself at once. She sat up, smiling a little. There were no disfiguring traces of her emotion on her fair face. Thank you, she answered, but I do not like it PG 263 myself so much, and I have not done it before for a long time. It was, perhaps, because Mr. Arbuthnot presented himself as an entirely safe topic, with no tendency whatever to develop the sensibilities, that she chose him as the subject of her next remarks. I do not see much change in your friend, she observed. If you mean Lawrence, Bertha replied, I dare say not. He does not allow things to happen to him, he knows better. And he has done nothing whatever during the last 7 years. He has been to a great many parties, said Bertha, and he has read a book or so and sung several songs. I hope he has sung them well, was her friend's comment. It always depends upon his mood, Bertha returned, but there have been times when he has sung them very well indeed. It can scarcely have been a great tax to have done it occasionally, said Mrs. Sylvester, but I should always be rather inclined to think it was the result of chance, and not effort. Still, with a sudden conscientious scruple brought about by her recollection of the fact that these marks of disapproval had not expressed themselves in her manner earlier in the day. Still, he is very agreeable, one cannot deny that. It is always safe not to attempt to deny it, even if you feel inclined, was Bertha's comment, because, If you do, he will inevitably prove to you that you were in the wrong before he has done with you. He did one thing I rather liked, her companion proceeded. He was very nice, in that peculiar, impartial way of his, to a boy. The boy who came with the Bartletts, Bertha interposed. I saw him and was positively unhappy PG 264 about him because I could not attend to him. Did he take him in hand? She asked, brightening visibly. I knew he would, if he noticed him particularly. It was just like him to do it. I saw him first, Mrs. Sylvester explained, but I am afraid I should not have been equal to the occasion if Mr. Arbuthnot had not assisted me. It certainly surprised me that he should do it. He knew the Bartletts and had met the boy's sister, and in the most wonderful, yet the most uneffusive and natural, way he utilized his material until the boy felt himself quite at home and not out of place at all. One of the nicest things was the way in which he talked about Whippleville. The boy came from Whippleville. He seemed to give it a kind of interest and importance and even picturesqueness. He did not pretend to have been there, but he knew something of the country, which is pretty, and he was very clever in saying neither too much nor too little. Of course, that was nice. Colonel Trelawney's could not have done it, said Bertha. Agnes paused. She felt there was something of truth in the statement, but she was reluctant to admit it. Why not? She inquired. By reason of the very thing which is his attraction for you, because he is too massive to be adroit. Agnes was silent. Was it not Colonel Trelawney's who went to Virginia when your little girl was ill? She asked in a few moments. Yes, was Bertha's response. He came because Richard was away and Papa was ill. It was Janey who told me of it, said Agnes quietly, and she made a very pretty story of it in her childish way. She said that he carried her up and down the room when she was tired, and that when her head ached, he helped her not to cry. He must be very gentle. I like to think of it. It is very picturesque. PG 265, the idea of that great soldierly fellow nursing a frail little creature and making her pain easier to bear. Do you know, I find myself imagining that I know how he looked. Bertha sat perfectly still. She, too, knew how he had looked. But there was no reason, she told herself, for the sudden horrible revulsion of feeling which rushed upon her with the remembrance. A little while before, when Agnes had told her story, there had been a reason why she should be threatened by her emotions. But now it was different, now that there was, so to speak, no pathos in the air, now that they were merely talking of commonplace, unemotional things. But she remembered so well. If she could have forced herself to forget for one instant, she might have overcome the passion of unreasoning anguish which seized her. But it was no use, and as she made the effort, Agnes sat and watched her, a strange questioning dawning slowly in her eyes. He looked very large. She stopped short, and her hands clutched each other hard and close. A wild thought of getting up and leaving the room came to her, and then she knew it was too late. A light flickered up from the wood fire and fell upon her face as she slowly turned it to Agnes. For an instant Agnes simply looked at her, then she uttered a terror-stricken exclamation. "Bertha!" she cried. "Well," said Bertha, "well," but at her next breath she began to tremble and left her place on the hearth and stood up, trembling still. "I am tired out," she said. "I must go away. I ought not to have come here." But Agnes rose and went to her, laying her hand on her arm. She had grown pale herself, and there was a thrill of almost passionate feeling in her words when she spoke. PG 266. "No," she said, "you were right to come. This is the place for you." She drew her down upon the sofa and held both her hands. "Do you think I would let you go now," she said, "until you had told me everything? Do you think I did not know there was something you were struggling with? When I told you of my own unhappiness, it was because I hoped it would help you to speak. If you had not known that I had suffered, you could not have told me. You must tell me now. What barrier could there be between us, two women who have been hurt, and who should know how to be true to each other?" Bertha slipped from her grasp and fell upon her knees by the sofa, covering her face. "Agnes," she panted, "I never thought of this. I don't know how it has come about. I never meant to speak. Almost the worst of it all is that my power over myself is gone, and that it has even come to this, that I am speaking when I meant to be silent. Don't look at me, I don't know what it all means. All my life has been so different, it is so unlike me, that I say to myself it cannot be true. Perhaps it is not. I have never believed in such things. I don't think I believe now. I don't know what it means, I say, or whether it will last, and if it is not only a sort of illness that I shall get better of. I am trying with all my strength to believe that, and to get better, but while it lasts. Go on, said Agnes, in a hushed voice. Bertha threw out her hands and wrung them, the pretty baubles she had not removed when she undressed jingling on her wrists. It is worse for me than for anyone else, she cried. Worse, worse. It is not fair. I was not prepared for it. I was so sure it was not true, I can't understand it. But whether it is true or not, while it lasts, Agnes, PG 267 while it lasts. And she hid her face again, and the bangles and serpents of silver and gold jingled more merrily than ever. You think, said Agnes, that you will get over it. Get over it, she cried. How often do you suppose I have said to myself that I must get over it? How many thousand times I must get over it? Is it a thing to trifle with and be sentimental over? It is a degradation. I don't spare myself. No one could say to me more than I say to myself. I cannot spare it, and I must get over it. But I don't. And sometimes the horrible thought comes to me that it is a thing you can't get over, and it drives me mad. But what? Said Agnes. Her hands dropped away from her face. If I tell you this, she said breathlessly, you will despise me. I think I am going to tell it to you that you may despise me. The torture of it will be a sort of penance. When the thought comes to me that I may get over it, that it will go out of my life in time and be lost forever, then I know that, compared to that, all the rest is nothing, and that I could bear it for an eternity, the anguish and the shame and the bitterness, if only it might not be taken away. Oh, cried Agnes, I can believe it, I can believe it. You can believe it, said Bertha fiercely. You, yes, but I cannot. For some minutes after this Agnes did not speak. She sat still and looked down at Bertha's cowering figure. There came back to her, with terrible distinctness, times when she herself must have looked so, only she had always been alone, and there mingled with the deep feeling of the moment a faraway pity for her own helpless youth and despair. Will you tell me, she said at last, how it began? Page 268. She was struck, when Bertha lifted her face from its cushions, by the change which had come upon her. All traces of intense and passionate feeling were gone. It was as if her weeping had swept them away and left only a weariness which made her look pathetically young and helpless. As she watched her, Agnes wondered if she had ever looked up at Trelawney's with such eyes. I think, she said, that it was long before I knew. If I had not been so young and so thoughtless, I think I should have known that I began to care for him before he went away the first time. But I was very young, and he was so quiet. There was one day when he brought me some heliotrope, when I wondered why I liked the quiet things he said, and after he went away I used to wonder, in a sort of fitful way, what he was doing. And the first time I found myself face to face with a trouble, I thought of him and wished for him without knowing why. I even began a letter to him, but I was too timid to send it. Oh, if you had sent it, Agnes exclaimed involuntarily. Yes, if I had sent it, but I did not. Perhaps it would not have made much difference if I had, only when I told him of it. You told him of it, said Agnes. Yes, in Virginia. All the wrong I have done, all the indulgence I have allowed myself, is the wrong I did, and the indulgence I allowed myself in Virginia. There were days in Virginia when I suppose I was bad enough. Tell me that afterward, said Agnes. I want to know how you reached it. I reached it, answered Bertha, in this way. The thing that was my first trouble grew until it was too strong for me, or I was too weak for it. It was my own fault. Perhaps I ought to have known, but I did not. I don't think that I have let anyone but myself, PG 269, suffer for my mistake. I couldn't do that. When I found out what a mistake it was, I told myself that it was mine and that I must abide by it. And in time I thought I had grown quite hard, and I amused myself and said that nothing mattered, and I did not believe in emotion and thought I enjoyed living on the surface. I disliked to hear stories of any strong feeling. I tried to avoid reading them, and I was always glad when I heard clever worldly speeches made. I liked Lawrence first, because he said such clever, cold-blooded things. He was at his worst when I first knew him. He had lost all his money, and someone had been false to him, and he believed nothing. I did not know, said Agnes, that he had a story. And then she added, a trifle hurriedly, but it does not matter. It mattered to him, said Bertha, and we all have a story, even poor Larry, and even I. Then she went on again. There was one thing, she said, that I told myself oftener than anything else, and that was that I was not unhappy. I was always saying that, and giving myself reasons. When my dresses were becoming, and I went out a great deal, and people seemed to admire me, I used to say, how few women are as happy, how many things I have to make me happy. And when a horrible moment of leisure came, and I could not bear it, I would say, how tired I must be to feel as I do, and what nonsense it is. The one thing Richard has liked most in me has been that I have not given way to my moods, and have always reasoned about them. Ah, Agnes, if I had been happier, I might have given way to them just a little sometimes, and have been less tired. If I were to die now, I know what they would remember of me, that I laughed a great deal and made the house gay. She went on without tears. Page 270. I think, she said, that I never felt so sure of myself as I did last winter, so sure that I had lived past things and was quite safe. It was a very gay season, and there were several people here who amused me and made things seem brilliant and enjoyable. When I was not going out, the parlors were always crowded with clever men and women, and when I did go out, I danced and talked and interested myself more than I had ever seemed to do before. I shall never forget the inauguration ball. Lawrence and Richard were both with me, and I danced every dance and had the most brilliant night. I don't think one expects to be actually brilliant at an inauguration ball, but that night I think we were, and when we were going away we turned to look back, and Lawrence said, "What a night it has been. We couldn't possibly have had such a night if we had tried. I wonder if we shall ever have such a night again." And I said, "Scores of them, I haven't a doubt, but that was the last night of all." "The last night of all," repeated Agnes. "There have been no more nights at all like it, and no more days. The next night but one, the winter gardeners gave a party, and I was there. Lawrence brought me some roses and heliotrope, and I carried them, and I remember how the scent of the heliotrope reminded me of the night I sat and talked to Philip Tredennies by the fire. It came back all the more strongly because I had heard from Papa of his return. I was not glad that he had come to Washington, and I did not care to see him. He seemed to belong to a time I wanted to forget. I did not know he was to be at the gardener's until he came in, and I looked up and saw him at the door. You know how he looks when he comes into a room, so tall and strong and different from all the rest. Does he look different from all the rest, Agnes, or is it only that I think so?" "He is different," said Agnes. "Even I could see that." Page 271. "Oh," said Bertha despairingly, "I don't know what it is that makes it so, but sometimes I have thought that perhaps when first men were on earth they were like that, strong and earnest and simple and brave, never trifling with themselves or others, and always ready to be tender with those who suffer or are weak. If you only knew the stories we have heard of his courage and determination and endurance. I do not think he ever remembers them himself, but how can the rest of us forget? The first thought I had when I saw him was that it was odd that the mere sight of him should startle me so. And then I watched him pass through the crowds and tried to make a paltry satirical comment to myself upon his size and his grave face. And then, against my will, I began to wonder what he would do when he saw me, and if he would see what had happened to me since he had given me the flowers for my first party, and I wished he had stayed away, and I began to feel tired, and just then he turned and saw me." She paused and sank into a wearied sitting posture, resting her cheek against the sofa cushion. "It seems so long ago, she said, "and yet it is not one short year since." She went on almost monotonously. "He saw the change in me, I knew that, though he did not know what it meant. I suppose he thought the bad side of me had developed instead of the good, because the bad had predominated in the first place." "He never thought that," Agnes interposed. "Never." "Don't you think so?" said Bertha. "Well, it was not my fault if he didn't. I don't know whether it was natural or not that I should always make the worst of myself before him, but I always did. I did not want him to come to the house, but Richard brought him again and again, until he had been so often that there PG 272 must have been some serious reasons if he had stayed away. And then. "What then?" said Agnes. She made a gesture of passionate impatience. "Oh, I don't know," she said. "I don't know." I began to be restless and unhappy. I did not care for going out, and I dared not stay at home. When I was alone, I used to sit and think of that first winter and compare myself with the Bertha who lived then as if she had been another creature, someone I had been fond of, and who had died in some sad, unexpected way while she was very young. I used to be angry because I found myself so easily moved. Things touched me which had never touched me before, and one day, as I was singing a little German song of farewell, that poor little piteous Auf Wiedersehen we all know, suddenly my voice broke, and I gave a helpless sob, and the tears streamed down my cheeks. It filled me with terror. I have never been a crying woman, and I have rather disliked people who cried. When I cried, I knew that some terrible change had come upon me, and I hated myself for it. I told myself I was ill, and I said I would go away, but Richard wished me to remain. And every day it was worse and worse. And when I was angry with myself, I revenged myself on the person I should have spared. When I said things of myself which were false, he had a way of looking at me as if he was simply waiting to hear what I would say next, and I never knew whether he believed me or not, and I resented that more than all the rest. She broke off for an instant, and then began again hurriedly. "Why should I make such a long story of it?" she said. "I could not tell it all, nor the half of it, if I talked until tomorrow. If I had been given to sentiments and emotions, I could not have deceived myself so long as I did, that is all. I have known women who have had experiences and sentiments all their lives, one pg 273 after another. I used to know girls, when I was a girl, who were always passing through some sentimental adventure, but I was not like that, and I never understood them. But I think it is better to be so than to live unmoved so long that you feel you are quite safe, and then to waken up to face the feeling of a lifetime all at once. It is better to take it by installments. If I had been more experienced, I should have been safer, but I deceived myself and called what I suffered by every name but the right one. I said it was resentment and wounded vanity and weakness, but it was not, it was not. There was one person who knew it was not, though he let me call it what I pleased." "He," said Agnes. "It was Lawrence Arbuthnot who knew. He had been wretched himself once, and while he laughed at me and talked nonsense, he cared enough for me to watch me and understand." "It would never have occurred to me," remarked Agnes, "to say he did not care for you. I think he cares for you very much." "Yes, he cares for me," said Bertha, "and I can see now that he was kinder to me than I knew. He stood between me and many a miserable moment and warded off things I could not have warded off myself. I think he hoped at first that I would get over it. It was he who helped me to make up my mind to go away. It seemed the best thing, but it would have been better if I had not gone." "Better," Agnes repeated. "There was a fate in it," she said. "Everything was against me. When I said goodbye to the person I wished to escape from, though I did not admit to myself then that it was from him I wished to escape. When I said goodbye, I thought it was almost the same thing as saying goodbye forever. I had always told myself that I was too superficial to be troubled by anything long, and that I could always forget anything pg 274 I was determined to put behind me. I had done it before, and I fancied I could do it then, and that when I came back in the winter, I should have got over my moods, and be stronger physically, and not be emotional anymore. I meant to take the children and give them every hour of my days and live out of doors in a simple, natural way until I was well. I always called it getting well, but when he came to say goodbye, it was very hard. It was so hard that I was terrified again. He spent the evening with us, and the hours slipped away, and every time the clock struck my heart beat so fast that, at last, instead of beating, it seemed only to tremble and make me weak. And at last he got up to go, and I could not believe that it was true, that he was really going, until he went out of the door. And then so much seemed to go with him, and we had only said a few commonplace words, and it was the last time. And it all rushed upon me, and my heart leaped in my side, and then I went to him. There was no other way, and oh, Agnes." I know," said Agnes brokenly, "but try not to do that. It is the worst thing you can do to cry so." "He did not know why I came," Bertha said. "I don't know what he thought. I don't know what I said. He looked pale and startled at first, and then he took my hand in both his and spoke to me. I have seen him hold Janie's hand so, as if he could not be gentle enough. And he said it was always hard to say goodbye, and would I remember? And his voice was quite unsteady. Would I remember that if I should ever need any help, he was ready to be called? I had treated him badly and coldly that very evening, but it was as if he forgot it. And I forgot, too, and for just one little moment we were near each other, and there was nothing in our hearts but sadness and kindness, as if we had been friends who had the right to be sad at PG 275 parting. And we said goodbye again, and he went away. I fought very hard in those next 2 months, and I was very determined. I never allowed myself time to think in the daytime. I played with the children and read to them and walked with them, and when night came, I used to be tired out, but I did not sleep. I laid awake trying to force my thoughts back, and when morning broke it seemed as if all my strength was spent, and I did not get well. And when it all seemed at the worst, suddenly Janie was taken ill, and I thought she would die, and I was all alone, and I sent for Papa. She broke off with the ghost of a bitter little laugh. I have heard a great deal said about fate, she went on. Perhaps it was fate, I don't know, I don't care now, it doesn't matter. That very day Papa was ill himself, and Philip Tredennies came to me, Philip Tredennies. Oh, cried Agnes, it was very cruel. Was it cruel? Said Bertha. It was something, perhaps it would do to call it cruel. I had been up with Janie for 2 or 3 nights. She had suffered a great deal for a little creature, and I was worn out with seeing her pain and not being able to help it. I was expecting the doctor from Washington, and when she fell asleep at last, I went to the window to listen, so that I might go down and keep the dogs quiet if he came. It was one of those still, white moonlight nights, the most beautiful night. After a while I fancied I heard the faraway hoofbeat of a horse on the road, and I ran down. The dogs knew me, and seemed to understand I wished them to be quiet when I spoke to them. As the noise came nearer, I went down to the gate. I was trembling with eagerness and anxiety, and I spoke before I reached it. I was sure it was Dr. Malcolm, but it was someone larger and taller, and the PG 276 figure came out into the moonlight, and I was looking up at Philip Tredennies. Agnes laid her hand on her arm. Wait a moment before you go on, she said. Give yourself time. No, said Bertha, hurrying, I will go on to the end. Agnes, I have never lied to myself since that minute, never once. Where would have been the use? I thought he was 40 miles away, and there he stood, and the terror and joy and anguish of seeing him swept everything else away, and I broke down. I don't know what he felt and thought. There was one strange moment when he stood quite close to me and touched my shoulder with his strong, kind hand. He seemed overwhelmed by what I did, and his voice was only a whisper. There seemed no one in all the world but ourselves, and when I lifted my face from the gate, I knew what all I had suffered meant. As he talked to me afterward, I was saying over to myself, as if it was a lesson I was learning, you are mad with joy just because this man is near you. All your pain has gone away. Everything is as it was before, but you don't care, you don't care. I said that because I wished to make it sound as wicked as I could, but it was of no use. I have even thought since then that if he had been a bad man, thinking of himself, I might have been saved that night by finding it out. But he was not thinking of himself, only of me. He came, not for his own sake, but for mine and Janie's. He came to help us and stand by us and care for us, to do any common, simple service for us, as well as any great one. We were not to think of him, he was to think of us, and he sent me away upstairs to sleep and walked outside below the window all night. And I slept like a child. I should not have slept if it had been anyone else, but it seemed as if he had brought strength and quietness with him, and I need not stay awake, because everything was so safe. That has been his power over PG 277 me from the first, that he rested me. Sometimes I have been so tired of the feverish, restless way we have of continually amusing ourselves as if we dare not stop, and of reasoning and wondering and arguing to no end. We are all introspection and retrospection, and we call it being analytical and clever. If it is being clever, then we are too clever. One gets so tired of it, one wishes one could stop thinking and know less or more. He was not like that, and he rested me. That was it. He made life seem more simple. Well, he rested me then, and though I made one effort to send him away, I knew he would not go, and I did not try very hard. I did not want him to go. So when he refused to be sent away, An obstinate feeling came over me, and I said to myself that I would not do or say one unkind thing to him while he was there. I would be as gentle and natural with him as if he had been some slight, paltry creature who was nothing, and less than nothing, to me. I should have been amiable enough to such a man if I had been indebted to him for such service. Ah, sighed Agnes, but it could not end there. End, said Bertha. There is no end, there never will be. Do you think I do not see the bitter truth? One may call it what one likes, and make it as pathetic and as tragic and hopeless as words can paint it, but it is only the old, miserable, undignified story of a woman who is married, and who cares for a man who is not her husband. Nothing can be worse than that. It is a curious thing, isn't it, that somehow one always feels as if the woman must be bad. Agnes Sylvester laid a hand on her again without speaking. I suppose I was bad in those days, Bertha continued. I did not feel as if I was, though I dare say that only makes it worse. I deliberately let myself be happy. I let him be kind to me. I tried to amuse and please him. Janie got well, and the days were PG 278 beautiful. I did all he wished me to do, and he was as good to me as he was to Janie. When you spoke of his being so gentle, it brought everything back to me in a rush. His voice, and his look, and his touch. There are so many people who, when they touch you, seem to take something from you. He always seemed to give you something, protection and sympathy and generous help. He had none of the gallant tricks of other men, and he was often a little shy and restrained, but the night he held my hand in both his, and the moment he touched my shoulder, when I broke down so at the gate, I could not forget if I tried. But perhaps, said Agnes sadly, you had better try. Bertha looked up at her. When I have tried for a whole year, she said, I will tell you what success I have had. Oh, Agnes cried desperately, it will take more than a year. I have thought it might, said Bertha. Perhaps it may take even 2. The fire gave a fitful leap of flame, and she turned to look at it. The fire is going out, she said, and I have almost finished. Do you care to hear the rest? You have been very patient to listen so long. Go on, Agnes said. Well, much as I indulged myself, then I knew where I must stop, and I never really forgot that I was going to stop at a certain point. I said that I would be happy just so long as he was there, and that when we parted that would be the end of it. I even laid out my plans, and the night before he was to go away, in the evening, after the long, beautiful day was over, I said things to him which I meant should make him distrust me. The shallowest man on earth will hate you if you make him think you are shallow and capable of trifling as he does himself. The less a man intends to page 279, remember you, the more he intends you shall remember him. It will be his religious belief that women should be true. Someone should be true, you know, and it is easier to let it be the woman. What I tried to suggest that night was that my treatment of him had only been a caprice, that what he had seen of me in Washington had been the real side of my life, and that he would see it again and need not be surprised. Oh, Bertha, her friend cried, oh, Bertha. And she threw both arms about her with an intensely feminine swiftness and expressiveness. Yes, said Bertha, it was not easy. I never tried anything quite so difficult before, and perhaps I did not do it well, for he would not believe me. There was quite a long pause, in which she leaned against Agnes, breathing quickly. I think that is really the end, she said at last. It seems rather abrupt, but there is very little more. He is a great deal stronger than I am, and he is too true himself to believe lies at the first telling. One must tell them to him obstinately and often. I shall have to be persistent and consistent too. What do you mean? Exclaimed Agnes. What are you thinking of doing? There will be a great deal to be done, she answered. A great deal. There is only one thing which will make him throw me aside. Throw you aside, you? Yes, I have always been very proud. It was the worst of my faults that I was so deadly proud, but I want him to throw me aside, me. Surely one could not care for a man when he was tired and did not want one any more. That must end it, and there is something else. I don't know, I am not sure. I could not trust myself, but there have been times when I thought that he was beginning to care too, whether he knew it or not. I don't judge him by the other men I have known, but sometimes there was such a look in his eyes, PG 280, that it made me tremble with fear and joy. And he shall not spoil his life for me, It would be a poor thing that he should give all he might give to Bertha Amory. He had better give it to you, Agnes, she said, with a little tightening grasp. I do not want it, said Agnes calmly. I have done with such things, and he is not the man to change. He must, said Bertha, in time, if I am very unflinching and clever. They always said I was clever, you know, and that I had wonderful control over myself. But I shall have to be very clever. The only thing which will make him throw me aside is the firm belief that I am worth nothing, the belief that I am false and shallow and selfish, and as wicked as such a slight creature can be. Let me hide the little that is good in me, and show him always, day by day, what is bad. There is enough of that, and in the end he must get tired of me, and show me that he has done with me forever. You cannot do it, said Agnes breathlessly. I cannot do it for long, I know that, but I can do it for a while, and then I will make Richard let me go away to Europe. I have asked him before, but he seemed so anxious to keep me, I cannot tell why, and I have never opposed or disobeyed him. I try to be a good wife in such things as that. I ought to be a good wife in something. Just now he has some reason for wishing me to remain here. He does not always tell me his reasons. But perhaps in the spring he will not object to my going, and one can always spend a year or so abroad. And when he joins us, as he will afterward, he will be sure to be fascinated, and in the end we might stay away for years, and if we ever come back all will be over, and I shall be forgot. She withdrew herself from her friend's arms and rose to her feet. I shall be forgotten, she said. Oh, PG 281, how can I be? How can such pain pass away and end in nothing? Just while everything is at the worst, it is not easy to remember that one only counts for one, after all, and that a life is such a little thing. It seems so much to oneself. And yet what does it matter that Bertha Amory's life went all wrong, and was only a bubble that was tossed away and broken? There are such millions and millions of people that it means nothing, only to Bertha Amory, and it cannot mean anything to her very long. Only just while it lasts, and before one gets used to the torture of it. She turned away and crossed the room to the window, drawing aside the curtain. There is a little streak of light in the east, she said. It is the day, and you have not slept at all. Agnes went to her, and they stood and looked at it together, a faint, thin line of grey tinged with palest yellow. Tomorrow has come, said Bertha, and we must begin the new year properly. I must make up my visiting book and arrange my lists. Don't call anyone, Agnes, it is only faintness. And with the little protesting smile on her lips, she sank to the floor. Agnes knelt down at her side and began to loosen her wrapper at the throat and chafe her hands. Yes, it is only faintness, she said in a low voice, but if it were something more you would be saved a great deal. Page 282. Chapter 23. On it that the charming Mrs. Sylvester, so well known and so greatly admired in society circles as Miss Agnes Wentworth, has, after several years of absence, much deplored by her numberless friends, returned to make her home in Washington, having taken a house on Lafayette Square. The 3 years of Mrs. Sylvester's widowhood have been spent abroad, chiefly in Italy, the land of love and beauty, where Tasso sang and Raphael dreamed of the immortals. Thus, the society column of a daily paper, and a week later Mrs. Merriam arrived, and the house on Lafayette Square was taken possession of. It was one of the older houses, a large and substantial one, whose rather rigorous exterior still held forth promises of possibilities in the way of interior development. Arbuthnot heard Bertha mention one day that one of Mrs. Sylvester's chief reasons for selecting it was that it looked quiet, and he reflected upon this afterward as being rather unusual as the reason of a young and beautiful woman. Though after all she looks quiet herself, was his mental comment. If I felt called upon to remark upon her at all, I should certainly say that she was a perfectly composed person. Perhaps that is the groove she chooses to live in, or it may be simply her nature. I shouldn't mind knowing which. He was rather desirous of seeing what she would make of the place inside, but the desire was by no means strong enough to lead him to make his first call upon her an hour earlier than he might have been expected according to the strictest canons of good taste. On her part, Mrs. Sylvester found great pleasure in PG 283, the days spent in establishing herself. For years her life had been an unsettled one, and the prospect of arranging a home according to her own tastes, and especially a home in Washington, was very agreeable to her. Her fortune was large, her time was her own, and as in the course of her rambling she had collected innumerable charming and interesting odds and ends, there was no reason why her house should not be a delightful one. For several days she was quite busy and greatly interested. She found her pictures, plaques, and hangings even more absorbing than she had imagined they would be. She spent her mornings in arranging and rearranging cabinets, walls, and mantels, and moved about her rooms wearing a faint smile of pleasure on her lips and a faint tinge of color on her cheeks. "Really," she said to Bertha, who dropped in to see her one morning and found her standing in the middle of the room reflecting upon a pretty old blue cup and saucer, "I am quite happy in a quiet way. I seem to be shut in from the world and life and all busy things, and to find interest enough in the color of a bit of china or the folds of a portiere. It seems almost exciting to put a thing on a shelf and then take it down and put it somewhere else." When Arbuthnot passed the house, he saw that rich Eastern-looking stuffs curtained the windows, and great Indian jars stood on the steps and balconies, as if ready for plants. In exhausting the resources of the universe, Mr. Sylvester had given some attention to India, and being a man of caprices, had not returned from his explorings empty-handed. A carriage stood before the house, and the door being open, revealed glimpses of pictures and hangings in the hall, which were pleasantly suggestive. "She will make it attractive," Arbuthnot said to himself. "That goes without saying, and she will be rather perilously so herself." Page 284. His first call upon her was always a very distinct memory to him. It was made on a rather chill and unpleasant evening, and being admitted by a servant into the hall he had before caught a glimpse of, its picturesque comfort and warmth impressed themselves upon him in the strongest possible contrast to the raw dampness and darkness of the night. Through half-drawn portieres he had a flitting glance at 2 or 3 rooms and a passing impression of some bright or deep point of color on drapery, bric-a-brac, or pictures, and then he was ushered into the room in which Mrs. Sylvester sat herself. She had been sitting before the fire with a book upon her lap, and she rose to meet him, still holding the volume in her hand. She was dressed in violet and wore a large cluster of violets loosely at her waist. She looked very slender and tall and fair, and the rich, darkly glowing colors of the furniture and hangings formed themselves into a background for her, as if the accomplishment of that end had been the sole design of their existence. Arbuthnot even wondered if it was possible that she would ever again look so well as she did just at the instant she rose and moved forward, though he recognized the folly of the thought before 10 minutes had passed. She looked quite as well when she reseated herself, and even better when she became interested in the conversation which followed. It was a conversation which dealt principally with the changes which had taken place in Washington during her absence from it. She found a great many. "It strikes me as a little singular that you do not resent them more," said Arbuthnot. "Most of them are changes for the better," she answered. "Ah," he returned, "but that would not make any difference to the ordinary mind, unless it awakened additional resentment. There is a sense of personal injury in recognizing that improvements have been made entirely without our assistance." Page 285. "I do not feel it," was her reply, "or it is lost in my pleasure in being at home again." "She has always thought of it as home, then," was Arbuthnot's mental comment. That is an inadvertent speech which tells a story. His impressions of the late Mr. Sylvester were not agreeable ones. He had heard him discussed frequently by men who had known him, and the stories told of him were not pleasant. After 15 minutes in the crucible of impartial public opinion, his manifold brilliant gifts and undeniable graces and attainments had a habit of disappearing in vapor, and leaving behind them a residuum of cold-blooded selfishness and fine disregard of all human feelings in others, not easily disposed of. Arbuthnot had also noticed that there was but one opinion expressed on the subject of his marriage. He married a lovely girl 12 or 15 years younger than himself. He had heard a man say once, "I should like to see what he has made of her." "You would," ejaculated an older man. "I shouldn't, heaven forbid." It added greatly to Arbuthnot's interest in her that she bore no outward signs of any conflict she might have passed through. Whatever it had been, she had borne it with courage, and kept her secret her own. The quiet of her manner was not suggestive either of sadness or self-repression, and she made no apparent effort to evade mention of her married life, though as she spoke of herself but seldom, it seemed entirely natural that she should refer rarely to the years she had passed away from Washington. When a little later Mrs. Merriam came in, she proved to be as satisfactory as all other appurtenances to the household. She was a picturesque, elderly woman, with a small, elegant figure, an acute little countenance, and large, dark eyes, which sparkled in the most amazing manner at times. She was an old PG 286 Washingtonian herself, had lived through several administrations, and had made the most of her experience. She seemed to have personally known the notabilities of half a century, and her reminiscences gave Arbuthnot a feeling of being surpassingly youthful and modern. She had been living abroad for the last 7 years, and finding herself at home once more, seemed to settle down with a sense of relief. "It is a bad habit to get into, this of living abroad," she said. "It is a habit, and it grows on one. I went away intending to remain a year, and I should probably have ended my existence in Europe if Mrs. Sylvester had not brought me home. I was always a little homesick, too, and continually felt the need of a new administration, but I lacked the resolution it required to leave behind me the things I had become accustomed to." When he went away, Arbuthnot discovered that it was with her he had talked more than with Mrs. Sylvester, and yet, while he had been in the room, it had not occurred to him that Mrs. Sylvester was silent. Her silence was not unresponsiveness. When he looked back upon it, he found that there was even something delicately inspiring in it. "It is that expression of gentle attentiveness in her eyes," he said. "It makes your most trivial remark of consequence, and convinces you that, if she spoke, she would be sure to say what it would please you most to hear. It is a great charm." For a few moments, before returning to his rooms, he dropped in upon the Amory household. There was no one in the parlor when he entered but Colonel Trelawney, who stood with his back to the fire, apparently plunged deep in thought, his glance fixed upon the rug at his feet. He was in evening dress, and held a pair of white gloves in his hand, but he did not wear a festive countenance. Arbuthnot thought that he looked jaded and worn. Certainly, there were deep lines left on his forehead, even when he glanced up and straightened it. Page 287. "I am waiting for Mrs. Amory," he said. "Amory is out of town, and as we were both going to the reception at the Secretary of State's, I am to accompany her. I think she will be down directly. Yes, there she is." They saw her through the portieres descending the staircase as he spoke. She was gleaming in creamy satin and lace, and carried a wrap over her arm. She came into the room with a soft rustle of trailing draperies, and Trelawney stirred slightly and then stood still. "Did I keep you waiting very long?" she said. "I hope not," and then turned to Arbuthnot as she buttoned her long glove deliberately. "Richard has gone to Baltimore with a theater party," she explained. "Miss Varian went and half a dozen others. I did not care to go, and Richard persuaded Colonel Trelawney to assume his responsibilities for the evening and take me to the Secretary of State's. The President is to be there, and as I have not yet told him that I approve of his cabinet and don't object to his message, I feel I ought not to keep him in suspense any longer. Your approval will naturally remove a load of anxiety from his mind," said Arbuthnot. "Can I be of any assistance to you in buttoning that glove?" She hesitated a second, and then extended her wrist. To Arbuthnot, who had occasionally performed the service for her before, there was something novel both in the hesitation and the delicate suggestion of coquettish surrender in her gesture. It had been the chief of her charms for him that her coquetries were of the finer and more reserved sort, and that they had never expended themselves upon him. This was something so new that his momentary bewilderment did not add to his dexterity, and the glove buttoning was of longer duration than it would otherwise have been. While it was being accomplished, Colonel Trelawney's PG 288 looked on in silence. He had never buttoned a woman's glove in his life. It seemed to him that it was scarcely the thing for a man who was neither husband, brother, nor lover to do. If there was any deep feeling in his heart, how could this careless, conventional fellow stand there and hold her little wrist, and meet her lifted eyes without betraying himself. His reasoning was not very logical in its nature. It was the reasoning of pain and hot anger and other uneasy and masterful emotions, which so got the better of him that he turned suddenly away that he might not see, scarcely knowing what he did. It was an abrupt movement and attracted Arbuthnot's attention, as also did something else, a movement of Bertha's, an unsteadiness of the gloved hand which, however, was speedily controlled or ended. He glanced at her, but only to find her smiling, though her breath came a little quickly and her eyes looked exceedingly bright. "I am afraid you find it rather troublesome," she said. "Extremely," he replied, "but I look upon it in the light of moral training, and sustained by a sense of duty, will endeavor to persevere." He felt the absurdity and triviality of the words all the more, perhaps, because as he uttered them, he caught a glimpse of Trelawney's half-averted face. There was that in its jaded look which formed too sharp a contrast to inconsequent jesting. "It is not getting easier for him," was his thought. "It won't until it has driven him harder even than it does now." Perhaps there was something in his own humor which made him a trifle more susceptible to outward influences than usual. As has been already intimated, he had his moods, and he had felt one of them creeping upon him like a shadow during his brief walk through the dark streets. "I hear the carriage at the door," he said, when he PG 289 had buttoned the glove. "Don't let me detain you, I am on my way home." "You have been?" questioned Bertha, suddenly awakening to a new interest on her own part. "I called upon Mrs. Sylvester," he answered. And then he assisted her to put on her wrap, and they all went out to the carriage together. When she was seated and the door closed, Bertha leaned forward and spoke through the open window. "Don't you think the house very pretty?" she inquired. "Very," was his brief reply, and though she seemed to expect him to add more, he did not do so, and the carriage drove away and left him standing upon the sidewalk. "Ah," said Bertha, leaning back with a faint smile, "he will go again and again and yet again." "Will he?" said the Colonel. "Let us hope he will enjoy it." But the truth was that the subject did not awaken in him any absorbing interest. "Oh, he will enjoy it," she responded. "And Mrs. Sylvester," suggested Trelawney. "He will never be sure what she thinks of him, or what she wishes him to think of her, though she will have no caprices, and will always treat him beautifully, and the uncertainty will make him enjoy himself more than ever." "Such a state of bliss," said the Colonel, "is indeed greatly to be envied." He was always conscious of a rather dreary sense of bewilderment when he heard himself giving voice in his deep tones to such small change as the above remark. Under such circumstances, there was suggested to him the idea that for the moment he had changed places with some more luckily facile creature, and represented him but awkwardly. And yet of late, he had found himself gradually bereft of all other conversational resource. Since the New Year's Day, when Bertha had called his attention to the weather, he had seen in her PG 290 no vestige of what had so moved him in the brief summer holiday in which she had seemed to forget to arm herself against him. It appeared that his place was fixed for him, and that nothing remained but to occupy it with as good a grace as possible. But he knew he had not borne it well at the outset. It was but nature that he should have borne it ill, and have made some effort at least to understand the meaning of the change in her. "All this goes for nothing," he had said to her, but it had not gone for nothing after all. A man who loves a woman with the whole force of his being, whether it is happily or unhappily, is not a well-regulated creature wholly under his own control. His imagination will play him bitter tricks and taunt him many an hour, both in the bright day and in the dead watches of the night, when he wakens to face his misery alone. He will see things as they are not, and be haunted by phantoms whose vague outlines torture him while he knows their unreality. "It is not true," he will say. "It cannot be, and yet if it should be, though it is not." A word, a smile, the simplest glance or tone will distort themselves until their very slightness seems the most damning proof. But that he saw his own folly and danger, there were times on those first days when Trelawney's might have been betrayed by his fierce sense of injury into mistakes, which it would have been impossible for him to retrieve by any after effort. But even in the moments of his greatest weakness, he refused to trifle with himself. On the night of the New Year's Day, when Bertha and Agnes had sat together, he had kept a vigil too. The occupant of the room below his had heard him walking to and fro, and had laid his restlessness to a great number of New Year's calls instead of to a guilty conscience. But the colonel had been less lenient with himself, and had fought a desperate battle in the silent hours. Page 291. "What rights have I," he had said, in anguish and humiliation, "what rights have I at the best? If her heart was as tender toward me as it seems hard, that would be worse than all. It would seem then that I must tear myself from her for her sake as well as for my own. As it is, I can at least be near her, and torture myself, and let her torture me, and perhaps some day do her some poor kindness of which she knows nothing. Only I must face the truth that I have no claim upon her, none. If she chooses to change her mood, why should I expect or demand an explanation? The wife of one man, the beloved of another, oh Bertha, Bertha!" And he buried his face in his hands and sat so in the darkness, and in the midst of his misery he seemed to hear again the snatch of song she had sung as she sat on the hillside, with her face half upturned to the blue sky. The memory of that day, and of some of those which had gone before it, cost him more than all else. It came back to him suddenly when he had reduced himself to a dead level of feeling. Once or twice, when he was with Bertha herself, it returned to him with such freshness and vivid truth that it seemed for a moment that a single word would sweep every barrier away, and they would stand face to face, speaking the simple truth, whatever it might be. Why not, he thought, why not, after all, if she is unhappy and needs a friend, why should it not be the man who would bear either death or life for her? But he said nothing of this when he spoke to her. After their first 2 or 3 interviews, he said less than ever. Each of those interviews was like the first. She talked to him as she talked to Arbuthnot, to Plainfield, to the attaches of the legations, to the clever newspaper man from New York or Boston, who was brought in by a friend on one of her evenings, because he wished to see if the paragraphists had overrated her attractions. She paid him graceful, conventional attentions. She met PG 292 him with a smile when he entered. If he was grave, she hoped he was not unwell or out of spirits. She made fine, feathery, jesting little speeches as if she expected them to amuse him. She gave him his share of her presence, of her conversation, of her laugh, and went her way to someone else to whom she gave the same things. "And why should I complain?" he said. But he did complain, or some feverish, bitter ache in his soul complained for him, and wrought him all sorts of evil, and wore him out, and deepened the lines on his face, and made him feel old and hopeless. He was very kind to Janey in those days, and spent a great deal of time with her. It was Janey who was his favorite, though he was immensely liberal to Jack, and bestowed upon Meg, who was too young for him, elaborate and expensive toys, which she reduced to fragments and dissected and analyzed with her brother's assistance. He used to go to see Janey in the nursery and take her out to walk and drive, and at such times felt rather glad that she was not like her mother. She bore no likeness to Bertha, and was indeed thought to resemble the professor, who was given to wondering at her as he had long ago wondered at her mother. The colonel fancied that it rested him to ramble about in company with this small creature. They went to the parks, hand in hand, so often that the nursemaids who took their charges there began to know them quite well, the popular theory among them being that the colonel was an interesting widower, and the little one his motherless child. The winter was a specially mild one, even for Washington, and it was generally pleasant out of doors, and frequently Janey's escort sat on one of the green benches and read his paper while she disported herself on the grass near him, or found entertainment in propelling her family of dolls up and down the walk in their carriage. They had long and interesting conversations together, and once or twice even went to the Capitol itself, and visited the House and the Senate, PG 293, deriving much pleasure and benefit from looking down upon the rulers of their country, rising to points of order in their customary awe-inspiring way. On one of these occasions, possibly overpowered by the majesty of the scene, Janey fell asleep, and an hour later, as Bertha stepped from her carriage with cards and calling list in hand, she encountered a large, well-known figure, bearing in its arms, with the most astonishing accustomed gentleness and care, a supine little form, whose head confidingly reposed on the broadest of shoulders. "She went to sleep," said the colonel, with quite a paternal demeanor. He thought at first that Bertha was going to kiss the child. She made a step forward, an eager tenderness kindling in her eyes, then checked herself and laughed, half shrugging her shoulders. "May I ask if you carried her the entire length of the avenue in the face of the multitude?" she said. "You were very good, and displayed most delightful moral courage if you did, but it must not occur again. She must not go out without a nurse, if she is so much trouble." "She is no trouble," he answered, "and it was not necessary to carry her the length of the avenue." Bertha went into the house before him. "I will ring for a nurse," she said at the parlor door. "She will be attended to, and you are extremely amiable. I have been calling all the afternoon, and have just dropped in for Richard, who is going with me to the Drummonds' musicale." But Trelawney did not wait for the nurse. He knew the way to the nursery well enough, and bore off his little burden to her own domains sans ceremony, while Bertha stood and watched him from below. If she had been gay the winter before, she was gayer still now. She had her afternoon for reception and her evening at home, and gave also a series of more elaborate and formal entertainments. At these PG 294 festivities, the political element was represented quite brilliantly. She professed to have begun at last to regard politics seriously, and though this statement was not received with the most entire confidence, the most liberal encouragement was bestowed upon her. Richard, especially, seemed to find entertainment in her whim. He even admitted that he himself took an interest in the affairs of the nation this winter. He had been awakened to it by his intimacy with Plainfield, which increased as the business connected with the Westoria lands grew upon him. There was a great deal of this business to be transacted, it appeared, though his references to the particular form of his share of it were never very definite, being marked chiefly by a brilliant vagueness which, Bertha was wont to observe, added interest to the subject. "I should not understand if you explained it, of course," she said, "and as I don't understand, I can give play to a naturally vivid imagination. All sorts of events may depend upon you. Perhaps it is even necessary of you to lobby, and you are engaged in all sorts of machinations. How do people lobby, Richard, and is there an opening in the profession for a young person of undeniable gifts and charms?" In these days, Plainfield presented himself more frequently than ever. People began to expect to see his large, florid figure at the evenings and dinner parties, and gradually he and his friends formed an element in them. It was a new element, and not altogether the most delightful one. Some of the friends were not remarkable for polish of manner and familiarity with the convenances, and one or two of them, after they began to feel at ease, talked a good deal in rather pronounced tones, and occasionally enjoyed themselves with a freedom from the shackles of ceremony which seemed rather to belong to some atmosphere other than that of the pretty, bright parlors. But it would not have been easy to determine what Bertha thought of the matter. PG 295, she accepted Richard's first, rather apologetic mention of it gracefully enough, and after a few evenings, he no longer apologized. "They may be a trifle uncouth," he had said, "but some of them are tremendous fellows when you understand them, shrewd, far-seeing politicians who may astonish the world any day by some sudden, brilliant move. Such men nearly always work their way from the ranks and have had no time to study the graces, but they are very interesting and will appreciate the attention you show them. There is that man Bowman, for instance, began life as a boy in a blacksmith's shop and has been in Congress for years. They would send him to the Senate if they could spare him. He is a positive mine of political information and knows the Westoria business from beginning to end." "They all seem to know more or less of it," said Bertha. "That is our atmosphere now. I am gradually assimilating information myself." But Trelawney did not reconcile himself to the invasion. He looked on in restless resentment. What right had such men to be near her, was his bitter thought. Being a man himself, he knew more of some of them than he could remember without anger or distaste. He could not regard them impartially as mere forces, forgetting all else. When he saw Plainfield at her side, bold, fulsome, bent on absorbing her attention, and frequently succeeding through sheer thick-skinned pertinacity, he was filled with wrathful repulsion. This man, at least he knew, had no right to claim consideration from her, and yet somehow he seemed to have established himself in an intimacy which appeared gradually to become a part of her everyday life. This evening, on entering the house, he had met him leaving it, and when he went into the parlor, he had seen upon Bertha's little work table the customary sumptuous offering of Jacqueminot roses. She carried the flowers in her hand now. Their heavy perfume filled the carriage. Page 296. There is no use in asking why she does it, he was thinking. I have given up expecting to understand her. I suppose she has a reason. I won't believe it is as poor a one as common vanity or coquetry. Such things are beneath her. He understood himself as little as he understood her. There were times when he wondered how long his unhappiness would last, and if it would not die a natural death. No man's affection and tenderness could feed upon nothing and survive, he told himself again and again. And what was there to sustain his? This was not the woman he had dreamed of. From her, it should be easy enough for him to shake himself free. What to him were her cleverness, her bright eyes, her power over herself and others, the subtle charms and graces which were shared by all who came near her? They were only the gift of a finer order of coquette, who was a greater success than the rest, because nature had been lavish with her. It was not these things which could have changed and colored all life for him. If all his thoughts of her had been mere fancies, it would be only natural that he should outlive his experience, and in time look back upon it as simply an episode which might have formed a part of the existence of any man. There had been nights when he had left the house, thinking it would be far better for him never to return if he could remain away without awakening comment. But once in the quiet of his room, there always came back to him memories and fancies he could not rid himself of, and which made the scenes he had left behind unreal. He used to think it must be this which kept his tenderness from dying a lingering death. When he was alone, it seemed as if he found himself face to face again with the old, innocent ideal that followed him with tender, appealing eyes and would not leave him. He began to have an odd fancy about the feeling. It was as if, when he left the silent room, he left in it the truth and reality of his dream and found them there when he returned. Page 297. Why do you look at me so? Bertha said to him one night, turning suddenly aside from the group she had been the central figure of. You look at me as if I were a ghost, and you are ready to see me vanish into thin air. He made a slight movement, as if rousing himself. That is it, he answered. I am waiting to see you vanish. But you will not see it, she said. You will be disappointed. I am real. A ghost could not laugh as I do and enjoy itself. Its laugh would have a hollow sound. I assure you I am very real indeed. But he did not answer her, and after looking at him with a faint smile for a second or so, she turned to her group again. Tonight, as they drove to their destination, once or twice, in passing a street lamp, the light flashing into the carriage showed him that Bertha leaned back in her corner with closed eyes, her flowers lying untouched on her lap. He thought she seemed languid and pale, though she had not appeared so before they left the house, and this touched him, as such things always did. There was no moment, however deep and fierce his bewildered sense of injury might have been before it, when a shade of pallor on her cheek, or of sadness in her eyes, a look or tone of weariness, would not undo everything, and stir all his great heart with sympathy and the tender longing to be kind to her. The signs of sadness or pain in any human creature would have moved him, but such signs in her overwhelmed him and swept away every other feeling but this yearning desire to shield and care for her. He looked at her now with anxious eyes and bent forward to draw up her wrap, which had slipped from her shoulders. Are you warm enough, Bertha? He said with awkward gentleness. It is a raw night. You should have had more shawls or whatever they are. She opened her eyes with a smile. More shawls, she said. We don't wear shawls PG 298 now when we go to receptions. They are not becoming enough, even when they are very grand indeed. This is not a shawl. It is a sortie du bal and a very pretty one, but I think I am warm enough, thank you, and it was very good in you to ask. And though he had not known that his own voice was gentle, he recognized that hers was. Somebody ought to ask, he answered. And just then they turned the corner into a street already crowded with carriages, and their own drew up before the lighted front of a large house. Tredennies got out and gave Bertha his hand. As she emerged from the shadow of the carriage, the light fell upon her again, and he was impressed even more forcibly than before with her pallor. You would have been a great deal better at home, he said, impetuously. Why did you come here?" She paused a second, and it seemed to him as if she suddenly gave up some tense hold she had previously kept upon her external self. There was only the pathetic little ghost of a smile in her lifted eyes. "Yes, I should be better at home," she said, almost in a whisper. "I would rather be asleep with the children." "Then why in heaven's name do you go?" he protested. "Bertha, let me take you home and leave you to rest. It must be so, But the conventionalities did not permit that he should give way to the fine masculine impulse, which might have prompted him in the heat of his emotions to return her to the carriage by the sheer strength of his unaided arm, and he recognized his own tone of command and checked himself with a rueful sense of helplessness. "There is the carriage of the French minister," said Bertha, "and Madame wonders who detains her. But if I were a regiment of soldiers, I am sure I should obey you when you spoke to me in such a tone as that." Page 299. And as if by magic she was herself again, and taking her roses from him, went up the carpeted steps lightly, and with a gay rustle of trailing silk and lace. The large rooms inside were crowded with a distinguished company, made up of the material which forms the foundation of every select Washingtonian assemblage. There were the politicians, military and naval men, attaches of legations, foreign ministers, and members of the cabinet, with their wives and daughters or other female relatives. A distinguished scientist loomed up in one corner, looking disproportionately modest. A well-known newspaper man chatted in another. The Chinese minister, accompanied by his interpreter, received with a slightly wearied air of quiet patience the conversational attentions proffered him. The wife of the Secretary of State stood near the door with her daughter, receiving her guests as they entered. She was a kindly and graceful woman, whose good breeding and self-poise had tided her safely over the occasionally somewhat ruffled social waters of two administrations. She had received 100 or so of callers each Wednesday, the majority of them strangers, and in the moments of her greatest fatigue and lassitude had endeavored to remember that each one of them was a human being, endowed with human vanity and sensitiveness. She had not flinched before the innocent presumption of guileless ignorance. She had done her best by timorousness and simplicity. She had endeavored to remember hundreds of totally uninteresting people, and if she had forgotten one of them who modestly expected a place in her memory, had made an effort to repair the injury with aptness and grace. She had given up pleasures she enjoyed and repose she needed, and had managed to glean entertainment and interesting experience by the way, and in course of time, having occupied for years one of the highest social positions in the land, and done some of the most difficult and laborious work, would retire simply and PG 300 gracefully, more regretted than regretting, and would look back upon her experience more as an episode in her husband's career than her own. She was one of the few women who produced in Professor Herrick neither mild perturbation nor mental bewilderment. He had been a friend of her husband's in his youth, and during their residence in Washington, it had been his habit to desert his books and entomological specimens once or twice in the season for the purpose of appearing in their parlors. There was a legend that he had once presented himself with a large and valuable beetle pinned to the lapel of his coat, he having absent-mindedly placed it in that conspicuous position in mistake for the flower Bertha had suggested he should decorate himself with. He was among the guests tonight, her hostess told Bertha as she shook hands with her. "We were very much pleased to see him, though we do not think he looks very well," she said. "I think you will find him talking to Professor Borrowdale, who has just returned from Central America." She gave Bertha a kind glance of scrutiny. "Are you looking very well?" she said. "I am afraid you are not. That is not a good way to begin a season." "I am afraid," said Bertha, laughing, "that I have not chosen my dress well. Colonel Trelawney told me a few moments ago that I ought to be at home." They passed on shortly afterward, and on the way to the other room, Bertha was unusually silent. Trelawney wondered what she was thinking of until she suddenly looked up at him and spoke. "Am I so very haggard?" she said. "I should not call it haggard," he answered. "You don't look very well." She gave her cheek a little rub with her gloved hand. "No, you should not call it haggard," she said. "That is true. It is bad enough not to look well. One should PG 301 always have a little rouge in one's pocket, but you will see that the excitement will do me good. Will it, Bertha? Said the colonel. But whether the effect it produced upon her was a good or bad one, it was certainly strong enough. The room was full of people she knew or wished to know. She was stopped at every step by those who spoke to her, exchanging gay speeches with her, paying her compliments, giving her greeting. Dazzling young dandies forgot their indifference to the adulation of the multitude, in their eagerness to make their beaux and their bon mots before her. Their elders and superiors were as little backward as themselves, and in a short time she had gathered quite a little court about her, in which there was laughter and badinage and an exhilarating exchange of gaieties. The celebrated scientist joined the circle, the newspaper man made his way into it, and a stately, gray-haired member of the Supreme Bench relaxed his grave face in it, and made more clever and gallant speeches than all his younger rivals put together. It was even remarked that the oriental visage of the Chinese ambassador himself exhibited an expression of more than slight curiosity and interest. He addressed a few words to his interpreter as he passed, but somehow Colonel Trelawney found himself on the outer edge of the enchanted ground. It was his own fault, perhaps. Yes, it was his own fault, without a doubt. Such changes were too rapid for him, as he himself had said before. He did not understand them. They bewildered and wounded him, and gave him a sense of insecurity, seeming to leave him nothing to rely on. Was it possible that sadness or fatigue, which could be so soon set aside and lost sight of, could be very real? And if these things which had so touched his heart were unreal and caprices of the moment, what was there left which might not be unreal too? Could she look pale, and make her voice and her little hand tremulous at will when she chose to produce an effect? And why should it please her to PG 302 produce effects upon him? She had never cared for him, or shown kindness or friendly feeling for him, but in those few brief days in Virginia, was she so flippant, such a coquette and trifler that, when there was no one else to play her pretty tricks upon, she must try them on him and work upon his sympathies, in default of being able to teach him the flatteries and follies of men who loved her less. He had heard of women who were so insatiable in their desire for sensation that they would stoop to such things, but he did not believe he had ever met one. Perhaps he had met several, and had been too ingenuous and generous to understand their wiles and arts. At any rate, they had always been myths to him, and it seemed to him that he himself, as well as all existence, must have changed, when he could even wonder if such a thing might be true of Bertha. But nothing could be more certain than that there were no longer any traces of her weariness about her. A brilliant color glowed in her cheeks. Her eyes were as bright as diamonds. There was some vividness about her before which every other woman in the room paled a little, though there were 2 or 3 great beauties present, and she had never taken the attitude of a beauty at all. The colonel began to see, at last, that there was a shade of something else, too, in her manner, from which it had always before been free. In the midst of all her frivolities she had never been reckless, and there had never been any possibility that the looker-on could bear away with him any memory which had not the charm of fineness about it. But tonight, as one man hung over her chair, and others stood around and about it, one holding her fan, another wearing in his coat a rose which had fallen from her bouquet, all sharing her smiles and vying in their efforts to win them, Trelawney turned away more than once with a heavy heart. "I would go home if I could leave her," he said. "I don't want to see this. I don't know what it means. This is no place for me." Page 303. But he could not leave her, and so lingered about and looked on, and when he was spoken to answered briefly and abstractedly, scarcely knowing what he said. There was no need that he should have felt himself desolate, since there were numbers of pretty and charming women in the rooms who would have been pleased to talk to him, and who, indeed, showed something of this kindly inclination when they found themselves near him. His big, soldierly figure, his fine sun-browned face, his grave manner, and the stories they heard of him made him an object of deep interest to women, though he had never recognized the fact. They talked of him and wondered about him, and made up suitable little romances which accounted for his silence and rather stern air of sadness. The favorite theory was that he had been badly treated in his early youth by some soulless young person totally unworthy of the feeling he had lavished upon her, and there were 2 or 3 young persons, perhaps even a larger number, who, secretly conscious of their own worthiness of any depth of affection, would not have been loath to bind up his wounds and pour upon them and frankincense and myrrh, if such applications would have proved effectual. There were among these some very beautiful and attractive young creatures indeed, and as their parents usually shared their interest in the colonel, he was invited to kettle drums and musicales and theatre parties and dinners, and always welcomed warmly when he was encountered anywhere. But though he received these attentions with the simple courtesy and modest appreciation of all kindness, which were second nature with him, and though he paid his party calls with the most unflinching, conventional promptness, and endeavored to return the hospitalities in masculine fashion by impartially sending bouquets to mammas and daughters alike, it frequently happened that various reasons prevented his appearing at the parties, or if he appeared, he disappeared quite early. PG 304, and indeed, if he had been any other man, he would have found it difficult to make his peace with the young lady who discovered that the previous engagement, which had kept him away from her kettle drum, had been a promise made to little Janie Amory that he would take her to see Tom Thumb. "It is very kind in you to give us any of your time at all," Bertha had said to him once, "when you are in such demand. Richard tells me your table is strewn with invitations, and there is not a belle of his acquaintance who is so besieged with attentions. Mr. Arbuthnot is filled with envy. He has half a dozen new songs which he plays without music, and he has learned all the new dances, and yet is not invited half so much." "It is my conversational powers they want," was the colonel's sardonic reply. "That goes without saying," responded Bertha, "and if you would only condescend to waltz, poor Lawrence's days of usefulness would be over. Won't you be persuaded to let me give you a lesson?" And she came toward him with mocking in her eyes and her hands extended. But the colonel blushed up to the roots of his hair and did not take them. "I should tread on your slippers and knock off the buckles and grind them into powder," he said. "I should tear your gown and lacerate your feelings, and you could not go to the German tonight. I am afraid I am not the size for waltzing." "You are the size for anything and everything," said Bertha, with an exaggerated little obeisance. "It is we who are so small that we appear insignificant by contrast." This, indeed, was the general opinion, that his stalwart proportions were greatly to his advantage, and only to be admired. Among those who admired them most were graceful young waltzers, who would have given up that delightful and exhilarating exercise on any PG 305 occasion, if Colonel Trelawney's would have sat out with them in some quiet corner, where the eyes of a censorious world might be escaped. Several such were present tonight, and cast slightly wistful glances at him as they passed to and fro, or deftly managed to arrange little opportunities for conversations which, however, did not flourish and grow strong even when the opportunities were made. It was not entertainment of this sort, innocent and agreeable as it might be, that Colonel Trelawney's wanted. It would be difficult to say exactly what he wanted, indeed, or what satisfaction he obtained from standing gnawing his great mustache among Mrs. Amory's more versatile and socially gifted adorers. He did not want to be a witness of her coquetries. They were coquetries, though to the sophisticated they might appear only delightful ones, and a very proper exercise of feminine fascination upon their natural prey. But to this masculine prude, who unhappily loved her and had no honest rights in her, and whose very affection was an emotion against which his honor must struggle, it was a humiliation that others should look on and see that she could so amuse herself. So he stood on the outer edge of the little circle, and was so standing when he first caught sight of the professor at the opposite end of the room. He left his place then and went over to him. The sight of the refined, gentle, old face brought to him something bordering on a sense of relief. It removed a little of his totally unreasonable feeling of friendlessness and isolation. "I have been watching you across the room," the professor said kindly. "I wondered what you were thinking about. You looked fierce, my boy, and melancholy. I think there were 2 or 3 young ladies who thought you very picturesque as you stared at the floor and pulled your mustache, but it seemed to me that your air was hardly gay enough for a brilliant occasion." PG 306. "I was thinking I was out of place and wishing I was at home," replied the colonel with a short laugh, unconsciously pulling his mustache again. and I dare say I was wishing I had Mrs. Amory's versatility of gifts and humor. I thought she was tired and unwell when I helped her out of the carriage, but it seems that I was mistaken, or that the atmosphere of the great world has a most inspiring effect. The professor turned his spectacles upon the corner. Trelawney's had just left. "Ah," he remarked quietly, "it is Bertha, is it? I fancied it might be, though it was not easy to see her face, on account of the breadth of Commander Barnacle's back. And it was you who came with her." "Yes," said Trelawney's. "I rather expected to see Mr. Arbuthnot," said the professor. "I think Richard gave me the impression that I should." "We saw Mr. Arbuthnot just before we left the house," returned the colonel. "He had been calling upon Mrs. Sylvester." "Upon Mrs. Sylvester," echoed the professor, and then he added rather softly, "Ah, she is another." "Another," Trelawney's repeated. "I only mean," said the professor, "that I am at my old tricks again. I am wondering what will happen now to that beautiful, graceful young woman." He turned his glance a little suddenly upon Trelawney's face. "Have you been to see her?" he inquired. "Not yet." "Why not yet?" "Perhaps because she is too beautiful and graceful," Trelawney's answered. "I don't know of any other reason. I have not sufficient courage." "Mr. Arbuthnot has sufficient courage," said the professor, "and some of those gentlemen across the room would not shrink from the ordeal. They will all go to PG 307 see her, Commander Barnacle's included, and she will be kind to them, every one. She would be kind to me if I went to see her, and some day I think I shall." He glanced across at Bertha. She was talking to Commander Barnacles, who was exhibiting as much chivalric vivacity as his breadth would allow. The rest of her circle were listening and laughing. People outside it were looking at her with interest and curiosity. "She is very gay tonight," the professor added, "and I dare say Mrs. Sylvester could give us a better reason for her gaiety than we can see on the surface." "Is there always a reason?" said the colonel. For the moment he was pleasing himself with the fancy that he was hardening his heart. But just at this moment, a slight stir at one of the entrances attracted universal attention. The president had come in and was being welcomed by his host and hostess. He presented to the inspection of those to whom he was not already a familiar object, the unimposing figure of a man past middle life, his hair grizzled, his face lined, his expression a somewhat fatigued one. "Yes, he looks tired," said Bertha to the newspaper man who stood near her, "though it is rather unreasonable in him. He has nothing to do but satisfy the demands of two political parties who hate each other, and to retrieve the blunders made during a few score years by his predecessors, and he has 4 years to do it in, and every one will give him advice. I wonder how he likes it, and if he realizes what has happened to him. If he were a king and had a crown to look at and try on in his moments of uncertainty, or if he were obliged to attire himself in velvet and ermine occasionally, he might persuade himself that he was real. But how can he do so when he never wears anything but an ordinary coat, and cannot cut people's heads off or bowstring them, and hasn't a dungeon about him? Perhaps he feels as if he is imposing on us, and is secretly a little PG 308 ashamed of himself. I wonder if he is not haunted by a disagreeable ghost who persists in reminding him of the day when he will only be an abject ex-president, and we shall pity where we don't condemn him, and he will be dragged to the Capitol in the triumphal car of the new one and know that he has awakened from his dream. Or perhaps he will call it a nightmare and be glad it is over." "That is Plainfield who came in with him," said her companion. "He would not object to suffer from a nightmare of the same description." "Would he be willing to dine off the indigestibles most likely to produce it?" said Bertha. "You have indigestibles on your political menu, I suppose. I have heard so, and that they are not always easy to swallow, because the cooks at the Capitol differ so about the flavoring." "Plainfield would not differ," was the answer, "and he would dine off them, and breakfast and sup off them, and get up in the night to enjoy them, if he could only bring about the nightmare." "Is there any possibility that he will accomplish it?" Bertha inquired. "If there is, I must be very kind to him when he comes to speak to me. I feel a sort of eagerness to catch his eye and nod and beck, and bestow wreathed smiles upon him already. But don't let my modest thrift waste itself upon a mere fantasy if the prospect is that the indigestibles will simply disagree with him and will not produce the nightmare. And the colonel, who was just approaching with the professor, heard her and was not more greatly elated than before. It was not very long, of course, before there was an addition to the group. Senator Plainfield found his way to it, to the very center of it, indeed, and so long as it remained a group formed a permanent feature in its attractions. When he presented himself, Bertha gave him her hand with a most bewitching little smile, whose suggestion of archness was somehow made to PG 309 include the gentleman with whom she had previously been talking. Her manner was so gracious and inspiring that Plainfield was intoxicated by it and wondered what it meant. He was obliged to confess to himself that there were many occasions when she was not so gracious, and if he had been easily rebuffed, the wounds his flourishing and robust vanity received might have led him to retire from the field. Frequently, when he was most filled with admiration of her cleverness and spirit, he was conscious of an uneasy sense of distrust, not only of her, but of himself. There was one special, innocent, and direct gaze of which her limpid eyes were capable, which sometimes made him turn hot and cold with uncertainty, and there was also a peculiarly soft and quiet tone in her voice, which invariably filled him with perturbation. "She's such a confounded cool little devil," he had said, gracefully, to a friend on one occasion when he was in a bad humor. "She's afraid of nothing, and she's got such a hold on herself that she can say anything she likes, with a voice as soft as silk, and look you straight in the eyes like a baby while she does so. And when you say the words over to yourself, you can't find a thing to complain of, while you know they drove home like knives when she said them herself. She looks like a schoolgirl half the time, but she's made up of steel and iron, and the devil knows what." She did not look like a schoolgirl this evening. She was far too brilliant and self-possessed and entertaining, but he had nothing to complain of and plenty to congratulate himself upon. She allowed him to take the chair near her, which its occupant reluctantly vacated for him. She placed no obstacles in the way of his conversational desires, and she received all his jokes with the most exhilarating laughter. Perhaps it was because of all this that he thought he had never seen her so pretty, so well dressed, and so inspiring. When he told her so, in a clumsy whisper, a sudden red flushed PG 310 her cheek. Her eyes fell, and she did not reply, as he had feared she would, with a keen little two-edged jest far more discouraging than any displeasure at his boldness would have been. He could scarcely believe the evidence of his senses, and found it necessary to remain silent a few seconds to give himself time to recover his equilibrium. It was he who was with her when Trelawney saw her presentation to the president, who, it was said, had observed her previously, and was pleased, after the interview was over, to comment admiringly upon her and ask various questions concerning her. It doubtless befell His Excellency to be called upon to be gracious and ready of speech when confronted with objects less inspiring than this young person, and it might have been something of this sort which caused him to wear a more relaxed countenance and smile more frequently than before when conversing with her, and also to appear to be in no degree eager to allow her to make her bow and withdraw. It was just after she had been permitted to make this obeisance and retire that Colonel Trelawney, standing near a group of 3 persons, heard her name mentioned and had his ears quickened by the sound. The speakers were a man and 2 women. "Her name," he heard a feminine voice say, "is Amory. She is a little married woman who flirts." "Oh," exclaimed the man, "that is Mrs. Amory, is it? The little Mrs. Amory? And yes, that is Plainfield with her now. He generally is with her, isn't he?" "At present," was the answer, "yes." The colonel felt his blood warming. He began to think he recognized the voice of the first speaker, and when he turned found he was not mistaken. It belonged to the great lady who had figured prominently in the cheery little encounter whose story had been related with such vivacity the first evening he had dined with the Amorys. She had perhaps not enjoyed this PG 311 encounter as impartially as had her opponent, and had probably not forgotten it so soon. She wore the countenance of a woman with an excellent memory and not totally devoid of feminine prejudice. Perhaps she had been carrying her polished little stone in her pocket, and turning it occasionally ever since the memorable occasion when justice had been meted out to her, not so largely tempered with mercy as the faultless in character might have desired. "The matter gives rise to all the more comment," she remarked, "because it is something no one would have expected. Her family is entirely respectable. She was a Miss Herrick, and though she has always been a gay little person, she has been quite cleverly prudent. Her acquaintances are only just beginning to realize the state of affairs, and there is a great division of opinion, of course. The Westoria lands have dazzled the husband, it is supposed, as he is a person given to projects, and he has dazzled her, and the admirer is to be made use of." The man, a quiet, elderly man, with an astutely humorous countenance, glanced after Bertha as she disappeared into the supper-room. She held her roses to her face, and her eyes smiled over them as Plainfield bent to speak to her. "It is a tremendous affair, that Westoria business," he said, "and it is evident she has dazzled the admirers. There is a good deal of life and color and audacity about her, isn't there?" "There is plenty of audacity," responded his companion with calmness. "I think that would be universally admitted, though it is occasionally referred to as wit and self-possession." "But she has been very much liked," timorously suggested the third member of the group, who was younger and much less imposing. And I feel sure I have heard women admire her as often as men." "A great deal may be accomplished by cleverness and PG 312 prudence of that particular kind," was the answer. "And, as I said, she has been both prudent and clever." "It isn't pleasant to think about," remarked the man. "She will lose her friends and all the rest of it, and may gain nothing in the end. But I suppose there is a good deal of that sort of thing going on here. We outsiders hear it said so, and are given to believing the statement." "It does not usually occur in the class to which this case belongs," was the response. "The female lobbyist is generally not so picturesque as she is painted," ended her companion with a laugh. "Well, I consider myself all the more fortunate in having seen this one who is picturesque and has quite a charming natural color of her own." Page 313. Chapter 24. They moved away and went to the supper-room themselves, leaving Trelawney's to his reflections. What these were he scarcely knew himself for a few seconds. The murmur of voices and passing to and fro confused him. For half an hour of quiet in some friendly corner, where none could see his face, he felt that he would have given a year or so of his life, perhaps a greater number of years than a happier man would have been willing to part with. It was of Bertha these people had been speaking, of Bertha, and it was Bertha he could see through the open doors of the supper-room, eating ices, listening to compliment and laughter and jest. It was Plainfield who was holding her flowers, and the man who had just picked up her fan was one of his friends. In 2 or 3 others near her, Trelawney's recognized his associates. It seemed as if the ground had been ceded to them by those who had at first formed her little court. Trelawney's was seized with a wild desire to make his way into their midst, take her hand in his arm, and compel her to come away, to leave them all, to let him take her home, to safety and honor and her children. He was so filled with the absurd impulse that he took half a step forward, stopping and smiling bitterly when he realized what he was prompted to do. How she would like it, he thought, and like me for doing it, and what a paragraph it would make for the society column. Incidents which had occurred within the last few weeks came back to him with a significance they had never before borne. Speeches and moods of Richard's, things he had done, occasional unconscious displays of eagerness to please Plainfield and cultivate him, his PG 314 manner toward Bertha, and certain touches of uneasiness when she was not at her best. From the first, the Colonel had not felt himself as entirely prepossessed by this amiable and charming young man as he desired to be, and he had been compelled to admit that he was not always pleased by his gay good humor, evanescent enthusiasms, and by his happy, irresponsible fashion of looking at life. When he had at last made this confession to himself, he had not shrunk from giving himself an explanation of the matter, from which a nature more sparing of itself would have flinched. He had said that his prejudice was one to blush at and conquer by persistent effort, and he had done his sternly honest best to subdue it. But he had not succeeded as he had hoped he should. When he fancied he was making progress and learning to be fair, some trifle continually occurred which made itself an obstacle in his path. He saw things he did not wish to see, and heard things he did not wish to hear, little things which made him doubt and ponder, and which somehow he could not shake off, even when he tried to forget them and persuade himself that, after all, they were of slight significance. And as he had seen more of the gay good humor and readiness to be moved, his first shadowy feeling had assumed more definite form. He had found himself confronted by a distrust which grew upon him. He had met the young man's smiling eyes with a sense of being repelled by their very candor and brightness. He had learned that they were not so candid as they seemed, and that his boyish frankness was not always to be relied upon. He had discovered that he was ready to make a promise and forget it, that his impressionable mind could shift itself and change its color, and that somehow its quickness of action had a fashion of invariably tending toward the accomplishment of some personal end. A mere vagary or graceful whim, perhaps, but always a fancy pertaining to the indulgence of self. Trelawney had heard him lie, not wickedly or PG 315 awkwardly so far, but with grace and freedom from embarrassment. It was his accidental detection of one of the most trivial and ready of these falsehoods which had first roused him to distrust. He remembered now, as by a flash, that it had been a lie about Plainfield, and that it had been told to Bertha. He had wondered at the time what its object could be. Now he thought he saw, and in a measure comprehended, the short-sighted folly which had caused the weak, easily swayed nature to drift into such danger. "He does not realize what he is doing," was his thought. "He would lie to me if I accused him of it." Of these two things he was convinced, that the first step had been merely one of many whims, whatever the results following might be, and that no statement or promise Amory might make could be relied on. There was no knowing what he had done or what he would do. As he had found entertainment in the contents of the museum, so it was as probable he had, at the outset, amused himself with his fancies concerning the Westoria lands, which had, at last, so far fascinated and dazed him as to lead him into the committal of follies he had not paused to excuse even to himself. He had not thought it necessary to excuse them. Why should he not take the legal business in hand? And since there was no reason against that, why should he not also interest himself in the investigations and be on intimate terms with the men who were a part of the brilliant project? Why should not his wife entertain them, as she entertained the rest of her friends and acquaintances? Trelawney felt that he had learned enough of the man's mental habits to follow him pretty closely in his reasoning, when he reasoned. While he had looked on silently, the colonel had learned a great deal and grown worldly wise and quicker of perception than he could have believed possible in times gone by. He was only half conscious that this was because he had now an object in view which he had not had before, that he was alert PG 316 and watchful because there was someone he wished to shield, that he was no longer indifferent to the world and its ways, no longer given to underrating its strength and weaknesses, its faults and follies, because he wished to be able to defend himself against them, if such a thing should become necessary. He had gained wisdom enough to appreciate the full significance of the low-voiced, apparently carelessly uttered words he had just heard, and to feel his own almost entire helplessness in the matter. To appeal to Amory would be useless, to go to the professor impossible. How could he carry to him such a story unless it assumed proportions such as to make the step a last terrible resource? He had been looking older and acknowledging himself frailer during the last year. Certainly, he was neither mentally nor physically in the condition to meet such a blow, if it was possible to spare it to him. Trelawney looked across the room at Bertha again. It seemed that there was only one very simple thing he could do now. "She will probably be angry and think I have come to interfere if I go to her," he said, "but I will go nevertheless. At least, I am not one of them, everyone knows that, and perhaps it will occur to her to go home." There was resolution on his face when he approached her. He wore the look which never failed to move her more strongly than any other thing on earth had ever done before, and whose power over her cost her all the resistance of which she was capable. It had sometimes made her wonder if, after all, it was true that women liked to be subdued, to be ruled a little, if their rulers were gentle as well as strong. She had heard it said so, and had often laughed at the sentiment of the popular fallacy. She used to smile at it when it presented itself to her even in this manner. But there had been occasions, times perhaps when she was very tired, when she had known that she would have been PG 317 glad to give way before this look, to obey it, to feel the relief of deciding for herself no more. Such a feeling rose within her now. She looked neither tired nor worn, but a certain deadly sense of fatigue, which was becoming a physical habit with her, had been growing upon her all the evening. The color on her cheeks was feverish, her limbs ached, her eyes were bright with her desperate eagerness to sustain herself. Once or twice, when she had laughed or spoken, she had been conscious of such an unnatural tone in her voice that her heart had trembled with fear lest others should have heard it too. It seemed impossible to her that they should not, and that these men who listened and applauded her should not see that often she scarcely heard them, and that she dare not stop for fear of forgetting them altogether and breaking down in some dreadful way, which would show that all her spirit and gaiety was a lie, and only a lie poorly acted after all. She thought she knew what Trelawney had come to her for. She had not lost sight of him at any time. She had known where he stood or sat, and whom he spoke to, and had known that he had seen her also. She had met his eyes now and then, and smiled and looked away again, beginning to talk to her admirers with more spirit than ever each time. What else was there to do but go on as she had begun? She knew only too well what reason there was in herself that she should not falter. If it had been strong yesterday, it was 10 times stronger today, and would be stronger tomorrow and for many a bitter day to come. But when he came to her, she only smiled up at him, as she would have smiled at Plainfield, or the gallant and spacious Barnacles, or any other of the men she knew. "I hope you have had a pleasant evening," she said. "You enjoy things of this sort so much, however, that you are always safe. I saw you talking in the most vivacious manner to that pretty Miss Stapleton, the one PG 318 with the eyelashes, or rather you were listening vivaciously. You are such a good listener." "That's an accomplishment, isn't it?" said Plainfield with his easy air. "It is a gift of the gods," she answered, "and it was bestowed on Colonel Trelawney." "There are talkers, you know," suggested the senator, "who would make a good listener of a man without the assistance of the gods." "Do you mean the Miss Stapleton with the eyelashes?" inquired Bertha blandly. "Oh, come now," was the response. "I think you know I don't mean the Miss Stapleton with the eyelashes. If I did, it would be more economical to make the remark to her." "Ah," said Bertha blandly again, "you mean me? I hoped so, thank you very much. And I am glad you said it before Colonel Trelawney's, because it may increase his confidence in me, which is not great. I am always glad when anyone pays me a compliment in his presence." "Does he never pay you compliments himself?" asked Plainfield. Bertha gave Trelawney a bright, full glance. "Did you ever pay me a compliment?" she said. "Will you ever pay me a compliment if I should chance to deserve one?" "Yes," he answered, his face unsmiling, his voice inflexible. "May I begin now? You always deserve them. My only reason for failing to pay them is because I am not equal to inventing such as would be worthy of you. Your eyes are like stars, your dress is the prettiest in the room, every man present is your slave, and every woman pales before you. The president is going home now only because you have ceased to smile upon him." The color on Bertha's cheek faded a little, but her smile did not. She checked him with a gesture. "Page 319. "Thank you," she said. "That will do. You are even better than Senator Plainfield. My eyes are like stars, my dress is perfection, I myself am as brilliant as the chandelier. Really, there seems nothing left for me to do but to follow the president, who, as you said, has been good enough to take his leave and give us permission to retire." And she rose from her chair. She made her adieus to Plainfield, who bestowed upon Trelawney a sidelong scowl, thinking that it was he who was taking her away. It consoled him but little that she gave him her hand in a most gracious farewell. He had been enjoying himself as he did not often enjoy himself, and the sight of the colonel's unresponsive countenance filled him with silent rage. It happened that it was not the first time, or even the second, that this gentleman had presented himself inopportunely. "The devil take his grim airs," was his cordial mental exclamation. "What does he mean by them, and what is he always turning up for when no one wants to see him?" Something of this amiable sentiment was in his expression, but the colonel did not seem to see it. His countenance was as unmoved as ever when he led his charge away, her little hand resting on his arm. In truth, he was thinking of other things. Suddenly he had made up his mind that there was one effort he could make, that, If he could conquer himself and his own natural feeling of reluctance, he might speak to Bertha herself in such words as she would be willing to listen to and reflect upon. It seemed impossible to tell her all, but surely he might frame such an appeal as would have some small weight with her. It was not an easy thing to do. He must present himself to her in the role of an individual who, having no right to interfere with her actions, still took upon himself to do so, who spoke when it would have seemed better taste to be silent, who delivered homilies with the manner of one who PG 320 thought himself faultless, and so privileged to preach and advise. But what of that, he said, checking himself impatiently in the midst of these thoughts. I am always thinking of myself and of how I shall appear in her eyes. Am I a boy lover trying to please her, or a man who would spare and shield her? Let her think poorly of me if she chooses, if she will only listen and realize her danger when her anger is over. The standard for his own conduct, which he had set up, was not low, it will be observed. All that he demanded of himself was utter freedom from all human weakness and even liability to temptation, an unselfishness without blemish, a self-control without flaw, that he should bear his own generous anguish without the movement of a muscle, that he should wholly ignore the throbbing of his own wounds, remembering only the task he had set himself, that his watchfulness over himself should never falter and his courage never be shaken. It was, perhaps, indicative of a certain degree of noble simplicity that he demanded this of himself, which he would have asked of no other human creature, and that at no time did the thought cross his mind that the thing he demanded was impossible of attainment. When he failed, as he knew he often did, when he found it difficult to efface himself utterly from his own thoughts, and was guilty of the weakness of allowing himself to become a factor in them, when his unhappiness was stronger than himself, when he was stirred to resentment or conscious of weariness, and the longing to utter some word which would betray him and ask for pity, he never failed to condemn himself in bitterness of spirit as ignoble and unworthy. Let her be angry with me if she chooses, he thought now. It is for me to say my say and leave the rest to her, and I will try to say it kindly. He would set aside the bitter feeling and resentment of her trifling, which had beset him more than once PG 321 during the evening. He would forget them, as it was but right and just that they should be forgotten. When he spoke as they went up the staircase together, his tone was so kind that Bertha glanced up at him and saw that his face had changed, and though still grave, was kind too. When she joined him after leaving the cloakroom, he spoke to her of her wrap again and asked her to draw it more closely about her. When he helped her into the carriage, there was that in his light touch which brought back to her with more than its usual strength the familiar sense of quiet protection and support. It would be easier, she thought, if he would be angry. Why is he not angry? He was an hour ago, and surely I have done enough. But he showed no signs of disapproval. He was determined that he would not do that, though their drive was rather a silent one again. And yet, by the time they reached home, Bertha was in some indefinite way prepared for the question he put to her as he assisted her to alight. "May I come in for a little while?" he asked. "I know it is late, but there is something I must say to you." "Something you must say to me?" she repeated. "I am sure it must be something interesting and something I should like to hear. Come in by all means." So they entered the house together and went into the parlor. They found a fire burning there and Bertha's chair drawn up before it. She loosened her wrap rather deliberately and threw it off, and then sat down as deliberately, arranging her footstool and draperies until she had attained the desired amount of languid comfort in her position. Tredennies did not speak until she was settled. He leaned against the mantel, his eyes bent on the fire. Being fairly arranged, Bertha held out her hand. "Will you give me that feather screen, if you please?" she said, "the one made of peacock feathers. When one attains years of discretion, one has some care for PG 322 one's complexion. Did it ever occur to you how serious such matters are, and that the difference between being 18 and 80 is almost wholly a matter of complexion? If one could remain pink and smooth, one might possibly overcome the rest, and there would be no such thing as growing old. It is not a single plank which is between ourselves and eternity, but would the figure of speech appear appropriate if one said, a single cuticle? I am afraid not." He took the screen from its place and regarded it a little absently. "You had this in your hand the first night I came here," he said, "when you told the story of your great lady." She took it from him. That was a pretty little story, she said. It was a dear little story. My great lady was present tonight. We passed and repassed each other and gazed placidly at each other's eyebrows. We were vaguely haunted by a faint fancy that we might have met before, but the faculties become dimmed with advancing years, and we could not remember where or how it happened. One often feels that one has met people, you know. She balanced her gleaming screen gracefully, looking at him from under its shadow. And it is not only on account of my complexion that I want my peacock feathers, she continued, dropping her great lady by the way as if she had not picked her up in the interim. I want them to conceal my emotions if your revelations surprise me. Have you never seen me use them when receiving the compliments of Senator Plainfield and his friends? A little turn to the right or the left, the least graceful little turn, and I can look as I please, and they will see nothing and only hear my voice, which I trust is always sufficiently under control. She wondered if it was sufficiently under control now. She was not sure, and because she was not sure, she page 323 made the most reckless speeches she could think of. There was a story she had heard of a diplomatist who once so entirely bewildered his fellow diplomats that they found it impossible to cope with him. They were invariably outwitted by him. The greatest subtlety, the most wondrous coup d'etat, he baffled alike. Mystery surrounded him. His every act was enshrouded in it. With such diplomatic methods, it was madness to combat. When his brilliant and marvelous career was at an end, his secret was discovered. On every occasion, he had told the simple, exact truth. As she leaned back in her chair and played with her screen, Bertha thought of this story. She had applied it to herself before this. The one thing which would be incredible to him at this moment, the one thing it would appear more than incredible that she should tell him, would be the truth, if he realized what that truth was. Any other story, however wild, might have its air or suggestion of plausibility, but that, being what it was, she should have the nerve, the daring, the iron strength of self-control, which it would require to make a fearless jest of the simple, terrible truth. It would seem to him the folly of a madman to believe. She knew to look him in the eye with a smile and tell him that she feared his glance and dreaded his words, would place the statement without the pale of probability. She had told him things as true before, and he had not once thought of believing them. It is never difficult to persuade him not to believe me, she thought. There was no one of her many moods of which she felt such terror in her more natural moments as of the one which held possession of her now, and yet there was none she felt to be so safe, which roused her to such mental exhilaration while its hour lasted, or resulted in such reaction when it had passed. I am never afraid then, she said to Agnes once. There is nothing I could not bear. It seems as if I were made of steel and had never been soft or timid in my life. Everything is gone but my power page 324 over myself, and yes, it intoxicates me. Until it is over, I am not really hurt, I think. There was something I read once about a man who was broken on the wheel, and while it was being done he laughed and shrieked and sang. I think all women are like that sometimes. While they are being broken they laugh and shriek and sing, but afterward. So now she spoke the simple truth. I shall have you at a disadvantage, you may observe, she said. I shall see your face, and you will not see mine, unless I wish you to do so. A little turn of my wrist, and you have only my voice to rely upon. Do you wish to speak to me before Richard comes in? If so, I am afraid you must waste no time, as his train is due at 12. You were going to say. I am afraid it is something you will not like to hear, he answered, though I did not contradict you when you suggested that it was. You were outside then, she replied, and I might not have let you come in. No, he said, you might not. He looked at the feather screen, which she had inclined a trifle. Your screen reminded me of your great lady, Bertha, he said, because I saw her tonight and heard her, and she was speaking of you. Of me, she replied. That was kind indeed. No, he returned, it was not. She was neither generous nor lenient. She did not even speak the truth, and yet, as I heard her, I was obliged to confess that, to those who did not know you and only saw you as you were tonight, what she said might not appear so false. Bertha turned her screen aside and looked at him composedly. She was speaking of Senator Plainfield, she remarked, and Judge Ballard, and Commander Page 325 barnacles. She reprehended my frivolity and deplored the tendency of the age. She was speaking of Senator Plainfield, he answered. She moved the screen a little. Has Senator Plainfield been neglecting her? She said. I hope not. Lay your screen aside, Bertha, he commanded hotly. You don't need it. What I have to say will not disturb you, as I feared it would. No, I should say as I hoped it would. It is only this, that these people were speaking lightly of you, that they connected your name with Plainfield's, as no honest man is willing that the name of his wife should be connected with that of another man. That was all, and I, who am always interfering with your pleasures, could not bear it, and so have made the blunder of interfering again. There were many things she had borne, of which she had said nothing to Agnes Sylvester in telling her story, things she had forced herself to ignore or pass by, but just now some sudden, passionate realization of them was too much for her, and she answered him in words she felt it was madness to utter even as they leaped to her lips. Richard has not been unwilling, she said. Richard has not resented it. If he had been in my place, he began, feeling ill at ease, if he understood. She dropped her screen upon her lap and looked at him with steady eyes. No, she interposed, that is a mistake. He would not have looked upon the matter as you do. It is only a trifle after all. You are overestimating its importance. Am I, he said. Do you regard it in that light? Yes, she replied. You are too fastidious, is the spiteful comment of an ill-natured, unattractive woman, upon a woman who chances to be more fortunate than Page 326 herself, of such weight that it is likely to influence people greatly. Women are always saying such things of one another when they are angry. I cannot say them of our friend, it is true, because she is so fortunate as to be placed by nature beyond reproach. If I had her charms, and her manner, and her years, I should perhaps be beyond reproach too. She wondered if he would deign to answer her at all. It seemed as if the execrable bad taste of her words must overwhelm him. If he had turned his back upon her and left the room, she would have felt no surprise. To have seen him do so would have been almost a relief. But for him, he merely stood perfectly still and watched her. Go on, he said, at length. She faintly smiled. Do you want me to say more? She asked. Is not that enough? My great lady was angry and was stupid enough to proclaim the fact. She made a quick turn toward him. To whom was she speaking? She demanded. To a man or a woman? To a man, he answered. She sank back into her chair and smiled again. Ah, she said, then it is of less consequence even than I imagined. It is pleasant to reflect that it was a man. One is not afraid of men. She lifted the screen from her lap, and for a moment he could not see her face. Now he will go, she was saying to herself breathlessly behind it. Now he must go, he will go now, and he will not come back. But he did not go. It was the irony of fate that he should spare her nothing. In the few moments of silence which followed, he had a great struggle with himself. It was such a struggle that, when it was at an end, he was pale and looked subdued. There was a chair near her. He went to it and sat down at her side. Bertha, he said, there has been one thing in the Page 327 midst of all this, to which you have been true. You have loved your children when it has seemed that nothing else would touch you. I say seemed, because I swear to you I am unmoved in my disbelief in what you persist in holding before me, for what reason you know best. You love your children, you don't lie to me about that, you don't lie to yourself about it. Perhaps it is only nature, as you said once, and not tenderness. I don't know, I don't understand you, but give yourself a few moments to think of them now. He saw the hand holding the screen tremble. He could not see her face. What must I think of them? He looked down at the floor, knitting his brows and dragging at his great mustache. I overestimate the importance of things, he said. I don't seem to know much about the standards society sets up for itself, but it does not seem a trifle to me that their mother should be spoken of lightly. There was a girl I knew once, long ago. He stopped and looked up at her with sudden, sad candor. It is you I am thinking of, Bertha, he said. You, as I remember you first when you came home from school. I was thinking of your mother and your dependence upon her, and the tenderness there was between you. And you were thinking, she added, that Janie's mother would not be so good and worthy of trust. That is true. I have no answer to make to that, Bertha, he said. None. She laid the screen upon her lap once more. But it is true, she said. It is true. Why do you refuse to believe it? Are you so good that you cannot? Yes, you are. As for me, what did I tell you? I am neither good nor bad, and I want excitement. 9 people out of 10 are so, and I am no worse than the rest of the 9. One must be amused. If I were religious, I should have Dorcas societies and missions. PG 328, as I am not, I have. She paused 1 second, no more. I have Senator Plainfield. She could bear the inaction of sitting still no longer. She got up. Have an ideal for everything, she said. For men, women, and children, especially for women, I think. You are always telling yourself that they are good and pure and loving and faithful, that they adore their children and are true to their friends. It is very pretty, but it is not always the fact. You try to believe it is true of me, but it is not. I am not your ideal woman. I have told you so. Have you not found out yet that Bertha Amory is not what you were so sure Bertha Herrick would be? Yes, he answered. You have convinced me of that. It was inevitable, she continued. I was very young then. I knew nothing of the world or of its distractions and temptations. 1,000 things have happened to change me, and after all, what right had you to expect so much of me? I was neither one thing nor the other. Even then, I was only ignorant. You could not expect me to be ignorant always. Bertha, he demanded, what are you trying to prove to me? Only a little thing, she answered, that I need my amusements and cannot live without them. He rose from his seat also. That you cannot live without Senator Plainfield, he said. Go and tell him so, was her reply. It would please him, and perhaps this evening he would be inclined to place some confidence in the statement. She turned and walked to the end of the room. Then she came back and stood quite still before him. I am going to tell you something I would rather keep to myself, she said. It may save us both trouble if I don't spare myself, as my vanity prompts PG 329 me to do. I said I was no worse than the other 9, but I am, a little. I am not very fond of anything or anyone, not so fond even of Richard and the children as I seem. I know that, though they do not. If they were not attractive and amiable, or if they interfered with my pleasures, my affection would not stand many shocks. In a certain way, I am emotional enough always to appear better than I am. Things touch me for a moment. I was touched a little just now when you spoke of remembering my being a girl. I was moved when Janie was ill and you were so good to me. I almost persuaded myself that I was good too, and faithful and affectionate, and yet at the same time I knew it was only a fancy and I should get over it. It is easy for me to laugh and cry when I choose. There are tears in my eyes now, but they don't deceive me. They look like real tears, Bertha, he said. They would have deceived me if you had not given me warning. They always look real, she answered. And is not there a sort of merit in my not allowing you to believe in them? Call it a merit, won't you? His face became like a mask. For several seconds he did not speak. The habit he had of taking refuge in utter silence was the strongest weapon he could use against her. He did not know its strength. He only knew that it was the signal of his own desperate helplessness, but it left her without defense or resource. Won't you, she said, feeling that she must say something. He hesitated before replying. No, he answered stonily after the pause. I won't call it a merit. I wish you would leave me something. That was very hard. It is true, she returned, that I do not leave you very much. Page 330. The words cost her such an effort that there were breaks between them. No, he said, not much. There was something almost dogged in his manner. He could not bear a great deal more, and his consciousness of this truth forced him to brace himself to outward hardness. I don't ask very much, he said. I only ask you to spare yourself and your children. I only ask you to keep out of danger. It is yourself I ask you to think of, not me. Treat me as you like, but don't be cruel to yourself. I'm afraid it does not do for a woman, even a woman as cool as you are, to trifle with herself and her name. I have heard it said so, and I could not remain silent after hearing what I did tonight. He turned as if to move away. You are going, she said. Yes, he replied. It is very late, and it would be useless to say any more. "You have not shaken hands with me," she said when he was halfway to the door. The words forced themselves from her. Her power of endurance failed her at the last moment, as it had done before and would do again. He came back to her. "You will never hold out your hand to me when I shall not be ready to take it, Bertha," he said. "You know that." She did not speak. "You are chilled," he said. "Your hand is quite cold." "Yes," she replied. "I shall lie down on the sofa by the fire a little while before going upstairs." Without saying anything, he left her, drew the sofa nearer to the hearth, and arranged the cushions. "I would advise you not to fall asleep," he said when this was done. Page 331. "I shall not fall asleep," she answered. She went to the sofa and sat down on it. "Good night," she said. And he answered her good night and went out of the room. She sat still a few seconds after he was gone and then lay down. Her eyes wandered over the room. She saw the ornaments, the pictures on the wall, the design of the rug, every minute object, with a clearness which seemed to magnify its importance and significance. There was a little cloisonne jar whose pattern she never seemed to have seen before. She was looking at it when at last she spoke. "It is very hard to live," she said. "I wish it was not so hard. I wish there was some way of helping oneself, but there is not. One can only go on, and there is always something worse coming." She put her hand upon her breast. Something rose beneath it which gave her suffocating pain. She staggered to her feet, pressing one hand on the other to crush this pain down. No woman who has suffered such a moment but has done the same thing and done it in vain. She fell, half kneeling, half sitting, upon the rug, her body against her chair, her arms flung out. "Why do you struggle with me?" she cried between her sobs. "Why do you look at me so? You hurt me. I love you. Oh, let me go, let me go. Don't you know I can't bear it?" In the street, she heard the carriages rolling homeward from some gay gathering. One of them stopped a few doors away, and the people got out of it laughing and talking. "Don't laugh," she said, shuddering. "No one should laugh. I laugh. Oh God, oh God." In half an hour Richard came in. He had taken Miss Varian home and remained to talk with her a short page 332 time. As he entered the house, Bertha was going up the staircase, her gleaming dress trailing behind her, her feather-trimmed wrap over her arm. She turned and smiled down at him. "Your charms will desert you if you keep such hours as these," she said. "How did you enjoy yourself? Or rather, how did you enjoy Miss Varian, and how many dazzling remarks did she make?" "More than I could count," he said, laughing. "Wait a moment for me, I am coming up." And he ran up the steps lightly and joined her, slipping his arm about her waist. "You look tired," he said, "but your charms never desert you. Was that the shudder of guilt? Whose peace of mind have you been destroying?" "Colonel Trelawney's," she answered. "Then it was not the shudder of guilt," he returned, laughing again, and as she leaned gently against him, he bent and kissed her. Page 333. Chapter 25. It was generally conceded that nothing could be more agreeable than Mrs. Sylvester's position and surroundings. Those of her acquaintance who had known her before her marriage, seeking her out, pronounced her more full of charm than ever. Those who saw her for the first time could scarcely express, with too much warmth, their pleasure in her grace, gentleness, and beauty. Her house was only less admired than herself, and Mrs. Merriam, promptly gathering a coterie of old friends about her, established herself most enviably at once. It became known to the world, through the medium of the social columns of the dailies, that Mrs. Sylvester was at home on Tuesday afternoons, and that she also received her friends each Wednesday evening. On these occasions, her parlors were always well filled, and with society so agreeable that it was not long before they were counted among the most attractive social features of the week. Professor Herrick himself appeared on several Wednesdays, and it was gradually remarked that Colonel Trelawney presented himself upon the scene more frequently than their own previous knowledge of his habits would have led the observers to expect. On seeing Mrs. Sylvester in the midst of her guests and admirers, Miss Jessup was reminded of Madame Récamier and the salons of Paris, and wrote almost an entire letter on the subject, which was printed by the Wabash Times, under the heading of a recent Récamier, and described Mrs. Sylvester's violet eyes, soft voice, and willowy figure with nothing short of enthusiasm. Under these honors, Mrs. Sylvester bore herself very calmly. If she had a fault, an impetuous acquaintance PG 334 once remarked, it was that she was too calm. She found her life even more interesting than she had hoped it would be. There was pleasure in the renewal of old friendships and habits and the formation of new ones, and in time it became less difficult to hold regrets and memories in check with a steady hand. She neither gave herself to retrospection nor to feverish gaiety. She felt she had outlived her need of the latter and her inclination for the former. Without filling her life with excitement, she enjoyed the recreations of each day as they came and felt no resulting fatigue. When Professor Herrick came to spend an evening hour with her and sat by the fire gently admiring her as he was led on to talk, and also gently admiring Mrs. Merriam, who was in a bright, shrewd humor, she herself was filled with pleasure in them both. She liked their ripeness of thought and their impartial judgment of the life whose prejudices they had outlived. And as genuinely as she liked this, she enjoyed Colonel Trelawney's, who now and then came too. In the first place he came because he was asked, but afterwards because, at the end of his first visit, he left the house with a sense of being in some vague way the better for it. Agnes' manner toward him had been very kind. She had shown an interest in himself and his pursuits, which had somehow beguiled him out of his usual reticence and brought the best of his gifts to the surface, though nothing could have been more unstrained and quiet than the tone of their conversation. He was at no disadvantage when they talked together. He could keep pace with her and understand her gentle thoughts. She did not bewilder him or place him on the defensive. Once, as he looked at her sweet, reposeful face, he remembered what Bertha had said of his ideal woman, and the thought rose in his mind that this was she, fair, feminine, full of all tender sympathy and kindly thought, not ignorant of the world nor bitter against it, only bearing no stain of it upon her. All women should be so, he thought sadly, and PG 335 Agnes saw the shadow fall upon his face and wondered what he was thinking of. She began to speak to him of Bertha soon afterward, and perhaps, if the whole truth were told, it was while she so spoke that he felt her grace and sweetness most movingly. The figure her words brought before him was the innocent one he loved, the one he only saw in memory and dreams, and whose eyes followed him with an appeal which was sad truth itself. At first Agnes spoke of the time when they had been girls together, making their entree into society, with others as young and untried as themselves, Bertha the happiest and brightest of them all. She was always a success, she said. She had that quality, one don't know how to analyze it. People remembered her and were attracted, and she never made them angry or envious. Men who had been in love with her remained her friends. It was because she was so true to them. She was always a true friend. She remembered so many incidents of those early days, and in her relation of them, Bertha appeared again and again the same graceful, touching young presence, always generous and impetuous, ready of wit, bright of spirit, and tender of heart. We all loved her, said Agnes. She was worth loving, and she is not changed. Not changed, said Trelawney involuntarily. Did you think her so? She asked gently. Sometimes, he answered, looking down. I am not sure that I know her very well. But he knew that he took comfort with him when he went away, and that he was full of heartfelt gratitude to the woman who had defended him against himself. When he sat among his books that night, his mind was calmer than it had been for many a day, and he felt his loneliness less. What wonder that he went to the house again and oftener to spend a quiet hour than when others were there. When his burdens weighed PG 336 most heavily upon him, and his skies looked darkest, Agnes Sylvester rarely failed to give him help. When he noted her thoughtfulness for others, he did not know what method there was in her thoughtfulness for himself, and with what skillful tact and delicate care she chose the words in which she spoke to him of Bertha. He only felt that, after she had talked to him, the shadow which was his companion was less a shadow, and more a fair truth to be believed in and to draw faith and courage from. The professor, who met him once or twice during his informal calls, spoke of the fact to Arbuthnot with evident pleasure. He was at his best, he said, and I have noticed that it is always so when he is there. The truth is, it would be impossible to resist the influence of that beautiful young woman. His acquaintance with Mr. Arbuthnot had taken upon itself something of the character of an intimacy. They saw each other almost daily. The professor had indeed made many discoveries concerning the younger man, but none which caused him to like him less. He had got over his first inclination towards surprise at finding they had many things in common, having early composed himself to meet with calmness any source of momentary wonder which might present itself, deciding, at length, that he himself was either younger or his new acquaintance older than he had imagined, without making the matter an affair of years. The two fell into a comfortable habit of discussing the problems of the day, and though their methods were entirely different, and Arbuthnot was, at the outset, much given to a light treatment of argument, they always understood each other in the end, and were drawn a trifle nearer by the debate. It was actually discovered that Lawrence had gone so far as to initiate the unwary professor into the evil practice of smoking, having gradually seduced him by the insidious temptings of the most delicate PG 337 cigars. The discussions, it was observed, were always more enjoyable when the professor, having his easy chair placed in exactly the right position with regard to light and fire, found himself, with his cigar in hand, carefully smoking it and making the most of its aroma. His tranquil enjoyment of and respect for the right were agreeable things to see. "It soothes me," he would say to Arbuthnot. "It even inspires and elevates me. I feel as if I had discovered a new sense. I am really quite grateful." It was Arbuthnot who generally arranged his easy chair, showing a remarkable instinct in the matter of knowing exactly what was necessary to comfort. Among his discoveries concerning him, the professor counted this one, that he had in such things the silent quickness of perception and deft-handedness of a woman, and perhaps it had at first surprised him more than all else. It may have been for some private reason of his own that the professor occasionally gave to the conversation a lighter tone, even giving a friendly and discursive attention to social topics, and showing an interest in the doings of pleasure lovers and the butterfly of fashion. At such times Arbuthnot noticed that, beginning with a reception at the British Embassy, they not unfrequently ended with Bertha, or, opening with the last dinner at the White House, closed with Richard, and the weekly evenings, adorned by the presence of Senator Plainfield and his colleague. So it was perfectly natural that they should not neglect Mrs. Sylvester, to whom the professor had taken a great fancy, and whose progress he watched with much interest. He frequently spoke of her to Arbuthnot, dwelling upon the charm which made her what she was, and analyzing it and its influence upon others. It appeared to have specially impressed itself upon him on the occasion of his seeing Trelawney's, and having said that it would be impossible to resist this beautiful young woman, as he had fallen into PG 338 the unconscious habit of calling her, he went on to discourse further. "She is too tranquil to make any apparent effort," he said, "and yet the coldest and most reserved person must be warmed and moved by her. You have seen that, though you are neither the most reserved nor the coldest." Arbuthnot was smoking the most perfectly flavored of cigars and giving a good deal of delicate attention to it. At this, he took it from his mouth, looked at the end, and removed the ash with a touch of his finger, in doing which he naturally kept his eyes upon the cigar and not upon the professor. "Yes," he said, "I have recognized it, of course." "You see her rather often, I think," said the professor. "I am happy to be permitted that privilege," was the answer, "though I am aware I am indebted for it far more to Mrs. Amory than to my own fascinations, numberless and powerful though they may be." "It is a privilege," said the professor, "but it is more of one to Philip than to you, even more of one than he knows. He needs what such a woman might give him." "Does he?" said Arbuthnot. "Might I ask what that is?" And he was angry with himself, because he did not say it with more ease and less of a sense of unreasonable irritation. The professor seemed to forget his cigar. He held it in the hand which rested on his chair-arm and neglected it while he gave himself up to thought. "He has changed very much during the past year," he said. "In the few last months I have noticed it specially. I miss something from his manner, and he looks fagged and worn. It has struck me that he rather needs an interest, and feels his loneliness without being conscious that he does so. After all, it is only natural. A man who leads an isolated life inevitably reaches a PG 339 period when his isolation wearies him, and he broods over it a little. "And you think," said Arbuthnot, "that Mrs. Sylvester might supply the interest?" "Don't you think so yourself?" suggested the professor mildly. "Oh," said Lawrence, "I think the man would be hard to please who did not find she could supply him with anything and everything." And he laughed and made a few rings of smoke, watching them float upward toward the ceiling. "He would have a great deal to bring her," said the professor, speaking for the moment rather as if to himself than to any audience. "And she would have a great deal in return for what she could bestow. He has always been what he is today, and only such a man is worthy of her. No man who has trifled with himself and his past could offer what is due to her." "That is true," said Lawrence. He made more rings of smoke and blew them away. "As for Tredenes," he said, with a deliberateness he felt necessary to his outward composure, "his advantage is that he does not exactly belong to the 19th century. He has no place in parlors. When he enters one, without the least pretension or consciousness of himself, he towers over the rest of us with a gigantic modesty it is useless to endeavor to bear up against. He ought to wear a red cross and carry a battle-axe and go on a crusade, or right the wrongs of the weak by unhorsing the oppressor in single combat. He might found a round table. His crush hat should be a helmet, and he should appear in armor." The professor smiled. "That is a very nice figure," he said, "though you don't treat it respectfully. It pleases my fancy." Arbuthnot laughed again, not the gayest laugh possible. "It is he who is a nice figure," he returned, "and PG 340 though he little suspects it, he is the one most admired of women. He could win anything he wanted and would deserve all he won. Oh, I'm respectful enough. I'm obliged to be, there's the rub." "Is it a rub?" asked the professor, a little disturbed by an illogical fancy which at the moment presented itself without a shadow of warning. "You don't want the kind of thing he might care for." This time Lawrence's laugh had recovered its usual delightful tone. He got up and went to the mantel for a match to light a new cigar. He said, "I want nothing but the assurance that I shall be permitted to retain my position in the Treasury until I don't need it. It is a modest ambition, isn't it? And yet I am afraid it will be thwarted. And then, in the next administration, perhaps, I shall be seedy and out at elbows, and Mrs. Amory won't like to invite me to her Thursday evenings, because she will know it will make me uncomfortable, and then I shall disappear." "Something has disturbed you," commented the professor rather seriously. "You are talking nonsense." And as he said it, the thought occurred to him that he had heard more of that kind of nonsense than usual of late, and that the fact was likely to be of some significance. It is the old story, he thought, and it is beginning to wear upon him until he does not control himself quite so completely as he did at first. That is natural too. Perhaps Bertha herself has been a little cruel to him, in her woman's way. She has not been bearing it so well either. "My dear professor," said Lawrence, "everything is relative, and what you call nonsense I regard as my most successful conversational efforts. I could not wield Excalibur. Don't expect it of me, I beg you." If he had made an effort to evade any further discussion of Mrs. Sylvester and the possibilities of her future, he had not failed in it. They talked of her no more, PG 341 in fact, they talked very little at all. A shade had fallen upon the professor's face and did not pass away. He lighted his cigar again, but scarcely seemed to enjoy finishing it. If Arbuthnot had been in as alert a mental condition as usual, his attention would have been attracted by the anxious thoughtfulness of his old friend's manner, but he himself was preoccupied and rather glad of the opportunity to be silent. When the cigars were finished, and he was on the point of taking his departure, the professor seemed to rouse himself as if from a reverie. "That modest ambition of yours," he began slowly. "Thank you for thinking of it," said Arbuthnot as he paused. "It interests me," replied the professor. "You are continually finding something to interest me. There is no reason why it should be thwarted, you know." "I wish I did," returned Lawrence, "but I don't, you see. They are shaky pieces of architecture, those government buildings. The foundation stones are changed too often to ensure a sense of security to the occupants. No, my trouble is that I don't know. You have a great many friends, said the professor. I have a sufficient number of invitations to make myself generally useful, said Lawrence, and of course, they imply an appreciation of my social gifts, which gratifies me, but a great deal depends on a man's wardrobe. I might as well be without talents as minus a dress coat. It interests me sometimes to recognize a brother in the song and dance artist who is open to engagements. I, my dear professor, am the song and dance artist. When I am agile and in good voice I am recalled, but they would not want me if I were hoarse and out of spirits and had no spangles. You might get something better than you have, said the professor reflectively. You ought to get something. To whom shall I apply? Said Lawrence. Do you think the president would receive me tomorrow? PG 342, perhaps. He has already mentioned his anxiety to see me. Then, his manner changing, he added with some hurry, You are very good, but I think it is of no use. The mistake was in letting myself drift as I did. It would not have happened if I hadn't been a fool. It was my own fault. Thank you, don't think of me. It wouldn't pay me to do it myself, and you may be sure it would not pay you. And he shook the professor's hand and left him. He was not in the best of humor when he reached the street, and was obliged to acknowledge that of late the experience had not been as rare a one as discretion should have made it. His equable enjoyment of his irresponsible existence had not held its own entirely this winter. It had been disturbed by irrational moods and touches of irritability. He had broken, in spite of himself, the strict rules he had laid down against introspection and retrospection. He had found himself deviating in the direction of shadowy regrets and discontents. And this, in the face of the fact that no previous season had presented to him greater opportunities for enjoyment than this one. Certainly he counted as the most enviable of his privileges those bestowed upon him by the inmates of the new establishment in Lafayette Place. His intimacy with the Amorys had placed him upon a more familiar footing than he could have hoped to attain under ordinary circumstances, and this much gained, his social gifts and appreciation of the favor showed him did the rest. "You're Mr. Arbuthnot," remarked Mrs. Merriam after having conversed with him once or twice. "Or, I suppose, I ought rather to say little Mrs. Amory's Mr. Arbuthnot is a wonderfully suitable person." "Suitable," repeated Agnes. "For what?" "For anything, for everything. He would never be out of place, and his civility is absolute genius." Mrs. Sylvester's smile was for her relative's originality of statement, and apparently bore not the slightest reference to Mr. Arbuthnot himself. Page 343. "People are never entirely impersonal," Mrs. Merriam went on, "but an appearance of being so may be cultivated, as this gentleman has cultivated his, until it is almost perfection. He never projects himself into the future. When he picks up your handkerchief, he does not appear to be thinking how you will estimate his civility. He simply restores you an article you would miss. He does nothing with an air, and he never forgets things. Perhaps the best part of his secret is that he never forgets himself." "I am afraid he must find that rather tiresome," Agnes remarked. "My dear," said Mrs. Merriam, "no one could forget herself less often than you do. That is the secret of your repose of manner. Privately you are always on guard, and your unconsciousness of the fact arises from the innocence of youth. You are younger than you think." "Ah," said Mrs. Sylvester, rising and crossing the room to move a yellow vase on the top of a cabinet. "Don't make me begin life over again." "You have reached the second stage of existence," said the older woman, her bright eyes sparkling. "There are three: the first, when one believes everything is white; the second, when one is sure everything is black; the third, when one knows that the majority of things are simply gray." "If I were called upon to find a color for your favorite," said Agnes, bestowing a soft, abstracted smile on the yellow vase, "I think I should choose gray. He is certainly neutral." "He is a very good color," replied Mrs. Merriam, "the best of colors. He matches everything, one's tempers, one's moods, one's circumstances. He is a very excellent color indeed." "Yes," said Agnes quietly. And she carried her vase to another part of the room and set it on a little ebony stand. Page 344. It had become an understood thing, indeed, that her relative found Lawrence Arbuthnot entertaining and was disposed to be very gracious toward him. On his part, he found her the cleverest and most piquant of elderly personages. When he entered the room where she sat, it was her habit to make a place for him at her own side and to enjoy a little agreeable gossip with him before letting him go. After they had had a few such conversations together, Arbuthnot began to discover that his replies to her references to himself and his past had not been so entirely marked by reticence as he had imagined when he had made them. His friend had a talent for putting the most adroit leading questions, which did not betray their significance upon the surface, and once or twice, after answering such a one, he had seen a look in her sparkling old eyes which led him to ponder over his own words as well as hers. Still, she was always astute and vivacious, and endowed him for the time being with a delightful sense of being at his best, for which he was experienced enough to be grateful. He had also sufficient experience to render him alive to the fact that he preferred to be at his best when it was his good fortune to adorn this particular drawing-room with his presence. He knew before long that when he had made a speech upon which he privately prided himself, after the manner of weak humanity, he found it agreeable to be flattered by the consciousness that Mrs. Sylvester's passion-flower-colored eyes were resting upon him with that delicious suggestion of reflection. He was not rendered happier by the knowledge of this susceptibility, but he was obliged to admit its existence in himself. Few men of his years were as little prone to such natural weaknesses, and he had not attained his somewhat abnormal state of composure without paying its price. Perhaps the capital had been too large. If one has less, one is apt to be more economical, Bertha had heard him remark, and, at least, retain a PG 345 small annuity to exist upon in one's maturer years. I did not retain such an annuity. Certainly there was one period of his life upon which he never looked back without a shudder, and this being the case, he had taught himself, as time passed, not to look back upon it at all. He had also taught himself not to look forward, finding the one almost as bad as the other. As Bertha had said, he was not fond of affairs, and even his enemies were obliged to admit that he was ordinarily too discreet or too cold to engage in the most trivial of such agreeable entanglements. "If I pick up a red-hot coal," he said, "I shall burn my fingers, even if I throw it away quickly. Why should a man expose himself to the chance of being obliged to bear a blister about with him for a day or so? If I may be permitted, I prefer to stand before the fire and enjoy an agreeable warmth without personal interference with the blaze." Nothing could have been farther from his intentions than interference with the blaze, where Mrs. Sylvester was concerned, though he had congratulated himself upon the glow her grace and beauty diffused. Certainly, no folly could have been nearer akin to madness than such folly if he had been sufficiently unsophisticated to indulge in it. And he was not unsophisticated, few were less so. His perfect and just appreciation of his position bounded him on every side, and it would have been impossible for him to lose sight of it. He had never blamed anyone but himself for the fact that he had accomplished nothing particular in life, and had no prospect of accomplishing anything. It had been his own fault, he had always said. If he had been a better and stronger fellow, he would not have been beaten down by one blow, however sharp and heavy. He had given up because he chose to give up and let himself drift. His life since then had been agreeable enough. He had had his moments of action and reaction. He had laughed one day and felt a little glum the next, and had PG 346 let one mood pay for the next, and trained himself to expect nothing better. He had not had any inclination for marriage, and had indeed frequently imagined that he had a strong disinclination for it. His position in the Amory household had given him an abiding place, which was like having a home without bearing the responsibility of such an encumbrance. "I regard myself," Bertha sometimes said to him, "as having been a positive boon to you. If I had not been so good to you, there would have been moments when you would have almost wished you were married. And if you had had such moments, the day of your security would have been at an end." "Perfectly true," he invariably responded, "and I am grateful accordingly." He began to think of this refuge of his after he had walked a few minutes. He became conscious that the longer he was alone with himself, the less agreeable he found the situation. There was a sentence of the professor's which repeated itself again and again and made him feel restive. Somehow he could not rid himself of the memory of it. No man who had trifled with himself and his past could offer what is due to her. It was a simple enough truth, and he found nothing in it to complain of, but it was not an exhilarating thing to dwell upon and be haunted by. He stopped suddenly in the street and threw his cigar away. A half-laugh broke from him. "I am resenting it," he said. "It is making me as uncomfortable as if I was a human being instead of a mechanical invention in the employ of the government. My works are getting out of order. I will go and see Mrs. Amory. She will give me something to think of. She always does." A few minutes later, he entered the familiar parlor. The first object which met his eye was the figure of Bertha, and, as he had anticipated would be the case, pg 347, she gave him something to think of. But it was not exactly the kind of thing he had hoped for, though it was something, it is true, which he had found himself confronted with once or twice before. It was something in herself, which on his first sight of her presented itself to him so forcibly that it gave him something very near a shock. He had evidently broken in upon some moment of absorbed thought. She was standing near the mantel, her hands clasped behind her head, her eyes seeming fixed on space. The strangeness of her attitude struck him first, and then the unusualness of her dress, whose straight, long lines of unadorned black revealed, as he had never seen it revealed before, the change which had taken place in her. She dropped her hands when she saw him, but did not move toward him. "Did you meet Richard?" she said. "No," he replied. "Did he want to see me?" "He said something of the kind, though I am not quite sure what it was." Their eyes rested on each other as he approached her. In the questioning of hers, there was a touch of defiance, but he knew its meaning too well to be daunted by it. "I would not advise you to wear that dress again," he said. "Why not?" she asked. "Go to the mirror and look at yourself," he said. She turned, walked across the room with a slow, careless step, as if the effort was scarcely worthwhile. There was an antique mirror on the wall, and she stopped before it and looked herself over. "It isn't wise, is it?" she said. "It makes me look like a ghost. No, it doesn't make me look like one. It simply shows me as I am. It couldn't be said of me just now that I am at my best, could it?" Then she turned around. Page 348. "I don't seem to care," she said. "Don't I care? That would be a bad sign in me, wouldn't it?" "I should consider it one," he answered. "It is only in novels that people can afford not to care. You cannot afford it. Don't wear a dress again which calls attention to the fact that you are so ill and worn as to seem only a shadow of yourself. It isn't wise." "Why should one object to being ill?" she said. "It is not such a bad idea to be something of an invalid after all. It ensures one a great many privileges. It is not demanded of invalids that they shall always be brilliant. They are permitted to be pale and silent and heavy-eyed, and lapses are not treasured up against them." She paused an instant. "When one is ill," she said, "nothing one does or leaves undone is of any special significance. It is like having a holiday." "Do you want to take such a holiday?" he asked. "Do you need it?" She stood quite still a moment, and he knew she did it because she wished to steady her voice. "Sometimes," she said at last, "I think I do." Since he had first known her, there had been many times when she had touched him without being in the least conscious that she did so. He had often found her laughter as pathetic as other people's tears, even while he had joined in it himself. Perhaps there was something in his own mood which made her seem in those few words more touching than she had ever been before. "Suppose you begin to take it now," he said, "while I am with you." She paused a few seconds again before answering, then she looked up. "When people ask you how I am," she said, "you might tell them that I am not very well, that I have not been well for some time, and that I am not getting better." "Are you getting worse?" he asked. Her reply, if reply it was a singular one. Pg 349, she pushed the sleeve of her black dress a little way from her wrist, and stood looking down at it without speaking. There were no bangles on the wrist this morning, and without these adornments, its slenderness seemed startling. The small, delicate bones marked themselves, and every blue vein was traceable. Neither of them spoke, and in a moment she drew the sleeve down again and went back to her place by the fire. To tell the truth, Arbuthnot could not have spoken at first. It was she who at length broke the silence, turning to look at him as he sat in the seat he had taken, his head supported by his hand. "Will you tell me," she said, "what has hurt you?" "Why should you ask that?" he said. "I should be very blind and careless of you if I had not seen that something had happened to you," she answered. "You are always caring for me and understanding me. It is only natural that I should have learned to understand you a little. This has not been a good winter for you. What is it, Larry?" "I wish it was something interesting," he answered, "but it is not. It is the old story. I am out of humor. I'm dissatisfied. I have been guilty of the folly of not enjoying myself on 1 or 2 occasions, and the consciousness of it irritates me." "It is always indiscreet not to enjoy oneself," she said. And then there was silence for a moment while she looked at him again. Suddenly she broke into a laugh almost hard in its tone. He glanced up to see what it meant. "Do you want to know what makes me laugh?" she said. "I am thinking how like all this is the old-fashioned tragedy, where all the dramatis persona are disposed of in the last act. We go over one by one, don't we? Soon there will be no one left to tell the tale. Even Colonel Tredennies and Richard show signs PG 350 of their approaching doom. And you, someone has shown you your dagger, I think, and you know you cannot escape it." "I am the ghost," he answered. "The ghost who was disposed of before the tragedy began, and whose business it is to haunt the earth, and remind the rest of you that once I had blood in my veins too." He broke off suddenly and left his seat. The expression of his face had altogether changed. "We always talk in this strain," he exclaimed. "We are always jeering. Is there anything on earth, any suffering or human feeling, we could treat seriously? If there is, for God's sake let us speak of it just for 1 hour." She fixed her eyes on him, and there was a sad little smile in their depths. "Yes, you have seen your dagger," she said. "You have seen it. Poor Larry, poor Larry." She turned away and sat down, clasping her hands on her knee, and he saw that suddenly her lashes were wet, and thought that it was very like her that, though she had no tears for herself, she had them for him. "Don't be afraid that I will ask you any questions," she said. "I won't. You never asked me any. Perhaps words would not do you any good." "Nothing would do me any good just now," he answered. "Let it go at that. It mayn't be as bad as it seems just for the moment. Such things seldom are. If it gets really worse, I suppose I shall find myself coming to you some day to make my plaint, but it's very good in you to look at me like that. And I was a fool to fancy I wanted to be serious. I don't, on the whole." "No, you are not a fool," she said. "There is no reason why you should not be what you want. Lawrence," with something like sudden determination in her tone, "there is something I want to say to you." Page 351. "What is it?" he asked. "I have got into a bad habit lately," she said, "a bad habit of thinking when I lie awake at night." "Do you lie awake at night?" he interrupted. She turned her face a little away, as if she did not wish to meet his inquiring gaze. "Yes," she answered after a pause. "I suppose it is because of this habit. I can't help it, but it doesn't matter." "Oh," he exclaimed, "it does matter. You can't stand it." "Is there anything people cannot stand?" she said. "If there is, I should like to try it." "You may well look as you do," he said. "Yes, I may well," she answered. "And it is the result of the evil practice of thinking. When once you begin, it is not easy to stop, and I think you have begun." "I shall endeavor to get over it," he replied. "No," she said, "don't." She rose from her seat and stood up before him, trembling, and with 2 large tears falling upon her cheeks. "Larry," she said, "that is what I wanted to say, that is what I have been thinking of. I shall not say it well, because we have laughed at each other so long that it is not easy to speak of anything seriously, but I must try. See, I am tired of laughing. I have come to the time when there seems to be nothing left but tears, and there is no help. But you are different, and if you are tired too, and if there is anything you want, even if you could not be sure of having it, it would be better to be trying to earn it, and to be worthy of it." He rested his forehead on his hands, and kept his eyes fixed on the carpet. "That is a very exalted way of looking at things," he said in a low voice. "I am afraid I am not equal to it." Page 352. "In the long nights, when I have lain awake and thought so," she went on, "I have seemed to find out that there were things worth altering all one's life for. I did not want to believe in them at first, but now it is different with me. I could not say so to anyone but you, and perhaps not to you tomorrow or the day after, and you will hear me laugh and jeer many a time again. That is my fate, but it need not be yours. Your life is your own. If mine were my own, oh, if mine were my own." She checked the passionate exclamation with an effort. "When one's life belongs to oneself," she added, "one can do almost anything with it." "I have not found it so," he replied. "You have never tried it," she said. "One does not think of these things until the day comes when there is a reason for everything, for pain and gladness, for hope and despair, for the longing to be better and the struggle against being worse. Oh, how can one give up when there is such a reason, and one's life is in one's own hands? I am saying it very badly, Larry, I know that. Agnes Sylvester could say it better, though she could not mean it more." "She would not take the trouble to say it at all," he said. Bertha drew back a pace with an involuntary movement. The repressed ring of bitterness in the words had said a great deal. "Is it?" she exclaimed involuntarily as she had moved and then stopped. "I said I would not ask questions," she added, and clasped her hands behind her back, standing quite still in an attitude curiously expressive of agitation and suspense. "What?" he said. "Have I told you? I was afraid I should. Yes, it is Mrs. Sylvester who has disturbed me. It is Mrs. Sylvester who has stirred the calm of ages." She was silent a second, and when she spoke her eyes looked very large and bright. Page 353. "I suppose," she said slowly, "that it is very womanish in me, that I almost wish it had been someone else." "Why?" he asked. "You all have been moved by Mrs. Sylvester," she replied more slowly than before, "all of you." "How many of us are there?" he inquired. "Colonel Trelawney's has been moved too," she said. "Not long before you came in he paid me a brief visit. He does not come often now, and his visits are usually for Janie, and not for me. I displeased him the night he went with me to the reception of the Secretary of State, and he has not been able to resign himself to seeing me often. But this evening he came in, and we talked of Mrs. Sylvester. He had been calling upon her, and her perfections were fresh in his memory. He finds her beautiful and generous and sincere. She is not frivolous or capricious. I think that was what I gathered from the few remarks he made. I asked him questions. You see, I wanted to know. And she has this advantage. She has all the virtues which the rest of us have not." "You are very hard on Trelawney sometimes," he said, answering in this vague way the look on her face which he knew needed answer. "Sometimes," she said, "sometimes he is hard on me." "He has not been easy on me today," he returned. "Poor Larry," she said again, "poor Larry." He smiled a little. "You see what chance I should be likely to have against such a rival," he said. "I wonder if it ought to be a consolation to me to reflect that my position is such that it cannot be affected by rivals. If I had the field to myself, I should stand exactly where I do at this moment. It saves me from the risk of suffering, don't you see? I know my place too well to allow myself to reach that point. I am uncomfortable only PG 354, because circumstances have placed it before me in a strong light, and I don't like to look at it." "What is your place?" she asked. "It is in the Treasury," he replied. "The salary is not large. I am slightly in debt to my tailor and hosier, who are, however, patient because they think I am to be relied on through this administration." "I wish I knew what to say to you," she exclaimed. "I wish I knew." "I wish you did," he answered. "You have said all you could. I wish I believed what you say. It would be more dignified than to be simply out of humor with one's self and resentful." "Larry," she said gently, "I believe you are something more." "No, no, nothing more," he exclaimed. "Nothing more, for heaven's sake," and he made a quick gesture as if he was intolerant of the thought and would like to move it away. So they said no more on this subject and began soon after to talk about Richard. "What did you mean," Arbuthnot asked, by saying that Richard showed signs of his approaching doom. Isn't he in good spirits? It seems incredible, she answered, that Richard should not be in good spirits, but it has actually seemed to me lately that he was not. The Westoria lands appear to have worried him. The Westoria lands, he repeated slowly. He has interested himself in them too much, she said. Things don't go as easily as he imagined they would, and it annoys him. Today. What happened today? Lawrence asked as she stopped. It was not very much, she said, but it was unlike him. He was a little angry. With whom? With me, I think. Lately I have thought I would like to go abroad, and I have spoken of it to him once, PG 355 or twice, and he has rather put it off. And today I wanted to speak of it again, and it seemed the wrong time somehow, and he was a trifle irritable about it. He has not always been quite himself this winter, but he has never been irritable with me. That isn't like him, you know. No, it isn't like him, was Lawrence's comment. Afterward, when he was going away, he asked her a question. Do you wish very much to go abroad? He said. Yes, she answered. You think the change would do you good? Change often does one good, she replied. I should like to try it. I should like to try it myself, he said. Go if you can, though no one will miss you more than I shall. And having said it, he took his departure. Page 356. Chapter 26. But Bertha did not go abroad, and the season reached its height and its wane, and though Miss Jessup began to refer occasionally to the much-to-be-regretted delicacy of the charming Mrs. Amory's health, there seemed but little alteration in her mode of life. I will confide to you, she said to Colonel Trelawney, that I have set up this effective little air of extreme delicacy as I might set up a carriage, if I needed one. It is one of my luxuries. Do you remember Lord Farintosh's tooth, which always ached when he was invited out to dinner and did not want to go? The tooth which Ethel Newcombe said nothing would induce him to part with? My indisposition is like that. I refuse to become convalescent. Don't prescribe for me, I beg of you. It was true, as she had said, that the Colonel presented himself at the house less often than had been his wont, and that his visits were more frequently for Janey than for herself. You will never hold out your hand to me when I shall not be ready to take it, he had said. But she did not hold out her hand, and there was nothing that he could do, and if he went to her, he must find himself confronted with things he could not bear to see, and so he told himself that, until he was needed, it was best that he should stay away or go only now and then. But he always knew what she was doing. The morning papers told him that she was involved in the old, unceasing round of excitement, announcing that she was among the afternoon callers, that she received at home, that she dined, lunched, danced, PG 357 appeared at charitable entertainments, and was seen at the theater. It became his habit to turn unconsciously to the society column before he read anything else, though he certainly found himself none the happier for its perusal. But though he saw Bertha less frequently, he did not forget Richard. At this time he managed to see him rather often, and took some pains to renew the bloom of their first acquaintance, which had, perhaps, shown itself a little on the wane, as Richard's friendships usually did in course of time. And perhaps, this waning having set in, Richard was not at first invariably so enthusiastically glad to see the large military figure present itself in his office. He had reasons of his own for not always feeling entirely at ease before his whilom favorite. As he had remarked to Plainfield, Philip Trelawney was not a malleable fellow. He had unflinching habits of truth and remorseless ideas of what a man's integrity should be, and would not be likely to look with lenient or half-seeing eyes upon any palterings with falsehood and dishonor, however colored or disguised. And he did not always appear at the most convenient moment. There were occasions, indeed, when his unexpected entrance had put an end to business conferences of a very interesting and slightly exciting nature. These conferences had, it is true, some connection with the matter of the Westoria lands, and the Colonel had lately developed an interest in the project in question which he had not shown at the outset. He had even begun to ask questions about it, and shown a desire to inform himself as to the methods most likely to be employed in manipulating the great scheme. He amassed, in one way and another, a large capital of information concerning subsidies and land grants, and exhibited remarkable intelligence in his mental investment of it. Indeed, there were times when he awakened in Richard a rather uneasy sense of admiration by the clearness of his insight and the practical readiness of his views. Page 358. He has always been given to digging into things, Amory said to Plainfield after one of their interviews. That is his habit of mind, and he has a steady business capacity you don't expect to find. What is he digging into this thing for? Plainfield asked. He will be digging up something one of these days that we are not particularly anxious to have dug up. I am not overfond of the fellow myself. I never was. Richard laughed a trifle uneasily. Oh, he's well enough, he said, though I'll admit he has been a little in the way once or twice. It is quite possible that the colonel himself had not been entirely unaware of this latter fact, though he had exhibited no signs of his knowledge, either in his countenance or bearing. Indeed, it would be difficult for one so easily swayed by every passing interest as Richard Amory was, to have long resisted his manly courtesy and good nature. Men always found him an agreeable companion, and he made the most of his powers on the occasions which threw him, or in which he threw himself, in Amory's way. Even Plainfield admitted reluctantly, once or twice, that the fellow had plenty in him. It was not long before Richard succumbed to his personal influence with pleasurable indolence. It would have cost him too much effort to combat against it. And besides this, it was rather agreeable to count among one's friends and supporters a man strong enough to depend on and desirable enough to be proud of. There had been times during the last few months when there would have been a sense of relief in the feeling that there was within reach a stronger nature than his own, one on whose strength he knew he could rely. As their intimacy appeared to establish itself, if he did not openly confide in Trelawney's, he more than once approached the borders of a confidence in his moments of depression. That he had such moments had become plain. He did not even look so bright as he had looked. Page 359, something of his carefree, joyous air had deserted him, and now and then there were to be seen faint lines on his forehead. There is a great deal of responsibility to be borne in a matter like this, he said to Trelawney's, and it wears on a man. To which he added, a few seconds later, with a delightfully unconscious mixture of petulance and protest, confound it, why can't things as well turn out right as wrong? Have things been turning out wrong? The colonel ventured. Richard put his elbows on the table before him and rested his forehead on his hands a second. Well, yes, he admitted, several things, and just at the wrong time, too. There seems a kind of fate in it, as if when one thing began the rest must follow. The colonel began to bite one end of his long mustache reflectively as he looked at the young man's knitted brow. There is one thing you must understand at the outset, he said, at length. When I can be made useful, supposing such a thing were possible, I am here. Richard glanced up at him quickly. He looked a little haggard for the moment. What a steady, reliable fellow you are, he said. Yes, I should be sure of you if the worst came to the worst. The colonel bit the ends of his mustache all the way home, and more than one passerby on the avenue was aroused to wonder what the subject of his reflections might be. He strode along with so absorbed an air, and frowned so fiercely. I should like to know what the worst is, he was saying to himself. I should like to know what that means. It was perhaps his desire to know what it meant which led him to cultivate Richard more faithfully still, to join him on the street, to make agreeable bachelor dinners, page 360 for him, to carry him off to the theaters, and, in a quiet way, to learn something of what he was doing each day. It was, in fact, a delicate diplomatic position the colonel occupied in these days, and it cannot be said that he greatly enjoyed it or liked himself in it. He was too honest by nature to find pleasure in diplomacy, and what he did for another he would never have done for himself. For the sake of the woman who rewarded his generosity and care with frivolous coldness and slight, he had undertaken a task whose weight lay heavily upon him. Since his first suspicions of her danger had been aroused, he had been upon the alert continually, and had seen many things to which the more indifferent or less practical were blind. As Richard had casually remarked, he was possessed of a strong business sense and faculty of which he was not usually suspected, and he had seen signs in the air which he felt boded no good for Richard Amory or those who relied on his discretion in business affairs. That the professor had innocently relied upon it when he gave his daughter into his hands, he had finally learned. That Bertha never gave other than a transient thought, more than half a jest, to money matters he knew. A good fortune it had been to be trammeled neither by the weight of money nor the want of it, a truly enviable condition, which had, not unnaturally, engendered in her a confidence at once unquestioning and somewhat perilous. Trelawney's had recalled more than once of late a little scene he had taken part in on one occasion of her signing a legal document Richard had brought to her. "Shall I sign it here?" she had said, with exaggerated seriousness, "or shall I sign it there? What would happen to me if I wrote on the wrong line? Could not Lawrence sign it for me in his government hand and give it an air of distinction? Suppose my hand trembled and I made a blot. I am not obliged to read it, am I?" "I think I should insist that she read it," the colonel had said to Richard with some abruptness. Page 361. Bertha had looked up and smiled. "Shall you insist that I read it?" she said. "I know what it says. It says whereas and moreover and in accordance with said agreement and in consideration of. Those are the prevailing sentiments, and I am either the party of the first part or the party of the second part, and if it was written in Sanskrit, it would be far clearer to my benighted mind than it is in its present lucid form. But I will read it if you prefer it, even though delirium should supervene." It was never pleasant to Colonel Trelawney to remember this trivial episode, and the memory of it became a special burden to him as time progressed, and he saw more of Amory's methods and tendencies. But it was scarcely for him to go to her and tell her that her husband was not as practical a businessman as he should be, that he was visionary and too easily allured by glitter and speciousness. He could not warn her against him and reveal to her the faults and follies she seemed not to have discovered. But he could revive something of Richard's first fancy for him, and make himself in a measure necessary to him, and perhaps gain an influence over him which might be used to good purpose. Possibly, despite his modesty, he had a half-conscious knowledge of the power of his own strong will and nature over weaker ones, and was resolved that this weak one should be moved by them, if the thing were possible. Nor was this all. There were other duties he undertook, for reasons best known to himself. He became less of a recluse socially and presented himself more frequently in the fashionable world. He was no fonder of gaiety than he had been before, but he faced it with patience and courage. He went to great parties and made himself generally useful. He talked to matrons who showed a fancy for his company and was the best and most respectful of listeners. He was courteous and attentive to both chaperones and their charges, and by quietly persistent good conduct, PG 362, won additional laurels upon each occasion of his social appearance. Those who had been wont to stand somewhat in awe of him, finding nothing to fear on more intimate acquaintance, added themselves to the list of his admirers. Before the season was over, he had made many a staunch friend among matronly leaders of fashion, whose word was law. If such a thing could be spoken of a person of habits so grave, it might have been said that he danced attendance upon these ladies, but though such a phrase would seem unfitting, it may certainly be remarked that he walked attendance on them, and sought their favor and did their bidding with a silent faithfulness wonderful to behold. He accepted their invitations and attended their receptions. He escorted them to their carriages, found their wraps, and carried their light burdens with an imperturbable demeanor. "What?" said Bertha one night, when she had seen him in attendance on the wife of the Secretary of State, whose liking for him was at once strong and warm. "What? Is it Colonel Trelawney's who curries the favor of the rich and great? It has seemed so lately. Is there any little thing in foreign missions you desire, or do you think of an assistant secretaryship?" "There is some dissatisfaction expressed with regard to the minister to the court of St. James," was his reply. "It is possible that he will be recalled. In that case, may I hope to command your influence?" But many a time as he carried his shawls, or made his grave bow over the hand of a stately dowager, a half-sad smile crossed his face as he thought of the true reason for his efforts, and realized with a generous pang the depth of his unselfish perfidy. They were all kind to him, and he was grateful for their favors, but he would rather have been in his room at work, or trying to read, or marching up and down, thinking, in his solitude. Janie entertained him with far more success than the prettiest debutante of the season could hope to page 363 attain, though there was no debutante among them who did not think well of him, and admire him not a little. But the reason which brought him upon this brightly lighted stage of action. Well, there was only one reason for everything now, he knew full well, for his being sadder than usual or a shade less heavy of heart, for his wearing a darker face or a brighter one, for his interest in society or his lack of interest in it, for his listening anxiously and being upon the alert. The reason was Bertha. When he heard her name mentioned, he waited in silent anxiety for what followed. When he did not hear it, he felt ill at ease, lest it had been avoided from some special cause. What she will not do for herself, he said, I must try to do for her. If I make friends and win their good opinions, I may use their influence in the future if the worst should come to the worst, and she should need to be upheld. It is women who sustain women or condemn them. God forbid that she should ever lack their protection. And so he worked to earn the power to call upon this protection if it should be required, and performed his part with such steadfastness of purpose that he made a place for himself such as few men are fortunate enough to make. There was one friendship he made in these days, which he felt would not be likely to fade out or diminish in value. It was a friendship for a woman almost old enough to have been his mother, a woman who had seen the world and knew it well, and yet had not lost her faith or charitable kindness of heart. It was the lady whom Bertha had seen him attending when she had asked him what object he had in view, the wife of the Secretary of State, whose first friendly feeling for him had become a most sincere and earnest regard, for which he was profoundly grateful. A man to whom such a woman is kind must be grateful, he had said, in speaking of her to Agnes PG 364 Sylvester. A woman who is good and generous, who is keen yet merciful, whose judgment is ripe, and whose heart is warm, who has the discernment of maturity and the gentleness of youth. It is an honor to know her and be favored by her. One is better every time one is thrown with her, and leaves her presence with a stronger belief in all good things. It had perhaps been this lady's affection for Professor Herrick which had, at the outset, directed her attention to his favorite. But an acquaintance once established, there had been no need of any other impetus than she received from her own feminine kindliness, quickness of perception, and sympathy. The interest he awakened in most feminine minds he had at once awakened in her own. He looks, she said to herself, as if he had a story and hardly knew the depth of its meaning himself. But though she was dexterous enough at drawing deductions and heard much of the small talk of society, she heard no story. He was at once soldier and scholar. He was kind, brave, and generous. Men spoke well of him, and women liked him. His past and present entitled him to respect and admiration, but there was no story mentioned in any discussion of him. He seemed to have lived a life singularly uneventful, so far as emotional experiences were concerned. Nevertheless, she used to say, when she gave a few moments to sympathetic musing upon him, nevertheless. She observed his good behavior. Notwithstanding, he did not enjoy himself greatly in society. He was attentive to his duties without being absorbed in them, and when temporarily unoccupied, wore a rather weary and abstracted look. It is something like the look, she once remarked inwardly, something like the look I have seen in the eyes of that bright and baffling little Mrs. Amory, who PG 365 seems at times to be obliged to recall herself from somewhere. She had not been the leader of this world of hers without seeing many things and learning many lessons, and as she had stood giving her greeting to the passing multitude week after week, she had gained a wonderful amount of experience and knowledge of her kind. She had seen so many weary faces, so many eager ones, so many stamped with care and disappointment. Bright eyes had passed before her which one season had saddened. She had heard gay voices change and soft ones grow hard. She had read of ambitions frustrated and hopes denied, and once or twice had seen with a pang that somewhere a heart had been broken. Naturally, in thus looking on, she had given some attention to Bertha Amory and had not been blind to the subtle changes through which she had passed. She thought she could date the period of these changes. She remembered the reception at which she had first noted that the girlish face had begun to assume a maturer look, and the girlish vivacity had altered its tones. This had happened the year after the marriage, and then Jack had been born, and when society saw the young mother again, the change in her seemed almost startling. She looked worn and pale, and showed but little interest in the whirl about her. It was as if suddenly fatigue had overtaken her, and she had neither the energy nor the desire to rally from it. But before the end of the season she had altered again and had a touch of too brilliant color and was gayer than ever. "Rather persistently gay," said the older woman. "That is it, I think." Lately there had been a greater change still, and a more baffling one, and there had appeared upon the scene an element so new and strange as to set all ordinary conjecture at naught. The first breath of rumor, which had wafted the story of Plainfield's infatuation, and the Westoria schemes had been met with generous PG 366 displeasure and disbelief. But as time went on, it had begun to be more difficult to make an effort against discussion, which grew with each day and gathered material as it passed from one to another. The most trivial circumstance assumed the proportions of proof when viewed in the light of the general too vivacious interest. When Senator Plainfield entered a room, people instantly cast about in search of Mrs. Amory and reposed entire confidence in the immediately popular theory that, but for the presence of the one, the absence of the other would have been a foregone conclusion. If they met each other with any degree of vivacity, the fact was commented upon in significant asides. If Bertha's manner was cold or quiet, it was supposed to form a portion of her deep-laid plan for the entire subjugation of her victim. It had indeed come to this at last, and Trelawney's friend looked on and listened bewildered to find herself shaken in her first disbelief by an aspect of affairs too serious to be regarded with indifference. By the time the season drew toward its close, the rumor, which had at first been accepted only by rumor lovers and epicures in scandal, had found its way into places where opinion had weight, and decision was a more serious matter. In one or two quiet establishments, there was private debating of various rather troublesome questions, in which debates Mrs. Amory's name was frequently mentioned. Affairs as unfortunate as the one under discussion had been known to occur before, and it was not impossible that they might occur again. It was impossible to be blind to them. It was impossible to ignore or treat them lightly, and certainly something was due to society from those who held its reins in their hands for the time being. "It is too great leniency which makes such things possible," someone remarked. "To a woman with a hitherto unspotted reputation and in an entirely respectable position, they should be impossible." It was on the very evening that this remark was made PG 367 that Bertha expressed a rather curious opinion to Lawrence Arbuthnot. "It is dawning upon me," she said, "that I am not quite so popular as I used to be, and I am wondering why." "What suggested the idea?" Lawrence inquired. "I scarcely know," she replied, a little languidly, "and I don't care so much as I ought. People don't talk to me in so animated a manner as they used to, or I fancy they don't. I'm not very animated myself, perhaps. There is a great deal in that. I know I am deteriorating conversationally. What I say hasn't the right ring exactly, and I suppose people detect the false note and don't like it. I don't wonder at it. Oh, there is no denying that I am not so much overpraised and noticed as I used to be." And then she sat silent for some time and appeared to be reflecting, and Lawrence watched her with a dawning sense of anxiety he would have been reluctant to admit the existence of even to himself. Page 368. Chapter 27. A few days after this, she told Richard that she wished to begin to make her arrangements for going away for the summer. "What, so early?" he exclaimed with an air of some slight discontent. "It has been quite cool so far." "I remained too late last year," she answered, "and I want to make up for lost time." They were at dinner, and he turned his wineglass about restlessly on the tablecloth. "Are you getting tired of Washington?" he asked. "You seem to be." "I am a little tired of everything just now," she said, even, with a ghost of a laugh, of the Westoria lands and Senator Plainfield. He turned his wineglass about again. "Oh," he said, his voice going beyond the borders of petulance, "it is plain enough to see that you have taken an unreasonable dislike to Plainfield. He is too large and florid, and absorbs too much of one's attention," she replied coldly. "He does not always seem to absorb a great deal of yours," Richard responded, knitting his delicate dark brows. "You treated him cavalierly enough last night when he brought you the roses." I am tired of his roses, she exclaimed with sudden passion. They are too big and red and heavy. They cost too much money. They fill all the air about me. They weight me down, and I never seem to be rid of them. I won't have any more. Let him give them to someone else. And she threw her bunch of grapes on her plate and dropped her forehead on her hands with a childish gesture of fatigue and despair. Page 369. Richard knit his brows again. He regarded her with a feeling very nearly approaching nervous dread. This would not do, it was plain. "What is the matter with you?" he said. "What has happened? It isn't like you to be unreasonable, Bertha." She made an effort to recover herself and partly succeeded. She lifted her face and spoke quite gently and deprecatingly. "No," she said, "I don't think it is, so you will be all the readier to overlook it and allow it to me as a luxury. The fact is, Richard, I am not growing any stronger and—" "Do you know," he interrupted, "I don't understand that. You used to be strong enough." "One has to be very strong to be strong enough," she replied, "and I seem to have fallen a little short of the mark." "But it has been going on rather a long time, hasn't it?" he inquired. "Didn't it begin last winter?" "Yes," she answered in a low voice, "it began then." "Well, you see, that is rather long for a thing of that sort to go on without any special reason." "It has seemed so to me," she responded without any change of tone. "Haven't you a pretty good appetite?" he inquired. She raised her eyes suddenly and then dropped them again. He had not observed what a dozen other people had seen. "No," she answered. "Don't you sleep well?" "No." "Are you thinner?" "Well, yes," giving her a glance of inspection. "You are thinner. Oh, come now, this won't do at all." "I am willing to offer any form of apology you like," she said. "You must get well," he answered. "That is all." Page 370, and he rose from his seat, went to the mantel for a cigarette, and returned to her side, patting her shoulder encouragingly. "You would not be tired of Plainfield if you were well. You would like him well enough." The change which settled on her face was one which had crossed it many a time without his taking note of it. Possibly the edge of susceptibilities so fine and keen as his is more easily dulled than that of sensitiveness less exquisite. She arose herself. "That offers me an inducement to recover," she said. "I will begin immediately today this moment. Let me light your cigarette for you." After it was done, they sauntered into the library together and stood for a moment looking out of the window. "Do you know," she said at length, laying her hand on his sleeve, "I think even you are not quite yourself. Are you an invalid too?" He said. "Why do you think so?" "For a very good reason," she answered. "For the best of reasons. 2 or 3 times lately you have been a trifle out of humor. Are you aware of it? Such, you see, is the disadvantage of being habitually amiable. The slightest variation of your usually angelic demeanor lays you open to the suspicion of bodily ailment. Just now, for instance, at table, when I spoke to you about going away, you were a little, not to put too fine a point upon it, cross." "Was I?" Her touch upon his sleeve was very soft and kind, and her face had a gentle, playful appeal on it. "You really were," she returned. "Just a little, and so was I. It was more a matter of voice and manner, of course, but we didn't appear to our greatest advantage, I am afraid. And we have never done things like that, you know, and it would be rather bad to begin now, wouldn't it?" Page 371. "It certainly would," he replied, "and it is very nice in you to care about it." "It would not be nice in me not to care," she said. "Just for a moment, you know, it actually sounded quite married. It seemed as if we were on the verge of agreeing to differ about Senator Plainfield." "We won't do it again," he said. "We will agree to make the best of him." She hesitated a second. "I will try not to make the worst," she returned. "There is always a best, I suppose, and so long as you are here to take care of me, I need not be uncomfortable." "About what?" he asked. She hesitated again, and a shade of new color touched her cheek.